9 Sun God King Chapter 2283 to Chapter 2335. After Lan Tianyu exploded, all the powerful races wanted to grasp more heavenly law divine runes, so they sent people to communicate with White Sun Divine Realm and 3-Eye Divine Realm. In order to show their sincerity, their clan emperor personally went to meet Bai Suxin and 3-Eye King. Only the emperor brought Wang Ju to meet her, which was why there were not many people from the powerful races who had seen Bai Suxin before. Even Heavenly Sword Wang Ju only saw Bai Suxin wearing a mask. He only felt that the aura of White Sun Divine Power was very similar to Bai Suxin's. If the people of White Sun Divine Realm were not weak, their White Sun Divine Power would be very strong. Therefore, Heavenly Sword Wang Ju could not be sure that the person in that room was Bai Suxin. Because in his opinion, Bai Suxin is a high and mighty White Sun King. He would not hide in a room, especially in Qin Yun's territory. Qin Yun is the 9 Sun Palace King, but in many people's eyes, he is at most a king. His status is far inferior to the clan emperors. Heavenly Sword Wang Ju does not mind people eavesdropping, but the other dukes are different. In the eyes of those powerful races, the people of Divine Desolate are all fools. Especially people with the status of dukes, they look down on the ordinary people of Divine Desolate. They care a lot about their status and will always keep a distance from the weak. The young duke walked toward the door with a furious expression and kicked it open with great force. The other dukes looked at the door with cold expressions. A white-haired woman in a white dress wearing a mask was sitting on a chair in the room. Seeing this white-haired woman, Heavenly Sword Wang Ju is immediately startled. His eyes revealed a trace of fear, his heart is extremely shocked, he really can't believe that White Sun King is actually here. This woman looks very strong. The young duke said with sneer, as long as we can defeat her, Heavenly Sword Wang Ju doesn't need to give that guy 100 Divine Universe golden stones. Look at her white hair, it's most likely because her cultivation has been stagnant for many years and has declined. Her strength is definitely very ordinary. The duke in the heavenly devil voice said. Bai Suxin very calmly sat on a chair in the room. She clearly heard the conversation outside. She is also very unhappy in her heart because those dukes are very arrogant, especially when speaking to Qin Yun, they are very rude. This made her very angry. At that moment, the celestial sword Wang Ju rushed forward and stood in front of the dukes. He said, "Everyone, this is my business. You don't have to do anything." Sky Sword Wang Ju knew that Bai Suxin was in the 9 Yang Divine Palace and definitely didn't want anyone to know, so he revealed that it was Duke White Sunday. Is that so? Are you planning to do it yourself? The young duke from the 9 Suns Heavenly Clan laughed. No, that's it. Sky Sword Wang Ju was about to close the door, but Qin Yun suddenly stood beside it. Qin Yun looked at the young duke and said, "You opened the door so rudely and disturbed the people inside. Do you want to let it go? She was eavesdropping on us. We're all dukes and kings. How honorable are our statuses? A person of unknown origin like her doesn't have the right to listen to our conversation." The young duke said coldly, "Hall King 9 Yang, why did you arrange for this person to eavesdrop?" Bai Suxin suddenly stood up and walked out. She said with an ice-cold voice, "Honorable status? What makes you think that your status is honorable? Based on strength?" Sky Sword Wang Ju's forehead immediately became covered in sweat. He quickly said in a low voice, "Duke White Sun, please calm down. We really didn't know you were here. We are truly sorry for disturbing you." The expressions of the dukes, Shen Ruoming and Shen Changhao changed. They looked at the bowing Sky Sword Wang Ju and then at Bai Suxin. This woman is actually Duke White Sun, in terms of status, let alone dukes, even the Sky Sword Wang Ju is inferior to Duke White Sun. Duke White Sun is an expert on equal footing with their clan emperor. The expressions of the dukes became extremely unsightly. They quickly bowed and apologized, almost kneeling down. At the same time they are afraid, they are also very puzzled. Why is Duke White Sun in the 9 Yang Divine Palace? It must be known that their clan emperors have invited Duke White Sun to their places as a guest. However, Duke White Sun refused to go. It is said that he didn't even go to the Divine Moon clan, but Duke White Sun came to the 9 Yang Divine Palace. Everyone knows that the 9 Yang Divine Palace is a very dangerous place. Because the 9 Heavens Demon race, Primal Chaos race and other powerful races can attack at any time, Bai Suxin's appearance here is very unimaginable. Bai Suxin did not say anything, she only coldly snorted, then walked to the large chair at the front of the hall and sat down. The dukes still do not believe that the masked woman in front of them is Duke White Sunday. However, the Sky Sword Wang Ju would not lie to them. Even the Sky Sword Wang Ju is so humble, it can be seen that she is really Duke White Sun. Duke White Sun, why are you looking for the Nine Yang Palace King? Our Nine Yang Heavenly Clan is very strong. We welcome you at any time. The Nine Yang Heavenly Clan's Duke's face is full of smiles. I am looking for the Nine Yang Palace King. What does that have to do with you? Bai Suxin coldly said, Nine Yang Heavenly Clan? I am too lazy to go. The expressions of the two Nine Yang Heavenly Clan's dukes are very unsightly. However, they still have a smile on their faces. They are secretly afraid because they have offended Duke White Sun. If their clan emperor finds out, they will definitely be punished. They might not even be able to keep their titles. Duke White Sun came here to accompany me in cultivation. Qinyan smiled and walked to Bai Suxin's side. Accompany her to cultivate, this immediately caused people's imagination to roam. Qinyan suddenly sat down next to Bai Suxin and squeezed into the chair with her. The Sky Sword Wang Ju jumped in fright, the few dukes are also dumbfounded. They all heard that Duke White Sun is a city-toppling beauty, but now she can actually endure sitting together with someone else. Bai Suxin also cursed Qinyan in her heart. He actually dared to be so intimate with her in public. What made her most speechless is that Qinyan's hand is still on her thigh. This caused the Sky Sword Wang Ju and the others to be so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. They all suspected that this woman is Duke White Sunday. How can she be so intimate with someone with such low cultivation? Qinyan chuckled and said, Duke White Sun is also my woman. She listened to our conversation from the side, there is nothing wrong with that. Duke White Sun is his woman? The Sky Sword Wang Ju and the others all suspected that they heard wrong. Shen Ruoming cursed in his heart. He knows that Qinyan has a good relationship with a few Nine Sun Divine Maiden. None of you are allowed to speak of the matter of me being in the Nine Yang Divine Palace. Bai Suxin released her aura, that kind of super strong divine power pressure enveloped the entire hall. The expressions of the Sky Sword Wang Ju and the few dukes suddenly changed. They are now sure that this is Duke White Sun, whose strength is comparable to the clan emperor. Just now, Shen Ruoming almost vomited blood because of that pressure. He is truly terrifyingly powerful. Little queen, don't be angry, it's easy to get wrinkles when you are angry. Qinyan pinched Bai Suxin's delicate lily-white hand and gently stroked the back of her hand. The Sky Sword Wang Ju and the others are very tactful. They obediently signed the soul contract and will never speak of this matter. You can leave now. Heavenly Sword Wang Ju, you have to choose the best 100 Divine Universe Golden Stones for my big brother. Bai Suxin instructed. Little brother, the fact that Duke White Sun called the Nine Yang Palace King little brother caused the king's and duke's hearts to tremble once again. They really want to know how Qinyan, the Nine Yang Palace King, got along with Duke White Sun. Yes, the Sky Sword Wang Ju promptly nodded and then hastily left the Heavenly Palace Pavilion. After those people left, Qinyan promptly took off her mask and said with smile, My little queen, you are quite proper. You are truly too mischievous. Bai Suxin lightly snorted and then pinched his thigh. She wanted to leave the chair, but Qinyan suddenly hugged her slender waist. My little queen, thank you. Qinyan hugged her tightly and did not let her go. He even leaned over and kissed her fragrant face. Bai Suxin can only give him a tooth for a tooth. She randomly pinched and rubbed Qinyan's body. After the two of them played around for a while, they stopped and hugged each other. Stop messing around, quickly help me break the heavenly law seal. Bai Suxin angrily laughed and then kissed Qinyan's face. Is this okay? Qinyan released the beauty in his arms and said with smile, Take out the heavenly law inheritance pearl. Bai Suxin has 2 heavenly law inheritance pearl in her hand. She took out the biggest one and gave it to Qinyan. Qinyan has seen this heavenly law inheritance pearl before, it is bigger than 3 Kings. Is it here? I remember when you broke 3 King's seal last time, you created a great commotion. Bai Suxin feels that this hall is not enough. Let's go to another place. Qinyan pulled Bai Suxin's hand and teleported to a very spacious hall. When breaking the Heavenly Law seal, the energy inside the Heavenly Law Inheritance Pearl will burst out and need to be suppressed by the 9-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation. Xianxia opened one before, so he is very experienced now. After he released the 9-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation, he began carving Nether Sun totems. He wants to devour the runes inside to break the Heavenly Law seal. Your 9-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation seems to be stronger than before. Bai Suxin looked at the 9 altars. Although there is no change on the outside, she can sense it. It is a bit stronger. Xianxia said, "Little Queen, your Heavenly Law Inheritance Pearl is very big, the Heavenly Law Inheritance inside is very strong. Wait until you fuse with it, if there is anything wrong, immediately tell me." Bai Suxin is beside Xianxia, she promptly hugged Xianxia's waist and said in soft voice, "You must accompany me." This cold and elegant noble white sun monarch is like a young girl sticking to Xianxia's side, she is very delicate, it truly surprised Xianxia. "I will accompany you." Xianxia kissed Bai Suxin's forehead and said with smile. Not long after, Xianxia broke the Heavenly Law seal. The Heavenly Law Inheritance Pearl suddenly burst out with very strong power. Xianxia promptly brought Bai Suxin outside the 9-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation and waited for the Heavenly Law Inheritance to appear. With the 9-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation suppressing the explosive power, the hall can be protected. Bai Suxin's Heavenly Law Inheritance Pearl is much bigger than 3-Eye King's. So after the Heavenly Law seal was broken, the power released is also very strong. Xianxia is standing outside the 9-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation and secretly sensed the energy inside. He is very shocked. After his 9-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation was modified, it became a lot stronger. But now, he could only barely hold on. The energy released by the Heavenly Law Inheritance Pearl is so strong that even the 9-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation almost can't hold on. If it was his old 9-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation, it would definitely not be able to hold on. Bai Suxin bit her lower lip and tightly held Xianxia's hand. Her beautiful eyes are staring inside the formation, her expression is very worried. She can see that Xianxia's 9-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation is very strong, but now it is very strenuous. Heavenly Law Inheritance Pearl is releasing energy from time to time and attacking the formation. "Little big brother, won't it break your formation?" Bai Suxin said with frown, "Your formation is very important to you, if it breaks, I will feel very apologetic." "It's fine, it won't break." Xianxia said with smile. "Yuelan told me that this formation is your protective talisman." Bai Suxin is even more worried, she can't help but think in a bad direction. "I have a lot of protective talismans." Xianxia laughed, then hugged her soft and slender waist and said, "Don't worry, it will definitely work." Bai Suxin truly cares about Xianxia, that is why she is very worried now. "Little Queen, aren't there a few people from Divine World and Heavenly Law Universe? Apart from White Sun Divine World, 3-Eye Divine World and Golden Wing Divine World, what about the other Divine World's people? Did they join Heavenly Law Hall?" Xianxia suddenly asked. The sky cities of those 3 people from the Immortal Realm were controlled by Heavenly Law Hall and Mystic Academy. All the people inside were killed and fed to the divine monsters of the 9 heavens. Bai Suxin sighed airily. "My White Sun City was nearly killed." Xianxia sighed, "This is truly beyond my expectation." "Oh right, they wanted to attack White Sun Heavenly City? When did that happen?" Bai Suxin's beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude. She said, "When the Sorcerer Academy's Dean Ling Lei brought his people here, they planned to attack White Sun City and 3-Eye Sky City at that time." Xianxia recalled the situation back then. Ling Lei had secretly built a good relationship with many people. If Xianxia had not been there that day, the Magic Academy might have already invaded White Yang Heaven City. When the 3-Eye King recalled this matter, he was also very grateful to you. Bai Suxin smiled faintly and said, "That guy's strength isn't much, but he's very good at pretending, causing quite a number of imperial emperors to think that he's very powerful." When the 3-Eyed King put on his disguise, he could indeed give off the aura of an unparalleled expert. Coupled with the special ability of his third eye, it made people feel that he was very strong. "I heard that there are a large amount of Heavenly Law inheritance beads scattered all over Divine Desolate. 3-Eye King should have a way to obtain them." Xianxia said. "Yes, I have also sent people to collect them secretly." Bai Suxin nodded and said, Mister, I still have a pearl of heavenly law inheritance. I'll give it to you. First take a look at how this pearl of heavenly law inheritance is like. If it's not good, then the second pearl will be very important to you. Qin Yan said. Bai Suxin is indeed very strong, but she is still lacking when facing a Nine Heavens demon emperor. This is also because she doesn't have a heavenly law inheritance. Therefore, she wants to quickly grasp the heavenly law inheritance. Later when facing a Nine Heavens divine demon, she won't be so powerless. Qin Yan is secretly rejoicing. He modified the Nine Dragon Heavenly Origin formation to help Bai Suxin. If it was the old Nine Dragon Heavenly Origin formation, it would not have been able to hold on. He and Bai Suxin are also very curious about what this heavenly law inheritance is. Why does the pearl containing the heavenly law inheritance have such formidable energy? What's going on with these heavenly law inheritance pearls? Why do they have this kind of destructive power inside? Qin Yan said with frown, Are all heavenly law inheritance pearls like this? Bai Suxin shook her head and said, No, I asked Dragon Hall's people, they said that only a small portion of heavenly law inheritance pearls are like this. Generally speaking, the bigger ones are like this. Big inheritance pearls should be very rare, right? Qin Yan said. My other inheritance pearl is also very small. Bai Suxin said, Only Dragon Hall, Heavenly Law Hall and Devil Hall can break the Heavenly Law seal, but they can't deal with this kind of big inheritance pearl. Qin Yan said, Then what about this small inheritance pearl? Can they easily break it? Bai Suxin looked at the Nine Dragon Heavenly Origin formations flickering intense light and shook her head, It won't be easy. The Nine Dragon Heavenly Origin formations intense light burst out, white and blue energy mist surged up and down. Qin Yan can now sense that the Nine Dragon Heavenly Origin formations pressure is gradually reducing. It's almost done. Qin Yan promptly held Bai Suxin's hand tightly. Bai Suxin can also see that the energy is starting to shrink. Let's go in. Qin Yan decisively rushed into the formation with Bai Suxin. After entering, they sensed a boundless energy pressure pressing down on them. Their bodies feel like they are being attacked by a very strong energy wave, they feel like they are being torn apart. Quickly receive the inheritance. Qin Yan shouted. Bai Suxin released powerful white sun divine power and walked forward while withstanding the pressure. Qin Yan followed behind her and held her hand tightly. Ah! Bai Suxin suddenly cried out. A large amount of powerful light suddenly surged to her heart and tore through the clothes and skin over her heart. Little Queen, how are you? Qin Yan is very shocked, he really did not expect that this heavenly law inheritance would be so terrifying, it can directly enter Bai Suxin's heart. I can hold on. Bai Suxin is also a person who has experienced great storms and waves, she said in a low voice. What is this? Do you feel anything now? Qin Yan asked in puzzlement. My heart is changing. This heavenly law inheritance is not like Heaven Universe Divine Mantra, it should be something else. Bai Suxin lowered her head and looked at her heart, her clothes have already been torn and the white-blue light is pouring into her heart. Very soon, the white-blue energy in the formation all entered Bai Suxin's heart. Succeeded? Qin Yan asked. I don't know. Just as Bai Suxin finished speaking, a white-blue energy wave shot out from her body. Qin Yan was hit by the energy wave, his soul and body are in extreme pain, causing him to lose consciousness in an instant. Boom, Qin Yan was sent flying, his body crashed into the barrier of the formation. Little brother. Bai Suxin shouted in alarm, Are you all right? Qin Yan woke up in a daze, he immediately shook his head and said, I'm fine. At this moment, a blue light beam suddenly shot out from Bai Suxin's heart. This shocked Bai Suxin so much that she shouted loudly because the light beam was aimed at Qin Yan. Just as Qin Yan crawled up from the ground, the blue light beam shot over and hit his heart. In that instant, Qin Yan's body could not move, he felt as if his heart was about to be torn apart. He has a very powerful sun core but now it seems like it has been crushed. Little brother, what's going on? Bai Suxin's face is pale from fright, her beautiful eyes are filled with tears, she is worried that she will kill Qin Yan. I'm fine. Qin Yan endured the pain and said. Qin Yan stood on the spot, facing Bai Suxin, they are separated by more than 10 meters, there is a blue light beam connected to their hearts. My heart is severely injured, quickly release white sun divine power, help me recover. Xianxia quickly shouted. Alright. Just as Bai Suxin finished speaking, a white light beam surged out from her heart and hit Xianxia's heart. Xianxia suddenly felt a suction force, his body involuntarily floated towards Bai Suxin. In the blink of an eye, he flew over. When he was about to crash, he quickly hugged Bai Suxin's delicate body. Bai Suxin also hugged him tightly, their hearts seemed to be closely connected at this moment. Scared me to death. Bai Suxin can feel that Xianxia's heart is gradually getting better. This heavenly law inheritance is really strange. Xianxia lightly patted her back and said with a smile, it's alright, I just don't know what will happen next. Their hearts seemed to have a suction force, causing them to stick closely to each other, unable to separate for a period of time. They can feel that there are two types of energy connected to their hearts. It's good that you are fine. Bai Suxin sighed softly, her white sun divine power is also helping Xianxia's heart recover. Right now they are hugging each other tightly, their eyes are staring at each other. Bai Suxin's watery beautiful eyes shone with a hint of affection, causing her to suddenly feel shy, she can't help but avoid his gaze. Xianxia inhaled a breath of the beauty's fragrance, then kissed her red lips. Both of them can't help but sink into a strange deep love. They don't know how much time has passed, when they separated, the energy connected to their hearts has already stopped. Heavenly Law Heart Soul? I didn't expect it to be this kind of heavenly law inheritance. Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. Just now, both he and Bai Suxin felt some information appear in their minds. Yes, we both obtained heavenly law heart soul. It's really strange, why did we both obtain it? Bai Suxin's plump and tender face showed a sweet smile. Just now, our hearts were connected, could it be because of this? Xianxia hugged Bai Suxin again and said with a smile. Humph, you took the chance to bully me. Bai Suxin spat in a low voice, then used her hand to touch Xianxia's chest and said, this heavenly law heart soul can let people comprehend heavenly law inheritance, it's very good. Xianxia nodded and said, now I suddenly understand a lot more about heavenly universe fire incantation, I can use it even better, this heavenly law heart soul is really useful. My heavenly law heart soul should be the same as yours. Xianxia also touched her chest, he has the same feeling. There were many types of heavenly law inheritances. For example, Xia Wufeng, the Divine Inquisitor, and Yun Long had all received different heavenly law inheritances, and they were specially created to suit them. The celestial universe fire hex that Xianxia obtained, as well as the heavenly Dharma heart soul, were of different types. The heavenly law soul could be said to not have much power, but it could make it easier for people to comprehend the heavenly law inheritance. One must know that there were many people who were unable to unleash the full power of the heavenly legacy even after obtaining it. This was mainly because they were unable to comprehend it. Successfully comprehending it was a very mysterious matter. Even if one studied it diligently, it was not that easy to grasp. Now, since Xianxia and Bai Suxin possess a heavenly Dharma heart soul, they have a very high level of comprehension towards heavenly Dharma legacies. Other than gaining insights, Xianxia felt that the heavenly Dharma heart soul definitely had other abilities that they had yet to discover. Xianxia brought out a robe and wrapped it around Bai Suxin's upper body. Just now, when she collected her heavenly lost soul, her clothes were torn. Thank you. Bai Suxin smiled sweetly. Young Yun, I still have a heavenly law inheritance pearl. Hurry up and open it. She took out another bead of heavenly law inheritance. It was very small, about the size of a walnut. Xianxia took a look and said, it's really small, I wonder what kind of heavenly law inheritance it has. He took out the floating cloud divine needle and began to carve the nether sun totem on the small pearl. It's such a small pearl of heavenly law inheritance. It shouldn't be as powerful as before, right? Bai Suxin was worried that it would release a very powerful force like before. I don't know, but we still have to be on guard. Xianxia has already prepared to defend. He quickly carved a nether sun totem and began to devour the heavenly law seal runes inside. The heavenly law seal within the small bead was not very strong and was quickly devoured. The small bead suddenly exploded and a ball of light appeared. That ball of light has many strange runes intertwining together, condensing into a ball, like a ball of thread, it is extremely chaotic. Qin Yin opened his heavenly eye to take a look and said in shock, "This is a complete set of heavenly law divine rune. I wonder what kind of heavenly law divine rune it is." "You can have it," Bai Suxin said with a smile. "Suxin, you haven't inherited the heavenly law yet. The heavenly law heart spirit doesn't have any power, it can only let you comprehend how to use the heavenly law inheritance." Qin Yin took out a pearl and stored the heavenly law divine rune before handing it over to Mo. This little fairy could figure out the effects of the heavenly law divine rune, and then quickly pass it to him. "There's no hurry. There are many beads of heavenly law inheritance in the divine wilderness. I will have the chance to get them." Bai Suxin said, "Yuelan, Yuemei, and the other 9 Sun Divine Maidens obtained the heavenly law inheritance but they can't use it. I might be able to guide them. By the way, why do you want to recognize Yuemei as your goddaughter?" He asked, "Is there a legend regarding the 9 Sun Divine Maiden in the White Sun Divine world?" "Yes, the 9 Sun Divine Maiden is a very special existence. I heard about it when I was in the White Sun Divine world. Of course, not many people in the White Sun Divine realm know about this." Bai Suxin said, "I only know that once the Divine Lady of Nine Yang reaches the Transcendent Realm, she will become very strong. She will be of great help to my cultivation of White Yang." "Helpless?" Qin Yin nodded and said, "Suxin, you should stay in the Nine Yang Divine Palace for a period of time. I will have Yuelan and the others come over and see if you can guide them in cultivating the heavenly law inheritance." "You want to go out?" "Where are you going?" Bai Suxin asked. "I want to find the Divine Moon Race's Emperor." "Oh, that's right, have you seen the Divine Moon Race's Emperor?" Qin Yin asked. "I saw her once. She is a very powerful woman, she seems to be more powerful than me. She was very polite to me," Bai Suxin said. "Then have you seen her appearance?" Qin Yin asked again. "I have, she is very beautiful." Bai Suxin laughed and said, "Xiao Yun, this Divine Moon Race's Emperor is not like me, she is not easy to bully. Moreover, she hates men, she told me that." Qin Yin said with mischievous laugh, "She definitely won't hate a man as charming as me." Bai Suxin covered her mouth and laughed lightly, "You are wrong, she said that she hates you, the Nine Yang Palace King." "She hates me? I have never seen her. Why would she say that she hates me?" Qin Yin said. "I have mentioned you in front of her. She blames you for being too close to Nine Yang Divine Maiden and even seducing her disciple Yu Huaxue." Bai Suxin pinched Qin Yin and said with smile, "Look at you, flirting with flowers and grass, her master is not happy." Qin Yin unhappily said, "It was that girl Huaxue who stuck to me, she even took the initiative to call me Big Brother. Big Brother Yun is calling me very sweetly." "It was clearly Huaxue who seduced me first, she wanted me to give her pointers on runes." The more he spoke, the angrier he became. He mumbled, "This Divine Moon Race's Emperor is really something, I kindly gave pointers to her disciple but she actually said bad things about me behind my back and even hates me. Xiao Yun, why are you looking for the Divine Moon Race's Emperor? I heard from other races' emperors that it is very difficult to see her. Other races' emperors are all men, none of them have seen her appearance. It is also because I am a woman that she showed her face in front of me." Bai Suxin asked. "Maybe she can help me break through and break the curse of 10 images." Qin Yin spread his hands and said with smile, "I have to give it a try, so I want to go talk to her." "Is that so?" Bai Suxin said with frown, "But I can sense that she is very against you. This will be troublesome." "Then can you see her?" "Help me ask her." Qin Yin said. "She did not give me any contact information. Last time I saw her, it was because Yu Clan's Wind Moon King brought me there." Bai Suxin shook her head. "Alright, I will think of a way to find her." Qin Yin said with smile, "Suxin, we still haven't started cultivating." "Indeed. Then let's start now." Bai Suxin promptly released her White Sunday. Qin Yin also released Nether Sun and let it fuse with White Sunday. And Qin Yin and Bai Suxin are sitting on the side watching. Bai Suxin is leaning on Qin Yin's shoulder and hugging him. Both of them look like they are in their honeymoon phase, they are very intimate. "Xiao Yun, Yuelan said that she wants to pass down Sun Moon Heart Sutra to me, she said that we can cultivate together." Bai Suxin said. Wait until we finish cultivating, I will inform Guanghan Palace's side, tell them to quickly come to Nanyang Divine Palace with Heavenly Law Inheritance. When the time comes, you can guide them in cultivating Heavenly Law Inheritance and also learn Sun Moon Heart Sutra. Qin Yan said. Bai Suxin placed her lily-white hand on Qin Yan's hand and gently caressed it. She asked, Xiao Yun, how is your control over Heavenly Universe Fire Curse? Qin Yan needs Nether Sun's power to use Heavenly Universe Fire Curse. Nether Sun is currently cultivating, so he cannot use it now. Because I have Heavenly Law Heart Spirit, I can control Heavenly Universe Fire Curse even more freely. I don't need to seal it like before, I can control the strength of Heavenly Universe Fire Curse. Moreover, Heavenly Universe Fire Curse can also be fused with my various cultivation techniques. That's about it. Qin Yan said. It seems like as long as you break through, you will be able to deal with 9 Heavens Demon Emperor. This guy is too strong, even if many race emperors join hands, they won't be able to kill him. Bai Suxin kissed Qin Yan's face and said with smile, only my little big brother can make 9 Heavens Demon Emperor suffer a great loss. Qin Yan hugged Bai Suxin tightly and asked, Suxin, why are you willing to be with me? You are White Sun Duke, don't you despise me? Bai Suxin looked at White Sun and Nether Sun floating in front of her and said with gentle smile, because my White Sun, it seems like I am destined to be with you. You are the only one who can make me stronger. Maybe because my White Sun likes to be close to you, I also want to be with you. Although Bai Suxin is valued by many race emperors, she feels that her strength is still not enough. The main thing is that she still can't break through to Sacred God Realm, she is currently at peak Sacred God Realm, just one step away from breaking through, and when she cultivated with Qin Yan's Nether Sun, she felt that she has made great progress. So long as she breaks through, her strength will truly be comparable to those race emperors. Qin Yan and Bai Suxin cultivated together for 3 days before stopping. White Sun and Nether Sun automatically separated. Bai Suxin entered a chamber to carry out the next step of her training. After night time, Qin Yan arrived outside of Nanyang Divine Palace. He took out a beast skin formation and contacted Divine Moon's Guanghan Palace. Soon, he got in touch with Little Phoenix. Brother Xiao Yun, you are finally here. Little Phoenix said very anxiously, there is news of Divine Moon Race Emperor, but this is her whereabouts from 4 days ago. I don't know if she is still there or not. Where is she? Qin Yan hastily asked. In Divine Sun Race's territory, Divine Sun Heavenly Sea. Big Sister Yutian told me that Divine Moon Race, Dragon Hall, Heaven Creation Divine Palace and Myriad Realms Divine Court were suddenly called over by Divine Sun Race. Little Phoenix said, I don't know what is going on either. Yutian also doesn't know what is going on? Qin Yan feels that it is a bit strange. Yutian is the Palace Master of Heaven Creation Divine Palace, it is impossible for her not to know. Divine Sun Race said that it is a very important matter, so Big Sister Yutian sent people from Heaven Creation Divine Palace over. She said that Big Sister Yang is also there. Little Phoenix said. Qin Yan has not seen Yang Shuriwe for a very long time. After knowing that Yang Shuriwe is also in Divine Sun Heavenly Sea, he decided to go. Regardless of whether the Divine Moon Race Emperor is there or not, he must go find Yang Shuriwe. Soon after, Qin Yan asked Little Phoenix to tell Xiao Yuelan and Yushi to come to Nanyang Divine Palace to find Bai Suxin when they have time. Qin Yan arranged some matters in Nanyang Divine Palace and then helped the disciples carve runes. 2 days later, Bai Suxin came out of the secret room. Qin Yan and Bai Suxin were intimate for a while, then he bid farewell to her and left for Divine Sun Heavenly Sea. With Bai Suxin in Nanyang Divine Palace, Qin Yan felt a lot more at ease. Divine Sun Heavenly Sea is a very strange sea. The sea surface is not flat, it is a slope, but the water surface does not slide down. After entering the sea and climbing the slope, one will go higher and higher. It is said that the distance of this sea is very high and many huge stars can be seen. It is very close to Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. Qin Yan sat inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and flew towards the Divine Yang Heavenly Sea. A few days later, he saw a sea in front of him. It indeed looks like it has a bit of a slope. Is the Divine Yang Heavenly Sea really as magical as Yuelan said? It looks like it's just a little bit of a slope. Qin Yan came out of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and looked into the distance from high up in the sky. Maybe it's just like what Yuan said after we enter the interior. Ling Yun'er said with smile, Xiaoyun, hurry up. Don't you miss big sister Yang a lot? Qin Yun immediately returned to the heaven-leaping shuttle and said, Great beauty Yun'er, your body is about to be cultivated. When the time comes, you must behave yourself and don't jump around everywhere. Ling Yun'er said with great anticipation, I know, I will definitely be very obedient. Oh right, my fairy body's figure is very good, right? Help me make it better, I want a very hot body. Why do you need to be so hot? Qin Yun curled his lips and said, You look so cute, your figure is ordinary, it's more suitable for your lovely face. Just make it like a washboard, it'll save me a lot of trouble. No, no, if you dare make me into a washboard, I'll beat you to death. Ling Yun'er said frantically. Qin Yun said with smile, Great beauty Yun'er, you must know that cultivating a fairy body, every drop of blood and every 2 drops of flesh consumes a lot of my energy and also takes a lot of time to condense. If you have too high of a requirement for your body, it will affect your progress. Ling Yun'er cried out resentfully, I'd rather wait a little longer than be a flat princess. Qin Yun chuckled non-stop. He suddenly felt that teasing this rogue fairy Ling Yun'er is quite fun. The heaven-leaping shuttle has already flown above the divine Yang heavenly sea. Little fairy Mo, who is inside the 9-sun divine spirit, has also thoroughly studied the heavenly law divine rune. That heavenly law divine rune is from Bai Suxin's second inheritance pearl. Big brother, that heavenly law divine rune turned into a hammer in the end. Mo flew out and stood on Qin Yun's palm. She said with a sweet smile, You can take back the original heavenly law divine rune. At this moment, she had 2 small braids. It was Yang who had helped her. After Yang took human form, he often helped Mo with all sorts of beautiful hairstyles. Hammer? Qin Yun took out the pearl. Inside it was the heavenly law divine rune. Heavenly law divine runes are actually a type of heavenly rune. They are similar in structure to heavenly runes. Mo said, then controlled the heavenly law divine rune inside the hammer to fly out. After the heavenly law's divine pattern appeared, it floated in the air and transformed into a blue hammer. Qin Yun suddenly thought of something and immediately took out the 9-sun divine hammer. Although the 9-sun divine hammer was very powerful, there was still a lot of room for improvement. When the hammer's heavenly law divine rune and 9-sun divine hammer approached each other, they actually resisted each other and were unable to fuse. Big brother, quickly use the power of the mysterious fusion heavenly rune. Mo hastily shouted, otherwise, the heavenly law divine rune will dissipate. Qin Yun immediately took out the Gemini treasure mirror and used the mysterious fusion heavenly rune's power inside to illuminate the 9-sun divine hammer and the heavenly law divine rune floating in front of him. Under the illumination of the mysterious fusion heavenly rune, the 9-sun divine hammer and the heavenly law divine rune slowly fused together. Qin Yun released his powerful mental power and controlled the fusion of the two. Qin Yun doesn't know what kind of transformation will occur after the fusion. He only knows that the 9-sun divine hammer will evolve and become even stronger. If these divine weapons fuse with the heavenly law divine rune, they will be greatly strengthened. Qin Yun suddenly thought of carving heavenly law divine rune on the heaven-trampling divine boots. If he carves the vibration heavenly law divine rune on the heaven-trampling divine boots, the effect will be very good. Qin Yun now wears the heaven-trampling divine boots all the time. After thinking about it, he also wants to carve a vibration heavenly law divine rune on them. Oh, that's right Mo, how is your mastery of the mysterious fusion heavenly rune? Can you make these heavenly runes evolve? Qin Yun asked. I can't because the strongest state of heavenly rune is like this. Mo lightly shook her head and then said again, if heavenly rune is stored in a living being's body, it will evolve along with the living being's growth. This is indeed the case. For example, the heavenly rune beasts and divine rune beasts inside the divine rune divine mountain, their heavenly rune and divine rune have all kind of transformation. Whether it is mysterious fusion heavenly rune or Gemini heavenly rune, they are both very useful heavenly rune. Mysterious fusion heavenly rune belongs to Yi Yaoxue and Gemini heavenly rune belongs to Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian. I have to go see Yaoxue, I have not seen her for so long. Maybe she has already forgotten about me. Qin Yun keeps thinking about Yi Yaoxue from time to time but he has never gone to find her. The main reason is because he can't find an opportunity. Moreover, Xianxia is inside the Guanghan Palace and he can't go there right now. Momo, you go back and play with little Jade Rabbit and the others. Qin said. Big brother, little Ant Queen is about to transform. Sister Yang said that when little Ant Queen wakes up, she will be able to transform. She is sleeping inside the Divine Universe Purple Sun. Momo said with smile. Ah? When did that happen? Qin looked at his spatial divine power pearls. He still has a few dozen, enough for him to use for a while. Just now. Momo said. I know. I will go to a very special place this time. I will do my best to collect some delicious food to celebrate little Ant Queen's transformation. Qin said with smile. Alright, thank you big brother. Momo very happily returned to the 9 Sun Divine Soul. 9 Sun Divine Hammer and Heavenly Law Divine Rune fused very quickly. After fusing, the originally golden red 9 Sun Divine Hammer turned light blue and golden red Sun Totem runes appeared on its surface. The Sun Totem runes are like abrupt veins, they look like horned dragons moving around on the surface of the Divine Hammer. They look even more mysterious, one can vaguely sense a formidable ancient rune power flowing around. Evolved. Qin is holding the 9 Sun Divine Hammer, he is very happy in his heart. After 9 Sun Divine Hammer fused with Heavenly Law Divine Rune, Qin can use Heavenly Universe Fire Incantation even better. Heavenly Universe Divine Fire is very strong, if used together to forge divine weapons, the result will be very good. Qin looked at the 9 Sun Divine Hammer and said with smile, 9 Heavenly Divine Demons, watch how my 9 Sun Palace King will hammer you to death. Ling Yuner said, Xiaoyun, you can make some heavenly talismans, use Heavenly Law Divine Rune or Heavenly Rune to make them. They are mainly used to deal with 9 heavenly divine demons. Stick a talisman on their body and then exterminate them. Wait until I go to Divine Yang Race's island. Heavenly Law Divine Rune is very strong, ordinary materials cannot withstand it. Qin thought of the blue crystal condensed by the 9 heavenly divine demons. That kind of blue crystal can withstand Heavenly Law Divine Rune. There is also the material he condensed with the small black saber. He has a total of 10 small black sabers in his hand. He plans to try smelting all of them and see if he can forge and transform them. Just as Qin is planning how to deal with the 9 heavenly divine demons, the flying heaven leaping shuttle suddenly slowed down a bit. There is wind? Qin immediately stopped the heaven leaping shuttle. The heaven leaping shuttle's flying speed is very fast and it has the ability to cut through the wind. It has been very stable in this sea. Now that the speed has slowed down a bit, it is clear that it has been hit by a very strong air wave. The heaven leaping shuttle is a white gourd, flying in the sky is very conspicuous, so Qin has already made the heaven leaping shuttle invisible. But even if it is invisible, when flying at high speed, it will inevitably make a lot of noise and it will be easily discovered. Qin immediately thought that the heaven leaping shuttle has been discovered and attacked from afar. However, after the heaven leaping shuttle stopped, it was only blown back by a wave of air. The sea is very calm and there is a slight slope. As long as one walks up the sea, they will be able to reach the Divine Yang Race's island and see the Divine Yang Peak. But now, a strange shock wave suddenly appeared, it is clear that there is a very strong divine power colliding and exploding. Someone is fighting? Qin walked out of the heaven leaping shuttle and closed his eyes to sense. It is currently afternoon, the 2 divine suns in the sky are still very dazzling, the sunlight is especially hot. Qin looked up at the 2 divine suns in the sky and realized that the small myriad realm's divine sun is 1 size bigger. Looks like the 3rd divine sun is about to appear. Qin can feel the shock wave rushing over, he can only sense that it is the divine power of a human. It has a faint heavenly god aura and also the aura of a sacred god. It is rushing over from a very far place, looks like there is a very strong sacred god fighting. Qin quickly returned to the heaven leaping shuttle and continued flying forward. The Divine Yang Race secretly gathered the leaders of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, the Divine Moon Race and other large factions. It is very likely that it has something to do with the appearance of the 3rd Divine Sunday. If the 3rd Divine Sun appears, there will definitely be some changes in the Divine Desolate, Qin just thought of this point. I, the 9 Yan Palace King, am someone who can suppress the 9 heavens divine demons. I also saved Xinyu Tianlong, fought against the Heavenly Law Hall and the Primal Chaos race. I had the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Now that such a big thing is happening, they actually did not invite me. Qin Yan can deeply feel that the various race emperors are looking down on him, the 9 Yang Palace King. This reminded him of the time in the Heaven Hall Pavilion. Those dukes attached great importance to their status, to the point that they did not want to talk to lowly humans, nor did they want those lowly humans to eavesdrop on their secret conversation. Most of the upper echelons of the ancient races despise the ordinary people of the Divine Desolate. In their eyes, the humans of the Divine Desolate are no different from ants. Maybe they feel that your strength is not on the same level as theirs. Ling Yun'er laughed. Those bastards, just you wait. I will cut off the 9 heavens demon emperor's bird head and show it to them. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, these pretentious race emperors are helpless against the 9 heavens demon emperor. I have a lot more methods than them. Qin Yan increased the speed of the heaven-leaping shuttle, withstood the shock waves and continued flying forward. After flying for half a day, at night, Qin Yan approached a battlefield where an intense battle was erupting. He had already kept the heaven-leaping shuttle and quietly flew over to see if he could pick up any good things. The eruption of the battle caused the sea to surge violently, sweeping up gusts of strong winds. In the afternoon, Qin Yan sensed the energy waves that erupted from the battle. Now that he is here late at night, the battle is still going on. After fighting for so long and it is so intense, Qin Yan became more cautious and slowly approached the center of the battle. After approaching, he realized that there are many people fighting. There are many big and small battles happening in many places. There are people from the 9 Sun heavenly race? Qin Yan is now sure that there are people from the Divine Moon race, Divine Sun race and 9 Sun heavenly race. Of course, they are not fighting each other, they are fighting against a strong enemy together. Ling Yun'er said, are they fighting against the 9 heavens divine demons? Qin Yan shook his head, I don't sense the aura of the 9 heavens divine demons, it is also not the aura of other ancient races. The thing they are fighting against does not seem to be the aura of ordinary humans. God's Desolate is very big, it is normal for there to be other powerful beings in this Divine Sun heavenly sea. Moreover, the third myriad realm's Divine Sun is about to appear. Before that, the entire God's Desolate will be in great turmoil. As Qin Yan advanced, he carefully probed the various energy auras here and analyzed them. He is now flying towards the Divine Moon Race woman because he suspects that there are acquaintances here. Qin Yan does not plan to make too much of a commotion, but if he meets acquaintances, he will still take action. After entering the area of the intense battle, waves of divine power roared out from all directions from time to time. There are at least dozens of battles in this area and they are all between heavenly gods and sacred gods. Especially the sacred god power, it is especially berserk. The sacred gods of the powerful races are far from what ordinary sacred gods can compare to. When Qin Yan was the 9 Sun Palace King, he was already a sacred god, but he was far inferior to the heavenly gods or even great gods of the powerful races. But now it is different. He has the bloodline of many powerful races in his body and he has cultivated many Tao images. Even when facing the sacred gods of the powerful races, he is invincible. I know what these strong races are fighting against. After Qin Yan approached, he also made a great discovery. What is it? Ling Yun'er asked, other than the 9 heavens divine demons and other powerful races, what other races would dare to provoke the 3 powerful races? Divine Sun race, Divine Moon race and 9 Sun heavenly race are all very powerful races. It was obvious that they had been intercepted on the way to the island. It's someone from the magic court. Qin Yan said with a frown, but these guys are completely different from the magicians I've come into contact with before, so there's a huge difference in their auras. After Qin Yan thoroughly analyzed those auras, he confirmed that they contained a certain amount of magical divine power. That's why he was very certain. The Sorcerer Academy of the Heavenly Law Pavilion? Wasn't their dean killed before? Ling Yun'er said, that dean is only average. The Devil Court's dean is very strong, he was not killed by Qin Yan. Qin Yan had first used the Heavenly Universe fire incantation to burn him, then Bai Suxin had killed him with her whip. We don't have enough understanding of the magic court. Back then when Granny Tang obtained their magic bloodline, it was very important to them. Qin said, that magic bloodline also has some kind of magic inheritance. Granny Tang's daughter, Bai Qinghong, had grasped that kind of magic inheritance. Qin learned from Bai Suxin that White Yang Heavenly City was being rebuilt in the Divine Wilderness and Bai Xianxia was still the city lord. Bai Suxin also gave Bai Xianxia a lot of authority, so Bai Xianxia and his family's days in White Yang Heavenly City are very peaceful. Is that kind of magic really that strong? Oh, that's right, don't you have some magic body? Ling Yin'er said. I also don't understand, I will go help someone first. Qin flew towards the direction of the person he suspected to be acquainted with. There is a large amount of black energy ahead, Divine Moon Race's Divine Moon power is spreading out. That black energy is bringing along a kind of sinister and eerie feeling, it is also accompanied by a stench. Qin frowned and entered the black energy. After entering, he sensed a kind of flame filled with evil aura attacking him. After the flame approached his body, it suddenly dispersed, it didn't dare to approach him. What kind of magic is this? Qin is suspicious in his heart. He never heard Bai Qinghong talk about this before. The reason why Qin can't recognize the aura of the magic divine power here is because it is too evil. This kind of dense evil aura completely covered up the aura of the magic divine power. Qin passed through the black mist and saw a person wearing a black magic robe, wearing a magic hat and holding a magic staff with a red skull on it. This is a magician, he is floating in the air, sitting on a large crystal ball. He is constantly waving his magic staff, releasing waves of red wind. This blood-red wind looks like a malevolent and frightening evil spirit, letting out a hair-raising howl. This blood-red gale is coiling around a woman holding a slender white saber. Qin opened his heavenly eye and after seeing the woman, he is secretly alarmed. That woman is indeed an acquaintance of his. She is the second sister he met many years ago, Yu Wulan. The saber in Yu Wulan's hand is very thin, it is called Willow Moon Saber. Qin has refined it for her several times. Although a long time has passed and the saber in her hand has been modified by the Guanghan Palace's inscription masters, it still has a familiar shape. Yu Wulan is wearing a snow-white dress, her soft and beautiful skin is like perfect white jade, surrounded by a snow-white divine brilliance. Her beautiful jade face is filled with seriousness, she is seriously and cautiously blocking the magician's attack. She brandished her saber and slashed at the black skeletons that suddenly appeared. Her saber technique is extremely beautiful, it is as if she is dancing under the moon. And this kind of seemingly beautiful dancing saber technique is actually hidden with sharpness and profoundness. It can be said that it is a combination of a charming and moving dance and a cold and fierce saber technique. As they danced, the skeletons were killed until their heads rolled. The strange blood-colored wind that is swirling around is also becoming faster and faster as it is being seeped in by a kind of white light. Yu Wulan, you are one of the 5 Divine Moon Heavenly Daughters of the Divine Moon Clan. You have an extremely high status under the Divine Moon Clan's emperor, but is that all you have? The black-robed magician laughed loudly and said, you can't even get close to me and I can make you look very miserable. The magician looked like a middle-aged man, but his skin was dry and dark, like that of an old man. Qin, who is approaching Yu Wulan, is secretly alarmed. He never thought that Yu Wulan would be the same as Yu Huaxue, one of the Divine Moon Heavenly Daughters of the Divine Moon Clan. He had previously heard that the Divine Moon Clan's emperor had accepted a new Divine Moon Heavenly Daughter, but he did not expect that there would be Yu Wulan. Do you dark magicians think that you are invincible at night? Don't forget, the night is the world of the Divine Moon. Yu Wulan said coldly. The dark magician laughed loudly and said, then can you see the Divine Moon of the heavens now? The Divine Moon of the heavens has long been covered by me. Without the illumination of the Divine Moon of the heavens, you are simply not a match for me. Qin now understood why there was so much black gas. It was to isolate the connection between Yu Wulan and the Divine Moon of the heavens. Yu Wulan is the disciple of the Divine Moon Clan's emperor. It can be said that she is one of the 5 princesses of the Divine Moon Clan. Although her strength is not as strong as a king's, her status is the same as a king's. It is not strange for her to be targeted by the magic court. Yu Wulan is still resisting all kinds of dark magic attacks. She is also thinking of a way to escape. That dark magician is clearly stronger than Yu Wulan and his cultivation is also much higher than Yu Wulan's. Second sister. Qin Yin condensed an extremely strong mental power and penetrated through the blood-colored ghost wind that surrounded Yu Wulan and shouted softly. Little brother Yun? Yu Wulan is extremely shocked. She also knew that the matter of Qin Yun, the king of the Nine Yang Palace, had spread everywhere during this period of time. Many experts believed that Qin Yun, a person with many Tao images, had already reached his limit and it was impossible for him to break through. Furthermore, the Nine Yang Divine Palace was surrounded by the Nine Heavens demon race and many other powerful races. However, Qin Yun has appeared here. Hurry up and leave, that guy is very strong. Yu Wulan immediately responded to Qin Yun. Second sister, I'll go over and give that guy a hammer strike. You hold on, Qin Yun did not continue to approach Yu Wulan. Instead, he suddenly used the light transformation sacred pupil and flashed towards the dark magician. The dark magician is not to be trifled with. He quickly discovered a ray of light shooting towards him. What the hell is this? The dark magician cried out in alarm. He waved the magic formation in his hand and shot out a blood-colored lightning. The lightning transformed into a blood-colored evil spirit that roared as it charged towards Qin Yun. That powerful dark magic divine power ferociously attacked Qin Yun's body but was dispersed by a strange power. This is the effect of Qin Yun's magic body. Yu Wulan was extremely worried just now. She knew that Qin Yun is very strong but she was still worried that Qin Yun would not be able to defeat him. After Qin Yun broke through the dark magic divine power, he arrived in front of the dark magician. Magic. Magic body. Who are you? The dark magician's face is filled with fear as he shouted. A blue hammer appeared in Qin Yun's hand. This is the evolved Nine Sun Divine Hammer. The golden red totem carved on it shone with intense light. Go ask your dean. Qin Yun smashed his hammer forward and used the Heavenly Universe Fire incantation to release blue flames. In order to make this hammer even stronger, he also used the Heaven Extermination 9 style, Heaven Quake. The might of the Heaven Quake ferociously rushed out, bringing with it a dazzling Heavenly Universe Divine Flame. It landed on the dark magician's body. Boom! That shocking explosion seemed as if it was going to tear apart the sky. The dark magician also let out an incomparably miserable scream. After his magic lost its effect, Yu Wulan also rushed out and immediately flew to Qin Yun's side and stood in front of him. The dark magician is not dead yet but his body has already split open. His chest has been pierced by the hammer's power and his entire body is burning with Heavenly Universe Divine Flame. Second sister, I'll leave it to you. Qin Yun stored the Nine Sun Divine Hammer and the burning Heavenly Universe Divine Flame and said with a smile. Yu Wulan took a deep breath in fear. Then, she went over and performed a beautiful saber dance, chopping the dark magician into pieces. Let's go. Yu Wulan pulled Qin Yun's hand and quickly flew towards another ball of black mist. When Qin Yun learned that the Nine Heavens Divine Demons are here, his eyes suddenly lit up. He obtained the Heavenly Law Heart Soul and the Heavenly Universe Divine Incantation has been strengthened by a lot. Furthermore, the Nine Sun Divine Hammer has fused with the Heavenly Law Divine Rune. These are all specially made to deal with the Nine Heavens Divine Demons. He has long wanted to find a Nine Heavens Divine Demon to test them out. Why haven't those Nine Heavens Divine Demons come out yet? Qin Yun followed behind Yu Wulan and looked at the undulating seawater below. They are lying in ambush. If those dark magicians are no match for them, they will appear. Yu Wulan said in a deep voice, Little brother Yun, those Nine Heavens Divine Demons are all very strong elites. Fortunately, they are unable to fly. Nine Heavens Divine Demons can't fly? Qin Yun is extremely shocked. I remember that they have a kind of blue crystal ball. Those things can fly. They can fly in the Heavenly Law universe but they can't fly in the Divine Desolate Land. If they want to fly, they can only use flying magic tools to assist them. This will limit their flexibility. Yu Wulan flew towards the black mist and said in a low voice, Little brother Yun, I'll go in first. If I can't beat them, you can come in and help. Qin Yun immediately flew forward and tightly held Yu Wulan's hand. He said, Second sister, bring me in. I'm very strong, you saw it just now. I'm worried that you'll be injured. Your current situation is very bad. If you are seriously injured, it will affect you. Yu Wulan bit her lips and said. It's fine, I'm fine. Let's quickly go in and save them. Qin Yan took out a mask and put it on. He said, "Don't tell others that I'm here. If those 9 heavens divine demons find out, the demon emperor might attack." Yu Wulan nodded. She could only bring Qin Yan and fly into the black mist. After entering, they saw a dark magician using all kinds of powerful dark magic to attack a divine moon woman. "Second sister, you stay here and attack that bastard. Attract his attention, I'll sneak attack." After Qin Yan became invisible, he said to Yu Wulan. "All right." Yu Wulan's appearance here also surprised the dark magician. The women of the divine moon race are all very strong. Furthermore, the divine moon power they release is like the pure and holy moonlight. It is able to resist the dark and evil magic power. It wouldn't be easy for these dark magicians to capture the mystic moon woman. Yu Wulan went over to help the woman block all kinds of dark magic attacks. The dark magician shouted again and again, chanting magic incantations. He desperately used all kinds of powerful dark magic, wanting to take down these 2 divine moon women in one fell swoop. Just as he was concentrating on attacking, he suddenly felt a very strong pressure rushing towards him. By the time he reacted, the 9-sun divine hammer in Qin Yan's hand has already fiercely smashed down, releasing a violent blue flame, directly blasting the dark magician into blue flames. When Yu Wulan saw Qin Yan kill another dark magician with a single strike of his hammer, she felt relieved and pleasantly surprised. Qin Yan's sudden appearance really surprised her. Furthermore, he had helped them greatly. "Big Sister Wulan, who's that? So powerful?" The white-dressed woman looked at Qin Yan curiously and exclaimed softly. "Xiaoyuya, he is my friend. Don't ask too many questions later. He doesn't like people asking him questions." Yu Wulan said in a low voice. "Friend? What kind of relationship do you have with him?" Xiaoyuya's watery eyes are filled with a kind of ambiguous smile. Yu Wulan lightly snorted, pinched her round face and said, "Just an ordinary friend. He saved me and also saved you. You have to be more polite to him." "Got it." Xiaoyuya laughed in a low voice. Soon after, Yu Wulan and Xiaoyuya brought Qin Yan to help the other divine moon women repel the enemy. While they were doing this, a powerful divine moon woman joined in. She is a duchess. The divine moon race's duchess is not weak. Moreover, her attacks are very decisive and fierce. The weapon she uses is a very large white scissors. Qin Yan saw with his own eyes that the duchess used the scissors to cut a dark magician into several pieces. Not long after, they killed many dark magicians. The divine sun race and the 9-sun heavenly race were saved by the divine moon race in the end. However, they lost more than 10 people. The divine moon race has the divine moon power that can restrain darkness and evil. At most, they are only injured. "Duchess Li Shuang, there is still the 9 heavens demon race below. Let's quickly go to the divine sun heavenly island," a woman said. "Our ship will arrive very soon. After we board the ship, we will be safe." Duchess Li Shuang also knows that if they face the 9 heavens divine demons, they will be in great danger. The ocean below is very turbulent. They are floating high in the sky and are still very vigilant. They are worried that the 9 heavens divine demons will rush up from the ocean. Suddenly, 3 huge ships flew over from the distance. The divine sun race, 9-sun heavenly race and divine moon race's ships have already rushed over to support them. "Go, quickly board the ship. I will cover you." Duchess Li Shuang seems to have sensed something and her voice became very low. After the divine sun race and 9-sun heavenly race people entered their ships, the ships opened up a powerful energy shield and quickly sailed away. Yu Wulan cursed in low voice, "These guys, how can they run so fast? I wanted them to help me bring someone away." Duchess Li Shuang looked at Qin Yan. She also saw that Qin Yan helped them a lot, but divine moon race's ships do not allow men to board. It's not a problem. You guys go." Qin Yan said, "Quickly go, those 9 heavens divine demons might come out soon." "That won't do." Yu Wulan looked at Duchess Li Shuang and said in low voice, "Sister Li Shuang, bring him on the ship. He helped us a lot just now." Duchess Li Shuang is hesitating. Dozens of other women are also returning to their silver ship. Qin Yan knows that there are many women on the divine moon race's ship. Because no man has ever boarded the ship, they dress very casually. Duchess Li Shuang is very conflicted because no man has ever boarded their ship. If the higher-ups find out, the King Ju or the clan emperor will blame her. You guys quickly leave. Qin Yan urged. He really wants to stay and see if he can capture one or two Nine Heavens divine demons to research. Yu Wulan immediately grabbed Qin Yan's hand and said very firmly, I will stay with you. Sister Li Shuang, quickly get on the ship. Xiaoyuya also did not get on the ship. She said in low voice, Sister Li Shuang, let the sisters put on their clothes. Let's cover his eyes, this is a special time. Alright, let him get on the ship. Duchess Li Shuang also made a decision and said, if the King Ju or the clan emperor blames me, it will be my responsibility. Let me take the blame. Yu Wulan promptly took out a cloth and wrapped it around the eyes of Qin Yan's mask with several layers. Qin Yan really wanted to stay, he even wanted to dive into the sea to find the Nine Heavens divine demons. But now he is being forcefully dragged onto the divine moon race's ship by Yu Wulan. After getting on the ship, Qin Yan can't see anything but he can use his mental power to sense the surrounding situation. If he opened his heavenly eye, he would be able to see everything clearly, but he won't do that. So fragrant. Qin Yan exclaimed in admiration. This ship is indeed fragrant. Little brother Yun, I will take you to hide. Yu Wulan pulled Qin Yan and quickly walked on the walkway. Along the way, Qin Yan heard the screams of many women. They all seemed to be very surprised. Don't be afraid, he can't see anything. I say, you guys are really something, can't you just wear your clothes properly? Yu Wulan did not expect to meet so many women on the road. She could only hurriedly explain. Sister Wulan, is this your man? Don't worry, we won't tell the King Ju and the clan emperor. We'll keep it a secret for you. How does he look? Is he good looking? His body looks quite sturdy. Can I pinch his butt? Does Duchess Li Shuang also know? How could she agree to let a man on the ship? Could this man be shared by Sister Wulan and Duchess Li Shuang? A group of women giggled and discussed. Yu Wulan was speechless, she snorted and said, quickly put on your clothes. I'm too lazy to wear it, he can't see. Besides, aren't you going to take him away and hide him? A woman laughed tenderly. Qin Yan suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a wolf's den. Yu Wulan could only hurriedly pull Qin Yan along as she walked quickly. The somewhat curious woman quietly followed behind. Finally, Qin Yan was brought to her room by Yu Wulan. After Yu Wulan closed the door, she cursed in a low voice, this group of meddlesome girls, it's not like they haven't seen a man before. Qin Yan said, second sister, don't go around saying that I, the king of the Nine Palace, is here. Otherwise, your master will hate me even more. I have something important to discuss with her, I don't want to give her such a bad impression. Got it. If I say that the king of the Nine Palace is here, those girls outside will definitely be more interested in you. Yu Wulan said. Second sister, aren't the women of the Divine Moon clan very resistant to men? Qin Yan said with a smile, they look different from the rumors outside. That's because the man I brought back, they think he's a good man. Yu Wulan shook her head and smiled, little brother Yun, my master does have a bad impression of you. Why are you looking for her? Second sister, why does your master have a bad impression of me? I want to understand this matter. Qin Yan did not remove the cloth on his head. Let's put it this way, her 5 disciples, that is, the 5 divine moon heavenly maidens. 3 of them have a very good relationship with you. Furthermore, you have a very deep relationship with the 9 sun goddess. Your relationship is very good and you are very close to the Guanghan Palace. Yu Wulan sighed. Wait, 3 divine moon heavenly maidens? You and Hua Xue, who else? Qin Yan asked in puzzlement, I only know the 2 of you. Sister Qin, your Aunt Xiao. Yu Wulan said, you know all of the Qin, go, calligraphy and dance. Qin Yan said in surprise, Aunt Xiao has also become a divine moon heavenly maiden? Yu Wulan said, yes, Sister Qin's talent is extremely high, that's natural. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, I have a good relationship with the 9 sun goddess and I am close to the Guanghan Palace. So what? This is a relationship that I have established with all of you over the years. What does it have to do with the Divine Moon Clan's emperor? The Nine Heavens demon race's attack surprised Xianxia and Yuwulan. Isn't this ship flying high in the sky? I thought the Nine Heavens demon tribe couldn't fly. How did they attack the ship? As Xianxia spoke, the ship shook violently again. I don't know. Perhaps the Nine Heavens demon tribe had some powerful flying artifact. Maybe they also have something like a flying ship. Yuwulan immediately took out a set of white armor and put it on, then summoned her willow moon blade. Xianxia said, "Can I take off the belt?" "Little brother Yun, you stay in the room. I'll go ask Sister Li Shuang about the situation. Don't run around." Yuwulan hurriedly rushed out. Xianxia did not remove the cloth belt. He could only continue staying in Yuwulan's room. As for the ship, it was still shaking incessantly. It was obvious that it had suffered a series of attacks. "Xiao Yun, do you think the Nine Heavens divine beasts will attack?" Ling Yuner was a little worried. There are so many girls on this ship. If they were all eaten by the Ninth Heaven divine demon, my heart would feel very uncomfortable. Xianxia said with a smile, "Don't worry, the Divine Moon Clan is not weak." The women from the Divine Moon Clan were able to resist the dark magicians, but the women from the Nine Sun Sky Clan were unable to do so. Ling Yuner also smiled and said, "Xiao Yun, you were blindfolded. You didn't see anything just now. And I saw it." She released a wisp of her consciousness and could see the situation outside. "Beauty Yuner, you've really feasted your eyes." Xianxia shook his head and said with a smile, "You have to be careful next time. Don't let anyone discover you, lest they suspect me." If he used his mind to observe, it would be easier to be discovered. "Don't worry, they didn't find out." Ling Yuner laughed. Xianxia waited in the room. He was also very anxious because the ship did not continue flying and the tremors were even stronger than before. Suddenly, someone came in from outside. "Who?" Xianxia hurriedly shouted because the person who entered was not Yuwulan. I. Big brother, I'm little Yuxiang." A woman came in and said in a panic. "Oh? Who is Xiao Yuya to you?" Xianxia asked. "That's my sister." Little Yuxiang arrived in front of Xianxia and waved her hand in front of Xianxia to see if he could see it. "Little Yuxiang, what's the matter?" Xianxia said, "I can't leave this room. I really want to know the situation outside." "Do you know?" Little Yuxiang whispered, "Big brother, why did big sister Wulan bring you back?" And Sister Li Shuang didn't object. Xianxia said with a smile, "Your sister knows." "Didn't she tell you?" Little Yuxiang said, "She said it. She said, you saved them, but is that it? You're big sis Wulan's friend, so what's your relationship with her?" Xianxia immediately realized that little Yuxiang was most likely planted on the ship by Wang Ju or the Divine Moon Race's the Arch. The higher-ups had placed some spies on the ship to prevent the people on the ship from covering the truth with one hand. I am her little brother, she is my second sister." Xianxia said. "Is he her biological brother?" Although little Yuxiang is questioning, her voice is delicate and soft. Moreover, it has a faint charm to it. Even if she interrogated him again and again, he wouldn't feel disgusted. Xianxia answered truthfully, "No, we are sworn brothers. We have known each other for many years, we can be considered friends who have gone through trials and tribulations." "I don't really believe it. Yu Wulan is so beautiful, could it be that you have never been moved?" Little Yuxiang said with a light smile. Her delicate body suddenly trembled, a faint mist overflowed from her body, bringing with it a very intoxicating fragrance. In just a moment, Xianxia was enveloped by that fragrance. His entire body relaxed as he leaned back on the chair. He can't help but greedily take a deep breath because that fragrance is truly too fragrant. Suddenly, little Yuxiang fell into Xianxia's embrace and sat on his thigh. Her warm and delicate body wrapped around Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly woke up with a start. He also discovered that little Yuxiang is not wearing any clothes. "Big brother, what do you think of me? Me or big sis Wulan?" Little Yuxiang's voice is numb and enticing. Although he can't see her appearance, just her voice and her body fragrance is enough to make people go crazy. Xianxia absolutely did not believe that there would be a woman who would throw herself into his embrace so casually, especially a woman from the Divine Moon clan. And this woman is a spy, mainly to monitor the situation inside the ship. It can also be said that she is secretly monitoring Yu Wulan and Duchess Li Shuang. Qin Yan can also be considered an old fox. He immediately understood the purpose of little Yu Xiang's visit. Little Yu Xiang is deliberately luring him, waiting for him to do something out of line and then report it to the higher-ups. Qin Yan previously knew that the Divine Moon clan is very strict with women. They are not allowed to casually be together with men. Especially the Divine Moon clan's emperor, he is very resistant to men, so the matter of placing a spy to monitor the Divine Moon clan's women, in Qin Yan's opinion, is very normal. Little Yu Xiang, I want to shit. Qin Yan suddenly said, I have been cursed by a dark magician, I can shit at any time. Quickly get off me, you. Little Yu Xiang immediately jumped off Qin Yan's body and maintained a distance from him. Qin Yan took out a bucket and said, Miss, please leave. Little Yu Xiang is startled, she immediately rushed out of the room. Qin Yan casually waved his hand and closed the door. Furthermore, he instantly condensed a few sets of runes and sealed the door. Ling Yuner tenderly snorted and said, This little Yu Xiang has a special mission. I think that when she is carrying out the mission, she even wants to take advantage of you. What a little vixen. Qin Yan immediately released his devouring power and absorbed all the remaining body fragrances into his body. He said, her body can release a kind of fragrance that can confuse the mind. I almost fell into it. With her little ability, she wants to take down you, the Nine-Yang Palace King? She is still too inexperienced. Ling Yuner tenderly laughed. Little Yu Xiang did not leave, she is still outside. Miss Yu Xiang, how is the situation outside? Qin Yan asked. He is truly concerned about the situation outside. You don't need to worry about the situation outside. Little Yu Xiang is also very astute. She realized that she has been seen through, so her voice became much colder. Hey, you're giving up just like that? Qin Yan said with smile, I think you can still work harder. The charming fragrance on my body is very powerful. If you don't fall for it, it's useless even if I work hard. Little Yu Xiang tenderly snorted and said. I somewhat regret it. I should have properly accepted your good intentions just now. Qin Yan chuckled and said. Little Yu Xiang somewhat angrily said, Sister Wulan is the Divine Moon Heavenly Maiden. Men are not allowed to sully her. You should stay away from him. This is good for both you and her. Qin Yan said, I just happened to meet her on the way here and helped her repel the enemy. Previously, they wanted me to board the ship but I was determined not to. You can ask your sister Xiao Yuya about this. I asked her and she said the same thing. But I don't believe you, you stinking man. You can't say it but in my heart, I know that they will definitely bring you along. Little Yu Xiang lightly snorted and said, Am I right? You're wrong, I really don't want to board the ship. But I don't regret it now because if you guys encounter a Nine Heavens divine demon, I can also help. Otherwise, if something happens to second sister on this ship, I will regret it very much. Qin Yan said. The ship has already stopped and is now under continuous attack. Just thinking about it, it is clear that the situation is not very optimistic. Little Yu Xiang said, Don't worry, our ship is very powerful. As long as the heavenly divine moon shines on it, it will have very strong defense. Nine Heavens divine demon will not be able to attack. At this moment, a woman suddenly cried out in fear, Big sister, something big has happened. Divine Yang race and Nine Sun heavenly races ships have been destroyed. Those people have been bitten by a large group of Nine Heavens divine demons and died very miserably. Just by hearing this, Qin Yan can already imagine the scene. Nine Sun heavenly race and Divine Yang races ships have very strong defense. Moreover, there are at least 2 dukes inside. However, they have still been broken through. It can be said that they have been completely annihilated. Yuya, how is our defense now? Little Yu Xiang's voice became somewhat flustered as she asked. We can still hold on for now. But we can't go forward. Those inscription master sisters on this ship all said that we have been sealed by a great formation. That kind of seal should be from Heavenly Law Hall or Devil Court. Little Yuya said. Not good, once they cover the heavenly divine moon, we will be in trouble. Little Yu Xiang's voice became grave and anxious. Little Yuya said very worriedly, "Big sister, you are Duke Yuxiang. Are you going to personally go out and fight? Sister Li Shuang and Sister Wulan are planning to go out and destroy that great formation. I am a duke, of course I have to go out. Don't worry, Li Shuang and I will stake our lives to help you escape." "Oh, that's right, we absolutely cannot let Wulan go out. Even if we die, we must protect her." Little Yuxiang suddenly became very anxious. The room's door suddenly opened. Qin Yan tore off the cloth on his mask. Therefore, when he opened the door, he saw little Yuxiang and little Yuya. When little Yuxiang saw that Qin Yan's mask has two bright eyes, she immediately cried out in alarm. Because she is only wearing thin muslin clothes, her snow-white skin can be seen. Qin Yan's expression is without any ripple. With a solemn expression, he promptly took out a set of clothes and threw it to little Yuxiang. He said in a deep voice, "Quickly bring me to second sister." "You." Little Yuxiang gritted her teeth. "If you want to die, do as you please. But don't implicate my second sister." Qin Yan's eyes revealed a kind of ice-cold and powerful aura. Little Yuya said in a low voice, "Elder sister, he is very powerful. He can kill those dark magicians with a casual swing of his hammer." After little Yuxiang put on the robe Qin Yan gave her, she immediately turned around and flew away, bringing Qin Yan to find Yu Wulan. She was also worried that Yu Wulan would go out because she understood Yu Wulan very well. She knew that this divine moon heavenly daughter would definitely step forward in a critical moment. It was also because of this that Yu Wulan was deeply loved by these women. Everyone was very protective of her. "Why did the nine heavens divine demon ambush you? How did they know your whereabouts?" Qin Yan asked. "We also find this matter strange. I can't tell you too much about the inside story," little Yuxiang said. Qin Yan is somewhat surprised. This little Yuxiang is actually a duke because she had used a charm technique to confuse him. Along the way, Qin Yan saw many women of the Divine Moon clan. They actually haven't entered a state of battle yet. They are dressed very casually, similar to little Yuxiang. It can be seen how much they believe in the defense of this ship. Qin Yan followed behind little Yuxiang. Along the way, he saw many women wearing battle armor and holding weapons in their hands. They have finally entered a state of mind. Not long after, Qin Yan and little Yuxiang arrived at a very large conference room. There are more than 10 female inscription masters talking at once. Duchess Li Shuang and Yu Wulan are also here. "Yuxiang, you guys." Yu Wulan is very surprised to see little Yuxiang bring Qin Yan over. Duchess Li Shuang is also the same, her expression slightly changed. It is very clear that Yu Wulan and Duchess Li Shuang know that little Yuxiang was placed here by the upper echelons to supervise them and prevent them from secretly doing things that violate the clan rules. "He said he could help us solve the problem, so I brought him here." Little Yuxiang is expressionless and indifferently said. Qin Yan said, "There is a great formation trapping your ship and there are 9 heavens divine demons attacking. Once the divine moon in the sky is covered by their black fog, this ship will definitely be destroyed. Second sister, let me go out, I will help you escape." "No, it is too dangerous for you to go out alone." Yu Wulan promptly said, "I will go with you." Qin Yan has completely concealed his aura. Others don't know what his cultivation is, but Yu Wulan knows. Although Qin Yan is very powerful at the profound god realm, Yu Wulan is very worried. "I will go with you." Little Yuxiang said, "Sister Li Shuang is here to take charge of the situation. With your strength, facing the 9 heavens divine demons is a dead end. Do you have the heavenly law inheritance?" Qin Yan said with some contempt. Heavenly law inheritance, that is a power that can restrain the 9 heavens divine demons. Of course they don't have it. One must know that people who returned from the heavenly law universe, even if they obtained the heavenly law inheritance, are still unable to unleash their strongest power. Using it to fight against the 9 heavens divine demons is also barely satisfactory. "You have it?" Little Yuxiang is somewhat astonished. Duchess Li Shuang is the same, her face is filled with shock. And the dozen or so female inscription masters here, as well as a few other powerful women, are also very curious about this mysterious masked man. They only heard that a man came on the ship because of an emergency. They don't know what kind of man he is. From the looks of it, he was quite a powerful person. Of course I have the heavenly law inheritance. I didn't want to board the ship because I wanted to capture a few 9 heavens divine demons. Don't talk anymore, open the passage and let me out. Qin said. He could also go out directly by himself, but that would waste the spatial divine power orb. The little ant queen was currently undergoing a transformation within the divine universe purple sun and would not be able to come out for a short period of time. The spatial god power pearl had to be used sparingly. Upon hearing Qin say that he wanted to capture the 9 heavens divine demons, the women were moved. Their eyes revealed looks of disbelief. Only Yu Wulan believed in Qin's strength. After all, he was the 9 Yang Palace King. He had once pierced through the head of the 9 Heavens Demon Emperor. Little brother, you must be careful. Yu Wulan held Qin's hand. Qin took out a talisman and handed it to Yu Wulan. He said, "This is for you. If you meet a 9 heavens divine demon, you can use this talisman to a certain extent." Thank you. Yu Wulan knew that the talisman Qin had given her was definitely useful. Furthermore, only Qin could refine such talismans. Follow me. Duke Liswang said. Remember to come back. No matter what, come back first. If you help us, I will definitely not report the matter of you boarding the ship. Little Yuxiang said in a low voice. All the women in the meeting room knew that Duke Yuxiang was here to supervise them. Hearing her words, they were rather surprised. Especially Yu Wulan and Duke Liswang. They were prepared to be punished by the clan emperor. I might not necessarily come back. I still have my own matters to attend to. If I successfully break the formation, you guys can just sail away. Qin looked at Yu Wulan and said, Second sister, you have my soul-chasing talisman, right? You can always pay attention to my situation. I'll be fine. Qin's meaning was very clear. He was not very reluctant to stay on the Divine Moon Clan's ship. Furthermore, he really had other important matters to attend to. Yu Wulan could only nod her head lightly. Although she was Qin's second sister, she could not let Qin listen to her at this time. She still hoped that Qin would come back. This way, it would be safer. Duke Liswang brought Qin away and headed towards the exit. Yu Wulan did not follow them. She only let out a faint sigh and looked at little Yuxiang. Yuxiang, are you really not going to tell master? No. Little Yuxiang snorted lightly. What kind of man is this? I can't see through him at all. What is it? What did you do to him? Yu Wulan asked anxiously. Elder sister used charming fragrance but it didn't have any effect. Furthermore, her body was seen. Xiaoyuya laughed. This caused all the women in the meeting room to be dumbstruck. This Duke of Yuxiang had actually suffered such a huge loss. Damn girl, you have too much mouth. Little Yuxiang stomped her feet and immediately pinched Xiaoyuya's face. The robe that big sister is wearing was even given to her by that good big brother. Xiaoyuya chuckled and said, Big sister is the Duke of Yuxiang but she actually can't do anything to a man. Isn't this a special period? If it was any other time, if he looked at me, I would definitely dig out his eyes. Xiao Yuxiang said angrily. His eyes are so beautiful? Are you willing to dig them out? Xiaoyuya teased. I'll dig them out for my collection, can't I? Xiao Yuxiang snorted, Stop messing around, it's dangerous outside. All of you, be serious. The girls on this ship are all so lax. Just now, they didn't even wear their clothes properly and let that guy feast his eyes. It was also at this time that Duke Li Shuang returned. How is it? Can we see what he's doing outside? Xiao Yuxiang asked. We have to cooperate with him inside, don't let anything happen to him. Xiao Yuya originally wanted to speak but she was pinched by Xiao Yuxiang. A wall of the conference room suddenly fluctuated and an image of the outside appeared. Outside, there are many blue light balls floating in the air. They are all crystal balls. These crystal balls are different from the ones Qin had seen before. With a glance, Qin could tell that these crystal balls were used to set up formations. There are no 9 heavens divine demons inside. It is obvious that they have been refined by someone. There are at least 1,000 crystal balls floating in all directions, forming a very strong barrier that surrounded the ship. Those 9 heavens divine demons did not show themselves. Instead, they hid in the black mist in the air and condensed some blue energy balls to attack the ship. The black mist in the air is getting thicker and thicker. The moonlight of the heavenly divine moon is very strong and can still penetrate through the thick mist and shine down. If the black mist reaches a certain level, it will completely block the moonlight and the ship's defense will drop. At that time, it will definitely be broken through. He's over there, a female inscription master pointed at a small dot. Xianxia is wearing a white inscription master robe and a mask. He is charging towards a blue light ball. Inside that blue light ball, there is a very strong blue crystal. Our ship's cannons and all kinds of crossbow arrows are unable to penetrate and destroy it. A female inscription master shook her head and said, "It's useless for him to directly rush over like this." Just when she was very certain, she saw Xianxia's body seem to be wrapped in blue flame as he accelerated towards the blue light ball. Whoosh, Xianxia's body broke through the blue light ball. Seeing this scene, all the female inscription masters in the conference room are so shocked that they are speechless. They are very clear about how strong the blue crystal is. Not only now, they have already seen it before. But now, it has been directly broken through by a person's body. How did he do it? Heavenly law inheritance? What kind of heavenly law inheritance is this? How did he master it so skillfully? Little Xianxia's beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor, her heart is filled with doubt and she asked a series of questions. Xianxia used Heavenly Universe Fire Incantation in one go and released flame to cover his body. Then he cooperated with Light Transformation Sacred Eye and 9 Sun Divine Hammer in his hand. When he rushed over, the Divine Hammer trembled, vibration Heavenly Law Divine Rune inside exploded and scattered all the blue crystals. In just a short moment, he destroyed many blue light balls and the formation also showed signs of loosening. How did he know the core node of the formation? Every time he scattered a light ball, it was the core node of the formation. We have studied it for a long time but still couldn't confirm it. A female inscription master exclaimed in admiration again. This caused the group of female inscription masters to exclaim in admiration again and again. They seriously looked at the light screen on the wall and stared at Xianxia's back. Yu Wulan felt that this is very normal. After all, it was the 9 Sun Palace King who took action. She is also very happy because she saw that Xianxia is becoming stronger and stronger. Duchess Li Shuang said in a deep voice, "I am worried that a 9th Heaven Divine Demon will suddenly appear. The 9th Heaven Divine Demon that ambushed us this time is very strong. Otherwise, Divine Yang race and 9 Sun Heavenly race would not have been destroyed so easily. Once he breaks the formation, we will be able to escape immediately." A female inscription master looked at little Xiang and said in a low voice, "Duchess Xiang, he seems to be a little afraid of you. I am worried that he will not dare to board the ship again. I just said that he must come back no matter what." Little Xiang hurriedly said, "Although I do mind having a man come up, but at this moment, I know what is right." "Ah, a 9th Heaven Divine Demon has appeared," little Yuya anxiously shouted, "so many 9th Heaven Divine Demon. Has the formation been broken?" Duchess Li Shuang asked. "The formation barrier sealing our ship has already loosened. As long as he destroys a few more nodes, he will be able to completely break it," a female inscription master hurriedly replied. Just as she finished speaking, Xianxia, who was outside, quickly leaped up and scattered a few blue light balls. The formation has also been completely broken. However, he is now surrounded by more than 10 9th Heaven Divine Demon. Those 10 or so 9th Heaven Divine Demon are all short and stout. They have messy silver hair and silver skin. They are wearing armor made of blue crystals. Those armors are also carved with many runes. Xianxia immediately recognized the runes carved by Heavenly Law Hall and Magic Academy. With this equipment, the 9th Heaven Divine Demon will undoubtedly become even stronger. Quickly tell him to come back. Can you inform him? Little Xiang hastily shouted. When the women in the meeting room saw Xianxia being devoured by all kinds of powerful energy attacks, they all felt grief. Little Xiang covered her mouth and clenched her fists tightly. Duchess Li Shuang closed her eyes and stopped looking at the image on the wall. The conference room fell into silence. They all believed that Xianxia had been killed. Just now, Yu Wulan's heart was also throbbing with pain. However, after she calmed down, she quickly took out the soul-chasing talisman to take a look. "He's fine." Yu Wulan shouted in pleasant surprise. Seeing that the soul-chasing talisman's soul fluctuations were very strong, she knew that Qin Yan's situation was still good. Really? Little Yuxiang looked at the soul-chasing talisman and suddenly felt relieved. She felt somewhat guilty because she had previously doubted Qin Yan. She had even tried to seduce Qin Yan into taking liberties with her so that she could find an excuse to chase Qin Yan away. Now that they saw Qin Yan risking his life to help them escape, they were filled with gratitude. At the same time, she was even more curious about Qin Yan. Because someone with such strength was definitely not an ordinary person. Especially now, those who could fight against the 9 heavens godly beasts were all rare experts. Even the kings of the powerful clans couldn't do what Qin Yan did. He has appeared. Xiao Yuya shouted happily. Sure enough, Qin Yan appeared. His body has a light blue barrier. That barrier was formed by activating the vibration Heavenly Law Divine Rune inside the 9 Sun Divine Hammer. A complete Heavenly Law God Rune could effectively suppress the 9 heavens demonic energy. Just now, Qin Yan was able to successfully defend against all kinds of violent attacks. Of course, not everyone could fight against the 9 heavens godly beasts just because they had mastered the complete Heavenly Law God Rune. The reason why Qin Yan can do this is because his nether sun has duplicated a kind of mysterious blue spirit power, so he can condense that kind of small black saber. Because of this, coupled with his Heavenly Law soul and heavenly blood, he was able to completely control the 9 heavens demon energy. Even if others had a good grasp of Heavenly Law divine runes or Heavenly Law legacies, they would not be able to do what he did. Those 9 heavens divine demons are astonished to see Qin Yan unharmed. When I was in the universe of heavenly laws, I didn't have enough control over the inheritance of heavenly laws, so I couldn't completely kill these guys. But it's different now. Qin Yan gripped the 9 Sun Divine Hammer tightly and suddenly charged at a 9 Heavens Divine Demon. Seeing this scene, all the women in the conference room exclaimed. He wants to attack the 9 Heavens God monsters? Is he not afraid of death? You should hurry back. The 9 Heavens godly demons are very strong and difficult to kill. Even if Wang Ju was here, he could only force them to retreat. There's no way to kill them. The Mystic Moon clan joined the resistance against the 9 Heavens godly beasts and learned a lot about the 9 Heavens godly beasts from Long Tang. Over the past month, they had also met a 9th Heaven godly demon and knew that it was really hard to kill a 9th Heaven godly demon. Only by mastering the Heavenly Law inheritance to a certain degree and using powerful godly power would one be able to kill the 9 Heavens godly demons. What a stupid person. No one in the Divine Desolate can kill us. A 9 Heavens divine demon laughed sinisterly. It seemed like he was the leader of this team. At the same time, the 9 Heavens divine demon slashed at Qin Yan with his blue crystal saber. He suddenly flashed and appeared behind the leader like a ghost. He raised the 9 Sun divine hammer high up in his hand and vigorously hammered down. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out, as if the sky itself was shaking. 9 forms of heavenly annihilation, heavenly quake. As the hammer fell, the flames and vibrations combined perfectly. Heavenly Universe Fire Incantation and Vibration Heavenly Law Divine Rune burst out with 9 Sun Divine Hammer to produce even stronger godly power. This ferocious hammer smashed down and landed on the leader's head, directly exploding it. After the divine hammer burst out with godly power, it poured into the short and stocky body and tore it to pieces. His body shattered, but the blue crystal armor is still intact. It has not been damaged at all. Boss. A 9 Heavens godly demon beside him let out a scream of horror. Just as he was about to rush over to attack Qin Yan, his body suddenly became unable to move. Qin Yan released gravity and formed a domain. Within his gravity domain, these 9 Heavens godly demons are in a weightless state. Their body floated up, unable to be nimbly controlled. Come over. Qin Yan tightly held the 9 Sun Divine Hammer and suddenly started spinning on the spot. At the same time, a devouring whirlpool appeared under his feet. Nether Sun's devouring power burst out and quickly pulled those 9 Heavens godly demons who are in a weightless state. Those 9 Heavens godly demons who are flying over were hit by Qin Yan's 9 Sun Divine Hammer. They screamed miserably again and again. Qin Yan's 9 Sun Divine Hammer's divine power is accompanied by a strong vibration. It penetrated the blue crystal armor and vibrated into the 9 Heavens godly demons' bodies. One must know that Qin Yan's divine power contains traces of Heavenly Universe divine fire. it can bring great pain to the 9 heavens godly demons' bodies. Qin Yan originally thought that these 9 heavens godly demons are very strong, so he planned to enter Imperial Heaven State. Now it seems that he doesn't need to enter Imperial Heaven State, it is only the blue crystal armor that is very strong. Qin Yan's divine hammer is still unable to shatter the armor, but he can use vibration heavenly law to vibrate the divine power into the godly demons' bodies. More than 10 9 heavens godly demons screamed miserably again and again. People who have seen the power of 9 heavens godly demons would think that they are seeing things. After seeing this scene, those women in the meeting room felt fear in their hearts. They never expected that such a powerful and mysterious expert was hiding in the divine desolate. What they find most inconceivable is that this person is Yu Wulan's sworn brother. Qin Yan placed more than 10 9 heavens godly demons into a large cauldron and sealed them with the heavenly god sealing restriction. He captured the 9 heavens godly demons alive to study them. These 9 heavens godly demons' strength can be considered pretty good, otherwise they would not have been sent to carry out the mission. However, against Qin Yan, who has grasped the heavenly law inheritance, the 9 heavens godly demons' powerful regenerative power and already powerful blue crystal armor seem to be completely useless. Qin Yan does not plan to return to the large ship. Just as he was about to fly away, Duchess Li Xuang and little Xiang immediately shouted, "Young master, please wait. You guys leave first, I still have things to do." Qin Yan plans to hide and study those 9 heavens godly demons. "Little brother, you should return to the ship. If we meet another 9 heavens godly demon, we definitely won't be able to defeat them." Yu Wulan also hopes that Qin Yan will return. She said again, "These 9 heavens godly demons have failed their mission, there will definitely be more coming." Qin Yan thought about it and felt that it is possible, so he can only return to the ship. After returning, Qin Yan used the reason that he is very tired and wanted to rest well. Yu Wulan promptly brought Qin Yan to her room and told him to rest. The large ship continued to fly steadily, passed through the black fog and was once again illuminated by the moonlight. They are already out of danger and continued flying towards the Divine Sun Heavenly Island. In the meeting room, Duchess Li Xuang and little Xiang are still feeling shocked as they recalled the scene just now. They are dukes, they know very well how difficult it is to deal with 9 heavens godly demons. However, someone killed them as easily as killing chickens. "I have to ask Sister Wulan who that person is, he is too awesome." Xiao Yuya is very curious, she promptly left the meeting room to find Yu Wulan. Little Xiang and Duchess Li Xuang looked at each other and nodded because they seem to have guessed who that person is. "That young master just now, could he be the legendary 9-Sun Palace King?" A female inscription master's eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor. She said with smile, "I heard that his inscription level is unfathomable and he has mastered a very strong inscription battle technique." Little Xiang said solemnly, "Don't tell anyone about this. You can't even tell Wang Ju or the king, understand? Sister Xiang, weren't you sent by Clan Emperor to supervise us? Why did you betray Clan Emperor?" A long braid woman said with charming smile. "Don't worry about it. Everyone saw it just now, he saved us, so no matter what, we must keep this secret." Little Xiang finished speaking, then pulled Duchess Li Xuang out of the meeting room. Little Xiang brought Duchess Li Xuang into a secret room. "Xiang, what happened to you? Aren't you very loyal to Clan Emperor?" Duchess Li Xuang's somewhat heroic and beautiful face is filled with doubt. "I am always by Clan Emperor's side, so I know that Clan Emperor doesn't like that 9-Sun Palace King. If she finds out that 9-Sun Palace King is on the ship, not only will we be punished, that 9-Sun Palace King will also suffer a calamity." Little Xiang very solemnly said. "But that Palace King Nine Yang saved us. Even if you hate him, you can't be ungrateful, right?" Duchess Li Xuang frowned and said, "My lord is not an unreasonable person. I don't know. In short, Clan Emperor told me that 9-Sun Palace King is a scourge or something. He even said that he stole Hua Shue's heart." Little Xiang frowned and sighed, then said, "When I saw 9-Sun Palace King today, I felt that he was pretty good. I also don't understand why Clan Emperor hates him so much." Duchess Li Xuang patted little Xiang's chest and said with smile, "I think your heart was also stolen. Don't talk nonsense, if Clan Emperor hears this, I will be in trouble." Little Xiang said in low voice, "Sister Li Xuang, later warn those girls, don't let them spread this matter everywhere." Nine Sun Palace King's situation is not good, we are doing this to protect him. Got it, for the sake of your sweetheart, we will do it well. Duchess Li Xuang laughed heartily. You. Little Yuxiang is anxious, she can only vigorously pinch Duchess Li Xuang's butt. Qin Yan did not rest in Yu Wulan's room. Instead, he looked at the dozen or so blue crystal armors and studied them. Yu Wulan is at the side, she did not expect that Qin Yan would really capture a group of 9 heavens divine demons. She is somewhat worried that those 9 heavens divine demons would run out. She now knows why the 9 heavens demon emperor is shouting everywhere about killing Qin Yan. Because he knows very well that Qin Yan has mastered a power that can restrain 9 heavens divine demons. Little brother Yun, did you see anything? Yu Wulan asked. There are divine star runes from the divine star race, heavenly law halls heavenly law divine runes and devil quartz magic runes. Carving runes inside these blue crystals can make them stronger. Qin Yan said. Qin Yan believes that it is very necessary to deeply study these blue crystals and try carving runes inside them to deal with 9 heavens divine demons. Yu Wulan stammered and did not answer directly. This was clearly their core secret, so Qin Yan did not continue asking her. Qin Yan asked Yu Wulan to take him to a relatively large and empty warehouse. He wanted to release the floating cloud pagoda here. Little brother Yun, what are you doing? Aren't you going to rest? Yu Wulan asked curiously when she saw Qin Yan release the floating cloud pagoda. I have important things to do. Qin Yan said with smile. Yu Wulan followed Qin Yan into the floating cloud pagoda. After entering, Yu Wulan said in a low voice, Little brother Yun, we have an important mission this time. There is indeed something very important on this ship. If I'm not allowed to say it, you don't have to tell me. Qin Yan brought Yu Wulan to the empty level. Then, he released the 9 altars to activate the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. You're not an outsider. Besides, I think you need to know about this because I'm also very confused. Yu Wulan said. Second sister, what are you puzzled about? Qin Yan asked. The ships of the Divine Yang race and the 9 Yang Sky race have been destroyed. I am very worried that our ship will not be able to hold on. Yu Wulan is very worried because she knew that if the 9 heavens divine demons were to attack again, Qin Yan would definitely be at the front. She knew that Qin Yan was very strong, but she was worried that Qin Yan would not be a match for an even stronger 9 heavens divine demon. What are you transporting? Qin Yan was puzzled. Yes, we received a mission earlier to receive an item. That item can't be stored in a storage artifact. Yu Wulan said, our 3 ships all went to the same place and dug out 3 very big coffins. Qin Yan frowned. He had guessed that there were all sorts of things being transported but there was no coffin. What coffin? Was there anyone in the coffin? Why would the 9 heavens divine demons want to snatch it? Qin Yan was even more curious. I only know it's a coffin. I don't know what's inside, and neither do the 2 dukes. The one who told us to do this was the Wind Moon Duke. She warned us not to open the coffin. Yu Wulan said. Qin Yan now understood what she was puzzled about. Why did the 9 heavens divine monsters want to snatch these coffins? What exactly was inside the coffins? Is there a dead person in the coffin? Qin Yan pondered. He felt that this matter was not simple. It might involve many secrets that he did not know. Those powerful primordial races vaguely knew about the 9 Sun Divine Maiden and the 10 Dao statues. As for 9 Sun Divine Maiden's elder sister Xiao Yuemei, she herself said that she is the heavenly moon divine concubine from above the 9 heavens. Qin Yan could not help but link the 2 together. He suspected that the ancient races might have once come from above the 9 heavens. That was why the ancient races were able to receive news of the descent of the blue skies ahead of time. Where is the coffin? Asked Qin Yan. Little brother Yun. I didn't dare to tell you before because I was worried that you would open the coffin. Yu Wulan pursed her lips and smiled. Do you have such thoughts now? You have one too, right? Qin Yan said with a chuckle. Yes, but we can't do it. Yu Wulan shook her head and said with a smile, Little brother Yun, you have to behave yourself. Otherwise, little Yuxiang will fly into a rage. Rest assured, I won't harm you. Qin Yan said. Little brother Yun, what are you going to do now? Yu Wulan asked. Curiously, Xianxia released a nine heavens divine demon from the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. That nine heavens divine demon's body is burning with heavenly cosmos divine flame, so he is currently in great pain. He is being sealed inside the nine dragon heavenly origin formation by Xianxia and is screaming miserably. Seeing this nine heavens divine demon, Yuwulan's beautiful face turned pale in fright. "Don't be afraid, it's been sealed." Xianxia chuckled and said, "I want to study this guy and see how to deal with him." "Ah? Little brother Yun, can't you easily restrain the nine heavens divine demon? You think it's not enough?" Yuwulan said in astonishment. "Of course it's not enough, the more I understand about the nine heavens divine demon, the better." Xianxia spoke and entered the nine dragon heavenly origin formation. "Be careful," Yuwulan said anxiously. She also almost forgot that Xianxia took down more than 10 nine heavens divine demon. After Xianxia entered, that nine heavens divine demon screamed loudly. Obviously, he is screaming in fear and pain. "It's you. You injured our demon emperor." The ninth heaven divine demon shouted. "You guys also know?" Xianxia took out a small black saber and controlled it to easily pierce through the thick silver skin of the nine heavens divine demon. The blue crystal condensed by the nine heavens divine demon is very sturdy and the thick silver skin is also very tough. It would be very difficult for the weapons of those strong races to pierce through the thick silver skin. Furthermore, the bones inside the nine heavens divine demon's body are even stronger blue crystal bones. "Second sister, you go with Duchess Li Shuang and the others. This ship is not out of danger yet, you go with them and arrange for the other women to prepare for defense," Xianxia said. "N." Yuwulan nodded and then left the floating cloud pagoda. Xianxia is inside the floating cloud pagoda, studying and probing the nine heavens divine demon. Nine heavens divine demon have a very strange regenerative power, it can allow their body to quickly recover. However, this kind of regenerative power is only suitable for the nine heavens divine demon themselves. Many people, when facing the nine heavens divine demon, even if they can break through their blue crystal armor, it would be very difficult for them to break through their thick silver skin. Because even if they pierced through the silver skin, they would not be able to completely injure the nine heavens divine demon's root bone, it would only infuriate them. "These guys, don't they have any vital points on their body?" Xianxia remembers that when he pierced through the nine heavens demon emperor's head, he did not injure the demon emperor's soul. Generally speaking, the relationship between the soul and the head is closely related. If the head is heavily injured, the soul will suffer a certain amount of damage. And even if the nine heavens divine demon doesn't have a head, they can still continue to fight. And during the fight, the head will quickly regenerate. Xianxia fiddled with this nine heavens divine demon for a long time, but he did not find anything. "I can't find out where the souls of these guys are, their souls are hidden very well." Xianxia is very puzzled. If they can't quickly injure the body, then they will destroy the soul. The soul is a weak point, so it is hidden very well. No matter how many holes are poked in their body, their soul will not be injured. This is also one of the reasons why the nine heavens divine demon are very difficult to deal with. After the body is injured, the soul must be mobilizing energy to repair the body. And the energy of the nine heavens divine demon doesn't seem to be stored in the body. After Xianxia researched, he made an even greater discovery. After the nine heavens divine demon was injured, the energy absorbed by the body seems to be produced out of thin air, it is not absorbed from the body of the divine demon. "Xiaoyun, it's not that you can't find the soul of the nine heavens divine demon," Ling Yin'er said, "it's because their soul is their body and their body is their soul." This? Xianxia carefully thought about it, this is the only possibility. He exclaimed, "This is the state that many people pursue." Ling Yin'er said, "That's right, the soul and body of the nine heavens divine demon are perfectly fused together and the soul can be separated from the body at any time. The powerful body is hard to destroy and the body can quickly regenerate, it means that the soul and body are hard to erase." Xianxia frowned as he looked at the nine heavens divine demon. This kind of thick silver skin can resist very strong mental power penetration and can protect the soul from mental power attacks. Ling Yin'er said, "Xiaoyun, you have to understand the soul of the nine heavens divine demon. Now, you have to figure out where the nine heavens divine demon got so much energy. These guys needed to eat people to wake up. Could it be that the passageway they used to obtain energy was sealed and they needed to devour powerful creatures to obtain energy in order to open up the passageway? Qin Yun pondered. The source of their energy should be similar to the Xianxia Dao vein. Isn't the Xianxia Dao vein able to absorb very special Dao power? Ling Yin'er said. It should be like that. Qin Yan also thought of this point. The Xianxia Dao vein was very difficult to detect. It was a very illusory thing that had a very close connection with the soul and body. Sealing the nine heavens divine demons' Xianxia Dao vein can prevent them from absorbing energy for regeneration. It can severely injure their bodies and even reduce their strength. Qin Yan finally found a breakthrough point. Although he could kill the nine heavens divine demon now, it would only be very easy for him to face ordinary nine heavens divine demon. If he were to face those demon dukes and demon generals, it would not be easy. The nine heavens demon emperor hated him so much that he would definitely send demon dukes and demon generals to kill him in the future. Therefore, he had to be prepared. The Xianxia Dao vein is connected to a very mysterious Dao. How do I seal it? Qin Yan himself had the Xianxia Dao vein. The Dao power absorbed by the Xianxia Dao vein and fused with the divine power of the myriad realms' divine sun could be refined into a very strong divine power and give it an even stronger power. Devour the nine heavens divine demons' Xianxia Dao vein. Ling Yun'er laughed. Xiao Yun, don't you have the Nether Sun Dao image? Try and see if you can use the Nether Sun Dao image's Xianxia Dao vein to devour the nine heavens divine demons' Xianxia Dao vein. Qin Yan said, that might be possible, but there is a great risk. It's not appropriate to release the Nether Sun Dao image. The exposure of the divine profound Dao image was still rather risky, especially when used to deal with the nine heavens divine demon. The first nine heavens divine demon that Qin Yun and the divine judge had caught was directly devoured by Qin Yun. He now understood why he could directly devour a nine heavens divine demon to death. It is very likely that he devoured the nine heavens divine demon's Xianxia Dao vein. However, devouring requires time and it requires the nine heavens divine demon to be captured. During battle, it is not easy to directly devour a nine heavens divine demon, especially when facing an even stronger nine heavens divine demon. After Qin Yun sorted out the results of his research, he also thought of a way to deal with it. That is to use the Nether Sun Totem. He used the Nether Sun Totem to devour runes and achieve the effect of breaking the seal. Similarly, the Nether Sun Totem's devouring power can also be used to devour the Xianxia Dao vein. After Qin Yun obtained the Heavenly Dharma Heart Soul, he could use the Heavenly Cosmic Fire incantation freely. However, it still consumed a lot of energy. If he used it continuously, he wouldn't be able to last long. The Celestial Universe Fire incantation consumed a lot of heavenly blood. During a battle, if one continuously lost heavenly blood, the further one went, the greater the impact would be. Therefore, Qin Yun wanted to create a heavenly talisman or some talisman weapon that could kill ordinary nine heavens divine demons in one strike. In this way, when he faced the attacks of the nine heavens godly beasts, he did not need to consume his own heavenly blood. He could just use heavenly talismans or talisman weapons. There were a lot of nine heavens god demoness, and they liked to form groups. They also had extremely strong defenses, so once they met, it would be very difficult to completely exterminate them. However, Qin Yun's plan was to destroy every group of nine heavenly divine demons he encountered. That way, he could reduce the number of nine heavenly divine demons bit by bit. Qin Yun took out the small black saber and said, if I carve Nether Sun Totem inside the small black saber and combine it with Heavenly Law Divine Rune, it should have very good effect. Give it a try. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yun's little black saber can easily penetrate the blue crystals and the skin of the nine heavens divine demons, but it is unable to kill them, so it is rather useless. If he could use the little black blade to deal a fatal blow to the nine heavens godly demon, even if he couldn't kill the nine heavens godly demon, he could still make the nine heavens godly demon lose the ability to fight. Injecting the sky divine flame into the little black blade could cause damage to the nine heavens godly demon, but it was still not enough. The nine heavens godly demon still had the power to retaliate. If it was a slightly stronger nine heavens divine demon, they could still endure the pain and fight. Qin Yun took out Nine Sun Divine Hammer and released Heavenly Cosmos Divine Flame to refine and forge the small black saber. He first forged the small black saber to a certain degree, then he can easily carve nether sun totems and vibration heavenly law divine runes. The vibration heavenly law divine rune is very useful. When the little black blade pierced into the body of a nine heavens god monster, it released vibration divine power, which loosened the divine power in the body of the nine heavens god monster. Then, the nether sun totem could easily devour it. According to this train of thought, Xianxia very seriously forged the little black saber and carved runes. Even for him, it was not easy to inscribe runes. The material of the little black saber was very special. If it wasn't for the power of the blood soul formed by the heaven blood, it would have been impossible for him to carve the totem carvings into the saber. Inscribing the vibrating heavenly law divine rune was even more difficult. Fortunately, he has the Empyrean inscription spirit to help him deal with all kinds of problems. The vibration heavenly law divine rune must be squeezed together with the nether sun totem in such a small saber without repelling each other. This requires the help of the mysterious fusion heavenly rune. After Xianxia was done, he tossed and turned for an entire day. He was extremely exhausted. He somewhat admired himself for being able to complete such meticulous work, which consumed a lot of mental and physical strength. After resting for a while, Xianxia began to test the power of the little black saber. The little black blade was formed by draining his heavenly blood and combining it with the nether sun, white sun, and the mysterious blue soul power. The reason why he was able to condense the black crystal was because he used the nether sun to devour and copy the ability of the nine heavens divine demons to condense the blue crystal. Xianxia entered the nine dragons' heavenly origins array and controlled the black saber to stab into the body of a nine heavens divine demon. Then, he controlled the little black knife to devour. The nether sun totem inside the little black knife produced a very strong devouring power, crazily devoured the nine heavens divine demon until he shriveled up. Finally, the little black knife quickly released the devoured energy and shattered the body of the nine heavens divine demon. Success! Xianxia was overjoyed. He quickly took back the small black saber and carefully observed it. The little black knife is not damaged, it means that it can be used continuously, it is not a one-time use item. This also means that he did not waste a day to refine it. Xiaoyun, it should not be a problem to use it to kill ordinary nine heavens divine demons. But if it is a formidable nine heavens divine demon, it might not necessarily work. Ling Yin'er said. I need to make some preparations. Xianxia still has 9 little black knives in his hand, he wants to transform them all. With previous experience, Xianxia's next steps are a lot faster. He mainly used the Gemini treasure mirror to copy runes, this will only consume his blood spirit power. In just a few days, Xianxia finished the transformation. Even so, he is still not at ease. Next, he will practice inscription battle technique. He used Heavenly Eye and Physique condensing rune technique to quickly carve runes together. Heavenly Speed condenses vibration Heavenly Law divine rune and Physique condensing rune technique condenses nether sun totem inside the body, because Xianxia has nether sun, with a thought, he can make the nether sun totem appear inside his body. Then he can control it and release it. When these two sets of runes cooperate, they can catch the nine heavens divine demon off guard. The nine heavens divine demon that Xianxia captured was used to refine his hand. The nine heavens divine demon lost his battle strength in an instant. If combined with the heavenly universe fire incantation, he can even fight against formidable nine heavens divine demons. The divine moonship has been flying very smoothly and its speed is also very fast. A few days have passed and they still have not arrived at the Divine Sun Heavenly Island. Xianxia knew that the Divine Sun Heavenly Island is very far away but he did not expect it to be that far. He came out of the floating cloud pagoda and saw Xiaoyuxiang standing outside. Xiaoyuxiang's hands are crossed in front of her chest. She is wearing a set of white battle armor, her hair is tied up in a ponytail. She is charming and moving, she is also filled with heroic spirit. When she saw Xianxia come out, she chuckled and said, "Palace King, why are you still wearing a mask?" Xianxia doesn't know that his identity has been seen through but after thinking about it carefully, it is very normal for these dukes to guess his identity. He doesn't think that Yu Wulan said it because he believes that Yu Wulan won't expose his identity. "I'm too handsome, I'm worried that I'll make you fall head over heels for me, so it's better to wear a mask." Xianxia calmly smiled and said, "Please don't mind me. I'm also doing this to protect myself so that I won't be bullied by some female hooligan." How can the 9 Yang Palace King who can easily kill 9 heaven's divine demons be bullied by female hooligans? I think he is deliberately letting female hooligans bully him. Xiao Yuxiang said with charming smile. Duke Yuxiang, I almost couldn't recognize you when you put on your clothes. But, after hearing what you said just now, I'm sure that you are Duke Yuxiang. Qin Yan is now very good at dealing with female hooligans. Xiao Yuxiang recalled her embarrassing matter from before and gently bit her lips. Her appearance is very charming. She said with an annoyed smile, 9. Yang Palace King, you are really not afraid of anything. You boarded the ship and it was a feast for the eyes. If this matter is known by the clan emperor, she will definitely deal with you. Qin Yan chuckled and said, I am not even afraid of the 9 heavens demon emperor. Do you think I will be afraid of your divine moon clan emperor? Besides, Duke Yuxiang, you won't tell on me, right? You took advantage of me. If you make it up to me, I won't tell on you. Xiao Yuxiang smiled craftily. I'll let you take it back, right? Oh right, you used charming fragrance on me and even burrowed into my bosom. No matter how I look at it, it looks like you are taking advantage of me. As Qin Yan spoke, he put away the floating cloud pagoda. Take off your mask, I want to see you. Xiao Yuxiang looked at Qin Yan's eyes and said with smile, You are a man, why are you covering your face? When the women of your divine moon clan are outside, they also cover their faces tightly. Why is that? Qin Yan retorted with a smile. That's because we are very beautiful and don't want to be seen by those guys. We don't want them to have improper thoughts about us. Xiao Yuxiang replied. Me too. Because I am very handsome, I don't want you to have improper thoughts about me. Qin Yan laughed loudly and said. The main reason why Qin Yan doesn't want to board the ship is because he is afraid that there is a nest of female hooligans hiding here. If he is caught, it will be very dangerous. You think I am a female hooligan? Little Yuxiang licked her lips and squinted her charming eyes. She looked at him like a wolf and a tiger. Isn't that kind of charming fragrance used to deal with men? Qin Yan said with smile, If I wasn't born to be an honest person, I would have been eaten by you until not even my bones were left. Xiao Yuxiang suddenly rushed over and released a very strong divine power from her body. Only now did Qin Yan suddenly realize that this Xiao Yuxiang is a very strong duke. Xiao Yuxiang fiercely threw herself at Qin Yan and then quickly pulled off his mask. She finally saw his handsome face, then patted Qin Yan's face and said with smile, You are indeed very handsome, no wonder you were so worried that you would be bullied. She sat on Qin Yan's body and said with chuckle, So what if you are 9 Sun Palace King? If I, Xiao Yuxiang, want to throw myself at you, I will. Qin Yan very much wants to use Dragon Claw hand on Xiao Yuxiang, but she is wearing armor, so he can only reach out his hand to pinch her charming face. Xiao Yuxiang slapped away Qin Yan's hand and got down from his body. Then she returned the mask to him and said with smile, Put it on, if those girls see it, they will also throw themselves at you like me. After Qin Yan put on the mask, he curled his lips and said, I knew it, that's why I didn't want to board the ship. Xiao Yuxiang giggled and said, Palace King, you are very interesting. But the clan emperor doesn't really like you, he seems to be very disgusted with you. Did you provoke her before? Let her do as she pleases. Qin Yan sighed and said, I have never seen her before, how could I provoke her? Yu Wulan also mentioned this matter before. Qin Yan can roughly guess the reason why the Divine Moon Clan Emperor dislikes him, but he is not very sure. Palace King, our journey will not be very peaceful. We are still 15 days away from the Divine Sun Heavenly Island. If the 9 heavens divine demons besiege us again, we can only rely on you. Xiao Yuxiang said with stern expression, Don't worry, I will absolutely not tell the clan emperor about you boarding the ship. Qin Yan said with smile, Second sister is on this ship, I will definitely protect you. Don't worry. Xiao Yuxiang said in low voice, Palace King, Sister Li Shuang and I plan to take you to see something. That is what we are responsible for transporting this time, it is also something that the 9 heavens divine demons are fighting over. In any case, it's a mistake for me to hide the fact that you boarded the ship. It's fine to do it again. Little Yuxiang said, Let's go, let's open that ancient coffin and take a look. Qin Yan suddenly felt that little Yuxiang was very unreliable. Yu Wulan's relationship with him was so good that she did not dare to say that she would bring him to open the coffin. Yet, little Yuxiang wanted to pull Qin Yun to open that mysterious ancient coffin. One had to know that she was sent by the upper echelons of the Divine Moon clan to supervise him. Yet, she actually did such a thing. When little Yuxiang saw Qin Yun's disdainful gaze, she immediately poked Qin Yun's waist and said with a pout, "What do you mean by that look? Duke Yuxiang, you betrayed your clan emperor and king. That's not too good, right?" Qin Yun said with a smile, "I don't want to get involved. If your clan emperor and king find out and say that I instigated it, I'll be the scapegoat." "What are you afraid of?" Duchess Li Shuang also agreed. "Without her consent, would I dare to do such a thing?" Little Yuxiang grabbed Qin Yun's hand and said, "Let's go." Duchess Li Shuang said that we want to open the coffin and see if the things inside are safe and sound. Qin Yun was somewhat surprised that Duchess Li Shuang actually agreed. This made him even more curious about the things inside the ancient coffin. However, he still hesitated and said, "You can just open it directly." "Why did you call me?" "That's because our handsome and suave palace king of the Nine-Yang Palace is very powerful. Weak women like us need your protection." Facing a woman dressed in armor, Qin Yun could only pinch her face in return. "Let's go." Qin Yun decided to take a look. "That's right. Don't worry, we won't let you take the blame. The clan emperor and king definitely won't know that you boarded the ship. Even if they know, we can still handle it." Little Yuxiang made Qin Yun put on the mask. Qin Yun put on the mask and walked out with little Yuxiang, heading towards the warehouse where the mysterious ancient coffin was located. Not long after, Qin Yun followed little Yuxiang and arrived at the large warehouse. In the middle of the warehouse, there was a huge coffin that was 20 to 30 meters long. It looked like it was made of bronze and its surface was rusted and damaged. The giant coffin was in the middle of the warehouse, sealed by array pillars. Duke Li Shuang and Yu Wulan were both here. They were both wearing white armor and holding weapons tightly in their hands. Their expressions were very serious. "This coffin is very dangerous?" As Qin Yun frowned, his eyes suffused a blue light as he opened his heavenly eye. Duchess Li Shuang said in a deep voice, "Yes, it's very dangerous. That's why I need to confirm if the thing inside is the legendary item. Now that we're in a special situation, I need to find out." Yu Wulan nodded lightly and said, "Little brother Yun, we have to prepare for the worst. If we can't successfully reach the Divine Yang Sky Island, we have to protect this ancient coffin." Qin Yun checked and could see through the huge ancient coffin. He could only see a human-shaped thing lying inside. He did not know if it was a giant or something. "What's going on with this formation?" Qin Yun looked at the formation pillars and said, "This seems to be a very ancient formation." At this moment, more than 10 beautiful women walked in one after another. They were all wearing white inscription master robes. They were the female inscription masters from the meeting room. This is a very ancient formation of our Divine Moon clan. Once it is activated, it will form a special sealing barrier. We are unable to stop this formation now. A female inscription master shook her head. "Palace King, can you control this formation?" Qin Yun was very surprised that these women actually knew that he was the Nine-Yang Palace King. He smiled faintly and said, "I can't control it and there's no need for that. I'll just go in and open the coffin." "You can go in?" Duke Li Shuang said in shock. Qin Yun suddenly flashed. Because it was a short distance, the consumption of divine power from the space divine power pearl was not too great. Seeing Qin Yun pass through the barrier, all the women cried out in alarm. They had tried before but it was very difficult to enter. After Qin Yun entered, he immediately released a powerful supergravity that enveloped the lid of the ancient coffin. The giant coffin was very tall, like a large house. After the lid was loosened, little Yuxiang and the others floated in the air, wanting to look inside the ancient coffin. The coffin lid was very heavy. Qin Yun had to use a very strong supergravity to lift it up. After opening it, he saw a giant covered in blue crystal lying inside. Qin Yun also floated up and looked at the giant. He could not help but be shocked in his heart because this blue crystal is similar to the one condensed by the 9 heavens divine demons. It looks even stronger than the 9 heavens divine demons. Wearing blue crystal armor? Qin Yun used his heavenly eye to look and became even more shocked. This giant's flesh and blood is different from a human's. Inside it flows a very thick blue liquid, it should be blood. The flesh is also very special, it is blue sparkling and translucent. The giant's bones are relatively thick, they are all blue crystal. Using the heavenly eye, Qin Yan can see that the bone marrow inside the blue crystal bones is emitting blue light. What shocked Qin Yan the most is that the giant's meridians are clearly visible, they are actually very complicated heavenly law divine runes. Heavenly universe divine runes can be considered a type of heavenly law divine rune. Moreover, it is the most difficult and most complicated type. Qin Yan also has a complete heavenly law divine rune, it is also very complicated. However, the heavenly law divine rune in this 20-meter tall giant is many times more complicated than the ones he has seen before. This is a heavenly law totem? Qin Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. Why does the Divine Moon Clan have such a thing? Qin Yan suddenly understood why the Nine Heavens Divine Demon came to steal it. It is because this giant can restrain the Nine Heavens Divine Demon. The Divine Yang Clan and Nine Suns Sky Clan, or other strong clans might have such a thing. Previously, the Divine Yang Clan and Nine Suns Sky Clan's ship transporting the ancient coffin was destroyed. That ancient coffin must have been obtained by the Nine Heavens Divine Demon. What is this? Yu Wulan pulled Li Shuangduke's hand. Li Shuangduke said before that she wanted to open the coffin to see if it was a legendary item. It seems that she knows something. For Li Shuangduke to be sent on such a mission, it means that her position in the Divine Moon Clan is very high. Below the king rank is the duke rank. Some dukes are about the same strength as the king rank, it is just that they have not been promoted. This is a guardian spirit, we ancient races all have race spirits, which are also guardian spirits. Li Shuangduke sighed and muttered, it is indeed a race spirit, this is troublesome. Qin Yan's heart was beating rapidly at this moment, his eyes were flickering with blue light. His heart was beating very fast, it was even about to spin. This was mainly because the Heaven Law Heart Soul in his heart was very active. Qin Yan was quickly recording the Heaven Law Totem in the race spirit's body, it was very useful to him. He did not expect that the combination of the Heaven Law Heart Soul and Heaven's Eye would allow him to quickly record the Heaven Law Totem and imprint it in his mind. In order to ensure that there was no deviation in his recording, Qin Yan secretly let Momo out and made her invisible so that she could see the Heaven Law Totem. Are the Divine Yang Clan and Nine Suns Sky Clan's race spirits stolen? Yu Wulan said in shock, what will happen if their race spirits are stolen? Little Yu Xiang frowned, why didn't you send more people for such an important thing? You should have let the king rank do it. Li Shuangduke shook her head, maybe the clan emperor is not sure if it is this kind of thing. From what I know, the clan emperor also asked Sister Fengyu to take the ancient coffin. Qin Yan said, there should be more than one race spirit. Or maybe some of the ancient coffins are used to confuse them, so they are opened separately. Li Shuangduke nodded, that might be the case, I don't know the specifics. Palace King, can you see anything special about this race spirit? There is a very strong Heaven Law divine power in its body, it should be used to deal with the Nine Heavens divine demons. Qin Yan said. He and Momo also recorded the Heaven Law Totem. Put down the coffin lid. We have to ensure that these race spirits can safely reach the Divine Yang Sky Island. Li Shuangduke said, I have already notified people to come and help but they won't be able to arrive so quickly. Qin Yan put down the coffin lid and then came out of the barrier. He had tried earlier and found that the ancient coffin could not be placed in the Nine Sun Divine Spirit storage space. Clearly, there was a power that resisted the space transfer. Little brother Yun, did you find anything else? Yu Wulan said, can that race spirit really be used to suppress the Nine Heavens divine demons? How do you use it? Qin Yan said, I suspect that this race spirit is a very special kind of puppet. As for the specifics, only your clan emperor knows how to use it. Li Shuangduke said, it has been very peaceful these past few days. Previously, a group of Nine Heavens divine demons were killed, it must have alarmed the other Nine Heavens divine demons. I am worried that the other two groups of Nine Heavens divine demons will come and chase after us. They will definitely come. Xiao Yuxiang looked at Qin Yan, bit her lips and said in a low voice, Palace King, can you stop them when the time comes? The dozen or so beautiful female inscription masters also asked if they need help. Previously, the Divine Yang race and Nine Sun Sky race's ships were destroyed by the two groups of Nine Heavens divine demons. Those two groups of 9 heavens divine demons must be nearby. Qin Yun said, I'll do my best. When I need help, I'll definitely tell you. Little brother Yun, I really have to thank you this time. Otherwise, our operation would have definitely failed. Yu Wulan is very grateful to Qin Yun. Second sister, why are you being so polite? Qin Yun said with smile, let's go, bring me to the exit. If any 9 heavens divine demons approach, I can immediately take action. Only Qin Yun can still talk cheerfully and wittily when facing the 9 heavens divine demons. In the heavens divine desolate, no matter what kind of strong race, as long as the 9 heavens divine demons were mentioned, they would feel extremely powerless and afraid. Qin Yun not only has more methods to deal with the 9 heavens divine demons, they are even more brilliant. Therefore, he is eager for the 2 groups of 9 heavens divine demons to come immediately so that he can practice. I'll accompany you to wait for the 9 heavens divine demons. Xiao Yuxiang looked at Qin Yun's hand and smiled charmingly. I'll go too. Xiao Yuyao also didn't know when she arrived. She wanted to go but her elder sister looked at her and said no. No need, I'm not waiting at the exit. I want to go out and wait for the 9 heavens divine demons outside the ship. This way, it will be more convenient for me to take action. Qin Yun said. These women's perception is very sharp. They can all see Qin Yun's excitement. They are very surprised that Qin Yun is so excited when facing the 9 heavens divine demons. One must know that in order to resist the 9 heavens divine demons, they had to pay a great price to avoid being breached. If not for Qin Yun, their divine moonship would have definitely been captured. Qin Yun excitedly followed Duchess Li Shuang to the entrance. Duchess Li Shuang opened the door and just as she was about to say a few words, Qin Yun disappeared without a trace. She could only helplessly look at Yu Wulan beside her. Yu Wulan spread out her hands and said with smile, he is just like that. This little brother Yun of yours is really strong. Sister Wulan, how did you become sworn brothers with this little brother Yun? He, the 9 Yang Palace King, is even willing to recognize you as his sworn sister. Little Yuxiang said with some envy, I also want to have such a good little brother. This was a matter from many years ago. Yu Wulan thought back to all these years and felt quite emotional in her heart. She thought about it, if she and Tian Rolling did not know Qin Yun back then, they would not have such status today. It was because they met Qin Yun that their fates underwent a heaven and earth turning change. Not only them, many people who met Qin Yun, because they received help, their life trajectories changed greatly and they all changed in a good direction. After Yu Wulan told this to little Yuxiang and Duchess Li Shuang, they also deeply understood that if they did not meet Qin Yun, this ship might have already been finished. Although they saw that Qin Yun is not the least bit afraid of those 9 heavens divine demons, they are still very worried in their hearts. They are currently in the meeting room, paying attention to the situation outside through the walls of the meeting room. This palace king has helped us a lot. You must not leak the matter of him boarding the ship. Little Yuxiang sternly warned those female inscription masters. He saved us. Even if the clan emperor knew, he wouldn't say anything, right? A rather mature-looking female inscription master doubtfully said, our clan emperor is not an unreasonable person. Little Yuxiang shook her head and said, our clan emperor has some misunderstanding towards the 9 Yang Palace King, so he somewhat hates him. Yu Wulan nodded and said, Master also told me before that this might be a misunderstanding between Master and little brother Yun. I can guarantee that little brother Yun is a good person. He won't harm us. Sister Wulan, can you let your little brother Yun stay with us for a period of time? We want to learn inscription from him. The charming female inscription master charmingly teased the long hair hanging in front of her chest and asked with a smile. Let's talk about it when he comes back. Yu Wulan laughed, you guys are not allowed to bully my little brother Yun, he is very honest. She really thought. She thought. Yu Wulan secretly snorted a few times to say. She really thought. She really. She. The women in the conference room are all filled with interest towards Qin Yun. They want to know more about Qin Yun, so they are all talking at once. Yu Wulan also answered them. Just as they were talking excitedly, a large cloud suddenly floated over from the night sky. Divine moonship to say, the Yun to say, even in this god, the Yun said. At night, the divine two, the power, the divine sun is, the yun to heavens, the sun is sun yun is yun to say, yun. At night, the divine moon is very big, but its penetrating power is not as good as the sunlight of myriad realms divine sun. At night, as long as one spends a lot of money, they can use many thick clouds to block the divine to heavens and cut off the connection between the ship and the divine to heavens. Once the ship loses the protection of the divine to heavens, its defense will weaken. It won't be long before it is broken. It's here. Duchess Li Shuang listened to Qin Yun's story with great interest. Seeing the situation in the sky, she suddenly said in a deep voice. All the women became nervous, they are all very worried about Qin Yun. Qin Yun is outside the divine to moon ship. He could clearly see that as the black cloud floated over, many blue orbs of light flew down from the dark cloud. Those seals are coming. Qin Yun immediately rushed over, holding the 9-sun divine hammer in his hand. Using the light transformation sacred pupil, his body is like a bolt of lightning, shooting back and forth between many blue light balls. His speed is extremely fast. So fast, those light balls are used to set up a formation. Now that he is doing this, they can no longer form a formation, a woman cried out in alarm. This formation seems to be even stronger than the previous one. If it succeeds, it will definitely affect the divine to moon ship. That's why he stopped the formation from forming from the very beginning. Duchess Li Shuang exclaimed in admiration and said, I heard from the clan emperor that a few powerful races clan emperors want to have a meeting with White Sun Monarch and Three Eye Monarch. Divine Judge even invited 9-sun Palace King. But the other clan emperors are against 9-sun Palace King's participation, mainly because they look down on Palace King. Little Yuxiang lightly groaned and said, I am afraid those clan emperors don't have 9-sun Palace King's ability, right? Truly a snob looking down on people, our clan emperor won't oppose it, right? How can she be so inflexible? Clan emperor did not express her opinion, of course she knows that 9-sun Palace King is very strong. Not everyone can make a hole in 9 heavens demon emperor's head. Duchess Li Shuang said. My little brother Yun is very awesome, he still hasn't used his true ability. Yu Wulan said proudly. What a pity, he is trapped by the curse of 10 images. If he could get rid of it and break through the bottleneck he is facing, how strong would he be in the future? I really don't dare to imagine. Duchess Li Shuang sighed and said. In the meeting room, many women looked at Qin Yun, who turned into a lightning bolt and charged into the blue light balls. They all sighed and felt pity for Qin Yun. They now know why Qin Yun went out and waited in advance. It is to prevent the formation from suddenly forming. This can prevent the ship from being sealed and attacked by the killing formation. Hundreds of blue light balls, in a short period of time, were all destroyed by Qin Yun, who is holding the 9-sun divine hammer. If the formation cannot be formed, it will not be able to trap the divine moon ship. Soon after, Qin Yun quickly drew a very large totem. He raised his hand, blue light shot out from his eyes and quickly condensed a totem rune that looks like a heavenly net in the sky. That is Inscription Battle Technique, Divine Level Dragon Totem. A female inscription master cried out in alarm. How can he draw such a powerful totem so quickly? Roar. After the totem was drawn, it transformed into a huge blue dragon that roared and danced in the sky, tearing apart the black clouds. The moonlight of the myriad heavens divine moon shone down and enveloped the divine moon ship, causing the women inside the ship to feel a lot more relieved. However, they soon saw a large group of 9th heaven divine demons wearing blue crystal armor floating in the sky. There are about 100 9th heaven divine demons. These 9th heaven divine demons are considered to be of higher level. They belong to the elite level, therefore their strength is very strong. Otherwise, they would not have been able to destroy the divine sun race and 9-sun heavenly races. Ships. What made Qin Yun happy is that these 109th heaven divine demons all have simple and crude ships. The 2 crudely built flying ships had 2 huge bronze coffins on them. Indeed, the ancient coffins of the divine sun race and 9-sun heavenly race have been snatched away by these 9th heaven divine demons. As long as Qin Yun gets his hands on those 2 coffins, they will be his, and the women inside the meeting room will not say anything about it. He needs those 2 clan spirits, they are powerful puppets. If he can control them, it will be even easier to deal with the 9th heaven divine demons in the future. Qin Yun's 9-yang divine palace will definitely be besieged by the 9th heaven divine demons in the future. If he has two powerful clan spirits, he can directly sweep away the ninth heaven divine demons. Are these guys here to give me treasures? Xianxia controlled 10 small black flying daggers to appear. The small flying daggers have been refined by him, adding nether sun totem and vibration heavenly law divine rune. Once the small black daggers successfully enter the ninth heaven divine demon's body, they will be able to devour their Xian God Dao veins and stop them from absorbing energy to regenerate. Palace King, quickly come back, we can use the ship to shake off the ninth heaven divine demons. Duchess Li Shuang's voice filled with concern suddenly entered Xianxia's ears. Xianxia is currently standing on the divine moon ship. He replied, "You guys go first, I can deal with these guys." Finished speaking, Xianxia rushed over. He is actually charging alone into the group of more than 109th heaven divine demons. This caused Yu Wulan and the others to cry out in alarm. They are extremely worried. That is the elite army of the ninth heaven divine demons. They are the ones who destroyed 2 large ships and 4 dukes of the divine Yang race and the 9 Yang heavenly race. Xianxia previously used Imperial Heaven Extermination to kill even more people and dukes of the strong races. In his eyes, the ninth heaven divine demons in front of him are just one knife goods. As long as his flying daggers pierce through them, they are basically half crippled. Xianxia, who is charging towards the ninth heaven divine demons, seems to be accompanied by a very powerful aura. That kind of formless aura penetrated the outer shell of the ship. It can be deeply felt by the people inside the ship. This is the kind of arrogant and powerful aura emitted when an expert is fighting alone against many enemies. This kind of power is filled with contempt towards the enemy. It is like looking down on the entire world. Duchess Li Shuang and little Yu Xiang are 2 dukes who have seen the world. They have also followed the king and clan emperor to fight before. They have only felt this kind of aura from the clan emperor. From their point of view, this 9 Yang Palace King's cultivation is not high, but his aura is comparable to the clan emperor, maybe even stronger than the clan emperor. Xianxia's small black knives are very small and the speed at which they flew out is very fast. Whether it is the people in the meeting room or the group of ninth heaven divine demons, no one can see the 10 small throwing knives. When Xianxia rushed over, the small throwing knives also shot out. In the blink of an eye, they pierced through the bodies of the 10 ninth heaven divine demons. Under Xianxia's control, the runes inside the small throwing knives are activated, producing an extremely strong power. Just as Yu Wulan and the others are stunned by Xianxia's aura, the 100+ elite divine demons suddenly screamed in succession. It can be said that they have lost their fighting strength in an instant. Following that, a very shocking scene occurred. The 100+ screaming ninth heaven divine demons floated together under the control of gravity and squeezed into a large ball. Then, Xianxia raised the 9 sun divine hammer high up and unleashed a huge hammer image. The blue hammer image is formed from a kind of blue flame. It brought along a heaven-shaking vibration as it whistled down and landed on the group of ninth heaven divine demons. Ferocious flames roared in all directions. Berserk thunder and lightning mixed with flames engulfed the world like a gale. Those 100+ ninth heaven divine demons were actually turned into flame fragments by Xianxia's hammer attack. Xianxia controlled the powerful gravity to lift the 2 huge ancient coffin lids and slowly lifted them up. This process is very strenuous. What surprised Xianxia is that the coffin lids in front of him are much heavier than the Divine Moon Clan's coffin. Even if they are individually compared, they are much heavier than the Divine Moon Clan's coffin lids. After the coffin lids were lifted, there is no clan spirit inside but many fragments. They are all blue crystal fragments, unlike the Divine Moon Clan's coffin which had a huge clan spirit inside. There is a clan spirit inside but it seems to have been damaged. How can the Divine Sun Clan and 9 Sun Heavenly Clan's clan spirits be like this? We must not let them know about this. Duchess Li Shuang said in low voice. Don't worry, only in this conference room can we see what is happening outside. The other sisters cannot see what is happening outside, a female inscription master said. We will definitely keep this a secret. Little Yu Xiang said. Yu Wulan said, Divine Sun Clan and 9 Sun Heavenly Clan, do they still have other clan spirits? Duchess Li Shuang nodded, they should still have. These 2 clan spirits are damaged, maybe Palace King can research something from them. If the clan spirits were intact, returning them to the Divine Sun Clan and 9 Sun Heavenly Clan would not be a problem. But now that they have become like this, even if they returned them, they would definitely not be satisfied. Because only the Divine Moon Clan's clan spirit is intact and their clan spirit is damaged, Duchess Li Xuan and the others seemed to understand these two powerful races very well, so they decided to keep this a secret and not let these two races know. Otherwise, a lot of trouble would arise. Qin Yan is very disappointed because the clan spirit inside the coffin has been severely damaged. He thought that it would be as intact as the Divine Moon clan's clan spirit. Even so, he still took out the fragments inside the coffin and put them into 2 storage magic tools. As for the 2 coffins, they were destroyed by him. Qin Yan believes that the fragments can be restored, but it will take time. Previously, he discovered from the Divine Moon clan spirit that clan spirits and 9 Heavens divine demons are similar. 9 Heavens divine demons have a very special regeneration ability, so he believes that clan spirits also have this ability. Qin Yan returned to the Divine Moon ship and went to the conference room. Palace King, what happened to those fragments? Was the clan spirit damaged? How was it damaged? Was it damaged recently? Duchess List also wanted to know. It wasn't damaged recently. Qin Yan shook his head. If it is an intact race spirit, returning it to the Divine Yang race and the 9 Yang Sky race is not a big deal. But if we return the damaged clan spirit, they will definitely find fault with us. Xiao Yuxiang tenderly snorted, those 2 powerful clans are just like that. Qin Yan said, if we return the damaged ones, what will they do to us? Duchess Li Xuang snorted coldly. They will say that we damaged it and ask us to pay for it. This has happened a few times, and we have suffered losses before. They won't let us go unless our clan spirit is also damaged. Xiao Yuxiang said, so in order to avoid trouble, don't tell anyone about this matter. In any case, the 2 clan emperors will definitely know that the people they sent were killed. When the Divine Yang race and the 9 Yang Sky race's ships were destroyed, there would be many fragments left. Furthermore, when they were destroyed, they would also send out distress signals. Duchess List and the others received it as well. Palace King, quickly go and rest. Xiao Yuxiang said to Qin Yan with smile, thank you very much. We also don't know how to thank you. No need to be polite. Qin Yan looked at Yu Wulan and said with smile, my second sister is in the Divine Moon race, I will need everyone to take care of her in the future. She is the Divine Moon Heavenly Maiden, we won't bully her, don't worry. Xiao Yuxiang tenderly laughed. They also feel somewhat guilty in their hearts because Qin Yan helped them so much, but they didn't dare to tell Wang Ju and the clan emperor. Qin Yan naturally doesn't care about this matter, he is now in a hurry to study those fragments. He wants to restore those 2 clan spirits. Qin Yan asked for a relatively large room and placed them inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. He then entered the Heaven Leaping Shuttle's warehouse. The only thing that cannot be placed in the storage space is the huge ancient coffin. The clan spirit can be placed in the storage space. Qin Yan took out one of the clan spirit fragments. Those large and small fragments piled up like a small hill. The fragments are all blue crystals. Qin Yan looked around and found a few relatively large fragments. He carefully looked at them and found that the blue crystal bone inside is still there. The heavenly law totem's meridians are still inside the fragments. Inside the blue crystal, there is a very tough and durable blue thing. It should be the translucent flesh. These fragments don't have blue blood. Qin Yan feels that the blue blood should be heavenly blood. These fragments don't have heavenly blood, but I do. Qin Yan's eyes lit up. He feels that he can try injecting his blood into these fragments. The large and small fragments were cut by very sharp weapons. There are a total of several hundred fragments. Qin Yan used his formidable mental power to envelop the fragments. Then he closed his eyes and sensed the shape of each fragment. The shapes of the hundreds of fragments were instantly sensed by his powerful mental power. Then, he put them together in his mind and knew how to piece them together. Qin Yan opened his eyes and opened his heavenly eye. All the fragments immediately floated up and slowly floated. Under Qin Yan's mental power control, they pieced together. In just half an hour, a 20-meter-tall blue crystal giant was pieced together. It is indeed a clan spirit fragment and it was cut into pieces. Who cut it? Qin Yan released gravity and controlled the ancient race giant spirit to float. Then he took out the small black saber and tried to cut a fragment. He can cut in, but it is not very easy. This kind of blue crystal is much sturdier than the 9 heavens divine demons. Xiao Yun, when you release the blood, pay attention to control it. Don't let it be sucked dry. Ling Yun'er warned. I know. Qin Yan said with smile. Then he sealed at least 20% of the blue heavenly blood in his body. This way, even if it was sucked out, only 80% would be sucked out. Qin Yan began to release the blood. What surprised him is that the speed of blood sucking is not very fast. His blood can indeed cause some changes to the clan spirit. Just as he expected, after the clan spirit absorbed his blood, its body released a faint blue light and began to gradually recover. Xiao Yun, this doesn't seem to need a lot of blood. How much of your blood did it use? Ling Yun'er asked. About 30%. Qin Yan said with smile, there is still one more to do. He then released the fragment of another clan spirit. Just like before, he used mental power and gravity to piece together the clan spirit and then injected blood into it. The amount of blood required is the same as before, not too much. After the clan spirit absorbed Qin Yan's heavenly blood, it miraculously began to regenerate. 2 huge clan spirits are lying in the warehouse. Their bodies are overflowing with a faint blue light. Many of the cuts on their bodies have already been glued together and no cuts can be seen. Qin Yan is also resting. He is using Bai Yang's ability to recover his lost heavenly blood. Just as he was quietly resting with his eyes closed, he suddenly sensed a large movement. He quickly opened his eyes and looked at the 2 ancient race giant spirits. He was immediately shocked. The bodies of the 2 ancient race giant spirits seem to be liquefied. They are tightly hugging each other, as if they are about to fuse into one. This is all done by the ancient race giant spirits themselves. They want to fuse together? What's going on? Qin Yan suddenly felt worried and immediately released the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. He was worried that after the 2 ancient race giant spirits fused, he would not be able to control it. Xiao Yun, the ancient race giant spirit should be undergoing a great nirvana rebirth. Ling Yun'er said, where's your Devil Star Overlord from before? Qin Yan quickly took out a cauldron. Inside the cauldron was the Devil Star Overlord that had been fusing all along. Later on, he had put in many things, such as Divine Universe Devil Dragon Bone, Divine Universe Thunder Dragon Bone, Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon Egg Yolk and so on. In short, all kinds of large and messy materials were thrown in by him. The 2 ancient race giant spirits have even stronger things to fuse. If they were to absorb further, they might be able to fuse even stronger things. Moreover, even if he used it, no one would be able to tell that it is an ancient race giant spirit from the Divine Yang race and the 9 Sun heavenly race. Qin Yan immediately sent the 2 fusing ancient race giant spirits into the cauldron. Just as he placed it in, the cauldron began to tremble violently and then exploded. Fortunately, it was carried out inside the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, so after it exploded, only a large ball of white light appeared. Inside the white ball of light, there are many sturdy materials that are fusing together, emitting crackling sounds. Qin Yan took a deep breath, then pressed his hand on one of the altars of the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation and poured in the energy of the Divine Universe Purple Sunday. As the energy of the Divine Universe Purple Sun poured in, the movement of the white ball of light became even greater. Maybe it can take shape very quickly. Ling Yun'er said with some joy, if it's a very powerful thing and it doesn't look like an ancient race giant spirit, then we don't have to worry about being seen through. Qin Yan said, this puppet will be very powerful and it will definitely be able to suppress the 9 heavens divine demons. Refining would take a period of time. What Qin Yan needed to do was to pour in the energy of the Divine Universe Purple Sun. 2 days later, Qin Yan suddenly heard a voice coming from outside. Little brother Yun, hide well and don't come out. The Wind Moon King has boarded the ship. Yu Wulan said, don't run around. The sisters on the ship won't give you up. The Wind Moon King had previously led a woman from the Divine Moon race into the Heavenly Law universe. Her name was Feng Yu and it was said that she was a very strict and cold female expert. Got it, I'm resting, I won't go out. Qin Yan replied. He continued to refine his puppet in peace. Qin Yan is not surprised that the Wind Moon King has arrived. Because Duchess Li Shuang and the others have already asked for help. Yu Wulan told Qin Yan not to worry about being discovered. She also said that it was impossible for the Wind Moon Duke to find this place. Qin Yan is not at ease, so he quickly took out a helmet and put it on. Even if the Wind Moon Duke sees him, he can still think of a way to fool them. Now he wants to refine the puppet with peace of mind. This is a very good opportunity for him to refine a puppet that can restrain the 9 heavens' divine demons. As for what it will be in the end, he is not sure. He only knows that it will be very powerful. The Wind Moon Duke boarded the ship mainly to escort it safely to the Divine Sun Heavenly Island. The 9 heavens' divine demons and the dark magicians of the Magic Institute working together to intercept the ships of 3 powerful races is not a simple matter. How did the 9 heavens' divine demons know that the 3 powerful races are on the way, and they even know the flight route of the ships? Xianxia thought about this problem before. He suspected that there is a traitor. A traitor who knows such an important matter must be someone from the upper echelons of the alliance. The 9 Sun Heavenly Race did not plan to join the alliance of the Divine Moon Race, Divine Sun Race and Myriad Realms Divine Court. Now that they have joined, they are also an important target of suspicion. Of course, Xianxia is not very concerned about who the traitor is because this is an internal matter of the ancient races. The first thing he wants to do when he goes to the Divine Sun Heavenly Island is to see Xianxia first. Xianxia is one of the 9 Sun Divine Maiden. Her appearance in the Divine Sun Heavenly Island means that she has a mission or is representing the Guanghan Palace. Xianxia has been releasing the Divine Universe Purple Sun's energy in the Heaven Leaping Shuttle's warehouse for several days. Through the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation, the energy is transferred to the white light ball inside the formation. The puppet he refined is very special because the puppet only needs to absorb energy. What kind of mentality it will eventually become and what kind of runes it will have inside, they are all formed naturally. In the past, when he refined the puppet, he needed to mold the outer appearance. When he was almost done, he needed to carve many complicated runes. The runes inside the puppet have heavenly law totem, so Xianxia does not need to worry that the runes are not strong enough. And the puppet's body was bound to be extremely sturdy. It had that special blue crystal to begin with. Then, in addition to the many materials Xianxia had collected over the years, as well as the Divine Universe Dragon Bone and the Divine Universe Purple Sun's energy tempering, it would eventually become very strong. After Xianxia refined for about 8 days, there was finally some movement. The white glow of the white ball of light changed into blue and purplish red. Is it coming out? Xianxia turned slightly excited. At the same time, he controlled the array and released his strongest barrier to prevent the commotion from being too great. With a whoosh, multicolored light scattered in all directions. Inside the formation, a tall and burly puppet appeared. Clad in a set of blue battle armor, it looked mighty and domineering. The puppet had the same body as a human, but it was purplish-red in color. Its purplish-red body was covered in blue crystal armor. Through the blue crystal armor, one could see the body that was glowing with a purplish-red light. Xiaoyun, it's done. Ling Yin'er is much more excited than Xianxia. She said with a smile, quickly go inside and see if there is any space. Previously, there was a space inside the Devil Star Overlord that could be controlled while sitting inside. It was very satisfying. Xianxia gave it a try and found that he could enter the interior. Furthermore, the interior space is very spacious. He took out a very comfortable and large chair, sat on it, closed his eyes, and controlled the puppet with his psychic power. Through the puppet, he could see everything around him. What surprised him is that his mental power seemed to be able to amplify and become stronger through this puppet. Let's call it Divine Cosmos Overlord. Ling Yin'er said with a smile, how about it? Not bad. Xianxia continued to sense the Divine Cosmos Overlord. Although it is a puppet, it is very special. In order to control the Divine Cosmos Overlord more freely, he allowed his soul to establish a connection with the Divine Cosmos Overlord. Just as his soul was completely connected with the Divine Cosmos Overlord, many memories suddenly gushed out from his mind. This is... Xianxia is extremely shocked. He didn't expect that those 2 giant spirits from powerful races actually had memories, and now, he could obtain bits and pieces of their memories. Those are the memories of the ancient spirits of the powerful races. He quickly digested those memories and also solved many of the doubts in his heart. Just as he guessed, those powerful ancient races have a very close relationship with the mysterious above the 9 heavens. Because his memories are incomplete, he doesn't know much about the matters above the 9 heavens. That is an extremely illusory domain. Above the 9 heavens, there was a very powerful race called the Heavenly Law race. The blue skies were created by the Heavenly Law's tribe, mainly to imprison the 9 heavens demon tribe. The 9 heavens demon tribe was originally a normal tribe in the 9 heavens. However, they stole the heavenly secret technique and the sun seed of the celestial universe divine Sunday. That was why they were punished. Through Gu Ling's memories, Qin Yan obtained some information regarding the heavenly universe divine Sunday. The heavenly universe divine sun is blue in color. The reason why the 9 heavens demon god could condense such a powerful blue crystal was because the blood souls in the demon god's body had been transformed by the celestial divine sun seed. The reason why the great clans had such a huge clan spirit was mainly to fight against the 9 heavens godly demon, because the heavenly law clan above the 9 heavens, in order to completely destroy the 9 heavens demon gods, they controlled the blue skies to descend into the divine wilderness of the heavens. And a long time ago, they had sent a large number of people to descend into the divine wilderness of the heavens. In other words, they were the powerful clans. The Heavenly Law clan. Why don't they just destroy the 9 heavens godly beasts? They can't do it? Qin Yun was puzzled. The Heavenly Law clan spent so much effort to send the 9 heavens godly demon to another god realm. Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, I suspect that the god realm we are in might be completely isolated from the 9 heavens. And the other white sun divine world or 3i divine world might be able to reach the 9 heavens. So the Heavenly Law haul through the 9 heavens divine demons here? Qin Yun cursed in a low voice, the divine wilderness is a new place. Isn't throwing the 9 heavens divine demons here the same as harming others? They might have thought that after the blue skies exploded, the 9 heavens divine demons would also be finished. However, they underestimated the power of the 9 heavens divine demons. And they also have a trump card, the giant spirits of the powerful clans. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, those clan spirits are not considered strong, they are still no match for the 9 heavens demon emperor. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chopped into pieces. Who chopped them into pieces? Ling Yuner asked. I don't know, the memories of those clan spirits do not have this part. Qin Yan said, this matter is very complicated. It seems like those powerful clans are related to the 9 heavens. The clan emperor knows but the clan emperor won't say anything. Ling Yuner said, these guys are very weak against the 9 heavens divine demons. Moreover, there are several powerful clans that have joined the 9 heavens divine demons camp. Qin Yan said with sneer, even the Heavenly Law Hall and the Magic Academy have joined hands with the 9 heavens divine demons. This is the most ironic thing. The Heavenly Law Pavilion was clearly built by the Heavenly Law clan, but now, the Heavenly Law Hall has joined hands with the 9 heavens divine demons. Ling Yuner sighed and said, the divine wilderness is a new world. Do the Heavenly Law Hall and the Magic Academy want to become the overlord of this world? Qin Yan controlled his divine universe overlord and walked back and forth in the warehouse. This is not satisfying because this guy is mainly used for fighting. Without fighting, it is impossible to feel how strong it is. Above the 9 heavens, there is a heavenly universe divine sun that is blue. I wonder if it is compared to the divine universe purple sun, which one is more powerful? Qin Yan is very curious, is the blue blood in my body related to the heavenly universe divine sun? Qin Yan sat inside the divine universe overlord and pondered over the clan spirit's memories. At this time, he heard a voice coming from outside. It is Xiao Yuxiang's voice. Sister Fengyu, even though you are the Wind Moon King, you can't just barge into my room. Xiao Yuxiang complained. This is your room? That is a very big room, it is not used for people to live in. Don't block me, I want to go in and take a look. What responded to Xiao Yuxiang is a very cold and stern voice. The Wind Moon King actually came. Qin Yan promptly came out of the divine universe overlord's body and stored it away. Then he walked out of the heaven leaping shuttle. Fengyu is still outside, she did not come in. She also did not see the heaven leaping shuttle. The heaven leaping shuttle is a white jade gourd, even if it was seen, it would not matter. After Qin Yan came out, he stored the heaven leaping shuttle and changed into a set of blue inscription master robes. He wore a very tight blue helmet that completely covered his head, not even his eyes could be seen. Bang, the door was violently smashed open. Qin Yan is very calm, he is sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room. He originally wanted to conceal himself, but he thought that since Fengyu could find this place, she must have used some method to detect him. Whether it is concealment or running around, it is useless. Fengyu is wearing fiery red battle armor, her stern and ice-cold jade-like face is incomparably gloomy. It is obvious that she is very angry. Her phoenix eyes are filled with fierce expression as she glared at Xianxia, Yu Wulan, and Duchess Li Shuang beside her. Qin Yan also saw that there is a very beautiful fiery red small phoenix tattooed on the side of Fengyu's face. It is a phoenix totem. Qin Yan can recognize that it is a phoenix totem with a single glance, but it looks very ordinary. It is not carved well in all aspects. Explain it to me. Fengyu's beautiful face is as cold as frost, her phoenix eyes slightly narrowed, she sneered and gently caressed the little white cat in her bosom. Xiao Yuxiang said in low voice, Sister Fengyu, your cat called Xiao Bai Shui is really awesome. It actually knows that someone is here. Yu Wulan forced a smile and said, Sister Fengyu, that person is a little sister I just met. Fengyu has a smile that is not a smile and said coldly, My Xiao Bai Shui, not only does she know that someone is here, she also knows that that person is a man. Wulan, you said he is a woman? Then I will go and cut off the things on his body that do not belong to a woman. Fengyu King, I have long heard of your great name, but after seeing you today, you are only SOSO. Qin Yan said in a hoarse voice with a hint of ridicule in his voice. Hearing his tone, Yu Wulan, Xiao Yuxiang, and the others were stunned. Isn't this clearly provoking this king? Man, what did you say? I am only SOSO? Fengyu is a strong woman. Being ridiculed by a man, she immediately became furious. Little Yuxiang and Duchess Li Shuang looked at each other and then began to explain why they left Qin Yun on the ship. They did not say that Qin Yun was the Nine-Yang Palace king, they only said that he was Yu Wulan's friend. They told Fengyu everything about how Qin Yun had saved Yu Wulan and how he had helped the divine moonship escape. Sister Fengyu, the main reason why we kept him here is to let him protect our ship. We didn't dare to tell you before because we were afraid that you would be unhappy. Xiao Yuxiang shook Fengyu's hand and whispered, he has saved us several times, we can't just chase him away. Duchess Li Shuang said, Sister Fengyu, if it weren't for him, we would have been dead long ago. Even now, we still don't know how to thank this expert. Wang Ju and the clan emperor would have to personally express their gratitude for such a matter, but we didn't dare to mention it to you. After Fengyu heard this, her attitude also changed. She was no longer as angry as before, and the frost on her beautiful face had dissipated quite a bit. Her expression had become much more gentle. She caressed the little white cat in her arms and looked at Qin Yun, who are you? In the God's wilderness, there aren't many who have the ability to deal with a Nine Heavens god demon. Duchess Li Shuang and company did not dare to tell Fengyu the whole story because they were afraid that she would suspect that Qin Yun was the Nine-Yang Palace king. At this moment, Fengyu was really doubtful. Because she knew that only Hall King Jiu Yang had the power to counter the Nine Heavens demon lords, and could punch a hole in the Nine Heavens demon lord's head. Qin Yan also doesn't want to expose his identity to Fengyu because he will have to face the clan emperor in the future. Before that, he doesn't want to leave a bad impression on the clan emperor. The divine moon race's emperor was the key to breaking through. I come from the heavenly law race above the nine heavens. Qin Yan said indifferently, you so-called divine desolate ancient race, actually have your roots in the nine heavens. You. Fengyu's narrowed eyes suddenly widened. It was clear that she was extremely shocked. What's with the heavenly law war god that was bestowed upon you back then? Why didn't he use the heavenly law war god? Instead, it was sealed in a coffin, asked Qin Yan again. The so-called clan spirit was actually a very powerful puppet, also known as the heavenly law war god. The clan spirits of the powerful ancient races were all different. It's not convenient to explain this matter here. You saved everyone on this ship. I, the Wind Moon Duke, am very grateful. My Divine Moon clan will definitely express our gratitude in the future and send you a generous gift. Fengyu's voice was full of vigor. This also showed that her promise was very important. There's no need to thank me. Now that I have you as a king, I feel much more at ease. I'll take my leave first. Qin Yan cupped his hands and said with a smile, I'm indeed a little uncomfortable on this ship. Even though you're from the heavenly law clan above the nine heavens, I won't believe your words just like that. So, I have nothing to say about the heavenly law battle god. After all, this involves an important secret of the Mystic Moon clan. Fengyu expressed her stance. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Goodbye. With that said, he used transcending void steps to leave. Instantly, he vanished, leaving behind a faint spatial fluctuation. Seeing him leave so easily, Yu Wulan, little Yuxiang and the others were very surprised. Qin Yun didn't leave because he didn't want little Yuxiang and Duchess Li Shuang to take responsibility. Fengyu is sure that there is a man on this ship, and if she can't find him in the end, she will definitely interrogate little Yuxiang and the others in the future. If she doesn't say it, she will definitely have a conflict with the Divine Moon clan. If she says it, Qin Yun's identity will also be exposed. Now that Fengyu has found the answer, she won't continue to make things difficult for little Yuxiang and the others. Sister Fengyu, will you tell this matter to the clan emperor? Little Yuxiang said in low voice. If the clan emperor finds out, won't he be very angry? Sister Fengyu, this is a special situation. If the clan emperor really blames us, I will take responsibility. The captain of this ship is me, it has nothing to do with them. Duchess Li Shuang said. I was the one who suggested bringing him on the ship. Moreover, I met him first, so the main responsibility is mine. Yu Wulan promptly said. Fengyu faintly sighed. You guys, in the future, you must explain this kind of thing clearly. Do I look like an unreasonable woman? When Fengyu became serious, she became very fierce and cold. Just looking at her made one feel a little afraid. Even little Yuxiang and the others are filled with reverence towards Fengyu. Sister Fengyu, will you tell the clan emperor or not? Little Yuxiang also mustered up her courage and acted like a spoiled child. Of course I will. The clan emperor is not unreasonable. This matter is very important and must be explained to her. Don't worry, the clan emperor will not punish you. If she wants to punish you, then I will bear the responsibility. Fengyu said. Thank you, Sister Fengyu. Little Yuxiang hugged Fengyu and even kissed her cold and beautiful face. We let a man on the ship, will Master really not punish us? Yu Wulan is still somewhat worried. This is a special situation. Whether it is the clan emperor or me, your safety is more important than anything else. Letting him on the ship is not a big deal as long as he can save you. When I found out that the Divine Yang race and Nine Sun Heavenly Race's ship was destroyed, I immediately rushed over. Fortunately, you guys are fine. Otherwise, I would blame myself for the rest of my life. Fengyu's stern jade face revealed a trace of a rare smile. If not for the relationship between the Divine Moon Clan Emperor and Qin Yun, Yu Wulan and the others would have said it long ago. Sister Fengyu is so nice. Yu Wulan also hugged Fengyu and kissed her cheek with a tender smile. That fellow, is he from the Heavenly Law clan above the 9 heavens? Fengyu's expression suddenly became serious. She said, you must not hide this matter from me. You must tell me the truth. Otherwise, if it affects the clan emperor's judgment of the overall situation, the consequences will be very serious. Speaking of Qin Yun's true identity, Yu Wulan, little Yuxiang and Duchess Li Shuang were all stuttering. Look at you guys, there is indeed something you are hiding from me. Fengyu shook her head and sighed. Sister Fengyu, can we not say it? Yu Wulan said softly, because we promised him that we would not reveal his true identity. He is the 9 Yang Palace King, right? Fengyu snorted and said, do you really think I can't tell? Yu Wulan and the other two did not speak, their faces filled with worry. His relationship with the clan emperor is not good, so. Little Yuxiang sighed helplessly. Sister Fengyu, will the clan emperor hate him even more? Do you know why the clan emperor is so prejudiced against him? Fengyu asked. Yu Wulan and the other two hurriedly shook their heads. Fengyu said, the 9 Yang Palace King is trapped in the curse of the 10 images. He has fused with the bloodline of many powerful races in order to break through this curse. Once he breaks through, his strength will become extremely powerful. We know that. He is truly a pitiful person. Little Yuxiang sighed. He is a good person, but if he breaks through that curse, it is very likely that he will become an evil person. Fengyu's eyes suddenly became filled with helplessness as she lowered her head to look at the kitten in her arms. The kitten meowed, it was very cute and obedient. Is this the reason why the clan emperor hates him? Duchess Li Xuang asked. Yu Wulan bit her lips. She felt very sad in her heart because she understood Qin Yun very well. With Qin Yun's strength, he would definitely break through that curse. And after that, if he became an evil person, he would no longer be her little brother Yun. If he wants to break through this bottleneck, he needs to fuse with the Divine Moon bloodline. You all should know that men are unable to fuse with the Divine Moon bloodline divine origin, but if the clan emperor helps, then there will be no problem. Feng Yu let out a long sigh. This time, he is definitely going to the Divine Sun Heavenly Island to find the clan emperor. Master can really help him break through the bottleneck. Yu Wulan is somewhat astonished because she did not know about this matter. Yes, you need to become his companion. Do you think the clan emperor will be willing? Feng Yu said. He actually needed this kind of help in order to fuse with the Divine Moon bloodline divine origin. When Yu Wulan and the other two heard this, they immediately became silent. If it were me, I would definitely help him. After a moment of silence, little Yu Xiang muttered in a low voice, there shouldn't be any price to pay, right? Feng Yu shook her head. I also don't know what price the clan emperor will have to pay. The relationship between the Nine-Yang Palace King and the Nine-Yang Goddesses is extremely good. It must have been the Nine-Yang Goddesses who told him this method. If the Nine-Yang Palace King is really in a hurry to break through, then he can do anything in the end. Duchess Li Xuang and little Yu Xiang both understood at this moment that it is not that the Divine Moon Clan Emperor hates Qin Yun. Instead, he is filled with vigilance towards Qin Yun. Sister Feng Yu, don't worry. I know little Yun very well. It's impossible for him to do such a thing. Yu Wulan said, I've known him for a long time. It's also because of him that I am who I am today. Feng Yu sighed, I hope so. To be honest, the clan emperor also doesn't wish to become enemies with the Nine-Yang Palace King. After all, the Nine-Yang Palace King's current performance can be considered a rare hero in the Divine Desolate. She still admires the Nine-Yang Palace King quite a bit. Furthermore, the relationship between the Guanghan Palace and the Nine-Yang Palace King is extremely deep, and our Divine Moon clan can be considered to be in an alliance with the Guanghan Palace. If there is a conflict between the clan emperor and the Nine-Yang Palace King, it will be very difficult for us. Yu Wulan now knows the difficulties of the clan emperor. They can't help at all. They can only hope that the Divine Moon clan emperor and Qin Yun won't clash. Sister Feng Yu, you also went to look for that kind of ancient coffin? Little Yu Xiang asked. I found one. I handed it over to the clan emperor. The clan emperor is waiting for us at the Divine Sun Heavenly Island. Feng Yu said, our Divine Moon clan has a total of 7. Once the other kings return to the Divine Sun Heavenly Island, we will be more or less complete. Can those clan spirits really restrain the 9 heavens divine demons? The 9 heavens divine demons are simply too terrifying. If not for little Yun, we wouldn't have been able to defeat them. Little Yu Xiang said. The 9 heavens divine demons that were dispatched this time were all elites, but now they have all been killed. The Nine-Yang Palace King was trapped in the curse of the 10 statues, yet he still managed to grasp the method to suppress the 9 heavens divine demons so quickly. He is truly a genius. Feng Yu did not hide her admiration for Qin Yun at all. Qin Yun did not know the reason why those powerful races gathered on Divine Sun Celestial Island. He only guessed that it had something to do with the birth of the third myriad realm's Divine Sunday. According to his judgment, a few powerful races had sent their race spirits to the Divine Yang Celestial Island. Perhaps they were also aiming for the third myriad realm's Divine Sunday. Qin Yun did not go far after leaving the Divine Moon clan's ship. He was still a little worried. The 9 heavens god beasts suffered a huge loss on the Divine Moon ship. Many batches of them died, and those who died were elites, and they died very quickly. The 9 heavens god demon would definitely not let the matter rest so easily. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have wasted that space divine power orb. In order to show off his strength, Qin Yun used a spatial divine power pearl to escape. It's alright. At least you can make that king look at you in a different light. Ling Yuner laughed tenderly. Xiao Yun, the girls of the Divine Moon clan are all very beautiful. You should think of a way to stay on this ship for a while longer. No matter how beautiful she is, she's just that. Qin Yun said with smile, I have seen too many beauties, causing me to be unable to tell who is more beautiful. I also like round faces, like Sister Steamed Bun, I can pinch them. The girls of the Divine Moon Clan are all born from the Divine Moon Clan's secret method. Is that why they are so beautiful? Ling Yin'er said. She really wanted to stay on this ship. Qin Yan is only following the Divine Moon ship and maintaining a certain distance. If the Divine Moon ship is attacked, he can rush over to help immediately. Qin Yan, who was inside the heavenly leaping shuttle, was fiddling with the godly monarch spear. He felt that there was a need to improve the godly monarch spear so that it had the ability to kill 9 heaven's divine demons. Qin Yan thought about it seriously and decided not to modify the God King spear. Instead, he will refine some parts and install them on it. What could restrain the 9 heavens' godly demons was the Heavenly Law Divine Rune. Although the Heavenly Law Divine Rune was useful under normal circumstances, it consumed a lot of energy. He would only use it frequently when fighting against the 9 heavens' divine beasts. If he were to refine accessories, he would only need to take them out and install them when he wanted to attack the 9 heavens' godly demons. Qin Yan was bored in the heavenly leaping shuttle. He immediately began refining with the blue crystal. Previously, he had collected a lot of the blue crystals of the 9 heavens' godly demons and placed them in the Dan transformation heavenly furnace to refine many square crystals. The crystal had been refined by the pill transformation heavenly cauldron, making it even stronger than before. Back when Qin Yan refined the Sky Universe Overlord puppet, he had added 2 of them. They also had pretty good effects. Qin Yan was unable to refine it previously mainly because the 9 Sun Divine Hammer did not fuse with the Hammer Heavenly Dharma Divine Rune. Now, the 9 Sun Divine Hammer had also evolved. When he used the Divine Hammer and the Heavenly Universe Divine Flame, he could hammer that blue crystal. The reason why this blue crystal can be condensed is because the 9 heavens demon god has the power of the Divine Sun of the Sky Universe. This blue crystal, in essence, is a material from the Divine Sun of the Sky Universe. When Qin Yan forged the blue crystal, he could feel the power of the crystal even more. Fortunately, he had the Celestial Divine Fire and the 9 Sun Divine Hammer, so it was relatively easy for him. He refined a blue holster for the God King Spear. As long as the God King Spear is placed in the large holster, it can be combined into a large spear. Qin Yan felt that the blue crystal is very good, so he took the opportunity to add a bit into the God King Spear, making it even more sturdy and able to withstand even stronger energy burst. This small pistol looks like it was carved out of a sapphire, it is very exquisite. After combining with other components, it became a blue crystal large spear. Qin Yan carved the vibration Heavenly Dharma Divine Rune on the spear and then condensed a small black blade. He spent a great deal of effort to grind the small black blade into powder and mixed the powder into the bullet. Finally, he threw it into the Dan transformation heavenly furnace to further strengthen and refine it. This way, he refined many small black bullets. These small bullets are very small, only the size of a rice grain, but they have very strong penetrating power against the 9 heavens divine demons. Furthermore, these small bullets have the flame of the Heavenly Universe Divine Flame inside them. Qin Yan refined many bullets before. Every time he shot them, a large group of people would fall to the ground and wail in pain, all kinds of heads would explode. The bullets he refined are all targeted, so if they are hit, even if they don't die, they will still be in pain for a long time. Time is limited, I only made 100. Qin Yan feels that it is enough. The little black saber could be used in tandem. His 10 little black sabers were the truly terrifying ones. When they pierced into the bodies of the 9 heavens god beasts, they could sever their regenerative abilities. They could even devour their energy and release it to blast them to death. Of course, once the small black blade is used, it is also possible that it can't be taken back. Therefore, he has to use it cautiously. If he loses one, he will feel great heartache. After all, it took him a lot of heavenly blood to condense. Qin Yan followed the divine moon ship for a few days and tinkered with the bullets to restrain the 9 heavens divine demons. He added a set of accessories to the God King Spear so that it can more effectively attack the 9 heavens divine demons. Inside the heaven leaping shuttle, he saw a soul-chasing talisman. It is Xianxia's soul-chasing talisman. The distance is quite close, about 2 or 3 days away. When Qin Yan thought about being able to see Xianxia, his heart is filled with joy. He almost forgot to go to the Divine Sun Heavenly Island to find the Divine Moon Emperor. When he thought about how he was going to find the Divine Moon Emperor, Qin Yan's mood suddenly became heavy. Because he felt that this matter would definitely not go smoothly. Forget it, it's better not to go find the Divine Moon Emperor, so as not to damage the relationship between the Guanghan Palace and the Divine Moon Clan. If the Nine-Yang Divine Palace is in trouble, the Guanghan Palace will definitely help, and the Divine Moon Clan will also help the Guanghan Palace. If the relationship between the Guanghan Palace and the Divine Moon Clan is destroyed, the Nine-Yang Divine Palace will be besieged and there will be no helpers. Only the Guanghan Palace will come out. Qin Yan suddenly thought it through. Of course, he knows that the reason why the Divine Moon Emperor hates him is mainly because he is on guard against him. That is why he is so wary of him. Xiao Yun, maybe you can directly walk a different path. Ling Yun'er smiled and said, give it a try. Maybe if you try to break through yourself, you will have an unexpected harvest. Great beauty Yun'er, this is not like you. Didn't you always advocate for me to flirt with the Divine Moon Emperor? Qin Yan said with a smile. Now is not the time to play around. Of course, I can't let you go find trouble. Ling Yun'er said, but, I think you should still go find her and explain things to her. Don't let her think too much. Qin Yan nodded and said, yes, because there are many people around her who have a close relationship with me. For example, Wulan and Aunt Xiao, they are all people that she values a lot. I have to find her and explain things clearly to clear up the misunderstanding. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle is flying in the sky, but Qin Yun is constantly paying attention to the situation on the surface of the sea. He suddenly realized that something is wrong with the calm sea. The Nine Heavens Divine Demon is here? Qin Yun can already sense a very strong aura surging out from the sea. He quickly came out of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and opened his heavenly eye to look at the sea dyed red by the setting sun. Very quickly, Qin Yan saw an incomparably huge phantom wandering at the bottom of the sea through his heavenly eye. He could not help but feel astonished. What a big thing! Qin Yan said in alarm, what is that thing? It looks like a snake-shaped beast, could it be a dragon? The deep-sea phantom he saw is very long, moreover, its body is very thick. The Divine Moon ship flying ahead is very big, but the thing in the sea is much bigger than that ship. Crash, the sea suddenly set off a huge wave, a huge creature suddenly leaped up from the bottom of the sea. It is a very large dragon. This dragon is blue in color but different from the Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon. The Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon is a genuine dragon, but this dragon that came out from the bottom of the sea has blue crystal spikes all over its body. Its head is also very malevolent and ugly, it looks like a snake's head. What kind of thing is this? Qin Yan put away the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and took out the God King Spear. He doesn't know if the God King Spear can kill this strange dragon or not. Roar, the dragon flew to the sky and roared, then sprayed out a burst of intense blue gale. The gale swept towards the Divine Moon Race's flying ship. There are many blue light balls inside the gale. They are 9 Heavens Divine Demons. They are the kind of 9 Heavens Divine Demons with silver skin wearing blue crystal armor. There are a few hundred of them, it is clear that they are all elites. Qin Yan hastily rushed towards the Divine Moon ship. A white figure flew out of the ship. It is Feng Yu, who is wearing Fire Phoenix battle armor and holding a snow-white saber. A pair of phoenix wings appeared on Feng Yu's back, burning with intense flame. Her cultivation moon also appeared above her. Her moon has a phoenix totem. It is as if a phoenix was branded on the moon and transformed into a fire phoenix moon. The moment Feng Yu appeared, a gale blew all around. This gale is very hot. When it blows on a person's face, it is as painful as being splashed with boiling water. This Feng Yu's moon not only has phoenix power, it also has a very strong wind. No wonder it is called Wind Moon Marquis. I thought it was that kind of wind moon. Qin Yan looked at the distant Feng Yu and exclaimed in his heart. 9 Heavens Demon Race's Divine General Yao Dragon, we meet again. Feng Yu's saber is more than 2 meters long, it is taller than her body. She is carrying it on her shoulder, it looks very domineering. Feng Yu has actually met this Divine General Yao Dragon before, clearly they have fought once. Qin Yan heard that Feng Yu is going to retrieve the ancient coffin and will most likely encounter an attack on the way. Below the 9 Heavens Demon Monarchs, the strongest are Demon Lords and Demon Generals. Feng Yu has met Divine General Yao Dragon before and now she can come here. Clearly, she has defeated Divine General Yao Dragon. Feng Yu grasped the heavenly law inheritance? Qin Yun is now quietly approaching. He wants to help the Divine Moon ship. Because those 9 heavens divine demons are attacking the Divine Moon ship. Wind Moon Marquis, your heavenly law war god has awakened? Divine General Yao Dragon suddenly transformed into a tall and sturdy silver-skinned man. He has a pair of silver dragon horns on his head. He is also wearing a blue crystal armor. Yes, he has awakened. Feng Yu said with sneer, do you want to see how powerful heavenly law war god is? Divine General Yao Dragon laughed loudly and said, we heavenly law war gods have been waiting for a very long time, finally one has awakened. We sent so many elites but they were all killed. It is clear that heavenly law war god is very strong. Feng Yu's talk about heavenly law battle god awakening was a lie. Something like heavenly law battle god was not something the Wind Moon Marquises could control, much less Duchess Li Suang and company. Qin Yun immediately knew that Feng Yu was lying to Divine General Yao Long. Qin Yun approached the Divine Moon ship. The ship was protected by a very powerful barrier. It absorbed the divine power of the myriad worlds' divine suns during the day and was protected by the myriad heavens' divine moon at night. Ordinary 9 heavens divine demons could not break the ship's defense. The few hundred 9 heavens divine demons thought they would land on the divine moon ship and attack it, but they were all sent flying by the barrier. Qin Yun did not continue after seeing how strong the ship's defense was. He wanted to pay attention to Divine General Yao Long's situation. A 9 heavens divine demon at Divine General Yao Long's level could pose a threat to the divine moon ship. Feng Yu was extremely powerful. Qin Yun had secretly probed her when he met her before and vaguely sensed that she had surpassed the sacred god realm, and above the sacred god realm was the very mysterious Dao god realm. Qin Yun had only heard Bai Suxin mention it by chance. He knew nothing about the Dao god realm and the people around him were just like him, confused about the realm above the sacred god realm. If Feng Yu had Dao God Realm cultivation, she would not be in a sorry state even if she was no match for Divine General Yao Long. Qin Yun was worried that there were other powerful 9 heavens divine demons hiding nearby. According to the conversation between Feng Yu and Divine General Yao Long, they had fought once and Divine General Yao Long was no match for them. But Divine General Yao Long was not afraid of Feng Yu at all. Clearly, he had a backup plan. If I can chase you away once, I can chase you away again. Feng Yu's cold voice contained great confidence in her might. The phoenix moon floating above her suddenly trembled. A pair of huge phoenix wings appeared on the moon, burning with intense phoenix fire. Qin Yun looked at the moon and felt very astonished. Because the moon was very special. Not only did it have a very powerful mental attack, it also had a corporeal flame. In other words, not only could it injure the soul, it could also have a corporeal flame attack. Divine General Yao Long gripped a pair of blue crystal rods with both hands and cackled sinisterly. Then, he suddenly appeared next to Feng Yu and swung his rods at her and the phoenix moon above her. Scram! Feng Yu shouted coldly and angrily. Her body and the phoenix moon above her head released an incomparably fierce flaming storm. That flaming storm seemed to have stirred up monstrous waves in the air, spreading in all directions with Feng Yu as the center. The group of 9 heavens divine beasts not far away from her were also enveloped by the flames and were sent flying far away. But the divine moon ship was fine. Divine General Bane Dragon's attack had no effect. Instead, it was blown away by the intense firestorm. Boom, the huge phoenix moon flapped its wings and shot out countless flaming feathers. Like 10,000 arrows, they enveloped the area where Divine General Yao Dragon was. God General Evil Dragon roared in pain. A blue crystal shield appeared around his body and blocked the attack in the air. Those flaming arrows were extremely huge. They were like huge pillars that smashed into the blue crystal shield, causing explosions to ring out continuously. Divine General Evil Dragon was already enveloped by wave after wave of explosions. The intense and scorching flames made him feel a burning pain when they blew on him. One must know that Qin Yun is very far away from the battlefield. After Qin Yun came into contact with the flaming gale, he was secretly alarmed because he sensed the heavenly Dharma divine power. This meant that Feng Yu had used the heavenly Dharma inheritance in her attack. Feng Yu also seemed to fuse with the intense flames. Her movement speed was extremely fast and it was impossible to determine her location. Only when her saber suddenly slashed down did Qin Yun realize that she had arrived beside Divine General Evil Dragon. The saber slashed down like a phoenix's cry. Qin Yun found the powerful divine bird's aura very familiar. Yang Yang of the 9 Yang divine soul had such an aura, only now did Qin Yun recall that Yang Yang was the 9th heaven Xian sparrow. Was it related to above the 9 heavens? One of the sun souls in the 9 suns was the 9th heaven Xian sparrow. Could Yang Yang's birth be related to above the 9 heavens? Qin Yun was puzzled. Divine General Evil Dragon was struck by the heavy saber, causing blue flashes to burst out from his body. Many blue crystals flew out. Phoenix Moon Wild Saber kept slashing, but the Phoenix Moon in the sky did not attack. Qin Yun could tell that the Phoenix Moon was used to protect the Divine Moon ship. As expected, Divine General Evil Dragon was no match for Feng Yu. His powerful body suffered violent slashes as blue crystals flew out one after another. Although he was no match for her, Divine General Evil Dragon's recovery speed was astonishing. The damaged blue crystal armor on his body took a long time to repair itself. The powerful divine power released by Feng Yu contained the Phoenix Moon Wind and Fire attributes as well as powerful Heavenly Dharma divine power. That was how she was able to suppress Divine General Evil Dragon. However, she was only able to suppress him. She was unable to completely destroy him. What made Divine General Evil Dragon powerful was that his blue crystal armor could recover extremely quickly. It would instantly recover after being slashed to smithereens. With such a defense, even if Divine General Evil Dragon was being suppressed, he could still retaliate. Divine General Evil Dragon's blue crystal rods were connected to his body. They similarly possessed terrifying regenerative powers. He could immediately recover after being slashed to smithereens. If Divine General Evil Dragon did not have such regenerative powers, he would have long been destroyed by Feng Yu. Feng Yu was indeed extremely powerful. Qin Yun concluded that even King White Sun, Bai Suxin, was not as powerful as Feng Yu. However, if Bai Suxin could surpass the peak sacred god bottleneck and reach a new realm, she might be able to destroy Divine General Evil Dragon if she grasped the Heavenly Dharma inheritance. The sea of fire in front of them was Feng Yu's domain. She was like a fish in water in her own domain. Her whereabouts were difficult to grasp. Divine General Evil Dragon was also very vexed. He constantly roared and attacked randomly. Divine General Evil Dragon is very powerful, but this kind of 9 heavens divine fae is only able to survive by relying on their miraculous abilities. Qin Yun watched the battle from afar. He was also pondering how he could suppress Divine General Evil Dragon if he were to face him. If this continues, Feng Yu will not be able to wear him down and will be at a disadvantage. Ling Yin'er said, "Last time, how long did Feng Yu and Ominous Dragon Divine General spend to force him to flee?" Before Qin Yun met Yu Wulan, he discovered the battle from afar. It had been going on for several days. How many days will it take? Qin Yun could tell that both Divine General Evil Dragon and Feng Yu were prepared to fight a long battle. Divine General Evil Dragon is not stupid. He must be prepared to face Feng Yu this time. Feng Yu also knows that Divine General Evil Dragon is prepared, so she sent Feng Yu to protect the Divine Moon Ship. The Divine Moon Ship is not running around randomly. They must be worried that other powerful 9 heavens divine fae are ambushing them. The Divine Moon Ship must be very important to them. So it is impossible that only Divine General Evil Dragon is coming. Qin Yun watched the battle while paying attention to the surroundings. It must be known that 3 batches of 9 heavens divine fae were completely annihilated. The 9 heavens demon emperor must have sensed it. Ling Yin'er said, "Xiao Yun, the 9 heavens demon emperor must know that the heavenly law war gods hidden in the ancient coffins have not awakened. But the Divine Moon Ship seems to have awakened a heavenly law war god, so it must be very important." Sure enough, Divine General Evil Dragon suddenly shouted, "Where is your heavenly law war god? Quickly take it out. You can't kill me. I can deal with you." Feng Yu shouted. It is very difficult for her to fight, but she is very stable because she has experienced it before. "You will need at least 3 days if you want to scare me away. Then let's bet, who will come faster, my reinforcements or your reinforcements?" Divine General Evil Dragon very proudly said with smile. "This place is very close to the Divine Sun Heavenly Island, what do you think?" Feng Yu said with sneer. "So what if it's the Divine Sun Heavenly Island? Many of the Divine Yang race and 9 heavens demon race's ships have been destroyed. Only the divine moon race did not suffer any losses. They will definitely not come to help. God General Yao Long laughed and said, "You humans seem to be united on the surface, but you fight openly and covertly. The situation is very bad." Feng Yu did not reply, clearly she also thinks the same way. Qin Yan is surprised that many of Divine Sun race and 9 heavenly races' ancient coffins have been plundered. "I want to go to the Divine Sun Heavenly Island as soon as possible." Qin Yan wants to find Yang Shuriwei and make it in time for the third myriad realm's Divine Sun to be born. Because Sky Universe Overlord is also a heavenly law battle god, Qin Yan wants Sky Universe Overlord to receive the baptism of the myriad realm's Divine Sunday. "Xiayun, how are you going to attack?" Ling Yunar asked. Qin Yan cannot go to the Divine Sun Heavenly Island just like that, so he must scare away Divine General Evil Dragon. "That's simple, I will use my Sky Universe Overlord." Qin Yan laughed and then released Sky Universe Overlord. Sky Universe Overlord looks like a tall and sturdy war god, his skin is purplish red, he is releasing Divine Universe Purple energy, his body is covered in dark blue crystal armor, his helmet looks like a mighty dragon head, both his arms and legs are like dragon claws. He looks very domineering, especially that Divine Universe Purple energy, when combined with his tyrannical dragon power, he looks even more dreadful. Qin Yan is now inside Sky Universe Overlord's body, he is controlling this huge war god. While Divine General Evil Dragon is feeling very proud, Sky Universe Overlord suddenly rushed into the Flame Sea and sent a palm attack towards Divine General Evil Dragon. Divine General Evil Dragon was sent into the sea. This sudden appearance of Sky Universe Overlord caused Feng Yu to jump in fright. Feng Yu also doesn't know what the thing in front of her is, she only feels that it is very mighty and domineering, she is momentarily intimidated by that kind of aura. Roar! Divine General Evil Dragon suddenly changed back to his huge body, turned into a blue crystal demon dragon and rushed out of the sea. "This is your heavenly law battle god?" Divine General Evil Dragon's huge demon dragon body coiled in the sky. Feng Yu is certain that this is not heavenly law battle god. Qin Yan could receive Feng Yu's mental voice transmission but he did not reply. Divine General Pestilence Dragon, who had transformed into his true form, was also astonished. He had seen the heavenly law battle god that Feng Yu had mentioned. This heavenly law war god was different from the one he had seen before. It was not the heavenly law war god they were familiar with. Furthermore, the heavenly law battle god had a very strong Divine Universe Purple Chi, as well as the power of the Divine Sun. What puzzled Divine General Evil Dragon the most was that the heavenly law battle god wasn't like this at all. However, he felt that the heavenly law battle god in front of him was very powerful. Qin Yan took out his 9-Sun Divine Hammer and let Sky Universe Overlord hold it. 9-Sun Divine Hammer can become very big, it is also very convenient for Heavenly Universe Overlord to use. Divine General Yao Dragon and Feng Yu exclaimed inwardly when they saw the 9-Sun Divine Hammer, because they could tell with a glance that the 9-Sun Divine Hammer that was emitting blue light was covered by a layer of powerful blue crystal, and it was emitting a strong Heavenly Law Divine power. The 9-Sun Divine Hammer was fused with a complete Heavenly Law Divine rune. Furthermore, Qin Yan had carved Vibration Heavenly Law Divine rune on it. That was why the Heavenly Law God power that was released was very strong, especially when it was held by Sky Universe Overlord, absorbing the God power in Sky Universe Overlord's body. The aura was especially terrifying. Qin Yan controlled the Empyrean Overlord and flew high into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared high up in the sky. Divine General Evil Dragon opened his mouth and spat out blue balls of light in a frenzy. The blue orbs of light exploded in the air, like a blue glowing flower blooming. At the same time, it was accompanied by thunder and lightning. The pressure of the demonic force was also very terrifying. It rushed down from the sky, causing the sea to churn even more violently. Sky Universe Overlord is very high up in the sky. After being supported by Qin Yan's supergravity, it suddenly dropped down. The Heavenly Universe Overlord, who was falling down, held on to the 9-Sun Divine Hammer that had become extremely huge with both of his hands, and borrowed the impact of the fall to descend. The Sky Universe Overlord suddenly descended at a very fast speed, striking Divine General Yao Dragon's head like a beam of light. The head of the 9-Sun Divine Hammer burst out with a strong purplish-red light, accompanied by blue lightning that surged in all directions. The deafening sound of the Divine Hammer falling shook the sky. It was as if a part of the sky was about to collapse. Through the Empyrean Overlord, Qin Yun used the heaven-shaking stance of the Heaven Annihilation 9 styles. Divine General Yao Long roared angrily as the protective blue crystal plate on his head cracked and flew away. The gigantic head of the demonic dragon exploded. Damn it! Divine General Yao Dragon also discovered that his enlarged form was useless. His body was still being beaten to a pulp, and because his body was so huge, it was full of openings. Divine General Bane Dragon reverted to his human form. The long staves in his hands suddenly transformed into 2 spears that he thrust at the Sky Universe Overlord. Qin Yun controlled the Heavenly Universe Overlord to wave his hand and blocked the 2 spears. The Sky Universe Overlord had fused with 2 clan spirits, which were the bodies of 2 heavenly law war gods, so its defense was extremely strong. Also, the Sky Universe Overlord's body had fused with the Divine Cosmic Thunder Dragon's dragon bone. That kind of lightning power was also very strong. Qin Yun still has not infused the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation's power into Sky Cosmos Overlord's body, or it would be even more powerful. Your Heavenly Law Battle God is truly powerful, Divine General Bane Dragon said, then turned around and flew away. Don't even think of running. Qin Yun sneered in his heart and immediately chased after him. He still has not had enough fun, so how can he let Divine General Bane Dragon go? Just as Qin Yun was about to chase, a blue whale as large as a mountain suddenly flew out of the sea. When this blue whale opened its mouth wide, it could completely swallow 1,000 zhang tall mountain. The blue whale's current target is the Divine Moon ship. Qin Yun promptly threw the 9 Sun Divine Hammer towards the huge blue whale. Feng Yu also controlled her Phoenix Moon to charge at the blue whale. Boom, boom. 2 loud sounds echoed as the blue whale was knocked away. The blue whale let out a roar and dived into the deep sea, then quickly disappeared. Divine General Yao Dragon also ran far away. It can be seen that the blue whale is a very powerful 9 heavenly divine demon. It suddenly appeared just now to create an opportunity for Divine General Yao Dragon to escape. Originally, there were still some 9 heavenly divine demons attacking the Divine Moon ship, but when the blue whale appeared, they all dove into the sea and followed the blue whale into the deep sea. Whether it is Divine General Yao Dragon or the blue whale, they are both very difficult to kill. The reason why Qin Yun wants to chase after Divine General Yao Dragon is to test Sky Cosmic Overlord's strength one step further. The sea gradually became calm again. Night fell, the distant light of the myriad heavens divine moon shone on the mysterious pitch-black divine Yang celestial sea. It is like a thin silver veil covering the surface of the sea. This place is very close to the divine Yang celestial island, so it is also very high above the sloping sea. This way, it is also very close to the myriad heavens divine moon. Therefore, the myriad heavens divine moon Qin Yun can see now is much bigger than before. Feng Yu floated in the sky and let out a long breath. Then she looked at Sky Cosmic Overlord and said, I know you are the 9 Yang Palace King. Don't misunderstand little Yuxiang and the others, it was not them who exposed your identity. There is a large blue crystal pearl in the middle of Sky Cosmic Overlord's chest. It looks like Sky Cosmic Overlord's energy source, but it is not. At this moment, the pearl is releasing rays of light. Qin Yun flew out of the pearl and landed on Sky Cosmic Overlord's shoulder. I didn't expect that I still couldn't hide it from you. Qin Yun is not wearing a mask and said with a faint smile. I thought you had already left, I didn't expect you to still be nearby. You think that I can't protect the Divine Moon ship, right? Feng Yu is still incomparably surprised when she saw Qin Yun come out. She already guessed that Sky Cosmic Overlord is Qin Yun's, but after seeing it with her own eyes, she is still astonished. She is very curious as to why this 9 Yang Palace King has such a powerful thing. It's not that I look down on you, I just speculated that the 9 Heavens demon race will send out a very strong guy based on my experience. Qin Yun said. Your guess is correct. Feng Yu also admitted, she sighed, and said, many thanks for your help, our Divine Moon race owes you once again. Qin Yun said, if you are truly grateful to me, don't mention this matter to your emperor. Why? Feng Yu's eyebrows are slightly raised, her solemn phoenix eyes are filled with doubt. I'm worried that the misunderstanding with her will deepen. Qin Yun said. You are afraid that she will think that you are deliberately trying to curry favor with her, right? Feng Yu thought about it carefully and asked. She is filled with wariness towards me, causing her to feel disgusted with me. Therefore, she is very sensitive right now. Even if I help you a few times, she will feel that I have impure intentions. Qin Yun said. She does have such thoughts, but don't underestimate her rationality. She will not be affected by other negative emotions. She is the divine moon race's emperor, not an ordinary woman. Her thoughts are not something that you can guess. Feng Yu's voice raised a bit, it is slightly stern. Clearly, she does not wish for Qin Yun to think that their emperor is an ungrateful person. When you see the divine moon race's emperor, tell her that I, Qin Yun, do not have any improper thoughts towards her. I do want to talk to her and ask if there is any other way to help me fuse with the divine moon bloodline divine origin. Now that I see that she is so sensitive about this, I will also dispel this thought. I will walk my own path and will not pester her. Tell her to be at ease, don't get into conflict with the people around her because of me. Qin Yun stored away the heavenly universe overlord and released the heaven-leaping shuttle. He stood on the white jade gourd. After Feng Yu heard Qin Yun's words, she is extremely surprised. She still does not dare to believe it and asked, "You really don't have any thoughts towards her?" Qin Yun said with a smile, "I said it before, I am only looking for her to discuss if there is any other way to fuse with the divine moon bloodline divine origin. After I came into contact with second sister and little Xianxia, I also felt that she is very sensitive, so I do not intend to look for her. I, Qin Yun, have lived for 9 lifetimes, what kind of bitterness have I not experienced? What kind of difficulties have I not experienced? Those so-called heavenly punishments were all broken by me one by one. A mere 10 devil curse, I can definitely break them." Qin Yun's words are filled with vigor, it has a heroic spirit that makes people admire him. At this moment, Feng Yu also believes in Qin Yun. Because when she stared at Qin Yun's clear and bright eyes, she could see an indescribable firmness and determination. I will definitely pass on the message to the clan emperor. Furthermore, I will request for more gifts from the clan emperor. Feng Yu stared at Qin Yun's eyes for a long time before replying, "I will do my best to let you meet her." "I won't meet her, in case the misunderstanding deepens," Qin Yun said. The emperor is a reasonable person. She was indeed sensitive before, but she can understand. Feng Yu said. "We will talk about it when the time comes. Farewell." Qin Yun entered the heaven-leaping shuttle and flew towards the Divine Sun Heavenly Island. Feng Yu returned to the Divine Moon ship and let it fly at the very front. She also made up her mind to arrange for Qin Yun and the Divine Moon Emperor to meet in secret, and she will also participate in the secret discussion. 2 days later, the Divine Moon Race's ships arrived one after another. Qin Yun also felt a lot more at ease. They are now only 1 day away from the Divine Sun Heavenly Island. The Divine Moon Race has a few large ships with powerful dukes or kings inside. Even if the 9 heavens divine demons besieged them, it would be difficult for them to gain anything. The 9 Sun Heavenly Clan and the Divine Sun Race did not come to help. It seems like their losses are really great and they are very jealous of the Divine Moon Race. Qin Yun shook his head and said with a smile. At this moment, Qin Yun sensed a spatial fluctuation in the main control room. After the spatial fluctuation appeared, 2 auras came over, 2 figures suddenly appeared. Xianxia has arrived, and there is also a charming moon elf who looks exactly like her. Xianxia's 2 moon elves have fused with spatial Xian ants and grasped spatial power. Therefore, they can easily enter Qin Yun's heaven-leaping shuttle. Xianxia is wearing white battle armor and has a long ponytail. With a single glance, it is clear that she came with the Divine Moon Race's ship and came to find Qin Yun. Her beautiful eyes are as gentle as water as she gazed at Qin Yun. Her exceptionally beautiful face has a sweet smile. "Big Sister Yang. I finally get to see you." Qin Yun very happily hugged the beauty. At this time, the long-legged beautiful moon elf has also been put away. Inside the Divine Moon ship, Feng Yu, Duchess Li Shuang and little Xiang are together. She is still thinking about how Qin Yun defeated Demon Dragon Divine General. "Sister Feng Yu, we're almost at the Divine Sun Heavenly Island." Little Xiang lightly shouted, interrupting Feng Yu's contemplation. "N." Feng Yu lightly nodded. "What are you thinking about?" Yu Wulan said with smile. "I'm thinking about the big thing the 9 Sun Palace King released earlier." Feng Yu casually replied. "Ah? You want the big thing of the 9 Sun Palace King? How much?" Little Xiang covered her mouth and giggled. It is clear that she was referring to something else. Feng Yu rolled her eyes and then vigorously pinched little Yu Xiang. Yu Wulan also laughed non-stop, her waist was also vigorously pinched by Feng Yu. I mean, that very big puppet. Feng Yu lightly said, you two girls, why are you so bad? Duchess Li Shuang looked at Yu Wulan and asked, did your little brother Yun have such a powerful big puppet before? No. Yu Wulan shook her head. I don't know what it is, but it seems to be much stronger than our Heaven Law War god. Feng Yu said, I'll have to ask him next time. Yu Wulan and the others only know that Qin Yun once obtained 2 Heaven Law War god fragments, but they did not associate it with them. Because in their opinion, even if Qin Yun could repair it, it would be impossible for him to do so in such a short period of time. They also did not mention this matter to Feng Yu. Divine Moon Clan's ships began to slow down, they are very close to the Divine Sun Heavenly Island. Qin Yun and Xianxia are intimate inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, intoxicated in the world of 2 people filled with boundless tenderness. They are intoxicated in their deep affection and do not know the passage of time. After being separated for so many days, they have fallen into a crazy sweetness. After a night, 2 myriad realms' divine suns rose in the early morning, shining with intense light, illuminating the amorous main control room inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Qin Yun woke up from his sweet dream, then hugged the tender beauty beside him and kissed her enchanting smile on her red lips. Xianxia did not sleep because she had to be vigilant. She also knew that Qin Yun must be very tired from the journey, so she let Qin Yun completely relax and rest. The Divine Yang Heavenly Island is right in front. Xianxia stood up and looked ahead. She smiled and said, Yuelan is also on the island. Yuelan is also here? Isn't she in the Guanghan Palace? Qin Yun thought that Xiao Yuelan was in seclusion to comprehend the heavenly law inheritance. When Xiao Yuelan entered the heavenly law universe, Yu Shi and the others obtained the heavenly law inheritance. However, they could not easily grasp it like Qin Yun. She told me to go to the Guanghan Palace and bring her here. After Xianxia got up, she picked up her clothes and elegantly put them on. Big Sister Yang, what's going on with the Divine Sun Sky Island? So many of them are gathered there, what are they doing? Qin Yun said, I only know that the 3rd myriad world's divine sun is about to be born. Xianxia wore a simple gauze dress. Her beautiful and exquisite jade-white body was faintly discernible under the gauze. Come on, let's take a bath first. I'll tell you later. Xianxia's slender jade-like legs gracefully stepped on the ground. Her steps were light and her chiffon skirt fluttered in the wind. Her beautiful face carried a gentle smile as she walked to the bedside and pulled Qin Yun up. Qin Yun brought Xianxia to a large room. There was a pool there and the 2 of them soaked in the warm pool. Xianxia slowly coiled up her long hair and said leisurely, the Divine Yang Celestial Island has gathered the race emperors of many powerful races. These thearchs had received the news from the myriad world's divine Sunday. When the 3rd myriad world's divine sun is born, something will descend on the divine sun celestial island. It's mainly for the strong races to fight against the 9 heavens divine demons. Chaos race, divine sword race and divine star race, can these fellows also obtain something from the myriad realm's divine sun? Qin Yun swam to Xianxia's side and hugged the beautiful Xianxia. Yes, they also want a share. So it is very likely that there will be a battle on the Divine Yang Celestial Island. Also, the Divine Yang race is the arch-guest that someone from the myriad domain's Divine Yang land would descend. Xianxia said, the descent of the 9 heavens demon race into the Divine Desolate also brought great pressure to the myriad realm's Divine Sun. Qin Yun previously heard from the Divine Presiding that there are people above the myriad realm's Divine Sunday. Those people are very mysterious and also very powerful. It is said that they can control the myriad realm's divine sun and even promote its evolution. As for who those people are, Qin Yun is not clear. He only knows that they are definitely very strong. Is the Divine Presiding also here? Qin Yun asked again. The Divine Presiding's myriad heaven's divine punishment flag was bestowed by the myriad realm's divine Sunday. Of course he will come. Xianxia helped Qin Yun rub his back and said with a charming smile, Xiao Yun, you weren't invited, are you feeling a bit dissatisfied? Qin Yun lightly snorted and said, of course. They don't even put me, the 9 Yang Palace King, in their eyes. Xianxia hugged Qin Yun from behind and kissed his handsome face. She said with a smile, the divine presiding originally wanted to invite you, but after knowing about your 10 images, he didn't let you come. He also thought that you were in seclusion. Qinyan gently caressed Yang Shiyu's hand and said with a sigh, Big Sister Yang, the reason I came to the Divine Sun Heavenly Island this time was to find the Divine Moon Emperor. However, after I saw Second Sister, I learned that the Arch of the Divine Moon clan was wary of me, so I gave up on that idea. Yang Shiyue naturally knew why Qinyan was looking for the Divine Moon clan's great emperor. He mainly wanted to see if there was a way to fuse with the Divine Moon bloodline's divine origin. I met the Divine Moon clan's empress once, but I didn't mention you to her. Yang Shiyue frowned slightly and said, if she's wary of you, it means that method is really feasible. That's why she's so against you. Qinyan said with smile, then I will think of another way to break through. I'm already very happy to see Big Sister Yang on Divine Yang Celestial Island. I'm even happier than when I broke through. Yang Shiyue smiled sweetly before kissing Qinyan's lips. She said with a charming smile, Little Yun, why is your mouth getting sweeter and sweeter? That's because I was kissed by Big Sister Yang. Qinyan giggled. Aya, I really can't believe that you, the Nine Sun Palace King, can say such words. Yang Shiyue giggled. Qinyan suddenly thought of an important matter and said, Big Sister Yang, I'm cultivating my spirit body. I'm just a bit away from success. Help me. Ling Yun'er suddenly cheered happily because Qinyan finally thought of this matter. Great Beauty Yun'er can't wait to come out, right? Yang Shiyue looked at Qinyan with a smile and said, Yun'er, I'll help you cultivate your spirit body. You have to take good care of little Yun in the future. Big Sister Yang, I will definitely take good care of him. Ling Yun'er said sweetly. After Qinyan and Yang Shiyue finished bathing, they put on their clothes and went to a secret room. Qinyan released the spirit body. The spirit body is currently inside a large crystal pearl. It looks exactly the same as Ling Yun'er and has a pair of transparent spirit wings. It hasn't been completely refined yet, mainly because it lacks spirit blood. It will take a long time to condense. Yang Shiyue released her 2 moon elves and then released her spirit blood and dripped it on Ling Yun'er's spirit body. Little Yun, let's also bleed together. This will be faster. Yang Shiyue said. Qinyan nodded and released his heavenly blood. Yang Shiyue is not surprised to see Qinyan's heavenly blood. What surprised Qinyan is that Yang Shiyue's blood also has a faint blue glow. It is also heavenly blood, but it doesn't have Qinyan's blue. Big Sister Yang, you also cultivated heavenly blood. Qinyan said in surprise. Not as strong as you. Yang Shiyue tilted her head and smiled, Little Yun's heavenly blood is still powerful, stronger than me and my spirit body. The spirit blood released by Yang Shiyue's 2 moon elves also has a faint blue glow. It is also transforming towards heavenly blood. Qinyan said, can I transfer Yun'er's consciousness now? Yang Shiyue nodded lightly, you can transfer it now. Ling Yun'er asked at this time, wait, Big Sister Yang, how about my spirit body? My body wants to be as good as yours, I want to have snow-white long legs like your moon elves. As good as me, your legs must be longer than my moon elves. Yang Shiyue smiled and said, Great Beauty Yun'er, don't worry. Ling Yun'er is very happy and allowed Qinyan to transfer her to the spirit body. With the cooperation of Qinyan and Ling Yun'er, the transfer was completed very quickly. The Nether Sun Dao spirit that has accompanied him for many years has finally left his consciousness space. This made Qinyan feel quite emotional. A lot of spirit blood has been injected into the spirit body, and it has also formed the regeneration ability of the spirit blood. With the following cultivation, it will soon be able to produce a lot of blood. Ling Yun'er opened her eyes and came out of the transparent crystal ball. She giggled like a crazy girl. Her figure is indeed very good. She is very tall and curvaceous. Her face is her original face, charming and pleasant. She has a pair of mischievous eyes and the shape of her face is a little round. It feels very good to pinch. At this time, she touched her body randomly, feeling her beautiful and fiery figure. Seeing this, Yang Shiyue chuckled again and again. Thank you, Big Sister Yang. Ling Yun'er immediately pounced on Yang Shiyue and hugged her. Qinyan curled his lips and said, this spirit body, I was the one who helped you create it. You actually didn't thank me. Thank you, my Xiaoyun. Ling Yaner smiled and pounced on Qin Yan again. She hugged Qin Yan tightly and said with a mischievous smile, "Xiao Yun, feel my body." Qin Yan pinched her face and said, "You better behave yourself and don't go around doing bad things, understand?" "Got it." Ling Yaner is very happy. Then, she turned around and turned into a very small spirit and flew back into Qin Yan's illusory space. She is still not fully formed, she still needs to cultivate even stronger spirit blood and adapt to her spirit body. "Xiao Yun, let's go to the Divine Sun Heavenly Island and find Yuan first." Yu said. "Other than Yuan, who else came from the Guanghan Palace?" Qin Yan asked. Yue has never seen Qin Yan's Sky Universe Overlord. Qin Yan also gave her a simple explanation. After Yu understood, she realized that the Heavenly Universe Overlord's previous life was that bone dragon. At that time, she had even participated in the transformation of that bone dragon. "Xiao Yun, our moon palace also has something similar to the Heavenly Law War God. It was previously hidden inside the Mother Moon." Yu said, "Ours are not humanoid. Could it be beast type?" Qin Yan was suddenly curious. "It's a flower, a very big flower. It looks like a Chinese rose." Yu was in the main control room. She looked at the Divine Sun Celestial Island in front of her and said, "That flower has the power to restrain the 9 heavens' divine demons, but it is not flexible. It can only be used for defense. The defense of the heavens' divine moon should be very strong, right?" Qin Yan said with a smile, "The 9 heavens' divine demons will definitely not be able to break in." Yu shook her head lightly. "The 9 heavens' divine demons have not attacked the heavenly divine moon, but we cannot guarantee that we will not be breached. The gods desolate is so big, there must be many powerful fellows." Qin Yan gently held Yu's hand and said, "That's why you are cooperating with the Divine Moon Clan. The Divine Moon Clan has already moved into the Divine Moon of the heavens. From now on, we can be considered as one. With the Divine Moon Clan's Heavenly Law War God, at least we don't have to be afraid of the 9 heavens' divine demons." Yu nodded. Qin Yan was not surprised by this cooperation. The Emperor of the Divine Moon Clan accepted Yu Wulan and Xiao Xianqin as disciples and made them the Divine Moon Heavenly Maiden. This was an extremely high position, just like a king. This was to show her attitude. "Big Sister Yang, I won't have any conflict with Divine Moon Clan's Emperor, you can rest assured," Qin Yan said. "She more or less knows about your relationship with us. She is also somewhat dissatisfied with this, but she didn't say much. We told you about the fusion of the Divine Moon bloodline's divine origin, causing her to be on guard against you in advance. Perhaps she has some resentment towards us in her heart." Yu sighed faintly. She stood up and leaned on Qin Yan's chest. Qin Yan hugged Yu. He could feel Yu's worry. She was worried that he would not be able to cross the threshold of 10 images. "Then go and tell her that I won't pester her. I don't have any thoughts about her. Tell her to be at ease." Qin Yan said, "If she doesn't believe me, I can sign a soul contract with her. Let's talk about it when we see Yuan." Yu smiled sweetly and said, "Maybe Yuan had a good chat with her?" Qin Yan did not hope for anything. Although he had never seen the Divine Moon Clan's Empress with his own eyes, he could sense her strong resistance. "Xiao Yun, you can hand over the Sky Universe Overlord to me. I'll bring it back to the Moon Palace and place it in the Moon Core. Let's see if it can strengthen you a little." Yu's jade-like fingers drew circles on Qin Yan's chest. "After this matter is over, I will bring it back for you. It would be even better if it can be strengthened." Qin Yan doesn't have any method to strengthen Sky Universe Overlord now. The heaven-leaping shuttle was getting closer and closer to the Divine Yang Celestial Island. They could already see the tall Divine Yang Peak. The Divine Yang Peak looked like a spinning, cone-shaped mountain, like a tornado. The bottom was very thin, but the top was very wide. Even so, this mountain was able to very steadily persevere in the middle of the Divine Yang Celestial Island. So this is the Divine Yang Peak. It doesn't look like a mountain at all. After Qin Yan saw the Divine Yang Peak clearly, he also felt that it is very strange. The Divine Yang Peak is very tall. If the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun was above the Divine Yang Peak, a lot of the light rays would be absorbed by the Divine Yang Peak. This mountain has been turned upside down many years ago. So the peak has become the bottom. Xianxia said. This mountain is cone-shaped, the tip of the cone is stuck to the ground, it looks like the entire mountain has been turned upside down. When Xianxia saw it earlier, he had this kind of feeling. He never expected that it would really be turned upside down. The Divine Yang Celestial Island is very big. Xianxia and Xianxia, you can now see many huge ships floating above the Divine Yang Celestial Island. Many dukes and kings from strong races have come. Xianxia sighed and said, if they fight, it will definitely be a fierce battle. Is the Primal Chaos race also here? Xianxia asked. Xianxia pointed to the front and said, many of those ships belong to the Primal Chaos race and the Divine Sword race. The Divine Star race people should be in the stars high up in the sky. Xianxia is worried about the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor. The Nine Heavens Demon Emperor is very strong. If he appeared here and started a massacre, the Divine Yang Celestial Island might be destroyed. If the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor did not appear, it means that the Heavenly Law War Gods are very strong, so strong that the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor does not dare to approach. After the Heaven Leaping Shuttle became invisible, it has already flown to the east shore of the Divine Yang Celestial Island and landed in a forest on the shore. Just as they landed, a silver crescent moon mark appeared on Xianxia's forehead. This is something the Divine Moon race gave to the Guanghan Palace for communication. It can be used even during the day. Xianxia touched her forehead and said with smile, Yuelan is here. She said she will be here soon. Xiao Yuelan is also constantly paying attention to the soul-chasing talisman. When she sensed that Xianxia and Xianxia are approaching the Divine Yang Celestial Island, she immediately rushed over. Not long after, Xiao Yuelan arrived at the forest on the east shore of the Divine Yang Celestial Island and landed beside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Xianxia immediately controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and teleported Xiao Yuelan in. Xiao Yuelan is wearing a white mask, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and she is wearing a simple and elegant white dress. She is not dressed for battle. It can be seen that the situation of the Divine Yang Celestial Island is still stable, at least there is no atmosphere of a great battle. Xiao Yuelan took off her mask, her ice-cold and beautiful face suddenly turned charming and captivating. It is as if hundreds of flowers have bloomed after the ice and snow have melted, it is filled with tender and alluring beauty. Xiaoyun. Xiao Yuelan smiled tenderly. Xianxia also went over and hugged her, he even kissed her. Xianxia smiled lightly and said, Yuelan, you came so fast. Xiao Yuelan smiled naughtily, I was afraid that you would be bullied by little husband to the point that you couldn't take it anymore. Naughty. Xianxia went over and pinched her butt, she said with a smile, you are underestimating me too much. Ah? That means my poor little husband is going to be bullied badly by big sister Yang? Xiao Yuelan giggled, then kissed Xianxia's face and said with smile, our beautiful big sister Yang has become even more beautiful after being nourished. Xianxia slapped Xiao Yuelan's butt and scolded with a smile, Yuelan, how long have you been in the Divine Yang Celestial Island? What have you done? You didn't go around scourging girls, did you? Xiao Yuelan curled her lips and said, Xiaoyun, if you spank me again, believe it or not, I'll release you Xiaoling. I'm not afraid of your Xiaoling. Xianxia chuckled. Really? Xiaoling is much worse than me, I'll let her come out and teach an honest person like you a lesson. Xiao Yuelan waved her hand and released a blonde long-eared sun elf. Yu Xiaoling's extremely charming face is filled with a blurred beauty. Her upper body is simply wrapped in white cloth and she is wearing a very short white skirt. Even Xianxia can't help but take a few more glances at her pair of perfect long legs. Xiaoling, get him. Xiao Yuelan giggled. Little husband. I missed you so much. The moment Yu Xiaoling came out, she flapped her pair of beautiful fairy wings and rushed towards Xianxia with a charming smile. Yuner, get her. Xianxia laughed and immediately released Ling Yuner. The moment Yuner came out, she hugged Yu Xiaoling and rolled around on the ground, playing. Just like this, the two rogue elves met their playmates and played to their heart's content. Big sister Yang, quickly release your two moon elves. Xiao Yuelan pulled Xianxia's hand and shouted. My moon elves are different from your elves. If they stay with your elves for too long, they will turn bad. Xianxia covered her mouth and laughed. Yuelan, did you go see the Divine Moon Clan's emperor? Xianxia asked. I just saw her, Sister Fengyue is also here. Xiao Yuan said with a naughty smile, "My good Xiao Yun, did you know that Feng Yue, Xiao Yuxiang and Duchess Li Xuang are all speaking up for you? Alright. Yang Shiyu also knows that Qin Yan helped the divine moonship escape." After Qin Yan heard this, his expression sank and he shook his head. "This is not a good thing. The more they speak up for me, the more the divine moon clan's emperor will resist me. Sister Feng Yue helped you pass on a message to Sister Shengyun. You said that you wouldn't pester her, right?" Xiao Yuan said. "What's Sister Shengyun's reaction?" Yang Shiyu asked. "Sister Shengyun?" Qin Yan said with a frown, "Is that the name of the divine moon clan's emperor?" "Her name is Yu Shengyun, she's a great beauty with boundless fragrance." Xiao Yuan said. She didn't have any reaction, she only lightly replied, "That's good." She also promised Sister Feng Yue that she would thank you and give you some things. Qin Yan stroked his chin, his eyebrows are filled with worry as he muttered, "Not good." Yang Shiyu said, "Xiao Yun, don't worry. Sister Shengyun will definitely not be wary of you anymore." Qin Yan shook his head, "No, she might think that I'm playing hard to get. Maybe she will be even more wary of me. Don't think too much, let's go to the Divine Sun Peak first and bring you to see Sister Shengyun." Xiao Yuan also became serious and said, "The third Divine Sun is about to appear, we must seize this opportunity. Xiao Yun, especially you must make good use of this opportunity." "What opportunity?" Qin Yan knew that after the birth of the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun, it would definitely bring about something else. However, he did not know what kind of good opportunity it would bring. "I don't know either. In short, with me and Big Sister Yang here, we will definitely be able to help you reap a lot of benefits," Xiao Yuan said. Qin Yan controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to float in midair. Not long after the heaven-leaping shuttle took off, a wave of grey qi surged over. Ling Yuner and Yu Shaoling, who were playing around, immediately stopped and tidied up their clothes. Their faces became incomparably serious. "Primal Chaos Divine Sun." Yu Shaoling cursed in a low voice, "The Primal Chaos race has brought along the Primal Chaos Divine Sun. This Primal Chaos Divine Sun is very strong. Did they create a Primal Chaos Divine Sun to devour the divine power of the Third Universe Divine Sun?" Ling Yuner was puzzled. The Divine Yang race is a combination of the Nether Sun race and the Heavenly Sun race. In other words, Divine Yang race must have Nether Suns. Let's see how Divine Yang race will defend against Primal Chaos race, Xiao Yuan said. Qin Yan looked at the surface of the sea. There was a grey gas mass there, releasing a grey gas beam that charged over. Seeing this very large Chaos Divine Sun, Qin Yan's hands itched. He wanted to get it. Xiao Yuan shook Qin Yan's hand and said softly, "Xiao Yun, do you want that Primal Chaos Divine Sun?" Qin Yan looked at the Primal Chaos Divine Sun in the distance. He is indeed very tempted, but he is not impulsive. That Primal Chaos Divine Sun was brought over by the Primal Chaos race. It will definitely be heavily guarded, and there might even be powerful 9 heavens divine demons protecting it. Qin Yan only has Xiao Yuan and Yang Shiyu to help him. Although there are still some fairies, it will be very difficult for them to deal with the Primal Chaos race and 9 heavens divine demons. There's no rush now. Since the Primal Chaos race brought the Primal Chaos Divine Sun over, they will definitely clash with the Divine Yang race. That will be our opportunity, Qin Yan said. The Primal Chaos race caused such a huge commotion. The strong races in the Divine Sun Heavenly Island will definitely attach great importance to it. How about I go to the Divine Moon race and help you inquire about the situation? Xiao Yuan said. The threat of the Primal Chaos Divine Sun is very great. The Divine Moon race and the Divine Yang race will definitely investigate the situation. If Xiao Yuan finds out about the situation in the Divine Moon race, she can tell Qin Yan and let him seize the opportunity to attack. Let's go to the Divine Yang Peak first, Yang Shiyu said. Xiao Yun, Sister Shengyun is willing to meet you, Xiao Yuan said very seriously. I don't know what will happen if you meet her, but you can rest assured that she won't attack you. Qin Yan smiled lightly. Even if she attacks me, I am not afraid of her. I already have an initial understanding of her. We will also be there, it should be fine, right? Yang Shiyu is still somewhat worried. It's better to talk about this kind of thing alone. Even if we don't talk about fusing with the divine moon bloodline divine source, we can talk about the cooperation between the 9 Yang divine palace and the divine moon race. Qin Yin said, in short, I can control the situation. I believe you. Xiao Yuan grabbed Qin Yin's hand. The 9 Yin divine spirit on her wrist resonated with Qin Yin's 9 Sun divine spirit. When they cultivated together, they let the 9 Sun divine spirit cultivate the Sun heavenly shield. And now, if they continue to cultivate, the 9 Sun divine spirit will also have a second ability. The appearance of the primal chaos divine sun on the sea caused a great commotion. The divine sun heavenly island immediately opened a very large enchantment. Many experts on the island felt the vast and mighty aura of the chaos divine sun and immediately entered a state of battle, changing into their equipment. The top of the divine yang peak was very spacious. After this magical peak was turned upside down, the top was also the most spacious. Not only were there many buildings, there were also several spacious squares. There were many large ships floating around the divine yang peak. Those were the ships of the other powerful races. The silver-white divine moon ships were the most eye-catching, especially now that they were in battle mode, their bodies releasing a silver light. Qin Yin also noticed the damage on the 9 Suns heavenly clan's ships. It was clear that they had been attacked before. The ones attacking the 9 Suns heavenly clan's ship were the 9 Heavens god beasts. After being attacked by the 9 Heavens demon god, these ships were not destroyed, which was very rare. Qin Yin felt that the nameless old man might be on one of the ships. He took out the nameless old man's soul-chasing talisman and indeed, he was on one of the ships. The nameless old man is very mysterious. He can use a very long time to create a very small primal divine Sunday. Furthermore, that primal divine sun can even give birth to primal chaos creatures. This was definitely not something an ordinary sacred god could do. The nameless old man said that his noble rank is relatively low. Qin Yin also asked the others before. From what they understood, the nameless old man is indeed a sacred god with an ordinary noble rank. Now that a primal divine sun has appeared, Qin Yin felt that it was necessary to have a chat with the nameless old man. The nameless old man has a very good understanding of primal divine Sunday. Furthermore, he has a method to restrain primal chaos divine sun, which is the peculiar primal chaos cold power. Of course, Qin Yin also has the primal chaos cold power, so he can restrain the primal chaos race. As for whether or not he can block the primal chaos divine sun's attack, he is not sure. Xianxia has a medium-sized ship of her own. She released the ship and let Qin Yin enter. As for Xiao Yuan, she went to find the divine moon race's Yu Shengyun. If everything goes smoothly, Yu Shengyun will have a secret discussion with Qin Yin. The location is also in Xianxia's flying ship, so Yu Shengyun can be at ease. Qin Yin and Xianxia are on the deck of the flying ship, looking down at the city-sized divine yang peak. This is the divine yang race's territory. Every day, the myriad realms' divine sun will shine down with a peculiar sunlight. Therefore, cultivating or growing medicinal herbs on the divine yang peak will have very good results. The 9 Heavens divine demons should have already surrounded this island. When the third myriad realm's divine sun appears, a strong light will shine down on the divine yang peak. That will be the time to awaken the heavenly law war god. Xianxia said. The 9 nether race and the divine heaven race are not coming? They should also have heavenly law war god, right? Qin Yin looked around. Originally, only the divine moon race and the divine yang race were willing to fight against the 9 Heavens demon race. However, the other powerful races found out that they can awaken the heavenly law war god at the divine yang peak, so they all joined in. The other powerful races should be arriving soon. Xianxia raised her head to look at the gradually darkening sky, then looked at the divine moon race's large ship. The sky darkened and the divine moon of the heavens will appear. Qin Yin also knows that if Yu Shengyun wants to meet him, she will definitely choose when the moon comes out. To the women of the divine moon race, as long as the moon is in the sky, they will feel very at ease. That is their guardian god. The sky darkened and the divine moon of the heavens appeared. Looking at the divine moon of the heavens from the top of the divine yang peak, there is a very strong visual impact. Not only is it big, when looking at the divine moon of the heavens, it is as if this huge divine moon is releasing a very strong power. A crescent moon mark appeared on Xianxia's forehead. It is Xiao Yuelan who is contacting her. Yuelan said that Sister Xiangyun is coming. She wants you to wear a mask. Yang Shiyue said. Why do you want me to wear a mask? Qin Yun is somewhat puzzled. This is what Sister Xiangyun requested. Yang Shiyue smiled and said, maybe she doesn't want to be confused by your handsome appearance and is afraid that it will affect her judgment. Qin Yun laughed and said, Big Sister Yang, your mouth is so sweet, let me kiss you. Stop messing around, Sister Xiangyun is coming. Yang Shiyue laughed in anger, but she still kissed Qin Yun. Qin Yun did not wear a mask. Instead, he wore a very comical cloth lion head cover. It's fine to wear this thing, right? Qin Yun chuckled. It should be fine. Let's go, I'll take you to a secret room. Yang Shiyue pulled Qin Yun's hand and entered the cabin. They arrived at an elegant small hall. Although this small hall was a secret room, it gave off a very comfortable feeling and was suitable for secret talks. Qin Yun sat in the hall while Yang Shiyue had already left. After waiting in the hall for a short while, someone suddenly opened the door and entered. The person who came in was wearing a set of black armor. Although he was wearing a set of armor, the armor was made to fit his body very well. Therefore, even though he was wearing the armor, one could still see his slender body and a pair of long legs. He was wearing armor and a black helmet. There was even a palm-sized sheathless broadsword hanging from his waist. This kind of attire was obviously going to the battlefield. This was the Divine Moon Clan's Imperial Emperor Yu Xiangyun. Although Qin Yun knew that Yu Xiangyun was on guard against him, he was still surprised to see Yu Xiangyun dressed like this. In contrast, Qin Yun was dressed casually and wore a very funny lion head cover. Furthermore, the head cover was crooked. Qin Yun hurriedly stood up to show his politeness and said with a smile, Hello, we finally meet. Yu Xiangyun was wearing a black slimming armor and looked rather tall. However, after Qin Yun stood up, he realized that Yu Xiangyun was not too tall. Her legs looked rather long. Yu Xiangyun's voice came out. It should have been spoken through the helmet, so it was impossible to hear her voice clearly. However, one could feel that her tone was very cold and imposing. After Qin Yun sat down, he looked at Yu Xiangyun face to face. The two of them, one wearing a black helmet and the other wearing a lion head cover, sat in the hall and looked at each other. This scene looked somewhat strange. The two of them sat together as if they were people from two different worlds. Do you want something to drink? Qin Yun did not know what to say. No. Yu Xiangyun said very decisively, her tone was also very cold. She immediately realized that her attitude was not very good and immediately said, Thank you for saving our Divine Moon ship. This is a thank you gift. Yu Xiangyun threw a silver storage bag to Qin Yun. Qin Yun did not look at what was inside because he had never cared about these thank you gifts. He said with a smile, No need to be polite, my second sister is Yu Wulan and I have enmity with the Nine Heavens Divine Demon. Moreover, Duke Yuxiang, Duke Li Xuang and Duke Fengyu are all extremely good to me. Humph. Yu Xiangyun was obviously somewhat unhappy because the little Yuxiang she sent out actually spoke up for Qin Yun. What made her most angry was that even a king like Fengyu kept praising this king of the Nine-Yang Palace. Previously, I asked Duke Fengyu to tell you that I, Qin Yun, want to break through the curse of 10 images. I will rely on myself and will not have any other thoughts. Qin Yun said very seriously. That's good. Of course, even if you have other thoughts, you can't do anything. Yu Xiangyun said. Emperor of the Divine Moon Clan, do you have the heavenly technique inheritance? Qin Yun said, The Nine Heavens Demon Emperor is our common enemy. You are very strong but you don't need to participate in the fight against the Nine Heavens Demon race. Yu Xiangyun said, The other emperors don't want you to participate in the meeting of the Myriad Realms Divine Court but I don't care. This. Qin Yun heard that the other emperors were very dissatisfied when the Divine Judge invited him to participate. You should think of a way to break through the curse of 10 images. The Nine Heavens Demon race is very strong and their growth speed is very fast. Now they have allied with the Primal Chaos race and you are their enemy. Yu Xiangyun has already stood up, which means that she and Qin Yun are almost done talking. Qin Yun did not say anything else. With his current cultivation, he indeed could not enter the eyes of those emperors. If I were you, I would hide and cultivate. Yu Shengyun walked to the door and said, "This way, those who care about you won't be worried every day." Yu Shengyun walked out of the room. Qin Yin sighed softly and looked at the storage bag Yu Shengyun gave him. There is a very big box inside. Qin Yin pinched the pearl and felt as if he is pinching a small golden moon. Xiao Yuan walked in at this time and saw the thing in Qin Yin's hand. She immediately shouted in alarm, "Did Sister Shengyun give this to you?" What is this?" Qin Yin said with a smile, "This is her thank you gift to me. This is a moon tier divine pill. After eating it, it can increase mental power." Xiao Yuan took off Qin Yin's lion head mask and said with a smile, "Xiao Yun, you and Sister Shengyun had a pretty good conversation. She even gave you such a good thing." "My conversation with her wasn't very good," Qin Yin said, "but this is also within my expectations." "Didn't it go well?" "What did she say?" Xiao Yuan asked. Qin Yin gave a simple explanation of the process. After Xiao Yuan finished listening, she sighed softly and patted Qin Yin's shoulder. She said with a smile, "Don't be discouraged, there is still a chance." "What chance?" "This is pretty good." Qin Yin smiled and carried Xiao Yuan over and let her sit on his lap. "It's the chance to become friends with Sister Shengyun." Xiao Yuan lightly hammered Qin Yin's chest and said with a smile, "I don't believe that you won't be tempted." "Don't talk nonsense, I can't even see her face." Qin Yin gently caressed her face and said with a smile, "Where did Sister Yang go?" "She sent Sister Shengyun out. She said that she wanted to ask about Primal Chaos Divine Sun." Xiao Yuan got down from Qin Yin's lap and said, "Quickly eat this pill and see if you can make your mental power stronger." Qin Yin said, "I'll eat this pill, how about you cultivate with me? This will allow me to refine it even faster." "All right." Xiao Yuan sat on Qin Yin's lap again and leaned into his embrace. She said with a smile, "Eat it, let's cultivate Sun and Moon Heart Sutra together." After eating the Moon Tear Divine Pill, Qin Yin suddenly felt his mind become blank. It is being filled with a very gentle mental power. "It's begun!" Qin Yin lightly shouted. Xiao Yuan hugged Qin Yin tightly and directly cultivated the second level of Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, Divine Fusion Technique. This will allow their minds to fuse and cultivate together. They even held hands tightly and allowed the 9 Yin Divine Spirit and 9 Yang Divine Spirit to cultivate together. Xiao Yuan previously said that after the 9 Sun Divine Spirit evolved, it would be able to open the 7th pearl. The 9 Sun Divine Spirit evolved a long time ago. Furthermore, a powerful ability like the Sun Heavenly Shield appeared. However, he still couldn't open the 7th pearl. Xiaqiru told Xiao Yuan that if Qin Yin wants to open the 7th, 8th and 9th pearl of the 9 Sun Divine Spirit, he will need the help of the 9 Yin Divine Spirit. "I wonder if I can open the 7th pearl or not." Qin Yin is very curious about what is inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul's 7th pearl. "Xiao Yun, I heard that this Moon Tear Divine Pill was refined using Sister Shengyun's tears." Xiao Yuan suddenly said, "Huaxue said this. What's so special about her tears? You can refine such a divine pill?" Qin Yin is very astonished because he can sense that the mental power inside the Moon Tear Divine Pill is very strong. Qin Yin already has a mental nether moon and now it is greedily absorbing the Moon Tear Divine Pill's mind. He could feel that his spirit might once again be ahead of his physical body, becoming even stronger. "I also don't know, I'll ask her when I have the chance in the future." Xiao Yuan is leading the joint cultivation. Through the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, they can cultivate and refine the Moon Tear Divine Pill. It can increase the effect by a lot and the refining speed is also faster. It can also benefit both of them. Qin Yin now feels more and more that the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra is very heaven-defying. The first layer of Sun and Moon Heart Sutra can be cultivated through ordinary contact. The second layer is the Divine Fusion method. It can fuse mind and soul and cultivate together. As for the third level, it was an even deeper level where one's body and soul were combined. "Yuan, is there a fourth layer of Sun and Moon Heart Sutra?" Qin Yin asked. "There is." Xiao Yuan charmingly smiled and said, "Do you want to know what the fourth layer is like?" "What is it like?" Qin Yin is also very curious. "It's more or less the same as the third layer. The only difference is that when cultivating the fourth layer, It is a bit more complicated and there will be other women assisting from the side. Xiao Yuelan giggled and said, when big sister Yang comes back, how about we let her try it together? Qin Yan did not even have time to reply when he sensed a great movement from the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. It is as if a very strong electric current suddenly surged out, causing his arm to be in great pain. After the intense pain, Qin Yan's entire arm became numb to the point that he could not feel anything else. Yuelan, what happened just now? Qin Yan cried out in alarm, did you feel it? I didn't. What's wrong? Xiao Yuelan could only sense that Qin Yan was in great pain just now, but it quickly returned to normal. The Nine Sun Divine Spirit released a very strong electric shock just now. It might not be an electric shock, but it feels very similar. Qin Yan opened his eyes and looked at his wrist. His hand is now tightly intertwined with Xiao Yuelan's hand. It is numb and powerless. The Nine Sun Divine Spirit has already appeared and those pearls have turned blue. As for Xiao Yuelan's Nine Yin Divine Spirit, the pearls have turned red. What a huge change. Xiao Yuelan is also alarmed. Could it be that it absorbed the heavenly blood? Qin Yan is very puzzled. Then, he went to check the few pearls that the Nine Sun Divine Spirit has opened. There is no change in the space inside. The first pearl is the space of Yang Yang and Momo. They are all very quiet and did not sense anything strange. Quickly go take a look at the seventh pearl. Xiao Yuelan hurriedly said, I will continue to guide your mind in refining that pill. After Qin Yan checked the 6 pearls of the Nine Sun Divine Spirit one by one, he began to look at the 7th pearl. After his mental power entered the 7th pearl, he only saw a blue wall blocking it. He released a very powerful mental power but was unable to blast the wall apart. Not yet. Qin Yan shook his head, Yuelan, use the 9 Yin Divine Spirit to help me. Alright. Xiao Yuelan tightly held Qin Yan's hand. She released her powerful mental power through the 9 Yin Divine Spirit. After Qin Yan sensed Xiao Yuelan's mental power, he released his own mental power to bombard the wall inside the 7th pearl. They are currently in a state of joint cultivation, so their mental power can fuse very perfectly and the power produced is also very strong. But even so, it is still unable to blast open the wall. Still not enough, looks like I can only refine that pill. Xiao Yuelan said, there must be something very strong in the 7th pearl. That thing should have offensive power. Why was there such a huge commotion just now? Qin Yan recalled the pain from earlier and felt a lingering fear in his heart. Maybe it's because my 9 Yin Divine Spirit touched the 7th pearl and woke up the thing inside? Xiao Yuelan guessed. I'm fine now, I'll refine that pill first. Qin Yan kissed Xiao Yuelan's forehead and then embraced her. He leaned on the chair and the two of them hugged each other sweetly and cultivated together. Yang Shiriyue followed Yu Shangyun to a large ship of the Divine Moon clan. Yang Shiriyue and Yu Wulan are together. She also wanted to inquire about the situation of the Primal Chaos Divine Sunday. After Yu Shangyun returned, she directly returned to her room. Feng Yu also wanted to know how Yu Shangyun and Qin Yan's discussion went, so she followed her. When Yu Shangyun opened the door, she shook her head, indicating for Feng Yu to quickly come in. After Feng Yu entered the room, she said, how was the discussion? Is he loosening the reins only to grasp better? Is he pretending to have no feelings for you? It's hard for me to say. In short, I gave him a moon-tier divine pill. Yu Shangyun said. What? Moon-tier divine pill? Isn't this too precious? Feng Yu said in shock, Clan Emperor, you should have discussed this with us. Yu Shangyun lightly groaned and said, you were the one who told me to thank him. So I gave him the moon-tier divine pill. But moon-tier divine pill is refined from your tears. This kind of pill is extremely effective in improving the soul spirit or healing soul injuries. Feng Yu grumbled, I don't know when you will cry, this kind of pill is very rare. Then I'll go get it from him. Just as Yu Shangyun was about to take off her helmet, she turned around and left. Forget it. Maybe he has already eaten it. Feng Yu hurriedly pulled Yu Shangyun back and sighed, my elder sister Emperor, you are really willful sometimes. Humph, you guys keep saying how good that Nine-Yang Palace King is. He did indeed save you, there is nothing wrong with me thanking him. Yu Shangyun said, in my heart, I am truly grateful to him. If not for him, I might have lost little Yuxiang and the others forever. I would be very sad. Feng Yu said with a light smile, this Nine-Yang Palace King is really a good person. Did you talk to him a bit more? His inscription technique is very strong, you can discuss it with him. Yu Shengyun shook her head and said, there's no need for that. He has more important things to do right now. I don't want to take up his time. He wants to break the curse. While they were chatting in the room, thick golden clouds suddenly surged in the sky and the sea also started to surge with waves. The entire night sky seemed to be covered by thick golden clouds. There is a great turbulence between heaven and earth, especially the people floating in the air. They can feel the entire space trembling violently. The Nine Heavens demon race is attacking? Feng Yu said in alarm. Let's go out and take a look. Yu Shengyun said in a deep voice, this kind of movement is very big, it is extremely likely that the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor has made a move. Not only them, all the ships on the Divine Yang Peak, everyone is currently floating in the air, looking at the strange phenomenon that appeared in the sky. It is currently late at night, the sudden appearance of this kind of phenomenon is very frightening, especially with the Nine Heavens Demon race outside. Yuelan, it's a big problem. What exactly is inside the seventh pearl? It's actually attracting a great tribulation. Qingyun cultivates the ninth sun world extermination scripture, so he can clearly sense that a very powerful destructive tribulation power is brewing. What the hell is going on? Xiao Yuelan can sense that the ninth sun divine spirit is making a big movement. The seventh pearl's barrier can only be broken by a great tribulation. Qingyun cursed in a low voice, I wonder who did it, they are really going to kill people. This kind of heavenly punishment power is very powerful, just the prelude and the resulting turbulence already affected more than half of the divine sun heavenly sea. Hearing that Qingyun wants to go out to cross tribulation, Xiao Yuelan promptly held Qingyun's hand tightly and said resolutely, Xiao Yun, I want to go with you. I have 9 divine spirit and my strength is not weak, I can help you. Facing this kind of danger, Qingyun doesn't want Xiao Yuelan to go with him. Therefore, he rejected Xiao Yuelan without even thinking. Don't think of leaving me behind. Xiao Yuelan knows that Qingyun wants to reject her, so she hastily interrupted him and pinched him. Alright. Qingyun also knows that Xiao Yuelan is with him now, it will be very difficult to get rid of her. Xiao Yuelan wants to go with him because she is concerned about him. Don't worry, I am after all the 9 sun divine maiden, nothing will happen to me. It's night time now, the divine moon of heavens will protect me. Xiao Yuelan faintly smiled and said, let's go, let's leave the divine sun heavenly island first. It's night time now but the divine moon of heavens has already been covered by the thick golden clouds, it can't be seen at all. Qingyun brought Xiao Yuelan through space and arrived outside the divine sun heavenly island. When going out, Xiao Yuelan greeted Yang Shuriwei. She only said that they are going out to investigate the situation and did not tell her that they are going out to cross tribulation. If Yang Shuriwen knew that Qingyun and Xiao Yuelan are going out to face the formidable heavenly punishment power, she would definitely go with them. The 9 heavens divine demons and primal chaos race were originally waiting outside the divine sun heavenly island but now they are scattering like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. They thought that the formidable heavenly punishment power was coming for them, just now, that terrifying heavenly punishment power had locked onto the divine sun celestial island. Hence, many experts on the island had felt a lot of pressure. After Qingyun and Xiao Yuelan went out, they left the divine sun heavenly island. And the energy condensed in the sky has been locking onto them. After being locked on, it is very difficult to avoid. Therefore, the heavenly punishment power has been brewing and did not descend all of a sudden. Qingyun and Xiao Yuelan must leave the divine sun heavenly island as far as possible to avoid the heavenly punishment. Someone will come. After the heavenly punishment ends, Qingyun doesn't know what will happen. He must prevent others from discovering him and Xiao Yuelan. Especially the 7th pearl of the 9 sun divine soul. If the thing inside ran out and was seen by others, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. On the deck of the divine moon ship above the divine Yang celestial island, Yang Shuyu's heart was heavy because she had a bad premonition. Furthermore, she knew that Qingyun and Xiao Yuelan had gone out. She held the soul-chasing talisman and looked in the direction that Qingyun and Xiao Yuelan had gone. She began to worry. So much so that she did not know that Feng Yu and Yu Shangyun had arrived behind her. "Shiriyue, what's wrong?" Yu Shangyun asked softly. She was still wearing the black armor and helmet. "It's nothing. It's just that the commotion is too big, and I'm a little worried." Xianxia looked at the sky. At this moment, the golden clouds were densely covering the sky. The light that shone down made people feel as if they were being exposed to the sun. This is a very powerful type of heavenly punishment. I wonder who triggered the heavenly punishment. Yu Shengyun lightly patted Yang Shiryu's shoulder and said, "I'm here, don't worry." N. Yang Shiryu lightly nodded. She tightly held the soul-chasing talisman in her hand and looked in the direction that Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan had gone. Yu Shangyun and Feng Yu could see that Yang Shiryu is feeling uneasy. "Shiryue, what happened?" Feng Yu asked. "Yuelan and Xiao Yun went out, over there." Yang Shiryu pointed to the front and said, "The two of them said that they went out to investigate the situation." Truly reckless. Yu Shangyun now understood why Yang Shiryu was worried. She hastily snatched Yang Shiryu's soul-chasing talisman and suddenly soared into the sky. "Sister Shangyun, I'll go with you." Yang Shiryu knew that Yu Shangyun wanted to go out. "No need, you guys stay here." After Yu Shangyun finished speaking, she suddenly disappeared. Feng Yu pulled Yang Shiryu's hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, elder sister Clan Emperor is very strong. She will definitely be able to find the Nine-Yang Palace King and Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan and Qin Yun are naturally not going to investigate. Instead, they are going to face the power of the heavenly punishment. This distance is about right." Qin Yun looked at the direction of the Divine Sun Heavenly Island. "Xiao Yun, you cultivate the 9 Sun World Extermination Scripture. Do you know what this powerful heavenly punishment power is? Is it recorded in the 9 Sun World Extermination Scripture?" Xiao Yuelan asked. "I can't be sure right now." Qin Yun looked at the golden clouds in the sky and said, "But it must be related to the 9 suns. Because the light that is shining down now is like a very intense sunlight. Your sister Shuyan said that if you experience this kind of great tribulation, you will be able to better comprehend the 9 Sun World Extermination Scripture." Xiao Yuelan said with a smile, "You must grasp this opportunity well." Liu Shuyan has also cultivated the 9 Sun World Extermination Scripture for many years. And Qin Yun, who started cultivating later, quickly caught up to her. The 9 Sun World Extermination Scripture has 3 tribulations, 6 calamities, and 9 annihilations. Qin Yun has more or less mastered the 3 tribulations, and next is the 6 calamities. Among the 3 tribulations are 9 Dragon Brilliant Sun Tribulation, Breaking Sun Heavenly Thunder Tribulation, and 10,000 Star Nirvana Tribulation. Among them, Qin Yun has already used the 9 Dragon Brilliant Sun Tribulation and the Breaking Sun Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. As for the 10,000 Star Extermination Tribulation, he is still in the comprehension stage. He has not tried it, but if necessary, he can release it. There are very strong flames and thunder and lightning. Qin Yun opened his heavenly eye and looked at the dense golden clouds in the sky. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of blue flame gradually appearing in the golden clouds. This kind of flame is clearly a powerful heavenly flame, similar to the heavenly universe divine flame. "It's here!" Xiao Yuelan lightly shouted. Her wrist suddenly emitted a strong red light. The 9 pearls of her 9 divine spirit have already turned red. Now they are releasing a large red light shield. This is her sun heavenly shield. "Xiao Yun, I will protect your body from being attacked. Focus on drawing in the power of heavenly punishment and break the 7th pearl." Xiao Yuelan solemnly shouted. Qin Yun took a deep breath. He is completely at ease and left his back to Xiao Yuelan. Bang bang bang, a heaven-shaking explosion suddenly spread out in all directions. Countless violent thunder and lightning tore apart the golden clouds and roared down as if baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Strangely, this kind of tyrannical thunder and lightning bombardment speed is not very fast. It is to the point that one can clearly see the thunder and lightning transforming into several incomparably huge dragons that are attacking from all directions. This is... Xiao Yuelan is extremely astonished. She released the sun heavenly shield with all her strength and formed a large umbrella to cover Qin Yun and herself. Qin Yun shouted loudly and released another sun domain. It produced a very strong devouring power and drew a portion of the thunder and lightning blocked by Xiao Yuelan into the devouring whirlpool. Then, he drew the dragon transformation thunder and lightning into the seventh pearl of the nine sun divine spirit. Xiao Yun, what kind of thunder tribulation is this? Why is it so terrifying? Although Xiao Yuelan could block it earlier, it was very strenuous for her. It's heavenly dragon transformation thunder. Qin Yin said in a deep voice, Yuelan, this is heavenly fire, heavenly thunder calamity. One of the 6 calamities of the 9 sun world extermination scripture. What? Now we are only facing thunder, what about fire? Xiao Yuelan leaned on Qin Yin's back, she is extremely vigilant. Heavenly fire like sun, heavenly thunder like dragon. This is heavenly fire, heavenly thunder calamity. Heavenly fire will turn into a fire sun and fall down. Qin Yin's voice is very grave, he said in a low voice, Yuelan, we have to be careful. Don't worry, I can block it. As Xiao Yuelan spoke, a huge snow-white moon suddenly appeared above her head. The moon is floating in the sky, flickering with intense white light. Then the entire white moon suddenly bloomed like a flower bud and transformed into a beautiful snow-white orchid. Xiao Yun, fuse your nether sun devouring whirlpool into my moon orchid. While my moon orchid is blocking the heavenly fire, heavenly thunder calamity, you can also devour it and use it to break open the 9 sun divine spirit. Alright. Qin Yin is also secretly amazed by the beautiful and huge orchid. With a single glance, he can tell that it has very strong defense. Moreover, it is releasing a burst of intense flower fragrance. Qin Yin breathed in the flower fragrance and felt his mind become a lot more excited. He promptly fused his nether sun devouring whirlpool into the heart of the moon orchid. Suddenly, a golden blue light ball descended from the sky. Heavenly fire like sun. Heavenly fire is coming. Qin Yun shouted. Xiao Yuelan's sun heavenly shield also cooperated with the huge orchid and blocked high in the sky. The blue light ball fell down and smashed onto the huge orchid, causing the void to immediately fluctuate. That incomparably scorching blue energy wave, accompanied by the energy flame, created large ripples in the air and spread very far. Just now, Qin Yin also guided a very berserk power into the 9 sun divine spirit's 7th pearl. This time, Xiao Yuelan very smoothly blocked the dreadful like sun heavenly fire. Yuelan, are you alright? Qin Yin asked. I'm fine. Xiao Yuelan became serious, her beautiful face is ice-cold and solemn. At this moment, her entire body is releasing orchid fragrance. Amidst the cold elegance and moving beauty, there is also a gentle and intoxicating fragrance. She is extremely beautiful. Like dragon heavenly thunder and like sun heavenly fire alternated back and forth. Not long after, the entire sea and sky are filled with tyrannical and bitter thunder and fire energy waves. Even the distant divine sun heavenly island is deeply shaken by this dreadful heavenly punishment. Those powerful races and 9 heavens divine demons are all extremely curious. They all want to know what kind of thing can attract such dreadful heavenly punishment. At this moment, there is a person flying in the sky while facing the violent thunder and fire energy waves. He is about to enter the center of the calamity. That person is the divine moon clan's emperor, Yu Xiangyun. Yu Xiangyun flew forward with great difficulty. She is holding Qin Yin and Xiao Yuelan's soul-chasing talisman in her hand. She is also extremely shocked. They are all in the center. They are not going to investigate but to transcend tribulation? Why would they be targeted by such a powerful heavenly punishment? Yu Xiangyun is extremely puzzled, she could not help but think of a possibility. That is, Qin Yin wants to break the curse of the 10 images. Yu Xiangyun is still a distance away from Qin Yin and Xiao Yuelan. However, she suddenly saw a huge snow-white orchid in front of her. It emitted an intense divine moonlight and floated in the air, blocking the heavenly fire divine thunder calamity. Yu Xiangyun was extremely puzzled. She could already tell that Qin Yin did not break the curse of the 10 images. Therefore, the power of the heavenly punishment was not aimed at Qin Yin. Furthermore, if it was really for Qin Yin, he would definitely not let Xiao Yuelan follow him. I wonder if it's Yulan or that guy who attracted the power of sky punishment? Yu Xiangyun could not tell, she did not know that this was a very powerful heaven fire thunder disaster. The heavenly fire scourge lightning calamity focused on Qin Yin's 9 yang divine soul. Furthermore, during the attack, most of the power was blocked by Xiaoyuan and most of it was devoured by Qin Yun to break the seventh pearl of the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. Otherwise, the commotion caused by the heavenly fire cleansing lightning disaster would be much greater than it was now. Due to the appearance of the heavenly fire thunder calamity, the night sky was shrouded in thick, surging golden clouds. The divine Yang celestial sea was also illuminated, causing waves to surge. The huge waves were reflected in a dazzling golden light as they floated in the air. Looking down, it looked like there were countless golden dragons surging in the sea. Qin Yun and Xiaoyuan's cooperation was flawless. The heavenly fire divine thunder calamity was unable to hit them. Furthermore, most of the power was guided into the Nine Sun Divine Soul's seventh pearl. The Nine Sun Divine Spirit is truly powerful. It can actually block the impact of so many heavenly punishments' power. Xiaoyuan is now feeling much more relaxed. The heavenly fire desolate lightning calamity was very powerful, but she realized that after joining forces with Qin Yun, they could easily withstand it. Of course, the main reason was that the gigantic orchid she released was very strong. That orchid was currently absorbing the power of the divine moon in the heavens to strengthen its defense. I wonder how long this heavenly fire divine thunder calamity will last. Qin Yun has been paying attention to the situation inside the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. The blue energy wall inside the seventh pearl is very sturdy. Qin Yun guided the berserk heavenly fire dry lightning disaster power inside and attacked it many times, but it didn't break. There is no effect at all? Xiaoyuan asked. The effect is there, but it is not obvious. Qin Yun said with frown, who made the seventh pearl's defense? How can it be so strong? Isn't it Sister Kiru's mother? Xiaoyuan heard Qin Yun mention it before. I'm not sure if it's MOG. MOG shouldn't have this kind of ability. Could it be that MOG later gave the Nine Yang Divine Soul to others? The more Qin Yun thought about it, the more suspicious he felt. Many of the things sealed inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul came from the Heavenly Law pawnshop. As for Moji, she had worked in the mysterious Heavenly Law pawnshop for a period of time. The shopkeeper of the Heavenly Dao pawnshop is Yunlong. The relationship between Qin Yun and Yunlong is quite good. He has tried many times to get some information from Yunlong. But Yunlong's lips were very tight and he didn't reveal anything at all. If I don't succeed this time, then I can only draw the power of heavenly punishment myself in the future. Xiaoyuan said. At that moment, Qin Yun was under the heavenly fire divine lightning calamity. He could deeply sense the terror of such a calamity. It gave him quite a bit of insight. It would make it easier for him to comprehend and control the celestial fire scourge in the future. If everything went smoothly, he would soon be able to use the heavenly fire desolation lightning disaster in battle. Summon calamity, then control calamity to lock onto the enemy and launch a devastating attack. Xiaoyuan thought about how terrifying the Nine Sun World Extermination scripture is. This is equivalent to controlling the power of heavenly punishment. It can summon all kinds of calamities and heavenly tribulations to attack people at any time. Qin Yun and Xiaoyuan did not know that in the distant sky, Yu Shangyun, the Divine Moon Clan's empress, is watching them from afar. Yu Shangyun is also patiently waiting. After it's over, she will go over and ask about the situation. From outside, she can see violent thunder and lightning transforming into giant dragons that are constantly attacking the huge moon orchid. Although the moon orchid is relatively large, in front of those thunder and lightning dragons, it is like a delicate little flower, seemingly unable to withstand a single blow. However, the moon orchid's defensive power is very strong. The moonlight divine power it released can weaken the power of the thunder and lightning dragons. Then, when the thunder and lightning dragons attacked the huge orchid again, they were distorted, dissolved and devoured by the mysterious power inside the orchid. That's the moon orchid's orchid. I've seen it once before. But at that time I didn't see such a terrifying devouring power. Yu Shangyun is extremely puzzled in her heart. In her eyes, that orchid is like a bottomless pit, it can dissolve and devour all things. Xiaoyuan also grasps the power of Nether Sun, but that is not her main cultivation, so she is not as proficient in using it as Qin Yun. What she mainly cultivates now is this moon orchid. Qin Yun is also very curious about her cultivation. Because Xiaoyuan's cultivation, on one hand, is her own comprehension. On the other hand, she has the inheritance of the 9 Sun Divine Maiden. Coupled with Muyu's guidance, she can cultivate her own path. It is not only Xiaoyuan, the 9 Sun Divine Maiden, and even the women of the Guanhan Palace are the same. This is mainly because of Muyu's guidance. The heavenly fire divine thunder calamity lasted for a very long time, no less than 6 hours, and all kinds of power still did not decrease. To be able to form such a dreadful calamity, only the mysterious heavenly power can cause it, and now Qin Yun is very tired because he has allowed the nether sun to continue operating for a very long time. Moreover, he also has to release extremely formidable mental power to guide the formidable heavenly fire divine thunder calamity power into the 9 Sun Divine Soul 7th Pearl. Xiaoyuan's situation is much better than his because she only needs to release the orchid, and she can also borrow the power of the heavenly divine moon. With Xiaoyuan by his side, even though Qin Yun is very tired, he is still very relaxed. Soon, Qin Yun suddenly said in low voice, "The 7th Pearl's energy wall already has cracks, it is about to be broken." After Xiaoyuan heard this, she is also extremely happy. She said with smile, "I wonder what is inside, to actually use this kind of method to open it. The 7th Pearl's defense is very strong. One must have enough mental power to trigger the method to trigger the calamity from inside." Qin Yun said, "That method to trigger the calamity has many mysteries hidden within it." "Who did it?" "Xiaoyun, after this, will you be able to master the heavenly fire divine thunder calamity?" Xiaoyuan asked. I already have a very good feeling." Qin Yun said with smile, "It seems like if I want to master the 9 Sun world extermination scripture even faster, I will need to experience this kind of great calamity." The golden clouds in the sky gradually calmed down a lot. The thunder and lightning berserk dragons attacking from the golden clouds also became smaller and smaller, more and more faint. The like sun heavenly fire that descended is also as intense as before. The heavenly fire divine thunder calamity is gradually weakening. This means that it will soon end. And Qin Yun has yet to open the 7th pearl of the 9 Sun divine spirit. In the blink of an eye, another hour passed, the sky sea regained its tranquility. The bright divine moon in the sky shone down with multicolored light as usual. The heavenly fire divine thunder calamity is over. The large white orchid floating above Qin Yun and Xiaoyuan's head also gradually retracted and turned back into a white moon. Then, it gradually shrank and returned to Xiaoyuan's body. "Not yet," Qin Yun said with a frown, "maybe too much of the heavenly punishment's power has been blocked, so it hasn't been opened yet. I can only rely on myself now." Xiaoyuan held Qin Yun's hand tightly and said, "I'll accompany you, let's begin." Just as Shang Yun wanted to go over and ask about the situation, she suddenly saw Qin Yun's body tremble and emit a burst of blue light. The sky suddenly became densely covered with tribulation clouds. This time, the tribulation clouds are blue and they did not cover as large an area as before. However, that kind of heavenly might is still very frightening. Qin Yun used the 9 Sun world extermination scripture and summoned the 9 Dragon Brilliant Sun Tribulation. He continued to use the tribulation power of the heavenly punishment to attack the energy defense wall of the 9 Sun Divine Spirit's 7th Pearl. This time, Xiaoyuan did not use her orchid to block. Qin Yun directly channeled the tribulation power into the 7th Pearl. Shang Yun also seemed to have noticed something. She knew that Qin Yun is using the formidable power of the heavenly punishment to attack something. She had witnessed the entire process of the heavenly fire divine thunder calamity. Even such a formidable power of the heavenly punishment was unable to achieve Qin Yun's goal. This made her even more puzzled. She felt that Qin Yun was up to something formidable. Qin Yun summoned the 9 Dragon Brilliant Sun Tribulation and the commotion was not small. 9 formidable heavenly dragons swooped down one after another and attacked Qin Yun and Xiaoyuan. The tribulation dragon descended and was immediately captured by Qin Yun using the formidable power of the nether sun and channeled into the 9 Sun Divine Spirit's 7th Pearl. After 9 consecutive attacks, the energy wall of the 9 Sun Divine Spirit's 7th Pearl was finally broken, and at this moment, Qin Yun also felt the 9 Sun Divine Spirit burst out with an intense electric current, causing his arm to feel extremely numb and painful. "Is it open?" Xiaoyuan asked. I still need to stabilize it." Qin Yun's formidable mental power seeped into the 9 Sun Divine Spirit's 7th Pearl. Inside is a blue space. Seeing this blue space, Xianxia knew that it is very suitable to store the blue heavenly universe divine sun. He doesn't have the heavenly universe divine sun yet, but he will definitely have it in the future. Xianxia's mental power swept through the spacious blue space inside the seventh pearl. It is completely empty inside. After he swept through it a few times, he saw a long blue crystal chest. He took out the blue crystal chest. There are many runes on the surface of the chest. Xianxia looked carefully and realized that those runes are all words. As long as a portion of the runes is hidden, the true words can be seen. He used the power of the blood spirit to hide a portion of the runes and saw that there are a few ancient and unadorned characters on the lid of the long chest. Imperial Heaven Divine Art. Seeing these 4 words, Xianxia and Xiao Yuan looked at each other in dismay. Is it related to the Imperial Heaven diagram? Xiao Yuan said in a low voice. It must be related. Previously, when I discovered the Imperial Heaven diagram, I felt that it was cut from something else. Xianxia said. Let's go to a safe place first, then open it and take a look. You are very tired right now, you need to rest. Just as Xiao Yuan finished speaking, she sensed someone coming over. It is Yu Xiangyun. There are at least 3 race emperors flying over, let's leave quickly. As soon as Yu Xiangyun arrived, she shouted at Xianxia and Xiao Yuan. The heaven-leaping shuttle flew towards the Divine Sun Heavenly Island. Xianxia is in the main control room, quickly recovering the energy he consumed earlier. Yu Xiangyun's arrival surprised Xianxia and Xiao Yuan. They immediately realized that Yu Xiangyun has their soul-chasing talisman in her hands. Furthermore, she came over in a hurry. Clearly, she is worried that something will happen to them. What are you doing? That's very dangerous. Yu Xiangyun's voice is very calm, no one can sense her emotions. I'm cultivating. Xianxia said. The matter of the 9 Sun Divine Spirit is very important. He can't let Yu Xiangyun know about it now, especially since he just obtained the mysterious Imperial Heaven Divine Technique. In the past, Xianxia only felt that Mog placed something inside his 9 Sun Divine Spirit and even added some seals on it. However, after experiencing the process of opening the 7th pearl, Xianxia is very certain that the 9 Sun Divine Spirit has been completely transformed by someone else. Who is the person who transformed the 9 Sun Divine Spirit? Xianxia really wants to know who Mog gave the 9 Sun Divine Spirit to back then and why that person made such a great transformation of the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. Furthermore, the blue space inside the 9 Sun Divine Spirit's 7th pearl is filled with a kind of heavenly divine sun power. This is different from the space inside the other pearls. Although he used his mental power to carefully scan the interior space of the 7th pearl, he can't guarantee that he didn't miss anything else. Xianxia suspects that other than the Imperial Heaven Divine Technique, there might be something else inside the 7th pearl. Cultivating? Yu Xiangyun doesn't believe it at all. I'm cultivating the 9 Sun World Extermination scripture, but there's a problem. Xianxia explained. He is the best at deceiving people. Yu Xiangyun also knows a bit about the 9 Sun World Extermination scripture. Not to mention that this divine technique is very mysterious, not many people have mastered it. However, many people have heard of the 9 Sun World Extermination scripture. They also know that its might is very terrifying and it can attract powerful heavenly tribulation and natural disaster. Sister Xiangyun, is this soul-chasing talisman Big Sister Yang's? Xiao Yuan asked with a charming smile. It sure is. She's very worried about you guys. Yu Xiangyun looked at the soul-chasing talisman in her hand and said, after we return, I will return this soul-chasing talisman to her. Xianxia controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to fly. Previously, he had only traversed through space once. He did not immediately arrive in the vicinity of the Divine Yang Heavenly Island. If he wanted to continue traveling, he would need to consume spatial god power orbs. Divine Moon Race's Emperor, how many race spirits do you have in total? Xianxia diverted the topic. He really wanted to know about those race spirits and heavenly law war gods. We have 7 heavenly law war gods. The heavenly law war gods will soon awaken. At that time, we will be able to suppress the 9 heavens demon clan. Yu Xiangyun said indifferently. How many from the Divine Yang race, the 9 Sun Sky race, and the other powerful races are there? Xianxia asked again. The Divine Yang race and the Nine Suns Sky race each lost 3 to the Nine Heavens Demon race. As for the Heavenly Demon God race, the Divine Sky race, and the Nine Shades race, they each lost 2, said Yu Shangyun. Qin Yan asked, does the Divine Moon race have the most heavenly law battle gods? Yu Shangyun nodded, why are you asking this? Qin Yan sighed and said, I am only worried for your Divine Moon clan. The other powerful races didn't just lose the heavenly law war god, right? The ancient coffin containing the heavenly law war god was escorted by a large ship. According to Qin Yan's understanding of the Nine Heavens divine demons, if they could snatch the heavenly law war god, they would definitely kill everyone on the ship. And those powerful races sent people to escort the heavenly law war god were either dukes or kings. This means that they suffered heavy losses. Are you worried that the Divine Yang race will harm my Divine Moon clan? Yu Shangyun's voice turned cold. She also had this kind of worry before. Your alliance includes the Divine Yang race, the Nine Suns Sky race, the Nine Shades race, the Heavenly Demon God race and the Divine Sky race. How much do you know about these powerful races? Qin Yan asked, your Divine Moon clan is completely different from them. You Divine Moon clan are all women and you are very united. Furthermore, your overall moral character is also higher than them. I can think of everything you think of. Yu Shangyun said. That's good. Qin Yan did not say anything else. Xiao Yuan knows what Qin Yan is thinking. Because Qin Yan is looked down upon by the clan emperors of those powerful races. Moreover, he had unpleasant experiences with the other marquises and dukes of those powerful races. Therefore, Qin Yan is wary of those powerful races. Xiao Yun, what do you think they will do if they want to harm the Divine Moon clan? Xiao Yuan said, now that we are allies, they won't do anything too out of line, right? Qin Yan shook his head and said, it's hard to say, people's hearts are unfathomable. I know people from some powerful races, even they can't guarantee what their race's upper echelons are thinking. Many of our powerful races are being threatened by the Nine Heavens Demon race. As long as we have a common enemy, we can stand on the same front. Yu Shangyun said. Primal Chaos race, Divine Sword race, Divine Star race and Heavenly Law Divine Realm, why did they ally with the Nine Heavens Demon race? Qin Yan laughed and said, don't underestimate the Primal Chaos race. For them to ally with the Nine Heavens Demon race to fight against you, they must have obtained some benefits from the Nine Heavens Demon race. Xiao Yuan said with frown, Xiao Yun, are you saying that Divine Yang race and Divine Sky race might side with the Nine Heavens Demon race? As long as there are enough benefits, they will betray us, right? And, for allies like you, there are no eternal friends. Qin Yan said, there is no harm in being more vigilant. Back when Qin Yan was the God King, he was betrayed by the Love God and Thunder God. The Love God is the Heavenly Mother of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm and now she has sided with the Primal Chaos race. He learned from the nameless old man that the Love God has connections with many powerful races, dukes and kings. Therefore, he suspects that the Love God is in charge of negotiating conditions. The reason why the Divine Moon race and Divine Yang race joined hands to fight against the Nine Heavens Demon race is because they are afraid of being killed and eaten by the Nine Heavens Demon race. Because the Nine Heavens Divine Demons need to devour very powerful humans to become stronger. If the Nine Heavens Demon race agrees not to eat those powerful races and sign a soul contract, it is possible to stop the war. The Nine Heavens Demon race must eat people and the people they eat must be people with some strength. Therefore, Qin Yan thought about it and concluded that their Nine Sun Royal race will definitely become the main target. The Nine Sun Royal race is currently very weak, so the Nine Heavens Demon race will test even stronger humans. That would be the divine position gods of the myriad realms divine court, then it would be the turn of the powerful ancient races. Among the powerful ancient races, the one most likely to be besieged is the Divine Moon race. If the other powerful races sell out the Divine Moon race, they won't need to start a war with the Nine Heavens Demon race. They can live in peace for a very long time and enjoy the high-speed development of the Divine Desolate Great Era. If the Nine Heavens Demon race can eat their fill, they won't be a threat to the other powerful races. Qin Yan explained his analysis, Xiao Yuan and Yu Shangyun quietly listened. After Qin Yan finished speaking, he looked at Yu Shangyun and said, Divine Moon Race's Emperor, what I can think of, you should also be able to think of. If you can't think of it, then I am thinking too much. Xiao Yuelan's expression also became very cold. She said, those powerful races might not sell us, but they won't help us. We can't say anything about them. I want to go back and tell Shiriyue that you are safe now. Let me go out. Yu Shangyun said. Her tone is still very calm and indifferent. Because she is wearing a helmet, Qin Yin can't see the change in her expression. However, Qin Yin is sure that Yu Shangyun will remember his words. Qin Yin controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle and sent Yu Shangyun out. Xiao Yun, what do we do now? 9 Heavens Demon Race and Primal Chaos Race have already surrounded the entire Divine Sun Heavenly Island. Moreover, the Divine Moon Race also needs to awaken the Heavenly Law War God. They can't leave for the time being. Xiao Yuelan is very worried. After returning to the Divine Sun Heavenly Island, I want to find Divine Judge and an old friend. I want to further confirm the situation. Qin Yin said. Xiao Yuelan sighed lightly and asked, Xiao Yun, when did you have this kind of worry? Qin Yin said, after I found out about the casualties of the other powerful races, I had this kind of worry. Because those powerful ancient races are no match for the 9 Heavens divine demons. Even if the clan emperor takes action, even if their heavenly law war god awakens, they won't be able to defeat the 9 Heavens demon race. Therefore, they might change their minds. The 9 Heavens divine demons are very strong. The reason why the Divine Moon race can resist them is also because of the Divine Moon of Heavens. Maybe I am thinking too much. But my intuition tells me that the Divine Moon race will most likely be isolated, causing their last alliance to break apart. If they form an alliance and start a war with the 9 Heavens demon race, in the end, only the Divine Moon race will suffer the least losses. As for the other powerful races, more than half of them will be exterminated. Qin Yin said. If the Divine Moon race moves into the Divine Moon of Heavens, they will be in an invincible position. The other powerful races don't have this kind of escape route, so in the end, they will most likely give up fighting against the 9 Heavens demon race. Xiao Yuelan nodded. Qin Yin is almost done resting. He took out the blue crystal box. Inside it is the Imperial Heaven Divine Technique. I wonder what is the connection between the Imperial Heaven Divine Technique and the Imperial Heaven Diagram. Qin Yin gently caressed the box and then slowly opened it. After opening it, there is a transparent soft object inside. Qin Yin picked it up. He doesn't know if it is a transparent paper or not. When he touched it, it felt like he was caressing soft and smooth skin. After he opened it, he placed it on a table and carefully looked at it. It is completely transparent, nothing can be seen. Is the Imperial Heaven Divine Technique like this? Xiao Yun, can you see anything? Xiao Yuelan asked. She can't see anything. Qin Yin opened his heavenly eye but found nothing. He suddenly realized that this transparent paper is about the same size as the Imperial Heaven Diagram. He quickly took out the Imperial Heaven Diagram. He placed the Imperial Heaven Diagram at the bottom and then covered it with the transparent paper. After covering it, it suddenly flickered with an intense blue light. The square paper also turned blue in an instant. This is not the end, the transformation is still continuing. It was originally flat but now it is gradually turning into a blue crystal cube. It looks very similar to the blue sky. What is this thing? Qin Yin is extremely shocked. A meter-long and wide blue crystal cube is slowly floating in the air. There are many characters on its surface. Xiao Yuelan looked at the floating blue crystal cube. Although she could not see the words on it, she could feel that the blue crystal cube possessed a power that made her feel fear. Xiao Yun, do you see anything now? Xiao Yuelan asked. I saw it, there are words on it, it's the Imperial Heaven Divine Technique's mnemonic chant. Qin Yin's eyes flickered with blue light, he opened his heavenly eye and very seriously looked at the words. It's good that you can see. We didn't work for nothing. Xiao Yuelan said with a smile. She sat by the side and controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to fly. Qin Yin, on the other hand, was recording the words on the blue crystal cube. Not only were there mantras on it, but there were also records of things that happened above the 9 heavens. This was mainly because even in the 9 heavens, the various living beings were very confused about the concept of heaven. They did not know what heaven was. Above the 9 heavens, there were also many experts who called themselves the heavens. Those people were indeed very powerful, but in the end, they all died. It also said that this blue crystal square body was called the heart of Imperial Heaven, and it was also refined from a special material taken from the divine sun of the sky. It did not mention who had refined the imperial heart, nor did it mention who had created the imperial divine technique. He only said that if he could master this imperial heaven technique, he would be able to control the heavens. While recording, Xianxia also learned that the imperial heaven divine art is extremely profound. He is unable to comprehend it in a short period of time. He only knew that this divine art of imperial heaven had several cultivation stages. In the beginning, one had to cultivate the heavenly body, and the heavenly body was divided into two stages, heavenly blood and heavenly bone. Xianxia carefully compared them and was shocked to discover that he actually managed to cultivate the heavenly blood by accident. Of course, his heavenly blood was only at the initial stage. Now that he had mastered the heaven blood, the next step was to cultivate the heaven bones. If he cultivated both heavenly blood and heavenly bones well, he would be able to cultivate the heavenly body to perfection. At that time, his body would be able to contain a very strong heavenly strength. The second stage was to train the heavenly soul and heavenly soul. They mainly trained their souls. As for the later stages, they were still very far away from Xianxia, so he did not pay attention to them for now. Xianxia was somewhat excited in the beginning because he felt that through the imperial heaven divine art, he would be able to cultivate a heavenly body and possess a powerful body. He would be able to break the 10-image fiend curse. But when he read the latter part, he realized that he needed to have Tao God realm cultivation to start cultivating the heavenly body. In other words, this divine art of the imperial heaven was of no use to his current cultivation. This was like pouring a bucket of cold water on him. Forget it, there is no harm in obtaining this imperial heaven heart. Xianxia followed the instructions and used his blood spirit power and soul to fuse with the imperial heaven heart. Soon, the imperial heart was under his control. It gradually shrank and entered the position of his heart. The funny thing was that his current heart was a square crystal, and the original heart of the sun was inside the square heart of the imperial heaven. Furthermore, his heavenly law soul was not affected at all. Instead, it had undergone some changes, allowing him to have a more thorough understanding of the heavenly law divine runes. Could it be that this imperial heart can help me comprehend the imperial heaven divine art, as well as the heavenly law divine runes? Xianxia closed his eyes to study it. After that, he made an even more pleasant discovery. It was that when the blood circulated through the imperial heaven heart, it could be strengthened. The imperial heaven heart could help him cultivate the heavenly blood. Blood flowed through his heart to his entire body. The imperial heaven heart was now like his heart, able to drive the heavenly blood in his entire body to strengthen. With the strengthening of the heavenly blood, his body would also become stronger. As a result, he did not need to reach the Tao God realm to be able to cultivate a heavenly body. In other words, there was hope for him to break through the 10 images. I just need time. Xianxia was completely relieved. Although it would take a long time to break through, at least he would be able to break through. The imperial heaven heart contained the imperial heaven divine art and the mysterious imperial heaven diagram. Xianxia guessed that the imperial heaven diagram was a part of the imperial heaven heart, and only now had it become complete. The items in the 7th pearl of the 9 sun divine spirit were a huge harvest for Xianxia. Regardless of whether it was the imperial heaven divine art or the imperial heaven heart, they could both increase his strength by a level. It could even allow him to reach a height that no other expert in the 9 heavens could reach. What he is puzzled about now is who hid the imperial heaven heart and imperial heaven divine art inside the 9 sun divine spirit. Xiao Yuelan has been paying attention to Xianxia's movements. When she saw Xianxia absorb the imperial heaven heart into his heart, she was very surprised, but she did not ask. Only when she saw that Xianxia was no longer seriously thinking did she say, "Xiao Yun, that big thing has entered your body?" Xianxia patted his heart and said with a smile, "That's the imperial heaven heart, now it's my heart." "Ah? Your heart is square?" Xiao Yuelan shouted in alarm. "I don't feel any different from before." Xianxia spread out his hands and said with a smile, "Don't worry, it's fine." Xiao Yuelan promptly hugged Xianxia tightly and placed her ear on Xianxia's heart to listen. She said with a smile, "I can still hear your heartbeat." Xianxia hugged her and kissed her forehead. He said with a smile, Yuelan, I really have to thank you this time. If it wasn't for the orchid you released, I wouldn't have been able to proceed so smoothly. We're husband and wife, what are you thanking me for? Xiao Yuelan's cold and moving face suddenly became tender and alluring, overflowing with charm. She licked her lips and said with a gentle smile, all right, since you're so grateful to me, why don't you hurry up and devote your life to me? Bad Yuelan. Qin Yan hugged Xiao Yuelan and kissed her sexy and beautiful red lips. The heaven-leaping shuttle slowly flew, a pair of lovers are in sweet love inside, overflowing with amorous feelings, enjoying this rare and beautiful moment. Daybreak, the heaven-leaping shuttle began traversing through space, passing through the barrier of the Divine Sun Heavenly Island and arrived inside. Xiao Yuelan is sleeping soundly on the bed. A sweet smile appeared on her cold and beautiful jade-like face. Qin Yan did not sleep at all. He never expected that Xiao Yuelan would be so tired. After enjoying it, he slept very soundly. It could also be that the big orchid Xiao Yuelan released earlier made her body and soul extremely tired. Only with the illumination of the heaven's divine moon did she seem fine, but in fact, she is still very tired. Qin Yan affectionately looked at his lovely wife beside him and couldn't help but kiss her cheek. Xiao Yuelan also slowly opened her eyes, smiled sweetly and kissed Qin Yan. After they got up, they took a bath and changed their clothes. Xiao Yuelan changed into white armor and said with a smile, I want to find Big Sister Yang and also go to the Divine Moon Clan to inquire about some information. Inquire about what information? Qin Yan pulled her hand and said, Yuelan, you don't have any mission from the Nine Sun Divine Maiden right now, right? Not yet. I want to inquire about the Primal Chaos Divine Sun. Xiao Yuelan mischievously laughed, there's also Sister Shangyun's matter. I need to understand her a lot. Qin Yan placed his hands on her face and gently caressed it. He said with a smile, I already said, I don't need to fuse with the Divine Moon Clan's bloodline divine origin to break through. I already have a way, it just requires a lot more time. You don't want Sister Shangyun, I want her. Xiao Yuelan playfully smiled, she is a very mysterious big sister, she came from above the 9 heavens. Then you must be careful, don't make her angry. Qin Yan is still somewhat worried that Xiao Yuelan would make a move and carelessly touch the Divine Moon Clan's emperor. I know what to do. Let's contact each other again. Xiao Yuelan charmingly smiled, I might come back tonight. Xiao Yuelan left the heaven-leaping shuttle and flew towards the Divine Moon Clan's large ship. It is not far from here. Qin Yan's heaven-leaping shuttle is invisible. Only when he gets close would he be able to discover the heaven-leaping shuttle. Qin Yan looked at the sky from inside the heaven-leaping shuttle. There are still 2 myriad realms divine suns, the third has yet to appear. And outside the divine sun heavenly island's barrier, from time to time there are primal chaos divine sun fluctuations, as well as the roars of 9 heavens divine demons. Those ancient races' large ships are floating above the divine sun peak, they are all waiting for the 3rd myriad realm's divine sun to appear. No one knows when the 3rd myriad realm's divine sun will appear, they only know that it will be born during this period of time. Qin Yan is also patiently waiting. Once the 3rd myriad realm's divine sun appears and light shines on the divine sun peak, he will immediately take out his heavenly universe overlord to shine. While waiting for noon, Qin Yan suddenly sensed a familiar aura, it's the nameless old man. Qin Yan is not surprised at all. He knew that the nameless old man would come. He gave the nameless old man a soul-chasing talisman before. The nameless old man stood on the invisible heaven-leaping shuttle and said with smile, Palace King, you really came. Didn't you also come? Qin Yan said with faint smile. The nameless old man is wearing a conical bamboo hat and white robe. He looks like an expert. Our 9 sun heavenly race is also considered one of the powerful races. Our clan emperor also wants to have close contact with the people who came down from the myriad realm's divine sun, the nameless old man said. Someone really came down from the myriad realm's divine sun? What kind of people are they? Qin Yan heard about them before. And in his hand, he still has the divine sun token given by the divine chief. He said that it will only be used when breaking through. I also don't know who they are. I only know that they are closely related to the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. 9 Sun Palace King, you were once a member of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. How much do you know about the Heaven Creation Divine Palace? The nameless old man asked. I don't know much. Back then, I was still unable to touch the highest level secrets of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Qin Yun is somewhat surprised. Because back then, when he was in the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, he also thoroughly investigated the Heaven Creation Divine Palace and did not find out any secrets. He never expected that the Heaven Creation Divine Palace would actually have a connection with the people above the myriad realms Divine Sun. After he left the Nine Sun Divine Palace, the Nine Sun Divine Palace established a connection with the Nine Suns. However, that connection is very special. He can't be sure if it is with a person or with a spirit body. Now that Qin Yun has returned to the Nine Sun Divine Palace, he is unable to contact the myriad realms Divine Sunday. He always feels that the myriad realms Divine Sun is intentionally avoiding him. Palace King, let me tell you something. I secretly heard it from our clan emperor and Wang Ju, the nameless old man said. Qin Yun promptly teleported the nameless old man into the heaven leaping shuttle and asked, You can speak now. The nameless old man laughed and said, This secret is very important. 100 Divine Universe Golden Stones, this is a friend's price. You can scram now. Qin Yun smiled and is about to teleport the nameless old man out. Wait a minute, we are friends, so I will give you this information for free. Palace King, I am currently lacking Divine Universe Golden Stones, can you lend me 10? The nameless old man said with a vexed expression. Qin Yun was not surprised to learn that Divine Sun Race and Divine Star Race were in contact. He had already expected this. Primal Chaos Race, Divine Star Race and Divine Sword Race must also have Heaven Law War Gods. Their Heaven Law War Gods must also be awakened. However, they had pledged their allegiance to the Nine Heavens Demon Tribe and allied with them. Yet, they still wanted to awaken the Heavenly Law Battle God. From Qin Yun's point of view, Nine Heavens Demon Race would not allow Primal Chaos Race to have Heaven Law War Gods. And Primal Chaos Race would not dare to secretly awaken Heaven Law War Gods behind Nine Heavens Demon Race's back. Qin Yun thought about it carefully and felt that there was only one possibility. Nine Heavens Demon Race would allow Primal Chaos Race to awaken Heaven Law War Gods. Seeing Qin Yun deep in thought, the nameless old man chuckled, How is it? My information is very important, right? Do you want to know more details? Qin Yun asked, Do you want me to give you 10 Divine Universe Goldstones before you continue? The nameless old man was afraid of being thrown out by Qin Yun. He smiled bitterly, Even if you don't give it to me, I will tell you. Because this matter is indeed very important, I feel that you need to know. What do you want Divine Universe Goldstones for? Qin Yun asked. I am making a Primal Divine Sun, I need Divine Universe Goldstones. The nameless old man said bitterly, Our race emperor doesn't have many Divine Universe Goldstones. Even if he did, he wouldn't waste them on me. Qin Yun's eyes lit up when the nameless old man mentioned Primal Divine Sunday. He felt that this was a good opportunity to pry some secrets out of the nameless old man's mouth. Qin Yun is very interested in Primal Divine Sunday. There is a very large Primal Divine Sun outside, it belongs to Primal Chaos Race. The nameless old man must have some understanding of that Primal Divine Sunday. I will give it to you. Continue. Qin Yun said. Our Nine Suns Heavenly Clan's clan emperor and a few dukes have secretly met with the Chaos Race, Divine Star Race, and Divine Sword Race. The nameless old man said mysteriously, There was a king who was on good terms with me. I managed to get some information out of him. Qin Yun frowned and continued listening patiently. The nameless old man continued that Wang Ju said that the people from the myriad universe's godly sun god might want to have a secret discussion with the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor. They said they wanted to negotiate for peace or something, but the myriad universe's godly sun god doesn't want to fight. Negotiate for peace? Qin Yun felt that something was amiss. The people above the myriad realm's divine sun were very mysterious. They were the backer of the myriad realm's divine court. Negotiating for peace wasn't easy. They would definitely have to make concessions, which meant that the Nine Heavens Demon Race would be able to stay in the gods desolate, or he could agree to give the Nine Heavens Demon tribe a piece of land. Qin Yun asked, Anything else? After the nameless old man sat down, he said solemnly, I suspect that the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor is already at the Divine Yang Peak. Qin Yun was visibly moved. Why do you have such doubts? Look, there are a large number of 9 heavens divine demons surrounding the divine sun heavenly island. However, those 9 heavens divine demons are currently biding their time. Even if the people of the major races went out and accidentally encountered the 9 heavens divine demons, they didn't fight. The nameless old man said. Xianxia had met Yu Shangyun before. He could clearly sense that Yu Shangyun did not know about this matter. How many powerful races know that the Primal Chaos race, Divine Sword race and Divine Star race's race emperors have entered? Did they come in secretly? Xianxia asked. They came in very secretly and they are not afraid of being besieged by the Divine Yang race at all. The nameless old man said, maybe only the Divine Moon race doesn't know about this matter. They seem to be intentionally hiding it from the Divine Moon race. Xianxia took out 5 Divine Universe Golden Stones. He used a special enchantment to seal the Divine Universe Golden Stones to prevent any fluctuations from being transmitted out. To those powerful races, the Divine Universe Golden Stones were rather precious items. They all had tools to examine the Divine Universe Golden Stones. Only 5? The nameless old man remembered that Xianxia had a lot of Divine Universe Golden Stones. Because my 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation was modified, I consumed a lot of Divine Universe Golden Stones. Xianxia said, I will give you 10, but before that, I want to ask you a few questions. If you answer them, I will give them to you. Alright, I will definitely answer them properly. The nameless old man smiled as he received the 5 Divine Universe Golden Stones. He also has a tool to store Divine Universe Golden Stones. There is a very large primal divine sun outside, how much do you know about it? Xianxia asked. When the nameless old man heard this, he had a bad premonition. He understood Xianxia and knew that Xianxia was definitely thinking about that primal divine Sunday Palace King. That primal divine sun belongs to the primal chaos race's emperor, you better not think about it. The nameless old man said, the primal chaos race's emperor has 2 primal divine suns. One is kept in the race and the other is only brought out to fight. What kind of power does that primal divine sun have? Xianxia asked. It's heat, very strange and very strong heat that can form very strong primal chaos flames. The nameless old man said, and I have researched a way to restrain this kind of heat, which is the primal chaos cold power. Using the cold power to swallow the heat and strengthen the cold power. Back then, Xianxia had seen the cold power that could freeze flames into ice. Xianxia also had this kind of cold power. Since that's the case, you should be able to take down that primal divine sun, right? Xianxia wanted to pull the nameless old man along. If I could do it, I would have overturned the primal chaos race long ago. The nameless old man waved his hand and laughed at himself. With my current strength, I still can't take away the primal chaos divine sun. Why? Didn't you find a way to restrain the primal chaos divine power? Xianxia chuckled and said, come with me and take away that primal divine sun. Palace King, that's a primal divine Sunday. How can you take it away just because you say so? The nameless old man is already mentally prepared. He knows that Xianxia wants to snatch away that primal divine sun, but he is still very astonished. Nameless old man, tell me honestly, how did you create a small primal chaos divine sun and even mastered a method to restrain primal chaos divine sun? Did you obtain some secret technique? Xianxia chuckled and said, I think that with your level, you won't be able to research it. The nameless old man curled his lips and said, you are really looking down on people. Xianxia said with smile, is that so? Quickly tell me. The nameless old man sighed and said, for the sake of those 5 Divine Universe Golden Stones, I can only reveal my background to you. My father was actually the former clan emperor of the 9 Sun Heavenly race. He died many years ago. He was killed by the Primal Chaos race's clan emperor. Then does your current clan emperor know about you? Xianxia is not very surprised. I don't know, nobody knows. The nameless old man said with smile, I am a very low-profile person. I don't even have a name. I am also a nameless earl now. Your research on the Primal Chaos race was left behind by your father? Xianxia asked. My father is a genius, I am also a genius. I have already mastered a method to resist Primal Chaos Divine Sun, even if it is lacking, the nameless old man said, I want to use Primal Chaos Divine Sun to suppress it. If you help me get that Primal Chaos Divine Sun outside, I will give you 100 divine universe golden stones. Xianxia said with smile, I will keep my word. This, although it is a bit difficult, it is still possible. The nameless old man's eyes lit up when he saw that Xianxia wants to give him 100 divine universe golden stones. He previously said that it was impossible, but now he has changed his mind. Xianxia took out 5 divine universe golden stones and handed them to the nameless old man. He said with smile, tell me what to do. The nameless old man said, first of all, you must have a spatial container that can hold the primal chaos divine Sunday, otherwise, even if you snatch it, you will have to drag it by your side. If you drag such a big thing by your side, it will be very easy for the primal chaos race to kill you. I have this kind of storage divine tool. Xianxia's 9 sun divine spirit can even hold the divine universe purple sun, so the primal chaos divine sun is definitely not a problem. If you have it, then it will be easy. There is a spirit body inside the primal chaos divine Sunday. That is the son of the primal chaos race's emperor. He refined his son's soul into the primal chaos divine Sunday. If you want to take away the primal chaos divine sun, you must first get rid of this guy, the nameless old man said again. How do I do it? Xianxia felt that this is a bit difficult. This is the key point. If you get rid of that soul, the primal chaos divine sun will become the master of nothing. You might be able to suppress it through the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation and then take it away. The nameless old man said, the problem is, the person protecting the primal chaos divine sun will have at least 1 king and 3 dukes. The king and dukes are very strong and Xianxia only has Yang Shuriwei and Xiaoyuan to help him. Xianxia is thinking of a way. If he can get rid of the king and the 3 dukes, he will have half succeeded. The primal chaos race's emperor is not outside, he is waiting for the birth of the myriad realms divine sun at the divine Yang peak. Now is also the best opportunity to take action. I can only deal with 1 duke. The nameless old man spread out his hands and said, the primal chaos race's emperor is not here, it is indeed a great opportunity. Just as Xianxia is pondering, he suddenly sensed a very strong fluctuation attacking the heaven-leaping shuttle. Xianxia and the nameless old man immediately stood up and looked towards the direction of the divine Yang peak. The peak of the divine Yang peak is a very large circular platform. It stands at an extremely high place and now the edge is filled with tall formation pillars. The formation pillars are carved with sun totems. Xianxia can tell with a glance that these formation pillars are very strong barriers. It descended from the myriad realms divine sun. Xianxia looked at the sky and muttered, is the 3rd myriad realms divine sun about to be born? Now there is a very powerful barrier enveloping the entire divine Yang peak. In other words, if someone from outside wants to land on the divine Yang peak, they must obtain permission. Xianxia looked at the huge divine moon ship not far away. Yu Xiangyun is inside the ship and they have not landed on the divine Yang peak yet. The divine moon clan did not go in. I wonder if they will let them in. Xiangyun muttered. Probably not. The rumors are indeed true. There is a group of people above the myriad realms divine sun that are very resistant to the divine moon of the heavens. The divine moon clan and the Guanghan palace have formed an alliance. They have already moved into the divine moon of the heavens, so they are even more hostile, the nameless old man said. There's such a thing? The relationship between the myriad realms divine sun and the divine moon of the heavens is not good? Xianxia is very surprised. It's a group of people above the myriad realms divine sun that have a conflict with the divine moon of the heavens. I don't know the specifics, I only heard it from our emperor. The nameless old man sighed and said, this time, the girls of the divine moon clan are going to go crazy. At this time, in the azure sky, as if space has been torn apart, a large black vortex appeared. The nameless old man said excitedly, it's about to begin. Will a great battle break out? The appearance of the 3rd myriad realms divine sun will definitely bring great improvement to divine desolate. Xianxia looked at the black whirlpool in the sky, he felt that it is a bit like the nether sun is revolving. After personally witnessing the appearance of the myriad realms divine sun, Xianxia also thought of many things. The 3rd myriad realms divine sun did not appear immediately. He originally thought that the 3rd myriad realms divine sun was born from the previous 2, but now it seems like it is going to come out from somewhere. Xianxia looked at the huge black whirlpool in the sky and released his formidable mental power, wanting to probe it. Because the distance is still quite far, he can't probe it right now. He can only open his heavenly eye to look, but he still didn't find anything. After the birth of this myriad realm's divine son, what kind of benefits will it bring to divine desolate? Xianxia asked. Divine medicines and materials will be improved. Also, some things might descend, the nameless old man said with smile. If we are lucky, we can even obtain divine universe golden stone. At this moment, the divine moon race's ships suddenly flew towards the divine sun peak. However, when they got close, they were blocked by the powerful barrier of the divine sun peak. The divine moon race's ships were blocked outside. They really didn't let the divine moon race in. Could it be that the myriad realms divine sun people that descended this time are very hostile towards the divine moon race? The nameless old man said. Are there many factions above the myriad realms divine sun? Xianxia asked. It should be. The people that came down this time might be the strongest faction, so they are qualified to come to divine desolate. Maybe they will take over the myriad realms divine court. The nameless old man shook his head. The initial stage of divine desolate will definitely be very chaotic. At this moment, Xiao Yuelan flew over and stood outside the heaven-leaping shuttle. Xianxia let Xiao Yuelan in. After Xiao Yuelan came in, she said with a face full of anger, "Those guys actually didn't let us in." She looked at the nameless old man. She also knows that he is from the Nine Sun Heavenly Clan. What excuse did they use to refuse you entry? Xianxia asked. They said that the Divine Moon clan already has the Divine Moon of Myriad Heavens, so they shouldn't come and snatch the gift of the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun. Xiao Yuelan stomped her feet in anger. She had previously heard from Qin Yun that the Divine Moon race was the race that was most likely to be ostracized because the Divine Moon race could enter the Divine Moon of Heavens. Now, Qin Yun was right. Your Divine Moon clan has the Divine Moon of the Heavens, the other strong clans are all very jealous. Also, your Divine Moon clan is very close to the Nine Sun Goddess. They are all worried that the Divine Moon clan will obtain more resources from the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun through the Nine Sun Goddess. The nameless old man said. That's also our ability. Xiao Yuelan very angrily said, if they had made it clear earlier, we wouldn't have come to the Divine Sun Heavenly Island. We were attacked many times by the Nine Heavens demon race on the way. Qin Yun could imagine Yu Shangyun's current rage. It was as if the mystic moon race had been stood up. It was impossible for them not to be angry. The nameless old man shook his head and smiled. The losses of those strong clans are even greater. Their heavenly law war god was snatched away and many of their people died. Many dukes died and some kings were also injured. Yuelan, what plans does the Divine Moon Race's emperor have? Qin Yun asked. Of course we will fight our way in. Xiao Yuelan coldly groaned and said, we must make the Divine Sun race give us an explanation. Qin Yun said worriedly, you want to fight against so many races? Will they fight against you? He knows that there are still Primal Chaos race, Divine Star race and Divine Sword race in the Divine Sun Peak. Apart from them, the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor might also be hiding inside. We have already notified the Divine Moon of the Heavens. In a moment, the Divine Moon of the Heavens will appear in the sky and lend us a hand. Xiao Yuelan said, Xiao Yun, quickly leave this place. After we fight our way in, come back. If they don't allow the Divine Moon race to land on the Divine Sun Peak, it means that their heavenly law war god won't be able to awaken. In the future, it will be even more difficult to fight against the Nine Heavens divine demons. The nameless old man said, if we have the help of the Divine Moon of the Heavens, the situation will be even bigger. Yuelan, can the Divine Moon race really fight against so many strong races? Qin Yun feels that the opportunity is coming. Those guys from the Divine Sun Peak said that the barrier of the Divine Sun Peak was created by the Myriad Realm's Divine Sunday. As long as we have enough strength to break it, we can enter. Xiao Yuelan said, Divine Sun race won't attack, they also won't dare to attack. Divine Sun race and Divine Heaven race will definitely not attack, but the Primal Chaos race, Divine Sword race and Divine Star race might. If the Primal Chaos race attacks, it will definitely be people outside the Divine Sun Heavenly Island. At this moment, an illusory image appeared in the sky. It is the Divine Moon of the Heavens. It suddenly appeared in the sky in broad daylight and it seems to be even bigger. Xiao Yun, quickly leave, don't worry about us, we have the protection of the Divine Moon of the Heavens. Xiao Yuelan urged. Then you must be careful. If a nine heavens divine demon attacks you, I will take action. Xianxia nodded and said. He sent Xiao Yuan out of the heaven leaping shuttle. Xiao Yuan flew back to a divine moonrace ship. And Xianxia immediately controlled the heaven leaping shuttle and left the divine sun heavenly island. He quietly flew towards the primal chaos divine sun that is releasing gray energy mist. Palace King, you still haven't confirmed whether or not the primal chaos race's king is here or not. The nameless old man is very nervous. He wants to run, but inside the heaven leaping shuttle, he can't run at all. After the heaven leaping shuttle approached the primal chaos divine sun, it suddenly entered the sea. Xianxia said with smile, if you want 100 divine universe golden stones, you should calm down a bit. You understand the primal chaos race so well, you must have something to sense them, right? The nameless old man helplessly took out a disc and said with bitter sigh, how did I end up on your pirate ship? Xianxia wants to snatch the primal chaos divine sun, moreover it is the primal chaos race's emperor's. This is equivalent to the primal chaos race's emperor's little heart. If the primal chaos race's emperor knows that the nameless old man is also involved, he might even make the nine sun heavenly race hand him over. The nameless old man used a very mysterious method to make many light spots appear on the disc. Those light spots are the primal chaos race people. This brightest spot should be the king. These three are a bit weaker, they are the duke. The nameless old man pointed at the large disc and said again, the biggest one in the middle is the primal chaos divine sun. They are all near the primal chaos divine sun. Through the disc, Xianxia can see that there are many primal chaos race people guarding near the primal chaos divine sun Dayan. These primal chaos race people are very strong, they are all elites among elites. But to you and me, only the kings and dukes are a threat. Will the primal chaos race's kings and dukes attack the divine moon race? Xianxia is waiting for this opportunity. If only the dukes go, it will be useless. Only the kings will be able to put a lot of pressure on the divine moon race. The nameless old man analyzed, if those strong races join hands with the nine heavens demon race, they will definitely stop the divine moon race's heavenly law battle god from awakening. To prevent the divine moon race from controlling the nine heavens divine demons. Xianxia nodded and said, the primal chaos race is the ally of the nine heavens demon race. They will definitely go and stop the divine moon race. Maybe they will go and snatch the divine moon race's heavenly law battle god. Then, the demon generals and demon dukes hiding nearby might also take action. The divine moon race has the divine moon of the heavens, so they can hold on. There is no need to worry about this, the nameless old man said. Just as they are analyzing, the sea suddenly surged up, the heaven-leaping shuttle submerged into the sea and now it has no choice but to come out and float in the air. Xianxia concealed the heaven-leaping shuttle and looked at the distant divine sun heavenly island. He saw the few huge divine moon ships in the sky, releasing a glaring silver light. The divine moon of the heavens in the sky is also exceptionally bright. In broad daylight, it is as dazzling as the divine sun. And the huge black whirlpool in the sky is still slowly spinning. The third myriad realm's divine sun seems to be having a difficult birth, it has not come out for a long time. The divine moon race has already started attacking the divine sun peak's barrier. Just as Xianxia is watching the divine sun peak attentively, the nameless old man suddenly shouted anxiously, there's movement. The kings and dukes are flying towards the divine sun heavenly island. Xianxia is ecstatic, this is a rare opportunity. Palace King, what you need to do now is to think of a way to destroy the soul inside the primal chaos divine sun, the nameless old man said, you must be fast. Because after you destroy that soul, you will definitely alarm the other people of the primal chaos race. The kings and dukes will also immediately rush back. Destroying a soul requires a very strong mental power, and after Xianxia ate the moon-tier divine pill Yu Shangyun gave him, his mental power advanced by leaps and bounds. This also prompted him to open the seventh pearl of the nine sun divine spirit. However, even if he has a very strong mental power, Xianxia doesn't dare to guarantee that he can destroy the soul inside the primal chaos divine sun in one go, therefore, he must have a more comprehensive plan. Xiaoyun, let me go. Ling Yuner suddenly said, I am a fairy, it can also be considered a very powerful soul body. Moreover, I have a small nether sun, it is also one of your mysterious divine Tao images. I will enter the primal chaos divine sun, get rid of that soul and replace it. Qin Yan took a deep breath. Ling Yuner is indeed the best candidate, but he is very worried that something might happen to Ling Yuner inside. Don't be afraid, I am the Nether Sun Dao spirit and now I have a powerful fairy body. Ling Yuner said with smile, I am very strong, don't look down on me. Qin Yan thought about it again and decided to let Ling Yuner take action. Ling Yuner put on the blue crystal armor Qin Yan gave her. Then, Qin Yan used a spatial divine power to open a spatial passage and let Ling Yuner directly go outside the primal chaos divine Sunday. Qin Yan paid attention to Ling Yuner from below. After she was teleported outside the primal chaos divine sun, she very easily entered the primal chaos divine sun. Qin Yan forced himself to remain calm because he is very nervous right now. Although the nameless old man told him to prepare to collect the primal chaos divine sun, he only said it lightly. There are still a few crucial steps ahead. The nameless old man said again, you have to relax yourself as much as possible. Your next move will be very crucial. If there is even the slightest mistake, everything will be for naught. Qin Yan nodded and said, I will adjust my state. The nameless old man looked at the sky and then looked at the disc in his hand. Many of the light dots on it are motionless. Those light dots are the primal chaos race people. If there is no movement, it means that they have not noticed anything yet. Ling Yuner is inside the primal chaos divine Sunday. Qin Yan doesn't know how she is doing. He and Ling Yuner can sense each other. As long as they are not too far apart, their souls can communicate with each other. But because the current situation is too special, they did not communicate to avoid being discovered. Whether or not Ling Yuner succeeds is a crucial step, and after she succeeds, whether or not Qin Yan can collect the primal chaos divine sun into the 9 sun divine spirit is a very important step. After successfully collecting it, they still have to retreat unscathed. It is also because there are so many links involved and Ling Yuner is personally taking action that Qin Yan is very nervous. This is mainly because he is too worried that something will happen to Ling Yuner. The relationship between Qin Yan and Ling Yuner can be said to be very deep. Because he has experienced many painful times, Ling Yuner has always encouraged him and accompanied him. It can be said that she is his spiritual pillar. Even though Qin Yan has experienced many things, he still can't help but feel complicated at this moment. He somewhat regretted letting Ling Yuner go out and take the risk. The nameless old man can see that Qin Yan is nervous, so he comforted him from time to time, telling him to relax. Qin Yan feels as if he has passed a long 100 years, waiting for the primal chaos divine sun's movement. Suddenly, the primal chaos divine sun trembled. The movement is not small. Qin Yan and the nameless old man jumped up. Success, your spirit is done. The nameless old man shouted in pleasant surprise, quick, use your storage divine tool to collect the primal chaos divine sun. Qin Yan hastily activated the 9 sun divine spirit and opened one of the pearls, releasing waves of spatial power. At the same time, he released the spatial power of the spatial divine power pearl to envelop the primal chaos divine sun in the sky. Come in. Qin Yan grunted and used his powerful mental power to lock onto the entire Chaos Divine Sunday. Then, he fully activated it. Whoosh, the Chaos Divine Sun's surroundings rippled with intense spatial fluctuations. Then, the entire space began to shrink and distort as it surged towards Qin Yan's 9 sun divine soul. The primal chaos clansmen near the primal chaos divine sun were terrified and shouted. Qin Yan gritted his teeth and released all his strength. Great tribulation, begin. He suddenly summoned the 9 dragons' glorious sun tribulation. This great tribulation was mainly used to deal with the primal chaos race. The chaos divine sun was massive and extremely heavy. Even if it did not resist Qin Yan, it would not be easy to store it. Yuner, how are you? Qin Yan immediately asked. I'm fine, I'm just very tired. Ling Yuner smiled and said, Little Yun, it's up to you now. I want to rest. In the sky, the roar of a dragon and the roar of thunder came crashing down. The 9 dragons' glorious sun tribulation was so powerful that even the divine sun celestial island could sense it. After the grey primal chaos divine sun space was distorted, it was slowly absorbed by the 9 sun divine soul. Primal chaos race's kings and dukes also sensed that something is wrong with the primal chaos divine sun and immediately rushed back. They originally wanted to attack the divine moon ship. Divine Sword Race and Divine Star Race's kings and dukes have already attacked the Divine Moon Race's flying ship. This is equivalent to them completely falling out with the Divine Moon Race. Primal Chaos Race's kings and dukes originally wanted to attack, but something happened to their Primal Chaos Divine Sunday. They had no choice but to immediately return to the Primal Chaos Divine Sunday. And the Primal Chaos Race's Emperor inside the Divine Sun Peaks barrier also sensed that something happened to the Primal Chaos Divine Sunday. However, he did not come out. This made Qin Yun and the nameless old man very puzzled. Xiao Yuelan and Yang Shiyue, who are inside the Divine Moon ship, also noticed that the Primal Chaos Race's kings and dukes who were about to attack their ship suddenly left. Then, they looked at the distant location of the Primal Chaos Divine Sunday. They saw that the space there is distorting and shrinking. They knew that someone wants to store the Primal Chaos Divine Sun into a spatial storage divine tool. It was done by Qin Yun. They are very certain because only Qin Yun can do it. The Primal Chaos Race's kings and dukes flew towards the Primal Chaos Divine Sun with all their might. However, just as they rushed over, the Primal Chaos Divine Sun disappeared. After Qin Yun succeeded, he immediately fled with the nameless old man. He directly used the Space Divine Power Pearl to travel through space. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle arrived near the Divine Sun Heavenly Island. The Divine Moon Race is attacking the Divine Sun Peaks barrier. And Qin Yun knows that the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor and the Primal Chaos Race's Emperor are all at the Divine Sun Peak. If they suddenly attack, it will definitely cause great losses to the Divine Moon Race. The nameless old man gasped for breath and said with a silly smile, "Success, success. The Primal Chaos Race lost to Primal Chaos Divine Sun." Qin Yun's heart is beating very fast. He is also very excited, to the point that both of his hearts are beating crazily. The Imperial Heavenly Heart and his original heart are beating alternately, causing the heavenly blood in his body to quickly circulate. The Primal Chaos Race's Emperor is truly patient. Qin Yun only felt that it was very dangerous. If the Primal Chaos Race's Emperor had made a move, it would not have gone so smoothly. He should be exploding with anger now, the nameless old man said with a laugh. The Primal Chaos Race's Emperor killed the nameless old man's father, so the nameless old man is very happy now. Qin Yun's 9-Sun Divine Spirit now has 2 Divine Suns, Primal Chaos Divine Sun, Divine Universe Purple Sunday. Next, he plans to cultivate a very large Nether Sun in the 9-Sun Divine Spirit. Qin Yun and the nameless old man are paying attention to the Divine Sun Peaks situation. A few powerful races kings and 10 or so dukes are attacking the Divine Moon Race's ship. And the Divine Moon Race is also fighting back. Qin Yun also saw the King Fengyu come out, as well as a few other armored women. Yu Shangyun, the Divine Moon Race's Emperor, is filled with killing intent. After she appeared, her ice-cold and intense killing intent enveloped the entire Divine Sun Heavenly Island. The people on the island have no choice but to hide far away. Roar! The sea suddenly churned. A huge blue monstrous dragon and an incomparably huge blue monstrous whale suddenly rushed into the sky from the sea. The scene is very shocking. It is Demon Dragon Divine General and Demon Whale Divine General. 9 Heavens Demon Race's 2 Divine Generals moved out and directly rushed towards the Divine Sun Peak. The Divine Yang Celestial Islands barrier has closed. It seems like those guys really joined hands to swindle the Divine Moon Clan. Qin Yun is currently recovering the energy he consumed just now. In order to take away the Primal Divine Sun, he consumed a lot of energy. Yu Shangyun was very strong. She was able to face 3 powerful kings by herself. She was able to defeat the kings one by one. Even the 2 gigantic demon generals that were flying over were forced back by Yu Shangyun's sword. The Clan the Arch is indeed the Clan the Arch. How terrifying! The nameless old man exclaimed, among the race the arcs of the strong races, the Divine Moon Race the Arch should be ranked in the top 3. Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. Even when facing the 9 Heavens Demon Race's divine generals, Yu Shangyun was able to force them to retreat. Nameless old man, quickly leave this place, I want to go. Qin Yun said. Ah? What are you going there for? The nameless old man said in surprise, what can you help with? The Divine Moon Clan has the protection of the Divine Moon Clan, nothing will happen to them. I'll go over and tell them about the situation at Divine Yang Peak. Qin Yun said, otherwise, even if they break through the barrier and enter the Divine Yang Peak, they will definitely suffer greatly. Qin Yun also told Xiao Yuelan about this matter before. Xiao Yuan must have told Yu Shangyun, but Yu Shangyun did not seem to be on guard. Didn't you tell your wife? The nameless old man said. Qin Yan is already prepared to go out. He said, I snatched away the primal chaos divine son, and the primal chaos race's emperor held back and did not come out. He must have set up a trap inside. Qin Yan is proficient in formations. He suspects that a trap has already been set up inside the divine Yang peak. That's why the primal chaos race's emperor can't immediately come out to avoid destroying the trap. The kings, dukes, and the two demon generals who were besieging the divine moon clan's ship were quickly beaten back by Yu Shangyun. Yu Shangyun brought the divine moon clan's kings back to the ship and continued attacking the divine Yang peak's barrier. After Qin Yan became invisible, he used the soul-chasing talisman to determine the ship Xiao Yuan is on. Just as he was about to travel through space, the divine Yang peak's barrier was suddenly blasted apart, shaking out a very strong energy. Qin Yan was directly sent flying by the energy. 7 divine moon clan's ships rushed into the divine Yang peak at this moment. Among them, 5 ships flew the fastest. Just as they entered, a huge net suddenly appeared on an incomparably spacious plaza of the divine Yang peak, and from the sky, a huge net suddenly dropped down, enveloping the 5 divine moon clan ships. Damn it! Qin Yan cursed in his heart. This is exactly as he guessed. The divine Yang peak seal is very powerful. It is very likely that it has the help of the mysterious people above the myriad realms' divine sun or the help of the 9 heavens' divine demons. After the 5 divine moon clan ships were sealed by the 2 huge nets, they suffered all kinds of attacks. At this moment, several powerful auras surged out from the divine Yang peak. The primal chaos race's emperor's anger is the strongest because his primal chaos divine sun is gone. Divine sword race, divine star race, and primal chaos race's imperial capital have appeared. There's also the 9 heavens demon emperor. Qin Yan looked at the 2 divine moon clan ships that were not sealed from the distance. He looked at Xiao Yuan's soul-chasing talisman. Xiao Yuan is in one of the 2 ships. This made him feel a lot more at ease. After that, he took out Yang Shuriwei and Yu Wulan's soul-chasing talisman and discovered that they are not in the 2 ships. Big sister Yang, second sister. Qin Yan suddenly felt as if he was struck by lightning. He clenched his fists tightly. Yu Wulan and Yang Shurui's ship has been sealed. Qin Yan found the words sacrifice to the heavens extremely familiar. Back then, he and Shiman Dazhuang were trapped in a heavenly Dao altar and were almost sacrificed to the heavens. And now, 9 heavens demon emperor wants to sacrifice to the heavens. Yang Shuryu and Yu Wulan are inside the seal. Qin Yan, who is hiding in the dark, tried to use spatial divine power to enter the seal but failed. The seal completely sealed the space. This kind of seal is very powerful. It is most likely created by 9 heavens demon emperor and myriad realms divine sun people. Qin Yan received too much information in a short time. Qin Yan already knew that the strong races on the divine Yang peak and 9 heavens demon emperor were plotting. But he did not expect that they were actually plotting to sacrifice to the heavens and to use divine moon race women as sacrifices. Also, after the sacrifice, it is not myriad realms divine sun but heavenly universe divine sun. Heavenly universe divine sun is blue and said to be above the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens demon emperor had been sealed within the blue skies because he had obtained the divine sun seed of the celestial universe. Now, 9 heavens demon emperor wants to use the sacrifice to make heavenly universe divine sun appear in the sky of divine desolate, and behind this, myriad realms divine sun people are also participating. Not only Qin Yan, the nameless old man and Yu Shangyun are also very shocked. Divine Moon Emperor, our primal chaos race's primal chaos divine sun is missing. Is it related to you? Primal chaos emperor's cold and angry voice can be heard. Yu Shangyun is also extremely angry. She shouted, "You bastards, you actually joined hands to harm our divine moon race. You want to sacrifice my sisters to the heavens? I will not rest until you are dead." There are still 2 divine moon race ships that have not been sealed. The women inside the ships are extremely angry. Xiao Yulan has always been following Yu Shangyun, so she is also beside Yu Shangyun. She is also very angry. Your divine moon race is indeed very strong by relying on the divine moon of heavens. No matter how strong you are, you can't beat us now. Deity Sword Emperor laughed and said, and the girls on your ships will be sacrificed to the heavens. Divine Moon of Heaven suddenly shot down a huge light beam and landed on the net-like barrier of Divine Sun Peak. However, after the light beam landed, it bounced off. The Nine Heavens Demon Emperor smirked. Mystic Moonrace, stop your futile struggle. That barrier was given to us by the Nine Heavens Divine Race. Nine Heavens Divine Clan. Xianxia immediately knew that it was someone above the myriad realms Divine Sun. It was actually someone from the Nine Heavens Divine Race. He had already stealthily arrived at the Divine Yang Peak and was near the barrier. Several huge flying ships were wrapped up by the two nets, unable to move. The women inside did not come out either. Everyone's attention was focused on the remaining two ships of the Mystic Moon Race. This was because the three Tribe Emperors and the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor, as well as the Devil Court and Heavenly Law Hall, would likely surround and attack the Mystic Moon Race King. This was a huge battle. If they fought, it could be said to be the most intense battle since the formation of the Divine Wilderness. Xianxia forced himself to calm down and check the seal. Such a powerful seal came from above the Nine Heavens. Furthermore, with the power of two myriad realms Divine Suns, it would be very difficult to break it. Divine Yang Race, Divine Sky Race, you actually colluded with this group of fellows. Yu Shangyun's voice rang out. We did not ally with them, we were also forced to do so. You know very well that our strong races originate from above the Nine Heavens. The people inside the myriad realms Divine Sun are the Nine Heavens Divine Race, we also listen to them. The one who spoke was the Divine Yang Race Emperor. Divine Moon Race Emperor, the Nine Heavens Divine Race wants to create a heavenly universe Divine Sun in the Divine Wilderness. They need enough strong race members to offer sacrifices. They chose you, we also have no choice. The Divine Sky Race Emperor said. We guarantee that we will not attack you, this is also our bottom line. The Ninth Underworld Race Emperor said. These few race emperors all expressed their stance. They only said that they would not participate in the battle, indicating that they really did not want to be enemies with the Divine Moon Race. If these few strong races all participated, the Divine Moon Race could only despair. Since that's the case, we are no longer allies. After this matter, as long as I am still alive, I will definitely settle this debt with you. Yu Shangyun's angry voice was filled with killing intent, forming a gale that whistled loudly. If the Divine Yang Race had told them about this matter in advance, they would not have fallen into that trap. Previously, Xianxia only suspected that there was a trap and he did not have time to go over and say anything. Otherwise, this kind of thing would not have happened. Now, he can only blame himself for being too weak. Facing this powerful barrier, he also feels very powerless. If he had enough cultivation, he would have been able to use his strongest power to destroy the barrier. Right now, he can also break it, but it will take a very long time. In the current situation, time is very tight. Nine Heavens Divine Race, you want to use my woman as a sacrifice to the heavens, then I will use you as a sacrifice to my saber. Xianxia can only use his last resort, which is to use his strongest power to break this barrier. He took out the myriad heaven divine saber. This divine saber has always been evolving along with Xianxia, especially now that he is holding it in his hand. It has immediately established a connection with the imperial heaven heart in his body. Xianxia can clearly feel that the myriad heaven divine saber and the imperial heaven heart are closely connected. The myriad heaven divine saber suddenly underwent a huge change. Its entire body turned into a blue crystal and blue heavenly blood flowed inside. Inside the saber is the Nine Sun Royal Race's mysterious bloodline heavenly pattern box. At this moment, Xianxia can clearly feel what is inside the bloodline heavenly pattern box. Inside the bloodline heavenly pattern box, there is a very powerful thing. Sealed inside is a very powerful bloodline. Xianxia doesn't know what kind of bloodline it is. He also wants to open it very much, but he is strongly telling himself that if he opens it, the hidden bloodline will destroy him. The myriad heaven divine saber has been affected by the imperial heaven heart. It has undergone a very big change. When Xianxia tightly gripped the saber, he has a feeling that he can cleave the heavens and split the earth. Open! Xianxia slashed at the barrier with great force. A large amount of blue energy burst out from the blade's edge. Berserk blue energy surged out like blue ocean water and enveloped the entire Divine Yang Peak. The mighty saber wind destroyed all the buildings on the Divine Yang Peak in an instant, and the huge net also showed signs of being split open. The commotion is so big that it immediately alerted the 9 heavens demon emperors and clan emperors. Xiao Yuan, who was inside the divine moon ship, also saw Qin Yun and shouted in alarm, "It's Xiao Yun." Yu Shangyun also saw Qin Yun's back. A trace of hope flashed in her heart. She immediately flew out of the divine moon ship and rushed towards Qin Yun. "It's Nine Sun Palace King. The one who shouted is Primal Chaos Race's emperor," he furiously said. "Maybe this bastard took away my Primal Chaos Divine Son." Primal Chaos Race's emperor actually took away my Primal Chaos Divine Son. Quickly block Divine Moon Race's emperor. Divine Sword Race's emperor shouted. Divine Star Race's emperor and 9 heavens demon emperor immediately rushed out to block Yu Shangyun. Yu Shangyun waved her sword, sweeping out a large area of moonlight. Divine Star Race's emperor spread his arms. Dozens of huge stars suddenly appeared around him and revolved around his body, forming a star-great formation. 9 heavens demon emperor with long silver hair and devilish appearance is very angry when he found out that Qin Yun is here because his head was pierced by Qin Yun back then. The furious 9 heavens demon emperor shot out wave after wave of blue demon god power to block Yu Shangyun. Divine Sword Race's emperor also rushed over, with 3 super experts blocking. Even Yu Shangyun is unable to pass. And Qin Yun already slashed the second time, attacking the barrier. What is shocking is that the powerful barrier from above the 9 heavens is actually showing signs of loosening. "Damn bastard, return my Primal Chaos Divine Son." Primal Chaos Race's emperor angrily rushed towards Qin Yun, waved his hand and shot out a large amount of gray light ball that covered the sky and earth and landed on the Divine Sun Peak. Just as Primal Chaos Race's emperor rushed over, a middle-aged man wearing blue armor suddenly appeared. It is Xinyu Tianlong, who has disappeared for many days. Back then, after Xinyu Tianlong and 9 heavens demon emperor fought, after suffering a crushing defeat, his whereabouts have been unknown. Now he finally appeared. Scram! After Xinyu Tianlong appeared, he ferociously attacked Primal Chaos Race's emperor. Qin Yun can also continue to attack the barrier. As long as he releases the 5 ships inside, the heaven sacrifice will fail and the heavenly universe divine sun will not appear. "Big sister Yang, second sister, I will definitely save you." Qin Yun used the myriad heaven divine saber in his hand and crazily hacked at the barrier. The divine universe purple sun and primal chaos divine sun inside the 9 sun divine spirit released divine power into his body and then transformed it by the imperial heaven heart. The 9 vein divine power formed is also very powerful. Finally, after being hacked by the myriad heaven divine saber, its might is extremely ferocious. Just as the barrier loosened, an intense light beam shone down. It is from a myriad realms divine sun. After the intense light beam shone down, dozens of people came down. Those dozens of people are all wearing dazzling flame armor. The intense light released by the flame is like the light released by the myriad realms divine sun. These dozens of people are clearly from the 9 heavens divine race that came down from inside the myriad realms divine sun. 9 Sun Palace King, you stinking bug, I have tolerated you for a long time. If not for the divine king heavenly seal being in your hands, we would have already torn your body into 10,000 pieces, sealed your soul inside the divine sun and burned it. A youth saw Qin Yun and furiously sneered. He waved the folding fan in his hand and released a large area of intense divine sun flame. The flame transformed into a furious dragon and hit Qin Yun's body like a light beam. At the same time, other 9 heavens divine race people also attacked ferociously. Countless fire dragons roared and charged at Qin Yun. 9 heavens divine race people have surpassed the sacred god realm, all of them are Tao gods. Their divine power far exceeds Qin Yun's. Qin Yun's cultivation is far inferior to those 9 heavens divine race people, especially when facing that kind of dreadful divine sun power. It is impossible for him to block it. His body was immediately sent flying, along with the fire dragon transformed into a flame wave. He was sent flying out of the divine Yang Peak. Qin Yun is already seriously injured. He is in a daze. He can sense a very strong demon god power rushing over. It is divine general Yao Long. Scram! The divine judge shouted and suddenly appeared beside Qin Yun. He held the mighty myriad heaven divine punishment banner and sent divine general Yao Long flying. Qin Yun was protected by the divine judge and brought to a large ship of divine moon race. Then Xiao Yuan brought him over. His injuries are not light. He did his best, the divine judge sighed. Those 9 heavens divine race from myriad realms divine son are really strong. Divine judge, didn't myriad realms divine son once support 9 yang divine palace and myriad realms divine court? Why is 9 heavens divine race leading evil now? Xiao Yuelan took over the heavily injured Qin Yun and poured her divine power into him to help him heal. 9 heavens divine race has several factions. Right now, the more callous faction is in power, so the other factions are powerless. The divine judge looked at the black whirlpool in the sky and said, the heaven sacrifice is about to begin. If a heavenly universe divine sun appears, myriad heavens divine desolate's operation will break away from its original purpose. The divine judge said. Myriad heavens divine desolate originally had 9 myriad realms divine suns. If a heavenly universe divine sun appeared, then the 2 myriad realms divine suns might be affected and might even be destroyed by them. Xiao Yuelan looked at the weak and powerless Qin Yun, gritted her teeth and said, those guys want to kill my sisters and sacrifice them to the heavens. Are myriad realms divine sun just going to watch helplessly? The divine judge tightly held the divine punishment flag and said, I will do my best to block them. He suddenly rushed towards the chaotic battlefield. Yu Shengyun is fighting against a few race emperors, Xinyu Tianlong is fighting against 9 heavens demon emperor, dukes and dukes are also participating. As the leader of myriad realms divine court, the divine judge must take action. This is his responsibility. Although myriad realms divine court has been established for a period of time, it has yet to mature. Only the divine judge is relatively strong and can stand shoulder to shoulder with other race emperors. Myriad realms divine court was originally responsible for maintaining order in myriad heavens divine desolate, but before it matured, it faced the appearance of all kinds of powerful races. Xiao Yuelan brought Qin Yun to a room on a large ship. Xiao Yun, you must quickly recover. Xiao Yuelan now feels very powerless. Although she is 9 sun divine daughter and can borrow the power of myriad realms divine moon, she is still very weak in front of 9 heavens divine moon. The 9 heavens divine race had always been on top of the myriad realms divine Sunday. They could also borrow the power of the myriad realms divine Sunday. The divine moon of the heavens was too weak compared to the myriad realms divine Sunday. I will go now. Qin Yun recovered a little, clenched his fists and was about to get off the bed. You're not done yet. Xiao Yuelan immediately hugged him and whispered, Xiao Yun, you must calm down. If you are killed by those bastards, then all hope will be gone. Just now, Xiao Yuelan also saw that Qin Yun was able to shake the seal. If not for the sudden arrival of the 9 heavens divine race, Qin Yun would have definitely broken the seal. The people of 9 heavens divine race are very strong, let alone Qin Yun, even the other race emperors would find it difficult to resist. Qin Yun thought of his divine universe purple sun and chaos divine Sunday. They were his trump cards. If he were to disregard everything and release these 2 divine suns, he might be able to force the 9 heavens divine race to retreat or stop them from performing the sacrifice. The deity punishment flags of the heavens of the divine judge were still very powerful. Furthermore, he had returned from the universe of Empyrean laws and received a lot of improvements. Therefore, he can now block those race emperors, relieving a lot of pressure on Yu Shengyun. Don't waste your energy with them, come back and protect the offerings. An old man on top of the divine sun peak said, his voice is like thunder rumbling in all directions. An even larger barrier appeared on the divine sun peak. It is formed by many formation pillars. The barrier that sealed the 5 ships was almost blasted apart by Qin Yun. Just in case, the people of 9 heavens divine race released another barrier. 9 heavens demon emperor, primal chaos race emperor and the others also quickly retreated into the barrier of the divine sun peak. There is indeed no point in continuing to fight. It is very difficult for people of their level to kill each other. They are inside the barrier, waiting for the heaven sacrifice to begin. Once the heavenly universe divine sun appears, it is equivalent to them participating in the creation of the heavenly universe divine Sunday. In the future, they will be able to borrow the power of the heavenly universe divine sun and become the strongest group of people in the divine desolate. This is the goal of their joint operation this time. Keep our offerings well, as long as there are no accidents with the offerings, this time's heaven sacrifice will definitely succeed. The old man from 9 heavens divine race laughed. Elder Zhao of Nine Heavens Divine Race, you must remember that I am the one who provided the sun seed of the heavenly universe Divine Sun. Nine Heavens Demon Emperor deliberately raised his voice. Nine Heavens Demon Emperor stole the sun seed of the heavenly universe Divine Sun and used it to make the Nine Heavens Demon race very strong, able to condense that kind of blue crystal. And to this day, the sun seed is still in the hands of Nine Heavens Demon Emperor. From the names, Nine Heavens Demon Race and Nine Heavens Divine Race seem to have a very close relationship. Don't worry, we will remember. After the heavenly universe Divine Sun appears, we will talk about the distribution of benefits. Elder Zhao of Nine Heavens Divine Race said with smile. Xinyu Tianlong and Yu Shangyun attacked the barrier a few times and realized that it was useless, so they did not continue attacking. That barrier is powered by the myriad realms Divine Sun, it is very difficult for us to break it. The Divine Judge looked up and sighed. From the Divine Judge's point of view, the Divine Moon Women in the 5 ships will definitely become sacrifices today. Nine Heavens Divine Race, you were sent to this God realm but you joined hands with the Nine Heavens Demon Race. Aren't you afraid that the people above the 9 heavens will find out about this? Xinyu Tianlong said angrily. Ha ha ha. If we control the heavenly universe Divine Sun, why would we be afraid of the people above the 9 heavens? Elder Zhao laughed wildly and said, Xinyu Tianlong, you should be very clear about how strong the heavenly universe Divine Sun is, right? Yu Shangyun immediately turned around and returned to the Divine Moon Race's ship. She wants to find Xiao Yuan and Qin Yun. Now, she can only place her hopes on Qin Yun. The women in the 5 ships are all her sisters from the Divine Moon Race. She must save them no matter what, the Divine Judge said. You used so many Divine Moon Race women as sacrifices, aren't you afraid of the Divine Moon Race's revenge? The Divine Star Race's Emperor said with smile, once the heavenly universe Divine Sun appears, even the Divine Moon Race will have to bow their heads in submission. At that time, the Divine Moon Race will be nothing but a fart. The Divine Sword Race's Emperor said, Elder Zhao, the saber in the 9 Sun Palace King's hand is transformed from the myriad heaven Divine Sword. After this matter is over, help me seize that saber. Just now, they all saw Qin Yun use that saber to nearly split open the barrier sealing the 5 ships. No problem. Elder Zhao also agreed. If they did not rope in these race emperors, they would not have been able to do it so smoothly. Elder Zhao, why didn't you just kill that 9 Sun Palace King? The Primal Chaos Race's Emperor is still filled with anger, he said, my Primal Chaos Divine Sun was taken away by that bastard. He has the God King Heavenly Seal in his hand. If we directly killed him, we wouldn't be able to get the God King Heavenly Seal. Elder Zhao shook his head and said, do you think we don't want to kill this bastard? At this time a fat middle-aged woman walked over and said in deep voice, he not only has the God King Heavenly Seal, he also has the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda. Race Emperor, if we kill him, your Primal Chaos Divine Sun will also disappear. Love God, is the God King Heavenly Seal really that important? The Primal Chaos Race's Emperor asked. This fat middle-aged woman is the Love God. Very important. Only by obtaining the God King Heavenly Seal can one become the God King of the Divine World. Love God nodded and said. There are many divine worlds under the 9 heavens, each divine world has a God King Heavenly Seal. Divine Desolate is a new and very large divine world. It means that the God King born here will be the strongest God King in all the divine worlds. 9 Heavens Demon Emperor said. God Desolate's ambition is extremely great. If those 9 myriad realms divine suns really succeed, then at that time, they will truly look down on all the divine realms and even surpass the 9 heavens. Elder Zhao said, therefore, we must obtain that Divine King Heavenly Seal. Primal Chaos Race's Emperor cursed in low voice, God King Heavenly Seal is such a good thing, why is it in that damned bastard's hands? This question is also what many experts present want to ask. Those few race emperors, kings, and dukes all looked at Love God. Because Love God used to be Qin Yun's subordinate and she also has a God throne. Meeting the gazes of many experts, Love God is also somewhat nervous. She shook her head and said, I don't know. This guy's situation is very contradictory. He clearly suffers all kinds of heavenly punishments but it seems like he is very favored by the heavenly Tao. Just as they are talking about the God King Heavenly Seal, someone suddenly shouted. Look at the sea. Divine Sun Peak is located at a very high place. It is located at the center of Divine Sun Heavenly Island. One can see the sea around Divine Sun Heavenly Island. And at this moment, an incomparably huge mountain is floating on the sea surface, slowly floating over. This is Heavenly Tao Altar. This damn thing, why is it here? Nine Heavens Divine Races Elder Zhao's expression slightly changed. Heavenly Tao Altar? Isn't Heavenly Tao dead? Why is this Heavenly Tao Altar still here? Love God frowned and said, without the power of Heavenly Tao, it is impossible for such a huge altar to float. Love God is Heavenly Mother emotionless from Heavenly Law Divine Realm. After Heavenly Tao died, Heavenly Law Divine Realm dispersed. Therefore, she did not call herself Heavenly Mother emotionless. She also has a certain understanding of Heavenly Tao Altar. What is Heavenly Tao? Nine Heavens Demon King has been sealed for a very long time, so he does not know about this matter. You can say that it is the consciousness of the entire Heavenly God wilderness. This consciousness originally had intelligence and spirituality, but now only the heartless heavenly rules are operating. The various heavenly tribulations in Heavenly God wilderness are caused by the heartless heavenly rules. Love God replied. The heavens we are going to worship are the nine heavens. Not the Heavenly Tao of Heavenly God wilderness. Elder Zhao laughed coldly. This Heavenly Tao altar only appeared to make its presence known. The Heavenly Tao altar that floated over is still very far away from Divine Sun Peak, but it can still hear them. Within the Heavenly Tao altar, Heaven Tao's voice rang out. Heavenly God wilderness has no nine heavens. In Heavenly God wilderness, Heavenly Tao is above, nine heavens below. Bulsh *T. A nine heavens divine race middle-aged man shouted. Nine heavens is the greatest. Nine heavens is the greatest, Heavenly Tao is the strongest. Heaven Tao laughed and replied. Nine heavens has no Tao, Heavenly Tao has Tao. Love God laughed coldly. Heavenly Tao is already dead. What are you doing here, Heaven Tao? Are you trying to stop the worship? Tian Daozi suddenly appeared together with the Heavenly Tao altar, and in this kind of situation, it is clearly not a coincidence. Qin Yun, who is heavily injured, can hear Tian Daozi's voice from inside the Divine Moon Clan's ship. Tian Daozi died once before, but his soul is still here. Now that he is here with the Heavenly Tao altar, it means that something big must have happened here. Qin Yun is lying on the bed, he really wants to talk to Tian Daozi. Xiao Yuelan tightly held Qin Yun's hand and said in low voice, Xiao Yun, Sister Shang Yun will be here soon. At that time, she will take care of you and help you heal. I will go talk to Tian Daozi at that time. She is very familiar with Tian Daozi and he also knows her. Divine Moon Clan's Emperor? Is she alright? Qin Yun also knows that Yu Shangyun is fighting against several clan emperors outside. She's fine. A very strong barrier has appeared on the Divine Yang Peak. Those guys are hiding inside the barrier, waiting to be sacrificed to the heavens. Xiao Yuelan thought of the sisters on the 5 ships being used as sacrifices and immediately felt extremely sad and furious. The killing intent hidden within her body also unintentionally rushed out. If she did not see that Qin Yun is heavily injured, she would have already killed her way out. Yu Shangyun directly pushed open the door and entered. She is still wearing black armor and helmet, her body is emitting a very cold and arrogant aura. Sister Shangyun, I'll leave Xiao Yun to you. I'll go meet Tian Daozi, he might have a way. Xiao Yuelan promptly got up. Yuelan, don't act recklessly. With your current strength, killing your way in is futile. Yu Shangyun warned. Yuelan. Qin Yun also wanted to warn Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan knows what Qin Yun wants to say, she smiled at him and said, Xiao Yun, you will definitely be able to save Sister Yang and the others. I believe in you. N. Qin Yun replied softly. Xiao Yuelan walked out of the room and closed the door, letting Yu Shangyun heal Qin Yun. Qin Yun lied on the bed and looked at Yu Shangyun. He said weakly, Divine Moon Clan's Emperor, I've disappointed you. You worked so hard to block those clan emperors, but I couldn't break that seal, you did your best. Yu Shangyun's cold and arrogant voice seems to have some praise in it. Of course she knows that Qin Yun did his best. After all, Qin Yun is only at the profound God realm. Please heal me quickly. After I recover, I'll try again. Qin planned to risk his life to save Xianxia and Yuwulan. He had the godly monarch heaven seal. Even if he died, his soul could be placed in the godly monarch heaven seal and he would not die completely. Of course, if he were to start all over again, it would take a long time for him to reach his current level of cultivation. It's useless even if you try again after you've recovered. Yu Shangyun said coldly, if you were to face them with your current strength, who can you beat? Don't worry about me. Hurry up and heal me. Even if I die, I will go. Although Qin Yan's weak voice was low, it was filled with vigor and determination. Yu Shangyun suddenly placed her hand on the helmet, and slowly took off the black helmet. Qin Yan also widened his eyes as he looked at the beautiful face under the helmet. Yu Shangyun was very beautiful. Her face and eyes should have been that of a gentle beauty, but she did not smile. Furthermore, her jade face revealed a cold and arrogant aura, so she looked more serious. Her hair was not long, only reaching her shoulders. It was neither too long nor too short, making her look very capable. Combined with her expression and eyes, she gave off a faint domineering aura. At this moment, she was looking at Qin Yun. Her eyes were very intelligent, very clear, and very beautiful. Between her brows, there was a very strong heroic spirit. What made Qin Yun feel the most impact was that the moment Yu Shangyun took off her helmet, the incomparably wonderful fragrance from her body assaulted his nostrils. It could be said to be a direct hit to his heart. The peerless fragrance accompanied her cold and arrogant beauty. Even Qin Yun, who had seen many beauties, was stunned by this woman. This made him unable to help but breathe heavily. He only wanted to greedily suck in that peerless fragrance. Yu Shangyun did not say a word. Instead, she looked at Qin Yun indifferently. Qin Yun took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Only then did he size up the cold, arrogant, alluring, powerful and beautiful Divine Moon Clan's emperor. Originally, Qin Yun was extremely nervous because Xianxia and Yuwulan were in danger. He even lost his mind. However, after smelling the wonderful fragrance from Yu Shangyun's body, he calmed down. You are very similar to her. Qin Yun did not know why but his injuries seemed to have improved a little. Yu Shangyun said. You are at least 70% similar to her. If you were to smile, you would definitely be as gentle as her. Qin Yun was now certain that Yu Shangyun and Xiaqiru definitely knew each other. Furthermore, they were definitely very familiar with each other. Yuro was Xiaqiru, the name of the nine-son divine maiden. Yu Shangyun stood by the bed, her eyebrows raised high. She looked down at Qin Yun who was lying on the bed and said coldly, in order to save my sisters, I am willing to pay with my life. But in the current situation, even if I pay with my life, I won't be able to save anyone. Qin Yun lay on the bed and stared at Yu Shangyun's beautiful eyes. Although her eyes were filled with cold arrogance and might, there was despair and grief in the depths of her beautiful eyes. She could not save her sisters in the 5 ships. She had already given up all hope, but she suppressed her emotions. I can. Qin Yun said with certainty, if I risk my life, I will definitely be able to save them. I didn't expect the 9 heavens divine race to appear and I didn't expect them to be so strong. If I had known in advance, I would have definitely saved them. Then you will definitely die, right? Yu Shangyun asked. Of course. Qin Yun spoke in a very carefree manner. He had already disregarded his own life and death. After you recover, if you risk your life, can you really save them? Yu Shangyun's voice softened a little. Yes, I definitely can. Qin Yun said with certainty, my injuries will heal very quickly, you just have to help me again. You care about them that much? Why? Yu Shangyun asked. Just like how you care about them. Qin Yun sighed and said, hurry up and help me heal my injuries. There's not enough time. Yu Shangyun suddenly took off the black armor on her body. She was only wearing a thin undergarment that covered her upper body and waist. Qin Yun was stunned. Yu Shangyun grabbed the clothes on Qin Yun's upper body and tore them apart in a very wild manner. Qin Yun is currently very weak. He is unable to resist the Divine Moon Race's emperor at all. The clothes on his body were torn apart by her in an instant. You. What are you going to do? Qin Yun is somewhat terrified. Do you want to devour me? Yu Xiangyun carried him with one hand and arrived at a bath filled with golden divine water. Then, she roughly threw him down. Haven't you been looking forward to it in your heart? Yu Xiangyun also walked down from the bath and said coldly. Then, she helped Qin Yun up from the water. What am I looking forward to? Qin Yun is completely dumbfounded. Aren't you looking forward to me helping you fuse with the divine moon bloodline divine origin? Yu Xiangyun looked coldly into Qin Yun's eyes. Although Qin Yun is in a warm bath, he felt a chill down his spine from Yu Xiangyun's gaze. This? I have never looked forward to such a thing. Previously, I only wanted to discuss other methods of fusing with you. Qin Yun said very seriously, I have never thought of such a thing. There is only one way, and that is for me to cultivate the third level of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with you. Yu Xiangyun's hand pressed on Qin Yun's heart. What are you doing? Qin Yun is worried that his Imperial Heaven Heart will be taken out and asked anxiously. I will cultivate the first level of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with you first and see if I can trust you. As Yu Xiangyun spoke, she tore off the last few pieces of clothing on her body. The water in the bath is specially refined late at night. At this moment, it is boiling and a golden mist lingered around. Even though Yu Xiangyun is in front of Qin Yun, he can't see her face clearly. He can only see her penetrating gaze. Very good, I still trust you. Yu Xiangyun sighed softly, her sigh was ice cold. Why should I trust you? Not to mention that Qin Yun is currently very weak. Even when he was full of vigor and vitality, facing the powerful emperor, he could only be at her mercy, let alone now. Are you sure you want to help me fuse with the divine moon bloodline divine origin? You should know what this means. I already said that I can give up my life to save them. But, even if I throw away my life, I still can't save them. Yu Xiangyun said coldly, and now, this is the only way to save them. If you break the curse of the 10 statues, there might be a glimmer of hope. So I can only help you break the curse. Qin Yun sighed, after I save them, you won't kill me, right? Yu Xiangyun immediately replied, I won't kill you, but you can't tell anyone about what happened today. Furthermore, you are not allowed to appear in front of me again. Wherever I am, you can't go near me. Qin Yun nodded and sighed again. At this time, I'm afraid I won't be able to arouse any interest. Leave it to me. After Yu Xiangyun finished speaking, she suddenly hugged Qin Yun and kissed him. Yu Xiangyun is very inexperienced, but the wonderful fragrance on her body seems to ignite the deep love in Qin Yun's heart, causing him to be intoxicated, as if he wants to forget everything. What made him most confused is that the fragrance on Yu Xiangyun's body gave him an illusion, making him mistakenly think that Yu Xiangyun's love for him is as deep as the ocean. Ling Yun'er knows what is happening outside. She is also dumbstruck because she never expected that Yu Xiangyun would take the initiative to help Qin Yun fuse with the divine moon bloodline divine origin. Xiao Yuan arrived at the heavenly law altar and looked at a bald old man. This old man is not only bald, he doesn't even have eyebrows or eyelashes. This is the reborn Tian Daozi. Tian Daozi, what are you doing here? Are you here to seal Xiao Yun? Xiao Yuan asked. I don't know why I'm here. I only know that something very important is about to happen here. It might be related to the heavenly Tao, it might not be related to the heavenly Tao. Tian Daozi closed his eyes and said unhurriedly, as for the enemy of the heavenly Tao is so powerful that it is impossible for it to have an enemy. Ah? Then why do you say that Xiao Yun is the enemy of the heavenly Tao? Xiao Yuan asked. The heavenly Tao is powerful and invincible. Is there anyone under the heavenly Tao who is worthy to be the enemy of the heavenly Tao? If the heavenly Tao has an enemy, then it can only be the heavenly Tao itself. Only the heavenly Tao is worthy to be its enemy. Tian Daozi let out a long sigh. This is also what I understand now. Tian Daozi was at the top of the heavenly altar. This heavenly altar was much taller than before. Although it wasn't as tall as the divine Yang Peak, its aura wasn't any weaker. Xiao Yuan and Tian Daozi are at the peak of the heavenly law altar. They can sense several powerful energy waves rushing over from all directions. It's a 9 heavens divine beast. Xiao Yuan sensed the aura of the 9 heavens divine demons and immediately summoned a blood-red saber. Don't worry. They won't be able to break in. Tian Daozi said very confidently. There were many 9 heavens demon kings hiding at the bottom of the sea. These 9 heavens demon kings must have been ordered by the 9 heavens demon king to attack the heaven Tao altar and test its strength. Although the group of people on the divine Yang peak did not seem to be afraid of the heavenly Tao altar, the sudden appearance of the heavenly Tao altar still worried them. If something happened to the heavenly altar during the worship ceremony, it would very likely ruin their plan. They jointly created the divine son of Cosmos, and in the future, the divine son of Cosmos would belong to them. Under their control, they could even devour the 2 divine sons of the myriad worlds and divine moons of the heavens. At that time, they would become the strongest faction in the all heavens divine wilderness. Therefore, they would never allow anyone to ruin this grand plan. The 9 heavens god demons that suddenly flew out from the sea were all crystal balls, and the 9 heavens god demons were hiding inside the crystal balls. These 9 heavens god demons were all relatively strong. They sat inside the crystal ball and controlled the crystal ball to collide with the heavenly law altar. The heavenly law altar was protected by a barrier. Every time something collided with it, the barrier would erupt with lightning. Xiao Yuan felt a lot more at ease when she saw many 9 heavens divine demons being sent flying. Tian Daozi was calm and composed. He closed his eyes, and no one knew if he was controlling the heavenly Tao altar or if he was resting. With the 9 heavens divine demons attacking outside, Xiao Yuan could not return to the divine moon clan's ship. With Yu Shangyun helping Qin Yun heal, she felt more at ease. Once Qin Yun recovered from his injuries, she would follow Qin Yun into battle. Just as the 9 heavens demon gods were attacking the heavenly law altar, a dragon's roar resounded from afar. At the same time, Xinyu Tianlong also discovered the direction of the dragon roar. Long Tang had rushed over. Xinyu Tianlong's dragon hall was still very powerful. The heavenly law pavilion had the dragon hall, the demon court, and the heavenly law hall. Now, only the dragon hall was still fighting against the 9 heavens god beasts. As for the demon court and heavenly law hall, they had already submitted to the 9 heavens demon tribe. Dragon Hall had thousands of people and thousands of strong dragons. After they arrived, they started a chaotic battle with a large group of 9 heavens god demons. Because attacking the heavenly law altar was useless, the 9 heavenly god beasts all went to attack the dragon hall. Xinyu Tianlong also participated in the battle against the powerful 9 heavens divine beasts. On the divine Yang peak, the clan emperor stood on the plaza, ready to defend at any time. Not only did they have to protect the offerings, they also had to prevent any strong enemies from attacking. Many of the 9 heavens immortal demons fighting with Dragon Hall in the distance were killed as well. The 9 heavens demon king felt his heart ache as he watched. When the heavenly sun god comes out, your 9 heavens goblin tribe will have as many 9 heavens goblins as you want. 9 heavens divine tribe's elder Zhao laughed. You have to pay attention to that palace king Zhou. He has my primal chaos divine son in his hand. That bastard's cultivation level is not high, but he was able to take my primal chaos divine son. His cultivation level is not high, he won't be able to do much. The goddess of love laughed mockingly. Although he almost broke through the barrier just now, he was seriously injured. He will need at least a day to recover. A youth from the 9 heavens divine tribe laughed smugly. A day? You underestimate our 9 heavens divine fire. Our 9 heavens divine fire is released by drawing on the power of the 10,000 realms divine suns. Palace King Zhou will need at least a year to fully recover. If that bastard throws his primal chaos divine sun over, will you be able to block it? The Chaos Race Emperor snorted. He was still very worried about this matter. Of course we can block it. Don't worry about it. The Divine Star Race Emperor patted him on the shoulder and laughed. The Divine Star Race's array is enough to block your primal chaos divine sun. The Divine Young Race Emperor said in a low voice, what we need to worry about is whether that guy will break through. He is restricted by the 10 Dao images and cannot open the 10th mystic divine Dao meridian. That is why he cannot break through. If he breaks through, then he will be a huge threat. The Divine Sword Race Emperor nodded. That guy is only at the mystic divine realm, but he is already very troublesome. If he breaks through, it will be quite a headache. Even if he breaks through, he will only be at the early stage of the great god realm. With so many of us working together, coupled with our ability to draw on the power of the 10,000 realms divine suns, will we still be unable to suppress him? Elder Zhao of the 9 heavens divine tribe said disapprovingly. Someone asked, what is going on with the 10th Tao image? Under what circumstances can he break this curse? Elder Zhao laughed coldly. It is impossible to break this curse unless he can cultivate a powerful heavenly body. Heavenly body? Many of the race emperors present looked very interested. The situation of the 10 Tao images was also very mysterious to them. There had been such people in their race before, but they did not last long. The 10th Tao image is the heavenly Tao image. Not to mention the 10th Tao image, even if there are 8 or 9 divine profound Tao images, if you want to open up the meridians of each Tao image, you will need to have an extremely strong physical body, and a strong physical body is very difficult to cultivate. You all come from the races above the 9 heavens and have the blood of the strong races in your bodies. But even so, it is extremely difficult to cultivate the heavenly blood. The so-called heavenly body is to cultivate a strong heavenly blood and a strong heavenly bone. After possessing a strong heavenly body, go and open up the Xianxia Tao meridian of the heavenly Tao image, and you will be able to withstand the power of the illusory heavenly Tao. Elder Zhao explained patiently, and everyone nodded their heads as they listened. That's impossible. How could it be easy to cultivate a heavenly body? Only in the 9 heavens will there be sufficient conditions to cultivate, but even so, it is still extremely difficult. The 9 heavens demon emperor said, I had the sun seed of the heavenly universe divine sun, but I have not been able to cultivate a heavenly body for many years. I can only pass through the heavenly blood and condense the bones in my body into crystals, but I am still unable to cultivate a heavenly bone. When the emperors heard this, they all looked at the 9 heavens demon emperor with envy. Heavenly blood condensing into bones, this is one of the processes of cultivating a heavenly bone. Although he has not succeeded, it means that he has already begun. So we don't need to worry about that 9-yang palace king. I guess that he has at most opened 7 or 8 meridians, he might not even have opened his 9th meridian. Not to mention the impossible 10th meridian. Elder Zhao laughed loudly. Heavenly Law Hall, Devil Academy, are your people not here yet? Many of my little demons have died, the 9 heavens demon emperor coldly snorted. They will be here soon. We have studied the Dragon Hall thoroughly, we will definitely be able to suppress them, the Heavenly Law Hall master hastily said. The Dragon Hall is not weak even when facing the siege of the 9 heavens divine demons, they can repel them. But not long after, the people from the Heavenly Law Hall and the Devil Academy arrived, quickly causing the Dragon Hall to fall into a bitter battle. The Divine Judge also joined in to help the Dragon Hall fight against the enemy. Old friend is here. Tian Daozi suddenly said. Xiao Yuan also saw a white cloud floating in the distance, it is a cloud dragon, the cloud dragon has finally arrived, apart from the cloud dragon, there is also a black gale rushing over. Its foster father. Xiao Yuan is very pleasantly surprised to see the Netherworld Great Emperor arrive. Sword God Xia Wufeng also arrived together with the Netherworld Great Emperor. On the Divine Yan Peak, the Primal Chaos Race's Emperor looked at the 9 Nether Race's Emperor and asked, there is a guy with very strong 9 Nether Divine Power aura, is he from your 9 Nether race? That guy is the 9 Nether Overlord, he is my blood brother. He is not considered a member of my 9 Nether race. He fought with me before and lost miserably. 9 Nether Race's Emperor said. With the sudden addition of a few experts, the pressure on the Dragon Hall has been greatly reduced. The reason why the Divine Yang Peak is fighting with the Dragon Hall is mainly to exhaust them, to prevent them from causing trouble during the heaven sacrifice. The black whirlpool in the sky overflowed with blue energy, suddenly shot down a blue light beam and landed on the Divine Yang Peak. The heaven sacrifice has begun. Elder Zhao excitedly shouted. The divine moon of the heavens in broad daylight suddenly shot out a beam of silver light and dispersed the blue beam of light descending from the black vortex. On the Divine Yang Peak, a burst of curses immediately came out. Damned heavenly divine moon. I want to see how long those women can last. Elder Zhao cursed loudly. Inside the heavenly divine moon, a few 9 sun divine maidens are cooperating with the divine moon, releasing formidable divine moon power to stall for time. Yume, it's up to you, you must stall for time for Xiao Yun. Xiao Yuan looked at the heavenly divine moon, she and the 9 sun divine maidens are also on the heavenly divine moon. They are also doing their best to control the heavenly divine moon to participate in the battle. In a room on the divine moon ship, Qin Yun is in an incomparably wonderful state. Although his mind is in a daze, he is very clear in the depths of his mind that Yu Xiangyun is cultivating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra's third layer together with him. Yu Xiangyun is using this method to help him fuse with the Divine Moon bloodline divine origin. Qin Yun is intoxicated in this kind of peerless beauty. He can feel his body quickly fusing with the Divine Moon bloodline divine origin. During the fusion process, the blood in his body crazily flowed. After passing through the heavenly imperial heart, the originally faint blue blood gradually deepened. Yu Xiangyun hugged Qin Yun tightly. She looked at the sleeping Qin Yun with a complicated expression, feeling his body temperature and heartbeat. Perhaps this is my fate. No matter what I do, I can't avoid it. Yu Xiangyun sighed faintly. I really didn't expect that he really didn't want to, but in the end, I was the one who forced him. After Yu Xiangyun and Qin Yun stayed together for more than half a day, she finally helped him finish fusing with the bloodline divine origin. Qin Yun is sleeping and is entering the next stage. Yu Xiangyun doesn't know if Qin Yun can succeed. She has done everything she can do. Right now, she can only put on her armor and go out to fight, trying her best to stop the heaven sacrifice ceremony and buy more time for Qin Yun. Qin Yun could only vaguely hear a faint humming sound, as if someone was humming a tune in a low voice. It seemed to pull him back to his childhood, reminding him of his mother singing songs to coax him to sleep. Who are you? Qin Yun's consciousness asked. Child, you are finally going to grow up. After drifting outside for so long, remember to come home. The voice was full of love, like a mother calling out to him. Mother, mother? In Qin Yun's memories, he only felt familial love in this life. Grow up quickly and return home soon. Our family will be reunited. The voice sounded again, this time with a light and gentle laugh. Qin Yun woke up at that moment and opened his eyes. Xiao Yun, what's the situation with you now? Ling Yun hurriedly asked, are you going to break through? Qin Yun could sense that the sky blood in his body was rapidly strengthening. The Divine Moon bloodline's divine source had yet to completely merge with his body. He had absorbed the bloodlines of many powerful races before, and the more he absorbed, the more he rejected them. Now that he had Yu Xiangyun's help, he could only allow the Divine Moon bloodline's divine source to enter his body to fuse with it. However, whether or not he could perfectly fuse with it in the end still depended on himself. Qin Yun did not answer Ling Yun because he was not sure if he could break through. He took out the Gemini treasure mirror and activated the profound fusion heavenly rune inside. The Gemini treasure mirror shot out a strong light that shone on his entire body, promoting the Divine Moon bloodline divine source to fuse with his body even more perfectly. If the fusion goes smoothly, then I will definitely be able to break through. Qin Yun clenched his fists tightly. From within the Divine Moon clan's ship, he could sense the intense shockwaves from the battle outside. Little Yun, don't worry. The Divine Moon of the heavens has blocked the black whirlpool. The ceremony is not going smoothly. Ling Yun said. Stimulated by the mysterious fusion heavenly rune's power, the heavenly blood in Qin Yun's body surged violently, increasing in quantity and density. Especially after using the heavenly imperial heart, his heavenly blood would grow extremely quickly. Qin Yun closed his eyes and began cultivating the first stage of the imperial heaven divine art, heavenly body. The heaven body had to cultivate heavenly blood and heavenly bones. There is a lot of heavenly blood in Qin Yun's body. It means that his heavenly blood has been completely cultivated. The next step was to inject heavenly blood into the bones, and through the chant of the imperial heaven divine technique, the bones would quickly form heavenly bones. Once he formed the heavenly bones, he would be considered to have cultivated the heavenly body. Once the heavenly body was formed, he would be able to open the profound God Tao meridian of the heavenly Tao statue. Once the 10th profound divine vein was opened, he would be able to establish a passageway with the illusory heavenly Tao. And he would be able to absorb great power from the heavenly Tao. As for what it would be like, he wasn't sure yet. He only knew that it would definitely bring him great power. Through the imperial heaven divine art, he allowed the 9 divine profound veins of the 9 divine profound Tao statues to open up. Through the 9 veins, he absorbed the power of the Tao, and then absorbed the power of the divine universe purple sun into his body, allowing him to quickly produce a powerful heavenly blood. A large amount of heavenly blood continuously seeped into his bones, gradually forming heavenly marrow. Thick heavenly essence flowed within the bones, like blue lava. At the same time, there was also a faint purplish-red color. The formation of heavenly marrow was very fast, and this was also because there was a large amount of heavenly blood. After Qin Yun fused with the divine moon bloodline divine source, his body improved by leaps and bounds. Moreover, the merging of the bloodline divine source this time was very different from the previous times. In the past, he had always fused with the bloodline god source orb. And this time it was Xianxia, the divine moon clan's empress, who directly transferred the purest divine moon bloodline in her body into his body through the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. That was the most perfect method of yin and yang fusion, so it allowed Qin Yun's body to become stronger even faster. In addition, Yu Shangyun has also injected a very powerful divine power into his body. While Qin Yun was cultivating, he took a deep breath of Yu Shangyun's remaining body fragrance. He couldn't help but have a myriad of thoughts. His mood is very complicated. At this moment, he couldn't say what he felt for Yu Shangyun. Yu Shangyun had placed all her hopes on him, which was why she made such a great sacrifice. Otherwise, with her personality, she would rather die than submit. It could be seen that for the sake of her sisters in the clan, no matter what sacrifice she made, she could bear it. Xiaoyun, you said that Yu Shangyun and you are cultivating together. Is she affected by you? Ling Yinar asked. I don't know. Qin Yun recalled the process of cultivating together. There was only that wonderful feeling and nothing else. At this moment, Qin Yun is not only absorbing the energy of the divine universe purple sun, he is also absorbing the energy of the primal divine sun. The energy of these two divine suns were originally very violent, but after passing through the imperial heaven heart, they became very pure energy. The imperial heaven heart is the core of blood production. It can quickly condense powerful heavenly blood. After Qin Yun fused with the divine moon bloodline divine origin, he was able to accommodate even more powerful heavenly blood, allowing him to cultivate the heavenly marrow and heavenly bone. The bones turned light blue and the heavenly bone gradually formed. Qin Yun could feel that his body was filled with a very powerful heavenly divine power. With a casual move, he could unleash a power similar to the heavenly tribulation and heavenly calamity, filled with rage and ruthlessness. The heavenly body has been formed. I can now open the heavenly Tao divine veins. With just a thought, Qin Yun felt the heavenly Tao image suddenly tremble. At this moment, the heavenly Tao image was like a part of the universe, constantly trembling within the nether sun boom. In an instant, Qin Yun's body seemed to explode fiercely as an incomparably surging heavenly divine power rushed out. The 10th image's profound divine veins had already been opened. The heavenly Tao divine power continuously entered Qin Yun's body and was greedily absorbed by the imperial heaven heart. His eyes were also burning with pain. The heavenly eye seemed to be wolfing down the heavenly Tao divine power. The complete opening of the 10 profound divine veins meant that Qin Yun could now break through to the great God realm. He had been stuck in the profound God realm for a long time. Now that the 10th meridian had been opened, he could directly step into the great God realm. The main purpose of the great God realm was to perfectly fuse the divine profound Tao image and the profound God Tao meridian into one. The Tao image was the body and the Tao meridian was the soul. How many divine profound Tao images there were? If there were many Tao images, then he would have to cultivate for a long time before he could enter the next stage, the heavenly God realm. However, Qin Yun's current fusion speed was extremely fast. The divine hammer Tao image quickly fused with the profound God Tao meridian. After the fusion, it directly turned into the great heavenly Tao image. The great heavenly Tao image. The Tao image was like the heavens. What was terrifying was that Qin Yun did not fuse the divine profound Tao images one by one, but at the same time, Ling Yinar could also be considered one of Qin Yun's divine profound Tao images, so she was currently evolving into a great heavenly Tao image. If the so-called great heavenly Tao image was strong enough, when it was released, it would be as powerful as a great heavens. Although it was said like this, many great heavenly Tao images of great gods were rather ordinary and not too strong. However, Qin Yun was different. Because he had a heavenly Tao image, after he transformed the divine profound Tao image into the great heavenly Tao image, the might of all the Tao images were like the might of the heavens. In just a moment, Qin Yun's 10 divine profound Tao images finished evolving. This meant that he had passed the great God realm and directly became a heavenly God. When all of the great heavenly Tao images were cultivated to perfection, one would become a heavenly God. I'm a heavenly God. Qin Yun summoned the light blue crystal myriad heaven divine saber. The moment he held the saber, the divine saber Tao image in his body directly entered the myriad heaven divine saber. The myriad heaven divine saber seemed to have been awakened in an instant, as if it suddenly possessed a powerful soul. The power of the saber was like heaven and earth splitting apart. What Qin Yun was alarmed about was that he couldn't stop at all. His imperial heaven heart seemed to have gone out of control. It was constantly strengthening his heavenly blood and cultivating a powerful heavenly body. This meant that he had to continue breaking through. I want to go out and fight while breaking through. Qin Yun felt that he could directly step into Saint God realm. Outside, Yu Shangyun was fighting with a few demon dukes. Facing a race emperor like Yu Shangyun, only a few demon dukes of the Nine Heavens demon race could block her and even suppress her. Nine Heavens demon emperor and other race emperors did not come out to fight because they wanted to protect the offerings so that they wouldn't be saved by the divine moon of the heavens. Even if they came out to fight, they would wait for the best opportunity. Yu Shangyun and Qin Yun cultivated together, causing her vitality to be greatly damaged. Now she was barely able to block the few demon dukes. Divine Moon Race Emperor looks very weak, what's going on? Primal Chaos Race Emperor asked doubtfully. Could it be that she suddenly went berserk? This is a good opportunity to take her down. Nine Heavens Demon Emperor, send a few more demon generals out and you should be able to take her down. Elder Zhao said with smile. Alright, if we capture this Divine Moon Race Emperor and use her as an offering, then the heavenly universe Divine Sun we created will be even stronger. Nine Heavens Demon Emperor immediately sent out many demon generals. There are more than 10 demon dukes and demon generals, their strength is very terrifying. Moreover, they have those blue crystals on their bodies, their defense is very strong. Yu Shangyun is surrounded and attacked by all kinds of blue crystal weapons, her vitality is already greatly damaged, she can't resist for long, her armor is cut open. Suddenly, a huge moon orchid appeared in the sky. Xiao Yuelan attacked. The beautiful moon orchid is cold and filled with killing intent. Many petals fell down like snow-white blades, locking onto those demon dukes and demon generals and interfering with their battle. Xiao Yuelan's petals are flickering with heavenly law divine runes. This is the heavenly law inheritance she mastered. It is also very lethal to Nine Heavens divine demons. Yuelan, don't worry about me. Return to the ship, if necessary, use the divine ship to block the heaven sacrificial light. Yu Shangyun sent voice transmission to Xiao Yuelan, the divine moon of the heavens can't hold on for much longer. The divine moon of the heavens and the black whirlpool's light beam have already collided many times. It is already night time but the divine moon of the heavens has become very dim. In the past, the power of the divine moon of the heavens came from the two myriad realms divine suns but now, the power of the two myriad realms divine suns seems to have entered the black whirlpool. Divine Moon Race Emperor, accept your fate. The Divine Star Emperor suddenly rushed out, beside him are countless large and small round stars. The Divine Star Emperor has a star great formation with him. He saw that Xinyu Tianlong is far away and Divine Judge is also fighting with Nine Heavens divine demons. They don't have enough time to save Yu Shangyun, so he directly took action. Several star array formations instantly enveloped Yu Shangyun, causing her to be unable to move at all. In the end, the divine moon was still unable to block it. The women inside the divine moon released all their power and were condensed by the divine moon. But even so, they were still unable to resist the power of the myriad realms divine sun. Yu Shangyun gritted her teeth. She, who was exhausted, was besieged by the divine star emperor and many demon lords and demon generals. In just a moment, she was heavily injured. At this moment, she is also in despair. As long as the light landed on the divine sun peak, it would take away the souls of those women and even devour their bodies. Thinking of everything that was about to happen, tears of grief fell from Yu Shangyun's eyes under the helmet. Let the ceremony begin. Elder Zhao laughed loudly and shouted. Then, he and a few elders of the Nine Heavens divine race waved the blue flags in their hands. As long as the ceremony succeeded, the heavenly universe divine sun would be born. The divine desolate would no longer have 9 suns but only one heavenly universe divine sun. Having 9 myriad realms divine suns meant that they would be scattered and would form 9 factions in the divine desolate, which would not be beneficial to their centralized rule. Elder Zhao's faction had won the control of the myriad realms divine sun, so they had to take advantage of this opportunity to control even more power and suppress the other factions to the point that they would not be able to make a comeback. The dozens of people from the Nine Heavens divine race were excited to the point of insanity. The women inside the 5 ships were about to be sacrificed, but this group of people were so excited. In order to pursue greater power, their hearts had already been distorted. The red light falling from the black whirlpool was neither fast nor slow. Many people's gazes were focused on the huge red light beam. Even the Divine Star Emperor and the Demon Lords were fighting Xianxia while paying attention to the light beam. As long as it successfully landed and devoured those sacrifices, the dust would settle. From now on, the Divine Desolate would be their world. Come out, Heavenly Universe Divine Sun. The 9 Heavens Demon Emperor laughed loudly. Back then, I took away the sun seed of the Heavenly Universe Divine Sunday. Today, I have finally planted a Heavenly Universe Divine Sun. We don't need to return to the 9 heavens to control the Heavenly Universe Divine Sun. Elder Zhao also laughed excitedly. Xianxia was in extreme despair. She could not help but look at one of the Divine Moon Race's ships. She did not see Qingyun coming out. Although she had helped Qingyun fuse with the Divine Moon bloodline Divine Source, she did not have much hope for Qingyun. She only had a sliver of hope. In front of the powerful 9 Heavens Celestial Race, 9 Heavens Demon Race, and other powerful races, it was impossible to reverse the situation. Xianxia was very clear on how strong those forces were. No one could fight against these powerful forces that had united together. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the red light beam, a huge square blue tower suddenly appeared. The blue tower shone with resplendent blue light, as if it was carved out of a beautiful blue crystal. This pagoda is Qingyun's Floating Cloud Pagoda, also known as the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda. The Floating Cloud Pagoda also underwent great changes because of Qingyun's breakthrough. At this moment, it was like a 10,000 zhang tall pagoda that stood on top of the Divine Yang Peak. Just the base of the pagoda alone was as big as the Divine Yang Peak. If this pagoda were to crash down, it might be able to crush the entire Divine Yang Peak. It's the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda. Damn 9 Sun Palace King. Quickly kill him. Elder Zhao suddenly roared. The red light beam that fell from the black whirlpool landed on the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda. It was like a stone sinking into the ocean. It disappeared without a sound. Break for me! Qingyun coldly shouted. The huge 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda suddenly fell down and then burst out with a berserk power. When the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda transformed into the floating cloud rod, it could absorb and store energy, compress it to the extreme and then burst it out, increasing the power by several times. Now, the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda absorbed the red light beam and transformed it inside the pagoda. Then the energy burst out along with the huge pagoda. All the clan emperors, dukes, and experts on the Divine Yang Peak are extremely shocked. They immediately released their strongest divine power to block the attack so that the Divine Yang Peak wouldn't be destroyed. Boom! The 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda fell down and attacked the barrier that enveloped the Divine Yang Peak. An incomparably violent energy wave erupted, accompanied by the berserk divine power wreaking havoc, causing cracks to appear on the entire Divine Yang Heavenly Island. And the Divine Yang Peak's barrier is also extremely terrifying. It can actually block this terrifying attack. In fact, this is mainly because the clan emperors joined forces to block it. He broke through? Xianxia looked at the blue pagoda that appeared above the Divine Yang Peak. Her heavy and despairing heart was originally like ashes, but at this moment, it suddenly burned with exuberant hope. The Divine Star Emperor and the group of demon dukes and demon generals no longer cared about Xianxia. Instead, they charged towards the sky above the Divine Yang Peak. Don't even think about leaving. Xianxia shouted angrily. She tightly gripped her sword and charged towards the Divine Star Emperor. Rumble! The 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda is like a huge square hammer that once again smashed into the Divine Yang Peak's barrier. This time, it is even more violent than before. The Divine Yang Peak's barrier has already been shaken. If there is no way to resist, it will definitely be broken, and many of the mountain houses on the Divine Yang Heavenly Island have collapsed. Many huge cracks appeared on the island. They were all poured in by the ferocious seawater. Damned woman, you are courting death! The Divine Star Emperor roared. Suddenly, a ball of light fell from the sky. It looked like a meteor. After the ball of light fell, it suddenly turned into many light dots, forming a huge net formation that sealed Xianxia. Xianxia was sealed by a formation formed by hundreds of small stars. Those stars are all irregular stones, each stone is as big as a house. They densely covered Xianxia from all directions, surrounding her. Then, a burst of berserk energy burst out and attacked the sealed Xianxia. Humph, wasting my 100 heaven star formation. The Divine Star Emperor cursed in a low voice and continued to charge towards the sky above the Divine Yang Peak. Now, only the Divine Star Emperor outside can deal with Xianxia. If any of the clan emperors on the Divine Yang Peak were to come out, they might not be able to block the 9 Sun Heaven-raising pagoda's attack. Those demon dukes and demon generals were the first to arrive above the Divine Yang Peak. They surrounded the 9 Sun Heaven-raising pagoda and released the demon god's power, condensing it into a ball of light and attacking. At this time, 9 huge dragon-engraved altars appeared in the sky. As soon as the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation appeared, it immediately began operating. As the 9 dragons roared, a powerful divine power surged out and poured into the 9 Sun Heaven-raising pagoda. The most terrifying thing is that the 9 altars quickly rotated and quickly formed a whirlpool. The nearby demon dukes and demon generals sensed the powerful suction and immediately fled in panic. Everyone come here. Xianxia released gravity domain and enveloped the demon dukes and demon generals. The gravity of the area around them is under Xianxia's control. Their bodies are as light as feather and were sucked into the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. At this moment, Shenyu Tianlong, Divine Martial Judge, He Yunlong and others have also gathered together. Demon dukes and demon generals are not fighting with them. What they need to do now is to work together to protect the 5 ships after the Divine Yang Peak's barrier is broken. The God Star Race's arch was very strong. When he rushed over, several huge stars came crashing over. Xianxia immediately flew out of the 9 Sun Heaven-raising pagoda and attacked those huge stars with his palm, star-breaking palm. The palm energy is filled with violent vibration divine power. Moreover, this divine power has been condensed into heavenly law divine runes by Xianxia. He released a palm imprint with each palm. In just a few moves, he released several palm imprints. The palm imprints transformed into heavenly law divine runes and rushed towards those stars. Boom boom boom. Continuous explosion sounds spread out. Those huge stars that were used to set up the formation were all shattered by Xianxia's palm energy. And at this moment, the strengthened 9 dragon heavenly origin formation fiercely rushed down. Many star fragments floated in the air. The Divine Yang Peak's barrier was also smashed open. The vibrating energy wave turned the star fragments into powder. What caused people to be alarmed is that cracks have already appeared on the Divine Yang Peak. Again. At the same time, Xianxia slashed at the Divine Star Emperor. Xianxia poured 10 divine veins divine power into the myriad heaven divine saber. The saber energy slashed out is as majestic as the sea and directly sent the Divine Star Emperor flying. Seeing Xianxia's strength, those race emperors are incomparably shocked. They previously discussed that Xianxia is unable to break the curse of the 10 images. And the Xianxia in front of them has clearly broken through. They can all feel that Xianxia's divine power has the characteristics of the great heavenly Tao image. It is very likely that he has reached the heavenly God realm. Don't be afraid, the sacrifice is still sealed. We will guard the sacrifice. Elder Zhao shouted. Just as Elder Zhao finished speaking, Xianxia suddenly landed on the barrier of the 5 large ships. Xianxia's heaven-trampling divine boots erupted with a power that seems to be able to trample through heaven and earth. His feet landed on the barrier, divine power and heavenly might surged violently like a gale, wreaking havoc in all directions. The barrier was directly destroyed by Xianxia's stomp. The few large ships immediately moved and flew into the sky. At the same time, many race emperors attacked the large ships, but those attacks were all blocked by Xianxia's sun heavenly shield and nether sun. Quickly kill that bastard, he is only a heavenly god, take this opportunity to kill him. Elder Zhao raised his saber and charged at Xianxia. Xianxia floated in the sky and kept the 9 sun heaven-raising pagoda. Within the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation, he looked down on the 3 race emperors, the 9 heavens demon emperor and the 9 heavens divine race people. Elder Zhao hacked at Xianxia's 9 dragon heavenly origin formation a few times but was unable to break it. Xianxia also did not seem to have any intention to continue attacking. Only the Divine Star Race Emperor, Divine Sword Race Emperor and Primal Chaos Race Emperor flew up. Divine Yang Race Emperor, 9 Nether Race Emperor and the others did not come up. They said before that they would not participate in this kind of battle. Furthermore, they can see that Qin Yun has already broken the curse of the 10 images. The strength he has displayed is also very shocking. If they attack and are unable to kill Qin Yun, they will definitely suffer revenge in the future. Qin Yun looked at Yu Shangyun and saw that she has been sealed by the formation formed by hundreds of stars. He waved his saber and released a light arc that broke the formation from far away. Nine Sun Palace King, you have ruined our plans. Since you've let go of our sacrifice, I'll use you as a sacrifice and continue with our sacrificial ceremony. Elder Zhao said coldly, the sacrificial ceremony must be completed smoothly. If it was before, Qin Yun would have definitely stopped the heavenly universe divine sun from appearing, but now he realized that he has enough strength to absorb it into the 9 sun divine spirit. His 9 sun divine spirit required 9 powerful divine suns. Now, he already had 2, and heavenly universe divine sun was extremely rare. Right in front of him was an excellent opportunity. Ridiculous, who do you think you are? You think you are worthy of the heavenly universe divine sun's blessing? With your current strength, we can easily kill you. Elder Zhao said with sneer. When they saw Qin Yun hiding inside the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, they knew that Qin Yun's strength is not enough to fight against them. Qin Yun broke the curse of the 10 images and displayed a very strong power. Just now, he sent the Divine Star Emperor flying with one saber strike and also destroyed the star array of the Divine Star Emperor. At this moment, the Divine Star Race Emperor who was rushing over was extremely furious. He had collected these stars for many years. They were like his divine weapons, but now so many of them had been destroyed. Heavenly Universe Divine Sun's blessing? Heavenly Universe Divine Sun is not worthy of blessing me. Qin Yun suddenly took a deep breath. There is still a very powerful energy in his body that has not been refined. After opening the Heavenly Tao Image's Xian divine veins, there is a steady flow of energy from the Heavenly Tao. It seems like you don't know anything about Divine Desolate and Myriad Realms Divine Sun. Elder Zhao snorted and said with sneer. Do you think we are the strongest in Divine Desolate? Love God looked at Qin Yun and said with sneer, you are wrong. There are many beings stronger than us in Divine Desolate. You don't even know why Divine Desolate was formed and yet you are spouting nonsense. 9 Heavens Demon Emperor said, you are underestimating Heavenly Universe Divine Sun. That is not something you can control. You really know nothing about this world. The strength of my 9 Heavens Demon race is not something you can imagine. If you destroy the birth of Heavenly Universe Divine Sun, the God-demon realm above the 9 heavens will definitely descend upon Divine Desolate. There is a God-demon realm above the 9 heavens. After Qin Yun heard this, he secretly became vigilant. The Divine Star Emperor furiously cursed at Qin Yun, damned bastard, if you have the guts, get the hell out here. Give me back my Chaos Divine Sun, the primal chaos races the arch shouted. The goddess of love sneered. You are indeed very strong after your rebirth. Even if you break the 10 mirror spells, what can you do? If you face the joint attack of so many race emperors, you will still die in the end. If you don't believe me, look up. That vortex in the sky is the mouth of the heavens that wants to swallow powerful souls. And you will become a sacrifice. Goddess of love, you betrayed me back then. I still remember this. The god of thunder who betrayed me with you has been eliminated by me. Aren't you afraid of my revenge? Qin Yun looked at the love goddess and said coldly. Ha ha ha. You're currently holed up in the formation, of course I'm not afraid. Why don't you come out and kill me? The goddess of love laughed. So what if I betrayed you? You idiot, you trusted me and the god of thunder so much, but we just treated you like an idiot. Qin Yun looked at the love goddess coldly. When Elder Zhao and company saw the love goddess provoking Qin Yun, they were secretly delighted. If Qin Yun was provoked, it would save them a lot of trouble. After the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation fused with the divine space dragon pearl, it became very powerful. It will not be easy for them to break it. Palace King, don't worry about them. We have already rescued them, let's retreat. Yu Shangyun's voice came from the distance. 9 Heavens Demon Emperor and the others did not attack Yu Shangyun and Xinyu Tianlong because they want to concentrate their power and wait for an opportunity to capture Qin Yun. Qin Yun has the Divine King Heavenly Seal and his body is also worth studying. Adding the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda and the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation, it can be said that his entire body is a treasure. If they capture Qin Yun, Elder Zhao, and the others can split the good things and be happy for a while. Goddess of Love, if you force that guy to come out, I will confer you the title of King of Primal Chaos Race. Primal Chaos Race's Emperor suddenly said. When the Love Goddess heard this, her eyes lit up and she shouted at Qin Yun, "Do you still remember Moon God? She was your beloved woman. She died miserably in my hands, and her Moon God seat was even destroyed by me. Her soul is suffering in the God seat, ha ha ha." Moon God is Xiaqiru. Back then, Xiaqiru and Qin Yun were together. She helped Qin Yun with many things. Later on, she died with Qin Yun and reincarnated as Xianqiru. Qin Yun always remembered that Xiaqiru was killed by the Love Goddess. Qin Yun did not attack because he is still cultivating and can still break through. If he enters Saint God realm, his strength will become even stronger. But now, the Love Goddess's words have completely infuriated him. "Love Goddess, you are really stupid," Qin Yun said in deep voice. "Primal Chaos Race's Emperor's Primal Chaos Divine Son is in my hands. His power is gone, but you are still kneeling and licking his boots. Look at yourself, you are like a pig. In the eyes of Primal Chaos Race's Emperor, you are an evil soul. You." Love Goddess laughed in anger and shouted, "Come out if you have the guts. Moon God is your beloved woman, I killed her, are you not going to come out and avenge me?" Qin Yun suddenly smiled and said, "If I want revenge, why do I need to come out? Just come in." Just as his voice fell, the 9 altars suddenly rotated and released a burst of spatial power that locked onto the Love Goddess. Space fluctuation appeared on the Love Goddess's body and then she was teleported into the Great Formation. The Love Goddess realized that she has been teleported in and immediately screamed. She was so arrogant outside because there were a few race emperors around. She is not afraid of Qin Yun coming out because if he comes out, he will be taken care of by those race emperors. But now, she did not expect that Qin Yun's great formation would be so evil that it can teleport her inside. "I am a saint god, you. You are a heavenly god, you are not my match." Although the Love Goddess said that, she is actually very weak. Qin Yun looked at her indifferently, as if he is looking at a dead person. He said slowly, "Before you die, take a good look at the faces of those race emperors outside. Look at them, do they care about you at all?" The Love Goddess really went to take a look. Those race emperors, 9 Heavens Demon Emperor and Elder Zhao all have cold and indifferent faces. They do not care about her life at all. Her heart suddenly turned cold, she suddenly felt that she is missing something in her life. "Take a look at my friends," Qin Yun said again. The Love Goddess looked at Xinyu Tianlong, Yunlong, Xia Wufeng and the others in the distance. They are all restless and ready to attack at any time. She can't help but tremble. Qin Yun said with smile, "Love Goddess, although you are the Love Goddess, nobody loves you. Family, friendship, love, they are all love. You have none of them. You." The Love Goddess said in fear, "What is the use of these things?" The Love Goddess screamed in fear and rushed towards Qin Yun. "Since you think they are useless, then you are not worthy of the Love Goddess's divine seat." Qin Yun summoned the Divine King Heavenly Seal and controlled it to smash the Love Goddess. The Divine King Heavenly Seal landed on the Love Goddess and directly took away her divine seat. During the process, the Love Goddess screamed miserably. The divine seat that fused with her soul was taken away as if her soul was shattered. "Love Goddess, did you forget that I have the Divine King Heavenly Seal? This is what you have always wanted." Qin Yun controlled the Divine King Heavenly Seal and released a strong golden light that enveloped the Love Goddess. "Today, I will let you have a taste of the punishment of the Divine King Heavenly Seal." The Love Goddess screamed miserably as her body was pierced by all kinds of golden lightning and flames. This scene caused the scalps of the people outside the Great Formation to go numb. The appearance of the Divine King Heavenly Seal also caused Elder Zhao and the other 9 Heavens Divine Race people to become greedy. While the Love Goddess was being tortured, she realized that the Clan Emperors and 9 Heavens Demon Emperors' attention were all on the Divine King Heavenly Seal. No one cared about her. She suddenly recalled that the only people who cared about her were the Divine King and Moon God back then. But she betrayed the rare care and concern in her life. Turn over a new leaf in your next life. Qin Yun controlled the Divine King Heavenly Seal to press down. Divine light exploded and completely destroyed the love goddess's body. In front of Qin Yun, a heavenly god, a saint god was nothing but an ant, completely crushed. One must know that the love goddess is also a relatively strong saint god. She obtained a very strong primal chaos bloodline and was also the heavenly mother of the heavenly law divine realm. But she was still killed by Qin Yun in an instant. The operation of your great formation requires a lot of divine universe metal stones. The consumption must be great. Let's see how long you can last. Elder Zhao clasped his hands behind his back and said with a sneer, after daybreak, the myriad realms' divine sun will appear. I will summon the divine sun, heavenly lightning from the divine sun. You won't be able to block it for long. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Qin Yun smiled and said, right now, I want the heavenly universe divine sun to appear even more than all of you. I won't leave. You can get people in, right? If you have the guts, then get me in. The Divine Star Race Emperor shouted angrily, you better get me in and then kill me. Otherwise, when I destroy you in the future, I will definitely ravage your woman to death. The Divine Star Race Emperor could also see that Qin Yun cared a lot about his woman. Qin Yun took a light breath and sighed, I am a person who can't stand stimulation the most. Moreover, I have a very old debt to settle with you. I am a very forgetful person. Did I owe you a debt? And it's very big? This is truly a very delightful matter. It's just a pity that I don't remember what it is. Can you tell me? The Divine Star Race Emperor laughed sinisterly. Qin Yun narrowed his eyes and looked at the Divine Star Race Emperor with killing intent. Then, he activated the Great Formation and sent the Divine Star Race Emperor in. This caused everyone to cry out in alarm. They all felt that this is inconceivable. No one expected that Qin Yun would actually send a Race Emperor in. This is clearly a one-on-one battle with the Divine Star Race Emperor. Although Qin Yun broke the curse of the 10 images, no one can see through his current strength. They only feel that it will be very difficult for him to face the Race Emperor. After all, those Race Emperors have lived for many years. They are not people who can be defeated by someone who just stepped into the heavenly god realm. White Tiger was once my brother, my friend. Qin Yun said coldly, he died in your hands. Qin Yun had just stepped into the sky god realm. Although he had 10 great heavenly Tao images, he did not have the confidence to face such a powerful race emperor. After all, those clan emperors had all crossed the threshold of the saint god realm and entered the very mysterious Tao god realm. Qin Yun knew very little about the Tao god realm. He did not know the specific situation of this realm, and he had never fought with someone from the Tao god realm before. It was also because they were in the 9 dragons heavenly origin array that he dared to fight with the Arch of the Divine Star Race. If he couldn't win, he could get the Arch of the Divine Star Race out. He's really reckless. In the distance, Yu Shongyun really wanted to rush over and reprimand Qin Yun. Because in the current situation, it was best to defend to the death and not rashly fight. Xiao Yuan is also beside Yu Shongyun. She shook Yu Shongyun's hand and said with a chuckle, Sister Shongyun, thank you for helping Xiao Yun break through. Humph. Yu Shongyun snorted lightly. She had warned Qin Yun not to mention the matter of fusing with the Divine Moon bloodline divine origin. However, Xiao Yuan and the others would definitely be able to guess it. The ship that Yangshiyu and Fengyu were on was sealed at the peak of the Divine Yang Peak. After the ships broke free, they hurriedly put up their defenses and distanced themselves from the Divine Yang Peak. Yang Shiyue, Fengyu, and the others also came to Yu Shongyun's side. Together with their clan emperor, they looked at the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation in the distance. The 9 altars of the 9 dragons' heavenly origin array were huge, so the array they formed was also very large. It occupied a large area in the sky, and it was even more spacious than the Divine Yang Peak below. The main reason why Qin Yun made such a big fuss was to find an opportunity to attack the Divine Yang Peak. Yang Shiyu and Yu Wulan had almost become sacrifices, and these people from the Divine Yang race had also participated. Therefore, Qin Yun had to destroy the Divine Yang Peak. The celestial star race the Arch was wearing a blue crystal armor, which was obviously given to him by the 9 heavens demon emperor. The weapon in his hand looked like a saber, but at the same time, it looked like a sword. It was as though the saber and the sword were fused together, and were also made of the same blue crystal. Qin Yun had previously heard from the nameless old man that it was refined by the Nine Heavens demon monarch through the celestial cosmic divine sun's young seed. It was tougher than the blue crystals condensed by lesser demons. With this equipment, the divine star races the Arch felt much more confident. He had heard that Qin Yun could counter the equipment of the Nine Heavens godly demons, but he believed that the equipment given by the Nine Heavens demon emperor was not something that Qin Yun could break easily. The divine star races the Arch gripped the strange saber in his hand tightly. He was still a little uneasy in the Nine Dragons' heavenly origin array. However, he was also somewhat excited because once he took down Qin Yun from the inside, his divine star races the Arch would be able to obtain the Nine Dragon heavenly origin formation and the other races the Arcs would not say anything. In addition, Qin Yun had many treasures on him. As the person who captured Qin Yun, he naturally received the most. The white tiger belongs to the Nine Yang Divine Palace. You were once the king of the Nine Yang Palace. I never thought that after so many years, someone would actually want to take revenge for him. The Divine Star Race's emperor sneered. He did not attack, but instead defended. Being inside the Nine Dragons' heavenly origin formation was equivalent to being in Qin Yun's territory. Attacking blindly was very dangerous. The wisest course of action was to concentrate on defense to avoid being injured by the formation. Qin Yun looked at the kings and dukes of the Divine Star Race and said, I want to avenge the white tiger. I don't want to kill just you. Ha ha ha, don't tell me you want to exterminate my Divine Star Race? You can't even kill our kings. The corners of the Divine Star Race's emperor's eyes were filled with contempt as he laughed loudly. If you want to kill me, then hurry up and do it. The Divine Star Race's emperor secretly tried to leave. It was not that easy to leave from the inside. This meant that he might be temporarily trapped inside. What he had to do was to defend with all his strength and wait for daybreak for the myriad realms' divine sun to come out. He had to wait for the Nine Heavens divine race to use the power of the myriad realms' divine sun to break through the Nine Dragons' heavenly origin formation. Qin Yun could be considered an old fox. With a single glance, he saw through the Divine Star Race's emperor's tactics. He naturally could not let the Divine Star Race's emperor succeed. After daybreak, when the myriad realms' divine sun came out, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, he had to kill the Divine Star Race's emperor before the myriad realms' divine sun came out. Qin Yun did not directly rush over. He stayed inside the Nine Dragons' heavenly origin formation, separated by a few thousand meters from the Divine Star Race's emperor. He used the Heaven Extinguishing Finger power and unleashed the Piercing Heaven Finger power. The Piercing Heaven is like a beam of light. Its penetrating power is extremely strong, bringing with it a vast and mighty heavenly might. It shook the space, stirring up waves of energy waves and struck the Divine Star Race's emperor in an instant. The finger power landed on the Divine Star Race's emperor's head. It is very powerful and frightening. When the experts outside the Nine Dragons' heavenly origin formation saw this, their hearts trembled. The Divine Star Race's emperor is not to be trifled with. The surface of his skin suddenly flashed with seven-colored starlight. Together with the blue crystal armor on his body, it produced an extremely strong defensive power. Bang! The Piercing Heaven Finger power landed on the seven-colored barrier and produced a muffled sound. The energy shook and exploded, transforming into a gale that carried a strong light and rushed out in all directions. The Divine Star Race's emperor was also pushed back a few meters by the impact, but he is not injured at all. This is the disparity. Elder Zhao laughed and said, even if he stood still and let him hit him, he would not be able to do anything to the Divine Star Race's emperor. It seems like breaking the 10-image devil curse isn't that strong, the Primal Chaos Race's emperor said with a disdainful smile. The reason why that guy is so powerful is mainly because of those equipment. Those things were all snatched by him from all over the place. If he didn't have the God King Heavenly Seal, the Nine Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda, the Sun Soul, and the Myriad Heaven Divine Saber, he would be nothing. As for the Sword of the Heavens being snatched away, the Sword God Tribe's emperor was still brooding over it. The Divine Star Race's the Arch was secretly delighted because Qin Yun's attack was not too strong. It meant that he could easily hold on until the Myriad Realms' Divine Sun came out. When the Myriad Realms' Divine Sun attacks the Nine Dragons' heavenly origin array and disturbs Qin Yun, it will be the time for the Divine Star Race's the Arch to capture Qin Yun. While the Divine Star Race's the Arch was scheming, Qin Yun suddenly took a step forward. It's the absolute heaven 9 steps. Xianxia said in a low voice, although I taught him the improved 9 Extinction Heart Sutra, I rarely saw him use it. This heaven extinguishing 9 steps is a very powerful move within the heaven extinguishing steps. It's rather special, and it can't be considered a movement skill. When Xianxia took a step in the air, it seemed to shake the ground. Below him is the divine sun peak. At this moment, it is like a drum, being stepped on by Xianxia, causing it to make banging sounds and tremble unceasingly. Just this kind of aura is very frightening. What everyone can't see is that the 10 meridians divine power in Xianxia's body are crazily attacking. That is even more frightening. The 10 meridians divine power rushed into his imperial heaven heart, then the imperial heaven heart twisted the 10 meridians divine power into one and turned it into a blue-colored divine power. Xianxia called this divine power imperial heaven divine power. The imperial heaven divine power is extremely powerful. When it flowed through Xianxia's body, Xianxia felt a slight pain in his body. After the heaven-trampling god boots on his feet absorbed the imperial heaven divine power, an even stronger power rushed into Xianxia's body. Xianxia fused all kinds of strengthened divine power in his body together in one go and attacked the 9 sun divine hammer. Everyone could see that when he took a step forward, his arm suddenly swelled up, as if it was about to be torn apart by a very fierce power. This kind of power actually almost tore apart Xianxia's heavenly body. Come, you weak ant-like heavenly god, the divine star emperor laughed loudly and said. Suddenly, dozens of pearl-sized stars revolved around his body. These are all specially refined stars that can become pearl-sized. When revolving around the body, the Tao evolution runes of the stars flowed and formed a defensive formation. Xianxia arrived in front of the divine star emperor and raised the 9 sun divine hammer. The divine hammer suddenly trembled and an incomparably huge divine hammer illusion appeared. That's the great heavenly Tao image, a race emperor shouted in shock. The divine hammer illusion is very big. This is the great heavenly Tao image released by Xianxia and combined with the 9 sun divine hammer. How can this guy's great heavenly Tao image be so terrifying? This level of great heavenly Tao image is enough to draw in heavenly power. Many experts saw the great heavenly Tao image appear with heavenly might and draw in the power of heaven and earth. They all exclaimed in admiration. Because when they were in the heavenly God realm, the great heavenly Tao image was relatively weak. After the huge divine hammer heavenly shadow drew in enough power of heaven and earth, it suddenly returned into the divine hammer and gathered even more powerful energy inside the divine hammer. Heavenly extermination 9 style, void fragmentation, the divine hammer fell down. Everyone can see that wherever the hammer head passed through, space shattered and all kinds of energy were torn to shreds by the formidable energy. The great star array that the divine star emperor is so proud of did not have any effect, because Xianxia's hammer directly shattered the void, penetrated through space, passed through many layers of defense and directly struck the divine star emperor's body. The hammer head fell down from the divine star emperor's head and actually directly tore apart the divine star emperor's body from the middle of his head to his waist. The upper body of the divine star emperor has already been torn into 2 halves from the middle. This scene caused everyone to be alarmed and shocked. Xianxia also took a deep breath. He also consumed a lot of energy just now. The divine star emperor stood there motionlessly and let him hammer. Then he must make good use of this opportunity. What caused Xianxia to be somewhat surprised is that the divine star emperor is still alive. His soul is extremely powerful, it was not torn to shreds just now. Bastard, the divine star emperor's soul let out a furious roar, transformed into a white shadow and rushed out from his body. The divine star emperor's soul quickly abandoned his body and flew out. If he did not leave, he was worried that his soul would be sealed inside his body and then killed. The divine star emperor actually lost against the 9 Yang Palace king. Xianxia actually believes that if the divine star emperor was not so afraid of death and directly fought, his chances of victory might be higher. I did not lose, the divine star emperor's soul transmitted a voice. Your soul is so weak. After Xianxia finished speaking, he controlled the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation and activated a killing formation that specializes in dealing with souls. It's not that easy to destroy my soul. A huge hexagonal mirror suddenly appeared at the divine star emperor's soul. This mirror is as large as a plaza. It floated in the air and faced Xianxia below. You forced me to use the heavenly universe divine tool. Fine, I will devour your heavenly body. The divine star emperor laughed sinisterly. The heavenly universe divine tool has appeared, Elder Zhao. Nine Heavens Demon Emperor and the other emperor's eyes immediately turned fiery. Qin Yan did not know what a celestial cosmos divine artifact was, but he could roughly guess that such a celestial cosmos divine artifact definitely came from beyond the nine heavens. Furthermore, it was an extremely rare one. He took out the God King spear, gathered his divine power, and fired several energy bullets at the mirror in the air. The soul of the divine star races the arch was inside the mirror, controlling this divine artifact. It had already been many years since the white tiger was killed by the divine star races the arch. Now that so many years had passed, the divine star races the arch must have a very good control over this divine artifact of the universe. Qin Yan used the divine king spear to test the mirror. When the energy hit the mirror, it was like a stone falling into water. It only created a small splash and did not destroy the mirror. How can the likes of you touch a divine tool of the universe? The divine star Thearch's heart swelled as he laughed. Palace Monarch Nine Yang, let me enjoy the heavenly body that you painstakingly cultivated. Qin Yan immediately unleashed all kinds of attacks. He also took out the nine sun heaven-raising pagoda and made it grow bigger. Then he charged towards the mirror that blotted out the sky. The mirror was bombarded by Qin Yan's various violent attacks, but it was not damaged at all. It even absorbed a lot of energy. Even the nine sun sky-raising pagoda couldn't pierce through the mirror. As the mirror slowly pressed down, the nine dragons' heavenly origin formation madly revolved, generating a wave of energy that blocked the descending mirror. Damn it, I can't teleport this thing out. Qin Yan never expected that this heavenly cosmos divine tool would be so powerful. He had no choice but to put away the nine sun sky-raising pagoda. If he continued, it might be damaged. Seeing how powerful the sky divine weapon was, the eyes of the race emperors and experts outside turned red. I heard that the Empyrean divine weapons are above the nine heavens, forged by the nine heavenly furnaces. The nine heavens demon emperor said unhappily. There are only 9 Empyrean divine weapons in total. Yes, this should be the star dome divine mirror. Elder Zhao's old eyes were about to burst into flames. He cursed in a low voice, the divine star races the arch is really a bastard. Why didn't he take out such a powerful thing earlier? If I had taken it out earlier, the divine Yang Peak's barrier wouldn't have been destroyed. Hearing Elder Zhao's words, the other race emperors also cursed under their breaths. They had worked hard for a long time and almost succeeded. If the divine star race's great emperor had taken it out earlier to block Qin Yan's 9 sun heaven-raising pagoda from attacking the divine Yang Peak, the offering would not have been released. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. They also knew that the divine star races the arch was afraid of being targeted by them, so he hid the sky divine artifact tightly. The surface of the star dome divine mirror suddenly fluctuated, and a strong white light appeared. Although the 9 dragons heaven origin formation was very large, the star dome divine mirror was above the 9 dragons heaven origin formation and completely enveloped the entire formation. The white light that shone down from the mirror enveloped every corner of the array. Qin Yan had no way of dodging it. When the intense white light landed on Qin Yan's body, everyone exclaimed. Because Qin Yan's body seems to be distorting and fluctuating, he is swaying, his body looks like it will be kneaded into a ball at any moment. Clan Empress sister, the palace king can't hold on much longer. Little Yuxiang gritted her teeth and said, let's go and help. A heavenly body won't be destroyed that easily. Yu Shangyun looked at the divine moon in the sky and said, let's prepare for the great battle after daybreak. Xinyu Tianlong, divine martial judge, Yun Long and Xia Wufeng, Qin Yan's friends, are all very worried. They all wanted to go over and help because Qin Yan's body has been distorted. Qin Yan's wrist suddenly emitted an intense blue light. Sun Heavenly Shield, through the 9 Sun Divine Spirit, Qin Yan released the Sun Heavenly Shield. Like a translucent umbrella, it blocked the intense white light. When others saw his body distort and deform, it was actually because his heavenly body was intertwined with a very strong tyrannical power, causing it to become like that. Fortunately, his heavenly body was strong enough. Not only was it not destroyed, it didn't even feel any pain. The Sun Heavenly Shield blocked the white light, allowing Qin Yan to temporarily escape danger. However, the huge star dome divine mirror is pressing down bit by bit. Seeing that the white light was useless against Qin Yan, the white surface of the star dome divine mirror suddenly turned pitch black, just like the night sky. Then, many specks of light appeared on the black mirror. When Qin Yun saw those specks of light, he knew that they were stars. There are a large number of stars inside the star dome divine mirror. Boom, a star suddenly appeared. It is a several hundred-meter wide fireball. It flew out from the mirror and smashed towards Qin Yun. Qin Yun promptly controlled the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to attack. 9 mountain-like altars suddenly appeared on the surface of the surface. The dragon head spewed out thunder and fire. Following Qin Yun's control, they attacked the star. Rumble, the star was instantly shattered into many fragments. Those fragments were also crushed into powder and absorbed by the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. 9 Sun Palace King, stop struggling. Obediently offer your heavenly body to me. The Divine Star Race Emperor is extremely arrogant at this moment. He laughed confidently and said. Although his body has been severely injured and his soul has left his body, he feels that he is still very powerful. Especially now that he is hiding inside the heavenly divine tool, he is simply invincible. If he could obtain Qin Yun's heavenly body, then he might be able to obtain Qin Yun's divine weapons and become even more powerful. Thinking of this, the Divine Star Race Emperor became even more excited. Xiao Yuan is very worried. She bit her lips and will pass away at any time. Yu Shengyun pulled Xiao Yuan and Yang Shiyua's hands and said in low voice, "Don't worry, if he is really in danger, he will definitely not be so calm. Heavenly divine tools are very rare. Even if someone obtained one, they would hide it well and not easily take it out to avoid being targeted by others. Therefore, there are very few people who understand heavenly divine tools. Even experts like 9 Heavens Demon Emperor and Elder Zhao who came from above the 9 heavens don't know much about heavenly divine tools. It is already very rare for Elder Zhao to be able to recognize the Star Dome Divine Mirror. He doesn't know much about heavenly divine tools and doesn't know how to deal with them. In the eyes of those race emperors, forget about Qin Yun, even they might be killed by this heavenly divine tool. Those race emperors cursed the Divine Star Race Emperor in their hearts again. On one hand, the Divine Star Race Emperor hid this treasure too well and didn't take it out to use. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. In addition, the Divine Star Race's The Arch was obviously saving this trump card for the future struggle for hegemony. If these race emperors didn't guard against the heavenly divine tool when fighting with the Divine Star Race Emperor, then they would definitely be like Qin Yun, pressured to the point of not knowing what to do. Qin Yun was at a loss at the beginning, but now he suddenly understood the heavenly divine tool. A divine tool refined from the 9 heavens? I have mastered the Imperial Heaven divine art. Not to mention a divine tool refined from the 9 heavens, I can even control the 9 heavens. Qin Yun suddenly opened his heavenly eye. When he cultivated the heavenly body, his eyes were in pain for a period of time. That was because the heavenly eye was also evolving. After he used the heavenly eye, his eyes were still blue. What was different from before was that there seemed to be 2 small blue moons inside his eyeballs. They were connected to his spirit nether moon and could release even more powerful mental power. Whoosh, behind Qin Yun, a golden divine moon suddenly appeared. One of his great heavenly Tao images is the Divine Moon Tao image. The Divine Moon Tao image appeared and became very big. It shot down a divine light that landed on Qin Yun's head, helping him strengthen his mind. Why is his great heavenly Tao image so big? Yunlong said with a frown, that moon is about to fill up the entire formation. Because when he cultivated the divine profound Tao image, he put in enough effort. Xinyu Tianlong said. Others only saw the Divine Moon Tao image. What they did not know is that the Divine Moon Tao image also concealed the Nether Sun. Qin Yun operated the Imperial Heaven Divine Art and then used the move Sun and Moon Splendor. The Sun and Moon Splendor formed and shot out through Qin Yun's heavenly eye into the Star Dome Divine Mirror. Formidable mental power is like a monstrous wave. It poured into the Star Dome Divine Mirror and formed Imperial Heaven Divine Power. One thought Imperial Heaven. With a thought, Qin Yun controlled the heavenly divine tool. The Divine Moon Tao image and the Nether Sun Tao image suddenly returned to Qin Yun's body and continued to release the formidable Sun and Moon Splendor power. This kind of Sun and Moon Splendor power can not only devour and dissolve other people's energy, it can also attack the soul. Especially after fusing, it will become extremely powerful. Everyone does not know what Qin Yun is doing. They only saw him release a very large Divine Moon Tao image and then shoot out 2 beams of light into the mirror. the mental power released by Qin Yan's heavenly eye condensed into two strong lightning bolts and entered the star-dome divine mirror. They directly searched for the soul hidden inside and at the same time, controlled the star-dome divine mirror. The star-dome divine mirror originally wanted to continue dropping stars and the mirror surface was also black. But now the mirror surface is gradually returning to its original appearance, just like a mirror. The Divine Star Emperor's soul is hiding inside the star-dome divine mirror. He sensed that the star-dome divine mirror is gradually losing control and is no longer under his control. He suddenly screamed in fear. "Caught you!" Qin Yan took out the spirit creation heavenly cauldron and opened the lid. The strong lightning bolts shot out by his heavenly eye suddenly turned into chains that wrapped around a white ball of light and dragged it out. The white ball of light is struggling. With a glance, it is obvious that it is the soul of the Divine Star Emperor. Seeing the Divine Star Emperor's soul being forcefully pulled out, everyone present is very surprised. They are very curious as to how Qin Yan did it. The Divine Star Emperor's soul was thrown into the spirit creation heavenly cauldron and was burned and dissolved by Qin Yan. In an instant, the soul scattered, the star-dome divine mirror suddenly turned into a white mist and gradually dissipated. It is as if it self-destructed along with the soul of the Divine Star Emperor. In fact, the star-dome divine mirror has long been captured by Qin Yan's heavenly eye. The star-dome divine mirror is very magical. It is in a soul-body state and can transform into a powerful physical object at any time. Just as Qin Yan stored the star-dome divine mirror in his spiritual world, a golden door suddenly appeared above him. Heavenly God Tribulation Gate. Qin Yan's expression sank. He never expected that his tribulation gate would come so quickly. Seeing this huge golden door, the entire Divine Sun Heavenly Island is in an uproar. There are two ways to break through to the Heavenly God realm. One is to use the great heavenly Tao image to attract tribulation and then cross the lightning tribulation together with the great heavenly Tao image. Usually, it is a very weak lightning tribulation. It is mainly used to temper the great heavenly Tao image. So long as Qin Yan can destroy the tribulation gate, his great heavenly Tao image will become a sacred heavenly Tao image, opening tribulation gate, Tao image becoming sacred. Many people hope that one of their Tao images can attract a tribulation gate when they reach heavenly God realm. Through the experience of destroying the tribulation gate, the Tao image will be greatly improved. It is something that many experts yearn for even in their dreams. The reason why some sacred deities are so powerful is because one or two of their Tao images attract tribulation gates. If they do not attract tribulation gates and only use ordinary lightning tribulation to refine the Tao image, then the Tao image will be very mediocre. Qin Yan has just stepped into heavenly God realm, yet when his Tao image attracted tribulation for the first time, it attracted a tribulation gate. This made many people from powerful races around the Nine-Dragon heavenly origin formation very envious. There are many sacred deities from powerful races here, especially those with noble titles. Many of them cannot attract a tribulation gate. Those who can attract a tribulation gate will eventually become nobles and become even stronger after stepping into Tao God realm. Qin Yan only had a few divine profound Tao images in his past life. Only one of them could attract a tribulation gate, but it was enough to let him possess great power. He is now looking at the golden sacred tribulation gate in the sky. His heart is filled with excitement. He was worried that he would not be able to attract a tribulation gate after breaking through to heavenly God realm. Now that the tribulation gate has appeared, he must attack it with a divine profound Tao image. If he cannot break through the tribulation gate, the divine profound Tao image will be destroyed. There are many cases where the Tao images were destroyed and their strength was greatly reduced. He broke through so quickly, his foundation is still shallow, he will not be able to break through the tribulation gate, Elder Zhao said. Attacking the tribulation gate is very important. We will disturb him from the side. Don't let him attack the gate smoothly. If he fails, he will lose a great heavenly Tao image. He will no longer have 10 Tao images, the primal chaos race emperor said with evil smile. He can attract a tribulation gate. It is clear that his luck is pretty good, but the tribulation gate appearing at this time is also bad luck for him. Let's join hands and attack his formation. Divine Sword Emperor said with mischievous smile. Nine Heavens Demon Emperor also laughed loudly and said, even if we cannot destroy his formation, we can still disturb him from the outside. Seeing the appearance of Qin Yan's tribulation gate, Elder Zhao and the others are overjoyed. they all knew the importance of breaching the tribulation gate. If they failed, the consequences would be dire. When Xianxia heard those people's words, he immediately strengthened the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. At the same time, he secretly sent a voice transmission to Xiaoyuan, telling her to inform Yu Shangyun and Xinyu Tianlong to prepare for the great battle after daybreak. After daybreak, the myriad world's divine sun would be extremely powerful. Elder Zhao and the other 9 heavens celestial race clansmen would also become much stronger. When that happened, Qin Yin could not guarantee that his 9 dragons' heavenly origins array would be able to withstand it. If the 2 myriad worlds' divine suns, one big and one small, were to attack the 9 dragons' heaven origin formation, one could imagine how powerful they would be. Yu Shangyun heard Qin Yin's message from Xiaoyuan and said in low voice, "He wants to attack the tribulation gate now. Will there really be no problem?" He was previously a profound god, but after breaking through, he quickly passed through the great god realm and became a god. Although his great heaven's path image is strong, the tribulation gate he attracted is not weak either. He said it's fine. Xiaoyuan said, "Sister Shangyun, how are you recovering now?" Suxin gave me a very strong recovery power White Sun Divine Dew. After I consumed it, I recovered very quickly, no need to worry. Many heavens Divine Moon also needs to recover quickly. We will need Divine Moon's help in the great battle after daybreak. Yu Shangyun said. Yue Mei and the others are still inside the Divine Moon, they will definitely recover by daybreak. Xiaoyuan nodded. Xinyu Tianlong and the others also consumed a lot of energy in the great battle. When daybreak arrives, they will have to fight against Heavenly Law Hall and Devil Court's people. If those 9 heavens divine demons obtain the help of the myriad world's divine sun, they will become even stronger. This is what they are worried about. Inside Qin Yan's 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation, the sacred tribulation gate suddenly appeared without any warning. Even now, Qin Yan is unable to understand why this kind of tribulation gate would appear after reaching heavenly god realm. Outside the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation, Divine Sword Race's Emperor, Primal Chaos Race's Emperor, Elder Zhao and 9 Heavens Demon Emperor are taking the lead to attack the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. They had wanted to invite the Divine Yang race and the Divine Sky race as well, but the other powerful races had not made a move. The commotion outside the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation was indeed very disruptive. The holy gate of tribulation suddenly trembled. I must quickly attack the gate, otherwise the sacred tribulation gate will disappear. Qin Yin can sense that the great heavenly Tao image corresponding to the sacred tribulation gate is the heavenly lion Tao image. He immediately released the heavenly lion Tao image, roar. The image of a mighty heavenly lion appeared and let out a furious roar as it charged towards the holy tribulation gate. Seeing this heavenly lion, Elder Zhao's face darkened and he cursed in a low voice, "Why does this guy have this kind of Tao image?" In the myriad realms divine sun, there is a heavenly lion old ancestor sealed. That damned old thing is very difficult to deal with. When the heavenly lion Tao image first came out, it turned into a faint illusory image. But it gradually turned into a mighty heavenly lion. It used the heavenly lion divine art and crazily attacked the sacred tribulation gate. Other powerful races clan emperors are looking at Qin Yin attacking the robbery gate from distance. For many juniors, attacking the tribulation gate was a rare sight. And Qin Yin's tribulation gate is very big, it can be seen that it is very strong. The heavenly lion Tao image's entire body is burning with golden red flame, it is furious and ferocious. Its mouth is letting out a deep roar that vibrates unceasingly. Its 2 huge lion claws can easily destroy a 1,000 feet tall mountain. Such a big guy is continuously attacking the sacred tribulation gate but it is still unable to move it. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. Although Qin Yan's breakthrough is very fast, his great heavenly Tao image is not weak at all. It can even compare to many sacred gods. The great heavenly Tao image he released now is like a true fierce heavenly lion, it has a very powerful body. All the heavenly gods present believe that they will not be able to resist this violent heavenly lion's attack. Only the corresponding great heavenly Tao image can attack the tribulation gate. Qin Yin can only control the great heavenly Tao image to attack the gate, he cannot borrow the power of other Tao images. Mental power can be used. Qin Yin secretly tested it and discovered that the tribulation gate can directly devour mental power, it is completely useless. This won't do. If this goes on, we won't be able to break the tribulation gate. Qin Yun is somewhat anxious. Primal Chaos Race's emperor laughed loudly and said, "This guy is going to fail, he has failed to break the tribulation gate. This is a big scene, everyone prepare to record it. Nine-Yang Palace King has failed to break the tribulation gate, we must properly record it down." Elder Zhao also shouted loudly, deliberately disturbing Qin Yun. Qin Yun secretly used blood spirit power to assist. He discovered that it can be used but it is unable to strengthen the heavenly lion Dao image. Xiao Yun, use inscription spirit. You have Beast King inscription spirit, use blood spirit power to make Beast King inscription spirit appear and then fuse it with the heavenly lion Dao image. Making the inscription spirit appear is a very profound technique. Moreover, it requires frequent practice. Qin Yun could only condense Moon Lady inscription spirit before, it took the form of Yang Shuriwei. I wonder what Beast King inscription spirit's form will look like. Qin Yun has some doubts in his heart, he thinks that it might be a dragon, a heavenly lion or even a white tiger. Although this is the first time he is trying to make Beast King inscription spirit appear, he is not a bit unfamiliar with it. This is mainly related to his Imperial Heaven Heart, it allows him to proceed very smoothly. Qin Yun's blood spirit power is very strong now, after releasing it, it very quickly condensed into a human shape. It is human shape and a bit small. Qin Yun is somewhat amazed, what is the basis for this form? Why can't I control it? When he condensed Moon Lady inscription spirit before, it naturally condensed into Yang Shirua's appearance. And now, just like before, he is unable to control it. Everyone doesn't know what Qin Yun is doing, they can only see that the heavenly lion Dao image is unable to break the tribulation gate. Qin Yun's blue blood spirit power condensed into a light ball, a human shape appeared within the light ball and then gradually turned into a cute little girl. Yang Yang. Qin Yun jumped in fright, Yang Yang is a ninth heaven Xian sparrow, moreover it is a bird type. Beast King inscription spirit is very helpful when carving ninth heaven Xian sparrow totem or phoenix totem. But the Beast King inscription spirit's form is Yang Yang, this caused Qin Yun to be very surprised. After the Beast King inscription spirit transformed, under Qin Yun's control, it rushed into the heavenly lion Dao image and entered the heavenly lion Dao image. Seeing the little girl suddenly appear, not only Qin Yun is surprised, other people are also very surprised. Why did he bring out a little girl? After Yang Yang entered the heavenly lion Dao image, heavenly lion totem runes suddenly appeared on the heavenly lion Dao image's surface, making the heavenly lion Dao image look even more valiant. Boom! The heavenly lion Dao image roared, its lion claw vigorously slapped the tribulation gate and directly opened the golden sacred tribulation gate. After opening the tribulation gate, the heavenly lion Dao image entered the tribulation gate and then the tribulation gate closed. The tribulation gate closed. It gradually became smaller and then entered Qin Yun's body. This scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Because normally, after the tribulation gate is breached, the tribulation gate would shatter and transform into energy and enter the Dao image. This is the same for whoever breached the tribulation gate. But now Qin Yun's situation is different, the Dao image entered the tribulation gate and then the tribulation gate entered Qin Yun's body. Sorry to disappoint you. Qin Yun looked at Elder Zhao and other people outside and chuckled. Just as he finished speaking, golden light suddenly flickered all around inside the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation and then 9 tribulation gates appeared. These are the tribulation gates of his other 9 Dao images. 10 Dao images, 10 tribulation gates, 9 of them appeared at the same time. If Qin Yun can break through all of them, he will directly step into sacred God realm. Should I break through all 9 tribulation gates at the same time? Qin Yun's expression is grave, this is a great test for him. If the 9 tribulation sect appeared at the same time, the difficulty of breaking through would also increase by a lot. What happened to Qin Yun had already exceeded the scope of everyone present's understanding. Only Tian Daozi, who was standing on top of the heavenly altar, knew what was going on. He murmured, 10 Dao images, 10 tribulations gate. 10 is above 9. He will be able to control the 9 heavens. Yu Shangyun gazed at the 9 dragons heaven origin array in the distance and said in a solemn voice, Yu Lan, this situation is not recorded in the Sun Moon Heart Sutra. The Sun and Moon Heart Sutra has 10 images but the 10 tribulations sect never mentioned it. Furthermore, Xiaoyun did not break the tribulation gate. Xiao Yuan nodded. After destroying the tribulation gate will not be destroyed, it will enter his body. What exactly happened to his body? Why is it different from the records? Yu Shangyun was very puzzled. I don't know. Xiao Yuan shook her head. Although I have been with him for a long time, I do not have a complete understanding of his situation. Not to mention Xiao Yuan, even Qin Yin himself had to figure out his own path. Therefore, he did not know what had happened. He only knew that no matter what happened, he could only grit his teeth and face it. Just like at this moment, the 9 tribulations gate had appeared in front of him. Therefore, he was going to destroy these 9 tribulations gates. The chaos races, the Arch and the others were extremely anxious. Even though they didn't know Qin Yun's situation, they knew that if Qin Yun could break through the 9 tribulation gates, he would definitely become a sacred god. Qin Yun, who was only at the Sky God realm, was able to achieve complete victory in a one-on-one battle with the Divine Star races, the Arch. If the tribe Thearchs, 9 Heavens Demon Emperor, and Elder Zhao were to join forces to attack the Sky God realm Qin Yun, they would still be able to take him down. If Qin Yun were to break through to the Saint God realm, they wouldn't be as confident. Qin Yun, who was in the Saint God realm, was definitely extremely powerful. He was definitely not someone that any race's emperor could face alone. The Divine Sword race, the Arch, kept scolding the Divine Yang race and the other powerful races. Because if those powerful races joined in and joined forces to attack Qin Yun's 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, they might be able to break through. However, the clan Thearchs of the Divine Yang race, Divine Sky race, 9 Shades race, and other powerful races were all very worried that Qin Yun would take revenge on them. It's almost dawn. The power of the myriad world's divine sun will definitely be able to stop that guy. Elder Zhao said, I have already informed my companions on the myriad realm's divine sun and asked them to send people down to support us. The 9 Heavens Demon Emperor said coldly, we have to continue attacking. If he breaks through, not only will our plan to create the celestial sun fail, but we might also be in trouble. At the mention of the Sky Universe Divine Sun, they once again cursed the dead Divine Star, the Arch, in their hearts. If the Divine Star races, the Arch, had not been so selfish and had taken out the Stardome Divine Mirror to block Qin Yun earlier, there would not have been so many problems. The 9 Dragons Heaven Origin Formation was being attacked by hundreds of people outside. Although the array was powerful, it was not invincible. Qin Yun knows the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation very well. He knows the limit of what the formation can withstand. Therefore, he must quickly destroy the 9 tribulation gates. If the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin Formation was destroyed, then he would definitely be hindered from breaking through the tribulation gate, which would greatly affect his progress. The 9 altars suddenly began to spin, unleashing a powerful barrier of light that blocked out everything within the formation. No one could see what was happening inside the formation. That's because Qin Yun wants to release his great heavenly Tao image and coordinate it with the inscription spirit to destroy the remaining 9 sacred tribulation gates. Divine Moon Tao Image's tribulation gate will come first. Qin Yun released the Divine Moon Tao image. At the same time, he condensed the Moon Lady inscription spirit and released it. The Moon Lady inscription spirit transformed into a beautiful woman wearing a snow-white long skirt. She has the appearance of Yang Shuriwei. She floated in the sky like an immortal and entered the Divine Moon Tao image. Moon totem runes appeared on the Divine Moon Tao image's surface, then it began to spin frantically and quickly collided with the sacred tribulation gate. Boom! After colliding a few times, the floating sacred tribulation gate was destroyed. After the Divine Moon Tao image entered the tribulation gate, the gate closed and became smaller. Finally, it returned to Qin Yun's body, just like the Heavenly Lion tribulation gate. 8 more. Next is the Divine Dragon Tao image. The Beast King inscription spirit transformed into Yang again and entered the Divine Dragon Tao image. The people outside only heard the dragon roar and roughly guessed that Qin Yun has the Divine Dragon Tao image. As for what happened inside, they didn't see it directly, so they don't know. Next are the Divine Hammer, Divine Saber, and Divine Cauldron. They are all weapon Tao images. After Qin Yun's Tool King inscription spirit took form, it actually took the appearance of Lu Yu and Shu Yan. Moreover, it is filled with killing intent. Divine Hammer, Divine Saber and Divine Cauldron also smoothly broke through their sacred tribulation gate. Then it is Nether Sun, this requires the use of Sun Emperor Inscription Spirit. Xiao Yun, these inscription spirits transformed into your form, they must be the people around you. Ling Yin'er said, Sun Emperor Inscription Spirit, who is it? I don't know. Qin Yin only knows that the inscription spirit's form is formed by the subconscious of his soul. This is not something he can control. After the Sun Emperor Inscription Spirit took form, its appearance caused Qin Yun and Ling Yin'er to feel very surprised. It is actually Bai Suxin. Actually, this is not strange, she is White Sun King and she has White Sun inside her body. Ling Yin'er said. The Sun Emperor Inscription Spirit took form is exactly the same as Bai Suxin. After entering the Nether Sun Dao image, it charged towards the Tribulation Gate and instantly smashed it open. It can be said that it was very easy. Now there are 3 more special Dao images left, they are Heavenly Dao Divine Rune Image, Ling Yin'er and Heavenly Dao Image. These 3 Dao images are all very special. Heavenly Dao Divine Rune should be considered a Heavenly Dao Totem. Then it should be possible to use Totem Inscription Spirit. Ling Yin'er said. I think so too. Qin Yan took a deep breath and released the Heavenly Dao Divine Rune Image. Heavenly Dao Divine Rune Image looks like a group of interweaving runes. This is also very mysterious to Qin Yun. Heavenly Dao Divine Rune is very important to Qin Yun. Although Qin Yun is ignorant about Heavenly Dao Divine Runes, he knows that Heavenly Dao Divine Rune led him to the Dao. I just don't know who the Totem Inscription Spirit looks like. Ling Yin'er also began guessing. It might be Jingmeng. Qin Yun said, I obtained the Totem Inscription Spirit from Jingmeng. Qin Yun guessed that there is a connection between them. Very soon, the Totem Inscription Spirit was condensed by Qin Yun. Sure enough, it is a very cute girl in white dress, it is Lu Jingmeng. Lu Jingmeng and Qi Meilian are very pure girls. Every time Qin Yun sees Xiao Yuelan and the others, he always asks about their situation. They are living very well inside the heaven's divine moon. It can be said that they are carefree and they often ask about Qin Yun's situation. Qin Yun has not seen Lu Jingmeng for a very long time. He only knows that Lu Jingmeng's inscription level is getting higher and higher. Moreover, she specializes in totems. The transformed totem inscription spirit entered the Heavenly Dao Divine Rune Image, causing the Heavenly Dao Divine Rune Image to suddenly become very strong. In one breath, it smashed open the sacred tribulation gate and entered inside. Qin Yun took another tribulation gate. Now there are only 2 tribulation gates left and the sky is about to brighten. The sky is about to brighten. Once the myriad realms divine sun appears, that bastard will die. Elder Zhao shouted fiercely from outside, his voice also entered Qin Yun's ears. I can handle it. A light suddenly shot out from between Qin Yun's eyebrows and transformed into a sexy elf with voluptuous body and long bare legs. This elf is extremely charming, at the same time, she is also very charming and soul-captivating. Especially her eyes, they can be said to be extremely enchanting. Ling Yin'er came out, she kissed Qin Yun's face and charmingly giggled. Then she rushed towards the tribulation gate and said with smile, Xiao Yun, I will enter the tribulation gate and figure out the situation. I will tell you what is going on later. This extremely beautiful and charming elf flew over, suddenly released a small black nether sun and directly entered the tribulation gate. Very smoothly, the tribulation gate burst open. After she entered the tribulation gate, it turned into a golden light and shot towards Qin Yun's forehead. Then it returned to Qin Yun's illusory space. Yun'er. Qin Yun yelled in his heart, how are you? I am fine. I only know that the tribulation gate is protecting the Dao image, other things are still being investigated. Ling Yin'er said. No matter how strong the Dao image is, it will still be destroyed. Especially Qin Yun's powerful Dao image, once it is destroyed, it will be very difficult to cultivate it again. Tribulation gate can protect the Dao image, this is a good thing. Only the tribulation gate is left. Qin Yun inhaled a mouthful of air and released the heavenly Dao image. After the heavenly Dao image appeared, Qin Yun's imperial heaven heart started beating even faster. The heavenly Dao image is blue in color, it is square, just like the blue sky from before, it is also similar to imperial heaven heart. Daybreak is coming, I must break open the last tribulation gate before daybreak. Xianxia released formidable mental power through Imperial Heaven Heart and controlled the heavenly Tao image to charge towards the tribulation gate. Bang, the heavenly Tao image is very strong, its aura is also very strong when charging, but it is unable to break open the tribulation gate. Is it not strong enough? Xianxia sensed that if the heavenly Tao image tried to break open the other tribulation gates, it would be very easy. If it is not strong enough, then he can only use Empyrean Inscription Spirit. Xianxia is also very much looking forward to seeing what the Empyrean Inscription Spirit's condensed form will look like. Not long after, a human silhouette gradually appeared on the Empyrean Inscription Spirit. Xianxia looked at that very familiar silhouette and immediately realized who it is. It is Xianxia. Xianxia is extremely shocked in his heart. Xianxia is actually in the form of Empyrean Inscription Spirit, there must be some connection between these two. Xianxia was very suspicious before, Xianxia is Moon God, she should also be in the form of Moon Lady Inscription Spirit. Xiaoyun, in your subconscious, you must have sensed that Sister Kiru has some kind of connection with heaven. Your subconscious is a combination of your heavenly Tao divine rune, heavenly Tao image and many other factors, your intuition is very accurate. Ling Yin'er said. Xianxia inhaled a mouthful of air, suppressed the shock and doubt in his heart, controlled the Empyrean Inscription Spirit to enter the heavenly Tao image. The heavenly Tao image charged towards the tribulation gate and broke through it in a flash. Xianxia's 10 tribulations gate has been broken through and now it is inside his body. Xianxia sensed the Saint God power gradually forming in his body. This long-awaited feeling made his body boil. Back then, when he was the Nine Yang Palace King and the gods, he was at the Saint God realm. After so many years of rebirth, he has finally returned to the peak of his past life. In this life, he is much stronger than before. 2 myriad realms divine suns appeared in the sky. Day has arrived and the intense sunlight seems different from before. The black whirlpool in the sky is still spinning crazily, brewing a new divine sun. The sky was bright, and everyone was tense. With the appearance of the myriad realms divine sun, the 9 heavens divine race can borrow its power to attack Xianxia's 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. Daybreak has finally arrived, ha ha ha. Elder Zhao laughed wildly and waved a golden flag in his hand. As the flag waved, waves of light shot into the sky. It seems like it is sending a message to the myriad realms divine Sunday. The 9 dragon heavenly origin formation is like a huge light barrier, enveloping Xianxia inside. Outsiders cannot see what is happening inside. Elder Zhao and the rest do not know if Xianxia broke through the tribulation gates or not, and they do not care. From their point of view, as long as the myriad realms divine sun is active, the 9 heavens divine race is invincible. The 9 heavens divine race and the myriad realms divine sun have a very close relationship. As for what their relationship is, Xianxia still does not know. He only knows that the 9 heavens divine race can borrow the power of the myriad realms divine sun, and it is the strongest kind. As Elder Zhao waved the flag, the big and small myriad realms divine suns in the sky became even more intense. It is only early morning, but the sunlight is as intense as noon. When it shines on the skin, it feels like it is burning. Did he succeed? Yu Shangyun and the rest are watching from afar and muttered. At this moment, they can also sense a large number of 9 heavens divine demons gathering in the sea. Xinyu Tianlong has already led the Dragon Hall experts and landed very close to the sea surface. At this moment, the Heavenly Law Hall and Magic Institute's people have already set up a formation and are ready to attack the Dragon Hall. Elder Zhao suddenly shouted, "Divine Sun Heavenly Might, descend." The big and small myriad realms divine sun suddenly shot down 2 intense light beams. As they descended, they combined into a powerful beam of light that contained an extremely frightening amount of divine power as it charged towards the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. When the strong light landed, a violent aura surged out, causing the seawater around the divine sun's celestial island to boil. Then, it surged up and down, and waves of golden mist rose up. The divine Yang Sky Island was as hot as an oven. The people on the island couldn't stand the heat and quickly left the island. "Let's retreat," Elder Zhao shouted. They were near the heavenly origin formation of the 9 dragons, and they could feel that the divine power of the myriad world's divine sun was extremely hot. That power seemed to be able to turn the entire land into a pool of fire. Many of the tribe emperors, dukes, kings, 9 heavens demon emperor, and 9 heavens celestial race immediately distanced themselves from the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. If that beam of light were to break through the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation, the resulting explosion of searing heat would definitely be extremely powerful. That was the divine power released by 2 myriad worlds' divine suns. Just as the light was about to land on the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation, the 9 altars that formed the formation suddenly disappeared. After the light barrier that blocked Qin Yun disappeared, Qin Yun appeared in front of everyone. He held a golden token in his hand, that is the divine Yang token. It was given to Qin Yun by the divine presiding. He said that if he could break the curse of the 10 images and use the divine Yang token, it would be of great help. Qin Yun held the divine Yang token tightly. He can now see that the divine Yang token is actually a talisman tool. It is a one-time use item. He still doesn't know what it is used for, but after trying it out, he can only feel that there is a very powerful divine power inside. The light beam condensed from the divine sun power landed on Qin Yun's body. It did not directly destroy Qin Yun, instead, it seems like it was injected into his body. Damn it, that is the divine Yang token. Divine presiding, that bastard, actually gave him such a thing. Elder Zhao's forehead is filled with anger, veins are bulging on his forehead. He looked at the divine presiding in the distance, his face is twitching. When the divine presiding saw Qin Yun take out the divine Yang token, he immediately relaxed and looked at Elder Zhao with a smile. What is the divine Yang token? The Chaos Race Emperor also saw that the powerful divine power of the myriad realms' divine sun did not enter Qin Yun. Instead, it entered Qin Yun's body, as if it was helping Qin Yun refine his body. As long as you use the divine Yang token, you can obtain the help of the myriad realms' divine sun to refine your body. The prerequisite is that you have a strong enough body. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear it and can only give up in the end. Wasting an opportunity. Elder Zhao held the flag tightly, he is so angry that his eyes are twitching. The Divine Sword Race Emperor summoned his origin divine sword and said, "Let's kill him now." Elder Zhao immediately shouted, "If you are not afraid of death, try it. Do you believe that the myriad realms' divine sun will directly attack you with divine Yang violent thunder?" The 9 heavens divine race people are gnashing their teeth in jealousy. Not only did Qin Yun break through 10 tribulation gates, he also obtained the help of the myriad realms' divine sun to refine his body when he broke through to sacred God. This was simply a continuous improvement. 9 heavens demon emperor gritted his teeth and said, "This guy has become so strong, can we deal with him? He only has 1 divine Yang token, he can only block it once. Next, I will let the myriad realms' divine sun attack a second time." Elder Zhao calmed down and looked at the sky. Large success of heavenly body. When Qin Yun fused with the divine moon bloodline divine source, his heavenly body had already formed. Later, when he stepped into the heavenly god realm, his heavenly body improved greatly. Now that he has become a sacred god, his Tao idol broke through 10 tribulation gates and improved greatly. At the same time, his heavenly body has been tempered once again. Now, coupled with the power of the myriad realms' divine sun through the divine Yang token, it would be difficult for his heavenly body to not be complete. After the intense light from the myriad realms' divine sun disappeared, Qin Yun appeared in front of everyone. He held a blue saber in his hand, wearing a pair of golden red heaven-trampling divine boots and a set of white-blue inscription master robe. "Offerings, I have kept you waiting." A faint smile appeared on Qin Yun's handsome and dignified face. "You are the one who will become the offering." The flag in Elder Zhao's hand suddenly became very large, it covered the sky and danced wildly in the air, releasing intense golden light. Waves of light waves shook the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone cried out in alarm and quickly distanced themselves from Divine Sun Heavenly Island. Looking at this situation, it is clear that Divine Sun Heavenly Island and Divine Sun Peak will not be able to escape today. The Divine Sun Race Great Emperor's expression is very ugly. He can only curse in his heart and watch as Divine Sun Heavenly Island and Divine Sun Peak are about to be destroyed. The 2 myriad realms' divine suns suddenly trembled and let out a whistling sound. 2 valiant divine power rushed out from the 2 divine suns, surging like a flood. It is like a golden flame. Waterfall pouring down in torrents. Tribulation gate, open. Qin Yun suddenly released a huge tribulation gate. The sacred tribulation gate is like a majestic mountain floating in the sky. The golden gate opened and let out a loud sound. Black gas surged violently inside the gate, that is the tribulation gate that contains the nether sun. With the tribulation gate protecting the nether sun, Qin Yun is not worried that the nether sun will be damaged or exposed. It is very difficult for others to break through the tribulation gate. Furthermore, the nether sun is hidden very well inside the tribulation gate. No one can see what is inside. The tribulation gate opened and the nether sun released its devouring power. The divine power from the 2 myriad realms' divine suns is like a raging river. It was originally going to land on Qin Yun, but now it has been drawn away by the tribulation gate. What? He can actually control those tribulation gates? What exactly happened to this guy? Why is he so scary after breaking 10 devil image curse? Seeing the tribulation gate devouring the divine sun's power, everyone cried out in alarm. Not to mention that Qin Yun can draw over the 10 tribulations gate. He can even take away the tribulation gate and hide the Tao image inside the tribulation gate. Very good, then you will become the sacrifice. Elder Zhao and other 9 heavens divine race elders took out special large flags and started waving them. The black whirlpool in the sky suddenly shot down a blood-red light beam. It brought along an incomparably powerful heavenly might. This blood-red light beam gives people a very greedy feeling. It seems like it is very satisfied with Qin Yun as the sacrifice. Scram! Qin Yun's eyes flickered with blue light. He held the myriad heaven divine saber in his hand. The imperial heaven heart trembled. Imperial heaven divine power rushed out and poured into the myriad heaven divine saber. Then he hacked at the descending blood-red light beam. Violent wind filled with imperial heaven divine power whistled out along with the divine saber. The saber energy surged violently and collided with the descending blood-red light beam, causing it to scatter. You should be clear who is the sacrifice. Qin Yun furiously rebuked the black whirlpool in the sky. If you dare act recklessly again, I will directly kill you. The huge black whirlpool in the sky suddenly shrunk. It seems like it is afraid. The descending heaven sacrificial divine power was supposed to collect the sacrifice, but it was actually destroyed by a single saber strike. Go! Elder Zhao took out his weapon and shouted in anger. As matters stand, they can only fight against Qin Yun head-on. As soon as Elder Zhao's voice fell, Divine Sword Race Emperor, Primal Chaos Race Emperor, as well as 9 Heavens Demon Emperor immediately rushed towards Qin Yun from several directions. Qin Yun stepped on the void step and arrived in front of Elder Zhao in a flash. His divine saber furiously chopped down, bringing along berserk heaven-splitting power. Other big shots rushed towards Qin Yun. They did not expect that Qin Yun would attack Elder Zhao with even faster speed. Elder Zhao held a large flag in one hand and a long sword in the other. When he sensed danger approaching, he quickly brandished the large flag to form a protective barrier and then hastily used the long sword to block. Qin Yun's divine saber chopped down. The vibrating power seemed to shake the sky dome. This heaven-shaking style directly shattered the powerful large flag in Elder Zhao's hand like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Boom! A loud sound followed. When Elder Zhao's large flag was completely destroyed, the large sword was also chopped into pieces. Elder Zhao's head split open from the vibration, brain matter flew out, his body exploded, blood crazily spurted out. He was injured by this saber strike to the point that it was too horrible to look at. You! Elder Zhao screamed mournfully. Just as he was about to say something, his throat was firmly grabbed by Qin Yun. Quietly become the sacrifice. Qin Yun vigorously directly twisted Elder Zhao's head off and fiercely tore it off. Elder Zhao is a Tao God realm expert, moreover he came from 9 heavens divine race, above myriad realms divine sun, but now, his head was twisted off by Qin Yun who just broke through sacred God realm. Qin Yun held Elder Zhao's head in his hand. His eyes were filled with power as he scanned the crowd. Wherever he looked, a heavenly might seemed to descend from the heavens, crushing down like a mountain. He swung his saber at Elder Zhao's body, and the violent saber chi tore the immortal realm cultivator's body apart. Everyone who was dumbstruck was also shocked back to their senses by the sound and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The 2 race emperors, 9 heavens demon emperor, and the rest, who were brimming with murderous intent, were now so shocked that they did not dare to move. They had a good understanding of Elder Zhao's strength. If even Elder Zhao could not stop Qin Yun, it meant that Qin Yun was much stronger than Elder Zhao. Nine Heavens Demon Emperor and the rest were also thinking about whether they should fight Qin Yun. At this moment, the Nine Heavens divine beasts hidden under the divine sun celestial island all rushed out of the sea. The people of Heavenly Law Hall and Magic Institute also attacked the people of the Mystic Moon Race and Dragon Hall. Elder Zhao's eyes were bloodshot, and his old face was filled with fear. He said angrily, "Qin Yun, I was sent by the Nine Heavens to guard the Nine Desolates. Do you know how strong the Nine Heavens divine race is?" Qin Yun quickly released a suffering divine power and sent it into Elder Zhao's head. Elder Zhao immediately let out a shrill scream. His soul was still present, so the pain he felt now was also from his soul. The people of the Nine Heavens divine race were furious, but they did not dare to make a sound. Because their elder's head was still in Qin Yun's hands. So what if it's the Nine Heavens? I, Qin Yun, will slay anyone who dares to make an enemy out of me, Qin Yun, even if it is the heavens themselves. Qin Yun looked at the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor and the two Thearchs. Now, only Nine Heavens Demon Emperor and the two Race Emperors could fight Qin Yun. If the three of them joined forces, as long as Qin Yun did not defeat them one by one, they still had a good chance of winning. Foolish fool, it's fine if you offend the strong races, but if you go against the Nine Heavens, only death awaits you. The Chaos Race Emperor sneered. Don't think that you can defeat us just because you defeated Elder Zhao. Race Emperors were the strongest of the strong races. The Primal Chaos Tribe the Arch and the Divine Sword Tribe the Arch were among the best among the tribe Thearchs of the strong tribes. Furthermore, there was still the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor. The Nine Heavens Demon Emperor's strength was unfathomable, and he had even defeated Xinyu Tianlong before. Furthermore, behind those two race emperors, there were more than 10 kings and more than 30 dukes. They were all top-notch existences within the powerful races. Most of those kings were at the Tao God realm. There were still dozens of people in the Nine Heaven divine race, and half of them were from the Tao God realm. In other words, those middle-aged and old men, the flags in their hands were all divine weapons refined from the myriad realm's divine sun. At this moment, this group of people surrounded Qin Yun. They had already agreed to join forces to take down Qin Yun. Among the group of people surrounding Qin Yun, the ones who gave off the greatest pressure were the middle-aged and old men from the Nine Heavens divine race. This was because when the flags in their hands were waved, the two myriad worlds' divine suns in the sky would radiate with intense light and send down powerful divine power to them. However, Qin Yun was not afraid at all. He held Elder Zhao's head in his hand, and from time to time, he would inject the power of the suffering divine power, causing Elder Zhao to howl in pain. Not bad, I thought you would run away in fear. You did not run away, very good, very good. Qin Yun faintly smiled. The most important thing for a family is to be neat and tidy. You are about to die yet you are still smiling. The Primal Chaos Race Emperor's deep and cold voice was filled with cold and sinister killing intent. His body began to emit a kind of gray energy. It is the Primal Chaos Divine Sun power. This kind of Primal Chaos Divine Sun power is filled with scorching heat. When it shone on a person's body, they would feel as if their body is about to be ignited. Qin Yun's eyes flickered with blue light. He opened his heavenly eye, condensed Primal Chaos cold power and shot it out through his eyes. Kill him. Many experts shouted in unison, their voices shook the sky. Boundless killing intent is as vast as the ocean, like thunder rushing in all directions. The Primal Chaos Race Emperor was the first to rush forward, but just as he arrived, his body was hit by the Primal Chaos cold power that shot out from Qin Yun's eyes. Primal Chaos cold power is a kind of strange cold power that can devour hot energy. The hotter the energy is, the faster it will turn into ice when it touches the Primal Chaos cold power. In just a short while, a layer of frost appeared on the Primal Chaos Race Emperor's body. His speed also became a lot slower. Yu Shengyun saw many experts besieging Qin Yun. She wanted to go help, but she suddenly sensed boundless tribulation power appearing in the sky. Xiao Yuelan promptly sent sound transmission to her. Sister Shengyun, that is Xiaoyun using 9 Sun World Extermination Scripture, don't go over. Not only that, a huge black whirlpool appeared under Qin Yun's feet. It formed a Nether Sun domain. Within the Nether Sun domain, space is distorted. Moreover, there is an incomparably formidable gravity pressing down on everyone's body. Qin Yun summoned Heavenly Fire, Heavenly Thunder Calamity, or it is because he entered Imperial Heaven state that he attracted an extremely formidable tribulation. Although Qin Yun is still in a very ignorant state regarding the Imperial Heaven state, after he entered the imperial heaven state, he was able to draw upon extremely strong heaven and earth power. Qin Yan is standing on the nether sun domain, tribulation cloud is above his head, heavenly might is boundless and mighty. The people inside the nether sun domain can sense that a formidable tribulation is brewing. They want to escape, but they discovered that they are unable to leave the nether sun domain. The nether sun domain is like a quagmire. Once they are trapped, it will be difficult to escape, unless they possess divine power stronger than Qin Yan's. It's heavenly fire, divine lightning, tribulation. Elder Zhao shouted in fear. That guy has mastered 9 sun world extermination scripture. He has comprehended heavenly fire, divine lightning, tribulation. Hearing that it is heavenly fire, divine lightning, tribulation, the clan emperor, 9 heavens demon emperor and others who are trapped in the nether sun domain all revealed expressions of fear. As for the clan emperor, Wang Ju, and other experts of the other powerful races who were watching from the distance, they immediately fled to the top of the divine sun peak. The tribulation cloud above the divine sun peak is like a churning blue wave. This kind of power is like the power of the heavenly universe, divine Sunday. Within the blue tribulation cloud, there is a dense golden red strong light. Following a few furious thunder roars, heavenly fire and heavenly thunder suddenly surged down. The black whirlpool released an incomparably formidable attractive force. The heavenly fire and heavenly thunder became even more ferocious after being drawn down. The experts inside the nether sun domain have been submerged by countless heavenly fire and heavenly thunder in a short while. Those violent thunder and flames are like a waterfall falling from the 9th heaven, crazily roaring and wreaking havoc below. Within the nether sun domain, the golden red flames and blue heavenly thunder are very dense, like a dense forest of fire and lightning rain, densely packed and covered the entire divine sun heavenly island. The divine sun peak, the overturned mountain, has now been smashed to pieces by the heavenly fire and heavenly thunder. The entire divine sun heavenly island has been split into pieces. It is crazily collapsing and being submerged by the seawater. The people outside can not only hear the roaring heavenly fire and heavenly thunder, they can also hear the miserable screams of the clan emperor and Wang Ju. What made the 9 heavens divine demons furious is that the 9 heavens demon emperor's miserable screams are also incomparably ear-piercing. It can be seen how much pain they are currently enduring. Qin Yan's control over the heavenly fire and heavenly thunder tribulation is very precise. This great calamity only appeared for a moment before gradually dissipating. And the clan emperor, Wang Ju, and other experts inside the nether sun domain, all of them are covered with cuts and bruises. The primal chaos race emperor's head is bleeding, his flesh is lacerated, he has been beaten beyond recognition. The divine sword emperor's body is also missing arms and legs. These 2 clan emperors were taken care of by Qin Yan just now. He controlled enough heavenly fire and heavenly thunder to serve them. The other Wang Ju and dukes are slightly weaker. Although they were not taken care of, after being attacked by the waterfall-like heavenly fire and heavenly thunder for a while, their bodies also have several holes, their limbs broken. The experts from the other strong races who did not participate in the battle all felt fear when they saw this scene. If they had gone in, they would not have been much better off. The divine yang race's divine sun heavenly island and divine sun peak have been completely destroyed, but the divine yang race did not dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction towards Qin Yan. Under the heavenly fire and heavenly thunder tribulation, only the 9 heavens demon emperor is in the best condition. Although he screamed in pain just now, he has a very strong recovery ability. Coupled with the blue crystal defense, he is now in the best condition. 9 heavens demon emperor, you threatened to destroy my 9 yang divine palace. Is this all you can do? Qin Yan mocked. You, don't be arrogant. The 9 heavens demon emperor's elegant gray hair has already become messy. The blue crystal armor on his body can protect his body from being destroyed. The 9 heavens demon emperor is struggling with all his might, trying to escape the nether sun domain. Suddenly, he sees a few black sabers flying towards him. Back in the heaven law universe, the 9 heavens demon emperor's head was pierced by Qin Yan's black sabers, but now, Qin Yan's black sabers are even stronger. They have the nether sun totem inside. They can devour the Tao images of the 9 heavens divine demons. 10 black sabers pierced through the 9 heavens demon emperor's blue crystal armor and into his body. Using the void traversing step, Qin Yan took a step and appeared in front of the 9 heavens demon emperor. He raised his hand and struck, activating the heaven universe fire incantation. blue flame surged out of Qin Yun's palm and landed on the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor's chest. A fire dragon roared and pierced through the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor's chest, creating a huge hole. The Nine Heavens Demon Emperor could not use any strength. After Qin Yun's black sabers pierced into his body, his demonic power was completely sealed. He could not even use his recovery power. At this moment, the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor suddenly understood why Qin Yun was not afraid of the Nine Heavens Demon race. Because Qin Yun's research on the Nine Heavens Demon race was very thorough. He could completely restrain them. Even the powerful divine demons from the Nine Heavens Divine Demon realm would die against Qin Yun, much less the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor. Because the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor was severely injured, the Nine Heavens Divine Demons lost their cores and became much weaker. Qin Yun released Elder Zhao's head and grabbed the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor's silver hair. With a strong tug, the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor's head was torn off his body. This scene caused everyone to be shocked, and they cried out in alarm. He kept the black sabers and threw the myriad heaven divine saber out. It flew around the Nether Sun domain and beheaded the dukes, and the two race emperors. At this moment, the heavenly Tao altar had already arrived below Qin Yun. Qin Yun used his psyche power to control the heads and bodies to land on the heavenly Tao altar. This time, it was his turn to be sacrificed to the heavens, and at this moment, two huge light balls descended from the two myriad realms' divine suns. When the light balls dispersed, they were two burning ships. Nine Heaven Divine Race and three other powerful races experts' heads have already rolled down and landed on the Heavenly Law altar. Nine Heavens Demon Emperor's head is the last to fall. When it landed on the Heavenly Law altar, it let out a despairing scream. Offering sacrifices to the heavens only requires their souls. Seeing this scene, the spectators from afar all sighed incessantly. Originally, they were the ones who initiated the sacrifice to the heavens. They wanted to use the women from the Divine Moon Race's 5 ships as sacrifice to the heavens. But now, their heads have been placed on the altar. This sacrifice is rich enough. Qin Yun floated above the Heavenly Law altar and looked at those heads whose faces are filled with fear. Yu Shangyun, Xinyu Tianlong, and the others saw Qin Yun defeat those experts, but they did not relax because two huge ships flew out of the myriad realms' divine Sunday. Clearly, they are the Nine Heavens Divine Race that came out of the myriad realms' divine Sunday. Qin Yun doesn't care about those Nine Heaven Divine Race at all. No one can stop him from offering sacrifices to the heavens. He wants to let the heavenly universe divine sun be born and then take it away. As for what the consequences will be, Qin Yun doesn't care at all. Because no matter what the consequences are, he is not afraid at all. This is the confidence of grasping formidable power. We can begin. Tian Daozi said. Qin Yun did not say anything to Tian Daozi before, but he knows that using the Heavenly Law altar will definitely be able to offer sacrifices to the heavens. He feels that the reason why Tian Daozi brought the Heavenly Law altar here is also to offer sacrifices to the heavens. Tian Daozi did not ask Qin Yun any further. He did not know why he came, but now he knows. Helping Qin Yun complete the sacrifice to the heavens is the purpose of his trip. Then let's begin. Qin Yun suddenly looked at the two huge flaming ships flying in the sky and gripped the myriad heaven divine saber tightly. If those two ships fly over to block him, he will definitely take action. Divine Judge shouted from the distance, Palace King, those two ships come from the myriad realms divine Sunday. Although those people are from the Nine Heaven Divine Race, they are from another faction. On the Heavenly Law altar, a middle-aged man's head shouted, even if those people are not from our faction, they will not just watch as we are killed by others because we are all from the Nine Heaven Divine Race. Shut up. Qin Yun lightly pointed at the head and attacked. Heaven Extermination Finger Power. Heaven Extermination Finger Power easily pierced through the middle-aged man's head. This caused the other heads to wail in despair. Tian Daozi, begin offering sacrifices to the heavens. Qin Yun's calm voice spread in all direction, bringing along a kind of boundless heavenly might. Yes. Tian Daozi respectfully replied. The heavenly altar was like a huge mountain. At this moment, this huge altar started to spin slightly. At the same time, the vortex in the sky released a huge red beam of light, slowly descending to the top of the heavenly altar. The sacrifice to the heavens began once again. Unlike before, the offerings this time were the powerful races, the Nine Heavens Demon Race and Nine Heavens God Race. and they were the heads of the demon emperors, elders, and demonic emperors. Yu Shengyun watched quietly. She held her sword in her hand and was prepared to attack at any moment. That's because the two ships from the Myriad Realms Divine Sun sect would most likely attack Qingyun. Wait. Suddenly, a large ship flew over and floated above the Heavenly Law altar. Someone shouted from inside. The beam of red light was slowly descending and had yet to land on the altar of heaven. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being impolite. Qingyun tightly gripped the Myriad Heaven Divine Saber, his aura surged, heavenly might rushed towards the ship like a gale. This time, you created the Heavenly Universe Divine Sun without the participation of the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. Even if the Heavenly Universe Divine Sun appeared, it would be very weak. A voice came from the ship. We can discuss this matter properly and create a better Heavenly Universe Divine Sunday. Everyone can benefit from it. Then what conditions do you want? Qingyun said coldly. Let the people on the altar go. You killed the Divine Star Emperor, you can't continue killing. Especially the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor and Nine Heavens God race. The voice from the ship is very grave. When they used the Divine Moon Clan's women to sacrifice to the heavens, why didn't you appear? Qingyun said with sneer, if they can use the Divine Moon Clan's women to sacrifice to the heavens, why can't I use these guys to sacrifice to the heavens? Qingyun's words also caused the Divine Moon Clan's women to agree. Even now, their hearts are filled with anger. So many of their sisters almost died. If not for Qingyun's help, their Divine Moon Clan would have suffered heavy casualties and lost more than half of their dukes and kings. In short, the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor and Nine Heavens God race's people, as well as the two clan emperors, cannot be killed. A very resolute voice came from the ship, Nine Yang Palace King, if you kill them, it will be very difficult for us to protect you in the future. I don't need your protection. Qingyun is still filled with anger over the fact that Yu Wulan and Yang Shiyu almost became sacrifices. You, why are you so stubborn? You already have so much and your strength is so powerful, why do you still need the Heavenly Universe Divine Sun? The middle-aged man inside the ship is also very helpless. Qingyun looked at the red beam of light that was about to fall and said coldly, I'll shout 3 times. If you don't leave, I'll make my move. The ship has no intention of leaving. It has been floating above the Heavenly Tao altar. Moreover, the entire ship has released a very strong barrier. With a glance, one can tell that they are not afraid of Qingyun's attack. At the same time, they want to stop the sacrifice to the heavens. Qingyun shouted loudly, waved his hand and shot out a ball of blue light. Seeing Qingyun take action, everyone immediately opened their eyes wide. They want to see how he will fight against the ship from the Myriad Realms Divine Sun. The ball of blue light that Qingyun shot out is not his condensed energy, it is the 9 Sun Heaven-Raising Pagoda. When the 9 Sun Heaven-Raising Pagoda flew over, it became extremely huge. The huge square pillar brought with it a very strong impact force as it charged towards the huge ship. You actually used the 9 Sun Heaven-Raising Pagoda to deal with us. The middle-aged man's voice from the ship is very angry. The other ship from the Myriad Realms Divine Sun also hastily flew over because the threat of the 9 Sun Heaven-Raising Pagoda is clearly very great. Qingyun looked at the ship flying over and immediately threw out a black object. It is the Sun-Suppressing Divine Arrow. The Sun-Suppressing Divine Arrow became very big and stabbed towards the ship flying over. Boom! The Sun-Suppressing Divine Arrow stabbed into the ship and was blocked by the barrier. However, it also sent the ship flying and the interior of the ship also received a very strong impact. At the same time, the ship above the Heavenly Law altar let out a burst of angry roar. Because their ship was ruthlessly attacked by the 9 Sun Heaven-Raising Pagoda. Although the ship has a very strong barrier protecting it, it still trembled and cracked. After the 9 Sun Heaven-Raising Pagoda sent the ship flying, the red light from the black whirlpool in the sky also arrived on the altar. The human heads placed on the altar immediately let out a burst of miserable screams. This kind of heart-wrenching and lung-splitting miserable screams ravaged everyone's ears. Everyone present has never heard such miserable screams that caused them to feel fear. It must be known that the souls inside those human heads are all very powerful and cannot be killed in a short period of time. But now, it is as if they are being burned by flames, causing their souls to suffer incomparable pain. Many experts heard this and their faces are filled with fear, especially those powerful races' clan emperors who did not participate in the encirclement of Qingyun. If they participated, their heads might also be placed on the altar. Just thinking about it makes one's heart palpitate with fear. The women of the Divine Moon clan are also very afraid. However, when they thought about their sisters inside the 5 large ships and how they almost suffered this kind of pain, they became very angry. Xianxia expressionlessly watched. He does not sympathize with those people because they also wanted to sacrifice Xianxia and the others in the same way. Perhaps, this is your fate. You are destined to be our enemy. The middle-aged man inside the large ship let out a long sigh. No, this is your fate, you are the ones who want to be my enemy. Xianxia looked at the black whirlpool in the sky. The heavenly universe divine sun is gradually forming and releasing intense blue light. Elder Zhao, 9 Heavens Demon Emperor, Divine Sword Clan's Emperor, Primal Chaos Race's Emperor, as well as those dukes and kings, 9 Heavens Divine Races, dozens of people are now being sacrificed to the heavens. Their souls flew away and scattered, completely dead. Yu Shengyun's ice-cold voice came over and shouted, 9 Heavens Divine Race, how do you explain the actions of Elder Zhao and the others? They captured my Divine Moon clan's people to be sacrificed to the heavens and now they are being sacrificed to the heavens. Isn't this retribution? What she is angry about is that her sisters were almost sacrificed to the heavens but the 2 large ships did not appear, and now, in order to save the 9 Heavens Demon Emperor and Elder Zhao, these villains, they appeared just in time and almost started a war with Qin Yun. The 2 large ships have experienced Qin Yun's power earlier, so they did not continue to obstruct him. If they were to fight with Qin Yun, it would definitely be a situation where both sides would suffer. Divine Moon Clan, you better behave yourselves in the future. Even if you can enter the Divine Moon of the heavens and have the help of the 9 Sun Goddess, you will not be able to change your destiny. Your existence has already violated the order of nature, a voice came from the large ship. The birth of the women of the Divine Moon Clan is directly created through some secret method and they are also very powerful. Existence is reasonable. Since we can exist in this world with this Tao, it means that we are not wrong. Yu Shengyun snorted. She has already sensed that their Divine Moon Clan is being excluded. You are right and wrong, it is not up to you to decide. Take care, I hope that you do not harm the Divine Moon of the heavens and the innocent people. After the person in the large ship finished speaking, he controlled the damaged large ship and flew away. The other large ship also left. Qin Yun is also secretly pondering over those words. He can feel that the Divine Moon Clan is different. Especially after meeting with Yu Shengyun, he knows that the Divine Moon Clan has a great secret. The black whirlpool in the sky has already turned into a huge blue ball of light, emitting intense blue light. The heavenly universe divine sun has appeared, but it is very, very small. It looks like a relatively bright little star. Originally, during the sacrifice to the heavens, the other 2 myriad realms divine sun-s needed to participate. This requires the 9 heavens divine race to be able to draw out the power of the 2 myriad realms divine sun-s. Qin Yun is unable to do it, causing the heavenly universe divine sun to become very small after it was born. However, he feels that this is the best because it is easier to store the 9 sun divine spirit. He rushed straight to the sky and approached the heavenly universe divine Sunday. He activated the 9 sun divine spirit with all his strength and stored the heavenly universe divine sun into the 3rd pearl of the 9 sun divine spirit. Everyone knew that Qin Yun had taken away the primal chaos divine sun from the primal chaos race. Now that he had obtained the sky universe divine sun, it meant that he controlled 2 very powerful divine suns. Although the sky universe divine sun and the primal chaos divine sun were smaller, they were still divine suns. No matter how small they were still very powerful. The reason why they felt small was mainly because they were compared to the 2 myriad realms divine suns in the sky. Because the myriad realms divine sun in the sky was meant to illuminate the divine desolate. And the divine sun that Qin Yun obtained could only be used by himself. This way, it was not small at all. Instead, it was very frightening. After Qin Yun obtained the sky universe divine sun, he flew towards the divine presidium and the others. At this moment, the divine sun race, divine sky race, 9 shades race, and 9 sun sky race the arcs brought their kings and flew towards Qin Yun. When Qin Yun saw this group of people, the anger in his heart that had just dissipated suddenly rose again. Holding the myriad heaven divine saber, he slashed at that group of people. The saber aura was like a huge wave, majestically fluctuating in the air. It shocked those few thearchs and they hurriedly released their powerful divine power to block Qin Yun's powerful divine power. Boom, a loud sound echoed. Qin Yun's divine power collided with the barrier that the few thearchs had released. "What are you doing?" the divine sun race thearch shouted in shock. "What am I doing? It was you guys who almost caused the divine moon race to suffer." As Qin Yun spoke, he slashed out several times. The saber wind was like a wave, its aura shocking the heavens. It brought along surging wild thunder, roaring and churning in the air as it ferociously charged towards the group of powerful race thearchs. "Nine Yang Palace King, your Nine Yang Divine Palace and the Divine Moon Race have caused a great disaster," the Divine Sky Race thearch said in a low voice. "We are just reminding you out of goodwill." "Scram!" Qin Yun shouted and punched out. A huge fist shadow flew over like a huge mountain. Those few thearchs were shocked. Qin Yun's strength far exceeded their imagination. Only when they directly faced Qin Yun did they realize how powerful he was. They felt that even if they joined hands, they would not have absolute confidence in defeating Qin Yun. Those few thearchs did not continue. They were also worried that they would anger Qin Yun and could only bring their people away. The Divine Yang race had suffered great losses. Their Divine Yang celestial island had already been destroyed, and they were completely silent. In retrospect, they regretted it very much. When Qin Yun saw them leave, he wanted to chase after them but Yu Shangyun and the Divine Judge came over to stop him. "Palace King, we have more important things to do," the Divine Judge said and looked at the sky. Another black vortex appeared in the sky. After the black whirlpool appeared, the other two myriad realms' divine suns shot out a very strong beam of light and channeled divine power into the black whirlpool. The heaven cosmic divine sun has been taken away by Qin Yun, but now is the time for the third myriad realm's divine sun to be born. Therefore, the other two myriad realms' divine suns will continue to create the third myriad realm's divine Sunday. The myriad realm's divine sun did not consume much energy to create the myriad realm's divine sun, so it could still be done. The third myriad realm's divine sun will appear in the sky as scheduled. It will be born very soon. Yu Shangyun said. The important thing that the divine preceptor mentioned should be the light that shone down when the third myriad world's divine sun appeared. That kind of light could make the heavenly law war god even stronger. In the hands of the mystic moon clan, there were 7 heavenly law war gods, all of whom had been asleep for many years. They wanted to awaken that heavenly law war god. Qin Yun also thought of his Sky Universe Overlord. Now, even if he did not rely on the Sky Universe Overlord, he could still directly defeat a powerful divine demon like the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor. However, Qin Yun still wanted to strengthen the Sky Universe Overlord because the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor said that the divine demon realm might come to the Heavens Divine Desolate. Qin Yun does not understand the situation of the Heavens Divine Desolate. He only knows that this newly born god world is very large, causing the 9 Heavens Divine Race and the 9 Heavens Demon Race to occupy the Heavens Divine Desolate. Whether the myriad realm's divine sun was created with the help of the 9 Heavens Divine Race or it was born naturally, Qin Yun does not know. Because the birth of a colossus like the myriad realm's divine sun is clearly not something that a single race could create, Qin Yun suspects that the myriad realm's divine sun was born at the right time. However, it was later discovered by the 9 Heavens Divine Race, so they participated and followed the growth of the divine sun. Then they thought of a way to control the myriad realm's divine sun. The myriad realm's divine sun was not completely controlled by the 9 Heavens Divine Race. Otherwise, Elder Zhao would definitely be able to kill Qin Yun with the power of the myriad realm's divine sun. Such a huge myriad realm's divine sun is definitely very powerful. If it wanted to kill the current Qin Yun, it would definitely not be a problem. Yu Shangyun is wearing black armor and a helmet. Qin Yun can't see her eyes, so he can't understand her current emotions. Xiao Yuelan and Yang Shiriyue are beside Qin Yun. They are thanking Qin Yun and at the same time, they are also very worried about the situation within Qin Yun's body. They are very worried that after Qin Yun becomes stronger, he will become a different person. Yu Shangyun said before that if Qin Yun breaks the 10 elephant capital devil curse, it is very likely that he will become an evil demon or something. Qin Yun has only become stronger and his mental state has also changed. Other aspects are the same as before. 2 myriad realms divine sun poured divine power into the black whirlpool, and soon a myriad realms divine sun appeared. Although that myriad realms divine sun is relatively small, it is many times larger than the previous heavenly universe divine sun. If there are 2 myriad realms divine sun participating in the sacrifice, then the heavenly universe divine sun will also become very large. At this moment, there are 3 myriad realms divine sun in the sky. One is the largest, the other 2 are about the same size, only 1/3 of the largest. When the 3rd myriad realms divine sun appeared, it dropped down an intense divine light beam towards the location of the divine sun peak. The divine sun peak is gone, but the light beam still dropped down on that location. Xianxia led a few kings and controlled the large ship to fly over. That light beam is very thick, it enveloped a large area. The ancient coffins on the divine moon clan's 7 large ships opened, the multicolored light of myriad realms divine sun shone on the heavenly law war gods inside the ancient coffins. The blue crystals on the bodies of those huge heavenly law war gods are releasing intense blue light. With a glance, one can tell that they are gradually awakening. After awakening, divine moon clan can control those heavenly law war gods, and at this moment, Xianxia also released his heavenly universe overlord. His heavenly universe overlord became very small, so small that it is only the size of a fairy. It is placed on Xianxia's palm and is being tempered by the myriad realms divine sun's divine light. What people find inconceivable is that Dragon Hall's people and dragons are also being tempered by the divine light. Xianxia heavenly dragon closed his eyes and cultivated under the divine light, crazily absorbing the energy. Divine Judge entered the light beam and took out his myriad heaven's divine punishment flag. His face is filled with pleasant surprise as he accepted the energy bestowed by the divine sun. Xia Wufeng and Yun Long obtained the heavenly law inheritance and can now absorb the divine power of the divine light. Xianxia tried to absorb it and discovered that the divine light has no effect on him. Maybe it is because he is too strong. Heavenly Law Hall and Devil Academy's people ran away long ago, they also suffered heavy casualties. Now they are looking at the location where the divine light fell from a distance and are extremely envious. The other powerful races people are also looking from a distance with incomparably envious eyes. They want to go over, but they are worried that they will clash with Xianxia and company. The heavenly law altar has always been within the range of the divine light. Xianxia landed on the heavenly law altar and looked at the old Baldi. He finds it somewhat funny. This heavenly Daozi is Shiman Dazhuang's master, but now he has become like this. Heavenly Daozi, after your rebirth, didn't you cultivate a good body? Xianxia said with smile. Tian Daozi looked at the heavenly universe overlord in Xianxia's hand and realized that it is a very dreadful thing. He is secretly apprehensive and said with smile, I feel that my current body is very good, there is no hair on it, it is very comfortable. Xianxia is somewhat speechless, he shook his head and smiled, you are Dazhuang's master, have you ever thought of him as your disciple? I don't. I hate that pig beside him. Tian Daozi has been smelled by Pippi Pig's smelly fart, just thinking about it makes him feel very uncomfortable. Xianxia involuntarily laughed and said, didn't you say that I am the enemy of Heavenly Dao? But now it seems like you are helping me. You are helping me, the enemy of Heavenly Dao, to resist Heavenly Dao? Maybe Heavenly Dao is invincible in loneliness. Having you, the enemy of Heavenly Dao, to resist Heavenly Dao is also a kind of pleasure for Heavenly Dao. Tian Daozi looked at the majestic and imposing myriad world divine sun and said again, maybe Heavenly Dao is too lonely, so it is fighting against itself. Or maybe it is creating an enemy to resist it to pass time. Oh? Xianxia also looked at the myriad world divine sun, his heart is filled with countless thoughts. He has always been filled with doubt regarding his own existence. This made him think of Heavenly I, Heavenly Dao's Heavenly I was actually fused with by him, this is already a strange matter. Moreover, now he also has Imperial Heaven Heart. Finally, he touched the 9-pearl bracelet on his wrist. This 9-sun divine spirit is also very mysterious, Imperial Heaven Heart is sealed inside. He suspects that Imperial Heaven Heart most likely came from the Heavenly Dao pawnshop. Is Heavenly Dao truly dead? Xianxia asked. Heavenly Dao is immortal. Heavenly Dao has no such thing as life and death, death is life is death, life and death are the same. Tian Daozi started talking nonsense again. When will Heavenly Dao be reborn? Qin Yan seems to be used to it and asked. Tian Daozi shook his head, maybe Heavenly Dao is in the process of rebirth and growing up. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye, his eyes flickered with blue light. He looked at the sky and said again, what are the 9 heavens? Is there also Heavenly Dao in the 9 heavens? No, Heavenly Dao only appears here. There is no Heavenly Dao in the 9 heavens, so it is very chaotic, it is no different from hell. Tian Daozi said, if you go there, you might find it. Qin Yan looked at Yu Shangyun who was not far away. He knows that this Divine Moon Clan's empress is very knowledgeable about the matters above the 9 heavens. Moreover, Xiao Yuemei and the other 9 Sun Divine Maidens also know about the matters above the 9 heavens. Palace King, myriad heavens divine desolate will find it hard to find peace from now on. Tian Daozi said with sigh, 9 heavens will not let myriad heavens divine desolate off. After Qin Yan broke through, he became so powerful that he could completely crush those clan emperors. Therefore, he is very disdainful towards the mysterious 9 heavens. He knew that there must be very strong beings above the 9 heavens. Not to mention the 9 heavens, even the God-desolate heavens had many hidden powerful existences. It was just that he had not met them yet. We don't know if the 9 heavens are strong or not, but the deity desolate will definitely attract their attention. They will definitely know what you did there. Tian Daozi looked at the sky and said, there are a total of 9 myriad realms divine suns. Every time a myriad realms divine sun appears, it will cause a great commotion. A huge storm. When will the next myriad realms divine sun appear? Asked Qin Yan. I don't know, but it should be soon. Tian Daozi shook his head, the next time the myriad realms divine sun appears, it might be the time for the 9 heavens to make a big move. Qin Yan looked at the Divine Moon Clan's ships. Xiao Yuelan and Yang Shiriwa are there. They are the 9 suns divine maidens. Now that the 3rd myriad realm's divine sun has appeared, they have benefited greatly. Yu Shangyun flew over and slowly landed on the heavenly law altar. She looked at Tian Daozi and then said to Qin Yan, I want to talk to you alone. Qin Yan took out the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and entered the main control room of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle with her. He also wanted to talk to Yu Shangyun alone, but he was worried that Yu Shangyun would refuse. Didn't you say that you don't want to see me again? Moreover, you don't allow me to appear in front of you. Qin Yan said with smile, I am very surprised that you came to find me. You saved so many of my sisters. No matter what, I have to thank you. Yu Shangyun did not take off her helmet. Her voice was still as cold and imposing as ever. You're welcome. I also want to thank you. If it wasn't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to break the curse so quickly. Qin Yan faintly smiled, we can be considered helping each other. Yu Shangyun coldly snorted, I only helped you because I had no other choice. You must forget about it, and don't have any illusions, I'm done with you. After we're done talking, you have to fulfill your promise. Don't mention that to anyone, and don't appear in front of me. Yu Shangyun was extremely sensitive to that matter and reminded Qin Yan with a heavy tone. However, after she said those words, she suddenly felt that it was inappropriate to treat someone who had saved her sister in such a manner. She added, You've saved so many of my sisters this time. I'll repay you in another way. There's no need. Big sister Yang and my second sister Yu Wulan are both very important to me. It's only natural for me to save them. Qin Yan said. I won't let you down. Shiriwa and Wulan are both from my Divine Moon Clan. They are your women, that is your business. They are my sisters. Since you saved them, I can't owe you anything. Yu Shangyun is very stubborn about this kind of matter. She really doesn't want to owe Qin Yan anything. Qin Yan also knew that Yu Shangyun wanted to clearly separate herself from him. Only then would she be able to sever everything. You don't need to give me anything, just answer a few of my questions. Qin Yan doesn't lack anything right now. What do you want to ask? Is it about the Divine Moon Clan? Yu Shangyun asked. Guanghan Palace has a close relationship with the Divine Moon Clan. I must know what kind of crisis the Divine Moon Clan is facing. Qin Yan nodded and said. I came to you to tell you about this. So, I will definitely give you a gift of thanks. Yu Shangyun was still conflicted over this matter. All right. Qin Yan sighed softly and asked, Previously, the person inside the two ships from the Nine Heavens divine race said that your divine moon clan is in a very bad situation. What's going on? The strong clans of the divine wasteland all come from the Nine Heavens, and our divine moon clan is no exception. The divine moon clan comes from the heavenly moon divine realm. Yu Xiangyun said. Xiao Yuemei had previously said that she was the heavenly moon divine concubine of the heavenly moon snow palace in the heavenly moon divine realm. At that time, Qin Yan thought that she was talking nonsense. He never expected that it was true. Are the heavenly moon god realm and the divine moon clan the same? They are all women? Asked Qin Yan. No, there are all kinds of people in the heavenly moon god realm. The race I'm in is a little special. We have a secret technique that allows us to create powerful humans using moonstones. The ones we create are all women. Later on, more than half of our clan was exterminated and they were all used as sacrifices to the heavens, regarded as the best sacrifices. Yu Xiangyun said while gnashing her teeth. Qin Yan could feel her grief and indignation. She called her clansmen sisters and they could be said to be family. I heard from Hua Shui that you all use a mysterious moonstone to absorb the divine power of the moon. After the moonstone is broken, there are people inside. Then, you can nurture them and grow them. Qin Yan said, she never told me about the sacrifice. Not many people know about this. Currently, in the Divine Moon clan, only I and a few dukes know about it. Hua Shui and the others don't know about it. Even the Nine Sun Goddess, only Yu Ro knows about it. Yu Xiangyun said. What happened after that? Did you come here from the heavenly moon divine realm? Qin Yan asked. Above the Nine Heavens is very chaotic, similar to hell. There is no order to speak of. There are too many experts there. Even if we have the strength, we can't defend against their siege. In the end, we can only cross space and come to this evolved divine realm. Yu Xiangyun said. Then what does Mother Moon have to do with you? Qin Yan asked. Mother Moon has a spirit body and can communicate with people. We know very little about Mother Moon. We only know that she helped us a lot. It was she who allowed us to establish ourselves in this divine realm. Unfortunately, she is no longer here. Yu Xiangyun, who has always been overbearing, when talking about Mother Moon, her tone was filled with sorrow and melancholy. Why are you the best sacrifices? Qin Yan said with a frown, logically speaking, as long as it is a living being, it can become a sacrifice. Killing living beings and letting them return to the heavens is equivalent to offering them to the heavens. Yu Xiangyun said, that's because the way we were born is different, it goes against nature. Normal reproduction requires the union of male and female, and it starts growing from the fetus. We are not, we all came out from the moonstone. The moment we came out, we were all teenage girls and we were very powerful. Although this kind of birth method is rare, it's not like it doesn't exist. As far as I know, those heavenly beings of the heavenly law divine realm also used this kind of method. Qin Yan said, furthermore, there are some demon and beast species that seem to be the same. We are humans, normal humans. Yu Xiangyun said, those things can't compare to us, so using us as sacrifices to the heavens is the best. Qin Yan now knows what the divine moon race's crisis is. They are the best sacrifices and sacrifices to the heavens are very popular in the Nine Heavens. If the Nine Heavens divine race and the Nine Heavens demon race join hands, through the sacrifice to the heavens, they can create a heavenly universe divine sun. If the Nine Heavens divine race and the Nine Heavens demon race really needed a large-scale sacrifice to the heavens, they would definitely target the divine moon race. Then what's the relationship between you and Sister Kiru? Qin Yan is very curious about this because Yu Xiangyun looks very similar to that mysterious Sister Kiru. You can ask her about this, I won't talk about her. Yu Xiangyun said. Alright, then have you heard about the matter of Heavenly Moon Snow Palace and Heavenly Moon Divine Concubine? Qin Yan asked again. In the Heavenly Moon Divine Realm, the Heavenly Moon Snow Palace origin was built by our clan's Heavenly Moon Divine Concubine. Heavenly Moon Divine Concubine was very powerful, an expert above the Nine Heavens. Later on, her whereabouts were unknown. Yu Xiangyun said, why are you asking this? Nothing. Qin Yan is startled. He never expected that Xiao Yuemei's previous nonsense would actually be true. Of course, he is still not sure whether Xiaoyue Mei is that heavenly moon divine concubine or not. He suddenly felt that this big sister of Nine Sun divine maiden is not simple at all. Yu Shangyun said, "Your Nine Yang divine palace must be careful. If someone from the Nine Heavens comes, they will definitely attack your Nine Yang divine palace first. If necessary, our divine moon race will help." "Many thanks," Qin Yun said. "If you take back the heavenly universe divine sun, how much power will it bring you? Isn't it hard to control heavenly universe divine sun?" Yu Shangyun is also very curious about this. "I don't know for the time being. I need to study it," Qin Yun said. "Remember, don't mention the matter of me helping you fuse with the divine moon bloodline divine source to anyone. If you leak it out, I won't forgive you." Yu Shangyun's voice is filled with threat as she coldly snorted. "About this, Yuelan and the others will definitely be able to guess it." Qin Yun smiled awkwardly. "Although Yuelan is my wife, I will definitely not tell her, but she can guess it. I can't do anything about it." "Then tell her that I used other methods to help you fuse with the divine moon bloodline divine source. Nothing happened between us. You can just tell her that." Yu Shangyun also came into contact with Xiao Yuelan, Feng Yu, and Yang Shiyu's ambiguous gazes. She felt somewhat irritated in her heart. I will do as you say." Qin Yun nodded and said, "This divine moon race's emperor, can I ask you one more thing?" "Speak," Yu Shangyun said coldly. "Why? What method did you use to help me fuse with the divine moon bloodline divine origin?" Qin Yun had always been puzzled. "I don't know. When I accepted the inheritance of the divine moon race as the arch, I learned that my only man would possess the divine moon bloodline." After Yu Shangyun finished speaking, she said coldly, "Don't misunderstand, I did not treat you as my man. As I said before, that situation was very special, so I had no choice but to do it. Sacrifice. I didn't misunderstand, I also didn't dare to think too much." Qin Yun spread open his palm and condensed a blue moon. He said, "This is for you. This is." Yu Shangyun looked at the small blue moon and felt a very strong power of the universe. "This is heavenly universe divine moon spirit." Qin Yun laughed and said, "This is for you." "What do you mean?" "I don't want it." Yu Shangyun decisively refused. She believed that this was a gift from Qin Yun. "This moon spirit is fused with rare moon totem and nether moon totem, it will be very useful to you," Qin Yun said again. "Humph, do you think this moon spirit can please me?" "Stop dreaming." Yu Shangyun snorted, took out a soul-sealing pearl and received the moon spirit. She left the heaven-leaping shuttle. Before she left, she told Qin Yun that she would send someone to give him a gift of thanks. As for what it was, she did not say. When Qin Yun came out of the heaven-leaping shuttle, Tian Daozi saw his melancholy expression and asked, "Is there something bothering you? Is it an emotional problem?" Qin Yun looked at Tian Daozi with a stunned expression. After being stunned for a while, he said, "Tian Daozi, you really cut it off? How courageous. What's so difficult about that?" "I cut it easily. Do you want me to help you? After cutting it off, you won't have any emotional troubles," Tian Daozi said with a smile. "No need." Qin Yun curled his lips and said, "What do you think I cut?" Tian Daozi snorted. "Didn't you castrate yourself?" Qin Yun looked at Tian Daozi with a strange expression. "What are you thinking?" "I am talking about cutting off lust from the soul." Tian Daozi said, "I am very good at this, I will help De Zhuang cut it off." "What? You helped him sever his lust?" Qin Yun silently mourned for Shiman Dazhuang for 3 seconds. Only by purifying one's heart and restraining one's desires can one succeed in cultivation. Tian Daozi sighed. It's a pity that De Zhuang's comprehension is too low. Even cutting him off would be useless. The corners of Qin Yun's mouth twitched as he said with a dry laugh, "Can it still be reconnected? Without experiencing emotions, one's life is incomplete." Tian Daozi waved his hand and said, "Those are all fleeting clouds. De Zhuang himself is a person with extremely low desires." "Tian Daozi, I want to ask you something." Qin Yun suddenly very earnestly said, "Have you heard of Empyrean inscription spirit?" Of course I've heard of it. Why do you ask? Don't you have one? Tiandaozi said. You know that I have Empyrean inscription spirit? Qin Yan is very shocked, he said in a deep voice, don't talk nonsense about this. When you released it, I could sense it. Speaking of which, I am very surprised that you possess the Empyrean inscription spirit. That is even more powerful than Yang Emperor inscription spirit. Moreover, you can even make Empyrean inscription spirit take human form. Tiandaozi said. Why are you surprised that I have Empyrean inscription spirit? Qin Yan asked again. Because only the heavenly Tao possesses Empyrean inscription spirit. It is impossible for a human to have it. Tiandaozi sighed and said, the fact that you can have it means that there are many problems. Qin Yan was at a loss as he looked into the distance. His eyes were filled with confusion as he muttered, could it be that I really have some entanglement with the heavenly Tao? Tiandaozi patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said, don't think too much, things change with each passing day. Perhaps, this is the result of your 9 lifetimes of cultivation. Qin Yan was puzzled as he said, the results of my cultivation? I've mastered the heavenly Tao? Tao Child of Heaven shook his head and said, the Tao you cultivate might be to become the heavens, so this is the heavenly Tao. It's also possible that the heavenly Tao is just a Tao that anyone can cultivate. It's just that one has to work very hard. When my Empyrean inscription spirit took human form, the person who appeared was Sister Kiru. She is also Xianxia from back then. Back when I was immortal King Fu Yun, you saw her. Why did I take human form through Empyrean inscription spirit? Qin Yan asked. Tiandaozi pondered for a moment and said, this is very normal. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, how is it normal? When Empyrean inscription spirit took human form, it transformed into her appearance, this is very abnormal alright? How did Sister Kira get involved with the heavenly Tao? Tiandaozi did not reply. Qin Yan calmly looked at him, waiting for his reply. Tiandaozi closed his eyes, Qin Yan also patiently waited. After a while, Qin Yan urged, Tiandaozi, how is it normal? Why don't you tell me? I can't say. Tiandaozi opened his eyes and grinned, I only know that this is very normal. Qin Yan angrily slapped his bald head and said in a bad mood, next time I get the chance, I will make Pippi Pig release a few smelly farts at you. Goodbye. Tiandaozi suddenly kicked Qin Yan and sent him flying out of the heavenly Tao altar. Hua hua hua, that huge heavenly Tao altar suddenly flew out of the sea and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Qin Yan can feel Tiandaozi's fear towards Pippi Pig, it ran very fast. This wretched swindler, he truly has some skill, his kick was so painful. Qin Yan rubbed his butt and cursed Tiandaozi in low voice. Divine Judge's Myriad Heaven's Divine Punishment flag has also been refined by Myriad Realm's Divine Sun and became a lot stronger. After he flew to Qin Yan, he asked, why did the heavenly Tao altar run away? It was scared away. Qin Yan waved his hand and said with smile, Divine Judge, thank you very much for your help. What are you thanking me for? I didn't even help much. Divine Judge is very remorseful, he sighed and said, I, the Divine Judge of Myriad Realm's Divine Court, am truly useless, I feel like I am just a decoration. Qin Yan said, will the people from the 9 Heavens Divine Race continue to help the Myriad Realm's Divine Palace? 9 Heaven Divine Race is not the only one helping Myriad Realm's Divine Court. Myriad Realm's Divine Sun is also participating, it's just that due to some reasons, their participation is not that great. Divine Judge said. After the matter with Thunder God, Divine Judge also knew that the gods in Myriad Realm's Divine Court need to be strictly examined. When necessary, those gods have to listen to him, the Divine Judge's orders. Myriad Realm's Divine Sun also has its own consciousness, right? If that's the case, then it couldn't be better. Qin Yan is very worried that Myriad Realm's Divine Sun will be controlled by 9 Heaven Divine Race in the end. Myriad Realm's Divine Sun has its own consciousness, but right now it is very unstable. 9 Heaven Divine Race can provide protection and sometimes they will pass on Myriad Realm's Divine Sun's words. Divine Judge said, after this matter, Myriad Realm's Divine Sun might have some changes. Myriad Realm's Divine Sun is not willing to talk to me. Qin Yan let out a long sigh, why is that? Next time I talk to Myriad Realm's Divine Sun, I will try my best to help you understand. Divine Judge said with smile. All right. Xianxia nodded and said, I have taken back the God of Love God's position. If you have a suitable candidate, send them to Nine Yang Divine Palace and I will pass on the position. Don't worry, the gods of myriad realms divine court will gradually grow up in the future. After they have God position, along with the support of myriad realms divine sun, they will become even stronger. Divine Judge said. The God position that Xianxia passed on is not primordial God position, he has kept the most primordial God position. Of course, the God position he passed on will not have any effect, others won't be able to discover it. Divine Moon Race's large ships all returned to Divine Moon. Xianxia also went to Xinyu Tianlong, Xia Wufeng and others to chat for a while and then left. Xianxia originally planned to pull Xinyu Tianlong and Long Tang into Nine Yang Divine Palace, but Xinyu Tianlong said that he would bring Long Tang around to encircle and kill Nine Heavens divine demons. Although Nine Heavens Demon Emperor is dead and Nine Heavens Demon Race's demon dukes and demon generals have been exterminated, there are still many small demons. Xinyu Tianlong hates Nine Heavens divine demons to the bone. Therefore, exterminating Nine Heavens divine demons has become his next priority. Xianxia found out that Xinyu Tianlong wants to exterminate Nine Heavens divine demons and is very impressed. He immediately helped Long Tang and his people carve all kinds of heavenly law divine runes on their weapons. He made several hundred divine tools in a row, it didn't take long and this is enough for Long Tang. Seeing Xianxia carve heavenly law divine runes so easily, Dragon Hall's inscription masters are filled with admiration. They also exchanged some information with Xianxia. Xinyu Tianlong also promised Xianxia that he will send people to Nine Yang Divine Palace to maintain contact. Xinyu Tianlong, Ice Dragon is in Nine Yang Divine Palace, he always admires you. I think he will definitely follow you. How about this, my Nine Yang Divine Palace will also send people to follow you to kill demons. Xianxia said. Alright. I can be at ease with your Nine Yang Divine Palace's people. If it is Brother Ice Dragon leading the team, nothing could be better. Xinyu Tianlong is also very welcoming. Xianxia is planning to do so. His Nine Yang Divine Palace has many people who need to go through this training. If they follow Xinyu Tianlong's Dragon Hall, they will be able to learn many things and their safety will also be guaranteed. Alright, it's settled. Xianxia said with smile. Xianxia left behind Xinyu Tianlong's soul-chasing talisman and then bid farewell to Xinyu Tianlong and others. Xia Wufeng and Divine Chief also returned to Myriad Realms Divine Palace, they still have other things to do. Yan Shuriwei and Xiao Yuelan did not return to Myriad Heaven's Divine Moon. Instead, they followed Xianxia inside the heaven-leaping shuttle to return to Nine Yang Divine Palace. Just as Xianxia and others left, the clan emperors of other powerful races brought their kings to the light beam of Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. They wanted to shine the light beam but Xianxia and others were there before, so they didn't dare to approach. The nameless old man followed their Nine Yang heavenly race to the light beam. He had helped Xianxia obtain the primal chaos divine sun and obtained the divine universe goldstone from Xianxia. Divine Heaven Race's Emperor, I heard your heavenly sword King Duke's subordinate Marquis Chang Hao is still in Nine Yang Divine Palace. If Marquis Chang Hao continues to stay in Nine Yang Divine Palace, he might die, the Nine Yang Heavenly Race's Emperor said. I know, Marquis Chang Hao has many genius sword cultivators under him. Shen Ruoming is a rare genius, the Divine Heaven Race's Emperor said. That Nine Yang Palace King wants 100 Divine Universe Golden Stones. Then what do you plan to do? The Emperor asked. Of course I will give it to him. I will also take this opportunity to have a good talk with him. The current Nine Yang Palace King is qualified to be on equal footing with us, the Divine Heaven Race's Emperor said. The nameless old man mocked these clan emperors in his heart. In his eyes, Xianxia could challenge these clan emperors alone. Yet the Divine Heaven Race's Emperor said that Xianxia could only be on equal footing with them. He still didn't acknowledge Xianxia's strength and status. Nine Yang Palace is facing a calamity, and the Divine Moon Race is also facing a calamity. The Heaven Demon God Race's Emperor said, we shouldn't participate too much in this matter. We should just wait patiently for the 9 myriad realms divine suns to appear in the Divine Desolate. The Divine Yang Race's Emperor said, no matter what, we made a mistake this time. We all thought that the Divine Moon Race would not be able to escape this calamity, so we gave up on them. But things are not like that, there are many things that we cannot predict. The nameless old man nodded in his heart. He also thought so. The primal chaos race, the divine star race, and the divine sword race, these three races no longer have their clan emperors. Their kings and dukes have also suffered heavy casualties, the divine heaven race's emperor said. These three races can be said to be finished. This is a good thing. In the future, these three groups of hoodlums will not have to compete with us for resources, the heaven demon race's emperor said with a smile. The voice that came from the ship that came down from the myriad realm's divine son belonged to the middle-aged man from before. He was also the one who wanted to stop Qin Yun's heaven worship but was later beaten away by Qin Yun. The other powerful clans were displeased to be mocked by the middle-aged man from the Nine Heavens divine clan. Don't laugh at us. Your Nine Heavens divine race isn't any better. The divine young race, the arch said, you are the same as us. You can't do anything to that palace king Nine Yang. To be honest, Nine Heaven divine race, we are quite disappointed in you. The divine sky tribe, the arch snorted. If you hadn't been so thoughtless, this wouldn't have happened. The divine young race had suffered the greatest losses. Their old nest had been destroyed. The divine young celestial island and divine young peak, which were very important to the divine young race, had been destroyed in the previous battle. Even if our Nine Heaven divine race can't do anything to that Nine Young palace king, we are still stronger than you. This is a fact. A middle-aged man in golden armor flew out of the ship and said with a hearty smile, everyone, I'm not here to discourage you. There were several factions in the Nine Heavens divine clan within the myriad worlds divine Sunday previously. Elder Zhao's faction had already been wiped out, and these few clan emperors were previously working with Elder Zhao. Hence, the few race emperors were not familiar with the middle-aged man in front of them. Other than that, because Elder Zhao and the others were defeated so badly, it caused the other race emperors to not trust the Nine Heavens divine race too much. Then why are you here? The Heaven Devil race's emperor asked. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the king of the Nine Heavens celestial tribe, Jiang. I am the strongest among the Nine Heavens celestial race in the gods desolate. Jiang had a square face, and appeared to be a straightforward man. There was a smile on his face, and there wasn't any hostility in his eyes. Then why would you allow Elder Zhao to do such a thing? The divine young race, the arch asked. Logically speaking, you should have the strength to stop Elder Zhao and us from performing the ceremony. Could it be that you also think that the divine moon race should be sacrificed? Jiang said, Elder Zhao and the others plan to ally with the Nine Heavens demon emperor, and then recruit you to create the celestial sun together. However, I don't think it's that simple, so I didn't participate. We will not participate, nor will we stop them. What about the Divine Moon Clan? By not stopping Elder Zhao and the others, you have angered the Divine Moon Clan. Heavenly Devil Race Emperor said, those women are not to be trifled with, we will be hated by them. Jiang sighed, we are also powerless to help the Divine Moon Clan. Within my Nine Heavens Divine Clan, there aren't many people who support me helping the Divine Moon Clan, because they all feel that when we need to offer sacrifices to the heavens in the future, we have to find the Divine Moon Clan to be the sacrifice. After this, would they still dare to do it? In any case, we don't even dare to think about it. Nine Shades shook his head. I don't know about them. In any case, I will never look for them. However, it's hard to say for the others, Jiang said. Jiang, why have you come looking for us? The Divine Sky Clan's emperor asked. Everyone, do you still want to become stronger? You should know the strength of that palace king Zhou Yang. If you join hands now, you might be able to suppress him. However, that might not be the case in the future. Jiang said. Are you trying to instigate us to fight Hall King Nine Yang? We won't do such a stupid thing. Nine Shades Race's emperor snorted. That's not what I mean. I just want to tell everyone that if you continue to stagnate, the gap between you and Hall King Nine Yang will only get bigger and bigger. Jiang smiled faintly and said, you might not believe me, but if I fight Hall King Nine Yang with my full strength, he won't even be a match for me. I can also brag. The Divine Yang Race's emperor laughed coldly. Jiang smile suddenly disappeared and became extremely serious. His tall and sturdy body trembled slightly as a powerful divine power surged out and shook off all the surrounding tribe emperors and dukes. When those tribe emperors and dukes were hit by the powerful divine power, they immediately felt dizzy and their hearts were filled with fear. As the powerful divine power attacked their bodies, it was also accompanied by a powerful mental power that attacked their souls. Everyone, I have offended you just now. Please forgive me. I just wanted to prove my strength. Jiang Jiuchuan smiled brightly as he cupped his hands and apologized to everyone around him. After feeling Jiang Jiuchuan's powerful divine power, even though those tribe emperors had been hit by the powerful divine power, their expressions became much more relaxed. In front of such powerful strength, these tribe emperors and dukes could only lower their heads. Brother Jiang, you came to find us because you want us to join forces with you to fight against Hall King Nine Yang? The divine Yang race's emperor asked. This was also what the other tribe emperors wanted to ask. Although I am powerful, I don't dare to fight against Hall King Nine Yang. When that guy goes crazy, I am still very afraid of him. Jiang Jiuchuan laughed and said, I want everyone to join my Nine Heavens divine race. All of your powerful races originate from above the Nine Heavens and can be considered Nine Heavens divine race. Why don't you take this opportunity to return to the Nine Heavens divine race? These powerful races' overall strength was still very strong. Jiang Jiuchuan came to rope them in so that his overall strength would be even stronger. This way, he would be able to fight against the other factions of the Nine Heavens divine race. Right now, there are 3 myriad realms divine sun in the sky. The largest myriad realms divine sun belongs to all the members of the Nine Heavens divine race. The second myriad realms divine sun belongs to me. Jiang Jiuchuan said, the third myriad realms divine sun is still empty. I want to give it to you. The few tribe emperors were very surprised. They looked at each other in dismay and didn't dare to believe it. All of you should return to the Nine Heavens divine race and be loyal to me. Then, we will work together to fight for the third myriad realms divine sun territory. Currently, I am fighting with the other 2 factions. If all of you help me, I will be able to suppress them. Jiang Jiuchuan said. Entering the myriad realms divine sun was the dream of all the powerful races. Brother Jiang, you really have a good plan. You purposely let Elder Zhao and the Nine Heavens demon race join forces and wait for them to perish before fighting for the third myriad realms divine sun. The divine sky race's emperor narrowed his eyes and laughed. I don't have any plan. My plan is to wait and see. Elder Zhao is a big faction, but now it is finished. Elder Zhao originally wanted to rope in all of you and the Nine Heavens demon race. Fortunately, all of you didn't follow him to his death. Jiang Jiuchuan laughed. The primal chaos race, the divine sword race, and the divine star race had all died because they followed Elder Zhao. As long as they followed Jiang Jiuchuan, they would be able to live in the third myriad realms divine Sunday. Such a huge temptation, it was impossible for those tribe emperors not to be moved. Although they couldn't obtain the sky universe divine sun, being able to enter a myriad realms divine sun was also not bad. Those tribe emperors also knew that Jiang Jiuchuan still hadn't fought for the third myriad realms divine Sunday. He needed their help, which meant that they would have to participate in the battle in the future. The divine sky race is willing to return to the Nine Heavens race. However, Brother Jiang has to guarantee our future benefits, the divine sky race's emperor said. The other tribe emperors also expressed their willingness to join. However, they had to sign soul contracts to avoid being tricked. Jiang Jiuchuan was also very easy to negotiate. He immediately agreed and signed soul contracts with those tribe emperors. In the future, you can also call yourselves tribe emperors. I don't mind. Jiang Jiuchuan laughed. Titles are all fake. After we obtain the third myriad realm's divine sun, we will give you new titles. The divine Yang race's emperor laughed. Alright, I will first arrange for people to bring you into the largest myriad realm's divine sun, which is the ancestor divine sun. As for me, I will go and look for the Nine Yang Palace King and the divine moon race's emperor to discuss this. Jiang Jiuchuan said. Brother Jiang, what do you want to discuss with them? The divine Yang race's emperor asked. They are all very strong. I want to obtain their support. If possible, I also want to rope in the Nine Yang royal race. Jiang Jiuchuan saw that these tribe emperors were a little worried. He smiled and said, "Everyone, there are 9 myriad realms divine sons. There is enough to go around." Hearing this, the tribe emperor's expressions eased. They immediately understood Jiang Jiuquan's ambition. He wanted to monopolize all 9 myriad realms divine sons and not let any of the other factions get one. Jiang Jiuquan sent people to communicate with these tribe emperors and told them about the ancestor divine Sunday. Meanwhile, he himself rushed to the 9 Yang Palace. On the way back to the 9 Yang Palace, the heaven-leaping shuttle is neither too fast nor too slow. Qin Yan is resting inside the heaven-leaping shuttle. He is currently sleeping very soundly. Yang Shuriwei and Xiao Yuelan have already woken up and are lying beside him. Big Sister Yang, Xiaoyun said that he did not cultivate the 3rd level of Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with Big Sister Shangyun. Do you believe it? Xiao Yuelan flipped over Qin Yan's body and arrived beside Yang Shuriwei. She hugged the absolutely beautiful Yuji and even kissed her face. Yang Shuriwei laughed lightly and said, "Don't wake him up, he is very tired." "He is tired because of you." Xiao Yuelan giggled and said, "You even let out 2 moon fairies. You were the one who let Yu Shaoling out first." Yang Shuriwei laughed angrily and pinched Xiao Yuelan's thigh. "Let's get back to the main topic. What do you think is the situation between Xiao Yun and Big Sister Shangyun?" Xiao Yuelan is very curious about this matter. If he says there is no, then there is no. Yang Shuriwei said with a charming and sweet smile, "I don't think so. Don't you know Sister Shangyun's personality better than me?" "That's true, Sister Shangyun is so pure and clean, she doesn't even want to show her face to men, let alone with Xiao Yun." Xiao Yuelan looked at Qin Yun and pouted. Xiao Yun might not even have seen her face a few times. "Not necessarily, aren't Sister Bing Xing and Rujing ice cold as well? Look at them, in the end, didn't they still fall into your little husband's hands?" Yang Shuriwei said with a smile. Xiao Yuelan curled her lips and said, "Sister Bing Xing and Sister Rujing are inwardly flirtatious. They are the ones who took the initiative to attack Xiao Yun. Sister Shangyun's situation is different from theirs. Don't let Sister Bing Xing and Rujing hear your words, they will freeze you." Yang Shuriwei said with a smile. Qin Yan suddenly opened his eyes and said with a smile, "I want to freeze Yuelan right now." "Xiao Yun, that swindler Tian Dao's child said you are the heavenly Dao. What's going on?" Xiao Yuelan said. Yang Shuriwei laid on her side beside Qin Yun, one hand supporting her cheek. Her soft, jade-like hand caressed Qin Yun's cheek and said softly, "Don't think too much, we still have a long way to go in the future. As long as we grasp powerful strength, we will be able to deal with all kinds of unknown variables." Big Sister Yang is right. Xiao Yuelan hugged Yang Shuriwei and looked at Qin Yun charmingly. She said with a smile, "Xiao Yun, you've recovered quite well." Yang Shuriwei smiled and pinched Xiao Yuelan. She knew that Xiao Yuelan, this female hooligan, was thinking of some bad things again. "Yuelan, stop messing around." Yang Shuriwei sat up and Xiao Yuelan quickly helped her comb her long hair. Qin Yan admired the 2 beautiful jade people in front of him. He recalled all kinds of wonderful things from before. At this moment, he still has an endless aftertaste. Yang Shuriwei and Xiao Yuelan got off the bed and put on their clothes. The fragrance on their bodies became even more intense as their clothes trembled. Xiao Yuelan's moon orchid fragrance is very refreshing and pleasant. It also has a strong wildness to it. As for Yang Shuriwei's body fragrance, it is gentle and elegant, fragrant and intoxicating. They are all different. Qin Yan could not help but greedily suck it. At the same time, he recalled the madness between him and Yu Shangyun. Yu Shangyun's beautiful body fragrance is very intoxicating. It made him feel as if he was intoxicated, as if he was in a dream. Qin Yan bit his tongue and stopped himself from fantasizing. Ling Yuner suddenly complained. "Xiao Yun, you didn't let me out. Otherwise, I would have been able to suppress Yu Shaoling." Ling Yuner is very vexed. "You are in the tribulation gate, I can't sense you." Qin Yan laughed in his heart, next time. Ling Yuner could only blame herself. When she heard that there would be a next time, she was quite happy. After putting on her clothes, Xiao Yuelan came to Qin Yan's side and said with a smile, "Xiao Yun, what are you thinking about? Quickly put on your clothes. Get up, Big Sister Yang, and I will help you wear it." "I'll wear it myself." Although Qin Yan said that, after he took out his clothes, Xiao Yuelan and Yang Shirui came over to help him put them on. Qin Yan quickly put on his white clothes and then put on the inscription master's robe. He was dressed cleanly and looked extremely heroic. There was a strong aura between his brows, making him look even more charming. Xiao Yuelan hugged Qin Yan and kissed him on the cheek. She said with a smile, "My little husband is becoming more and more beautiful. It will definitely mesmerize those young ladies of the Mystic Moon clan. The next time you board the ship, you have to be careful, especially that Xiao Yuye and Xiao Yuxiang. After this, I won't board Divine Moon clan's ship again. If Divine Moon clan's empress finds out, she will kill me." Qin Yan curled his lips and said, "She warned me." "That's what she said, but the girls of the Divine Moon clan really like you. If you board the ship, they will definitely not see you as a man." Xiao Yuelan giggled. "What? You don't see me as a man?" Qin Yan raised his eyebrows and said with a wry smile, "This is not a good thing." Yang Shiryu said with a smile, "What Yuelan means is that they won't be wary of you just because you're a man." "Xiao Yun, did you have a feast for your eyes the last time you boarded the ship?" Xiao Yuelan chuckled and said, "Not only did I have a feast for my eyes, hee. The situation at that time was very dangerous, I didn't pay much attention." Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. He pinched Xiao Yuelan's face and said, "Yuelan, why are you thinking about this all day?" "Xiao Yun, I need to return to the Guanghan Palace and explain your situation to them. After that, I still have the goddess's mission." Yang Shiryu said, "We won't be able to meet again for a period of time." "Goddess's mission? Is it not done yet?" Qin Yan said worriedly. "Not yet, there will always be new ones. Our nine-sun goddess relied on completing the goddess's mission to become stronger." Yang Shiryu smiled gently at Qin Yan and kissed his lips. She said, "Don't worry, I can take care of myself." "You don't have to worry." Qin Yan and Yang Shiryu hugged and kissed for a while before sending her out of the heaven-leaping shuttle. Yang Shiryu used her moon ferry to travel through space and disappeared in an instant. Xiao Yuelan wants to accompany Qin Yan back to the Nine-Sun Divine Palace. "Yuelan, don't you have the goddess's mission?" Qin Yan helped Xiao Yuelan comb her hair. "I do, but I'm not in a hurry to do it. I'll wait and see, maybe I can bring you along when the time comes." Xiao Yuelan said. "Bring me along?" Qin Yan suddenly became excited and said with a smile, "I've always wanted to go with you to do that goddess's mission. To be honest, we don't want to bring you along. Because it's really dangerous." Xiao Yuelan sighed and said, "We can obtain the protection of Mother Moon in times of danger, but you can't." "So you're saying that all of you move at night?" Qin Yan asked, "What kind of danger did you encounter?" "The main thing is to encounter some very strong creatures or go to some very dangerous natural danger zone." Xiao Yuelan said, "Sometimes we have to find some things, this is what Ancestor God Sun arranged for us to do." "Can you communicate with Ancestor God Sun? Ask it why it doesn't want to communicate with you." Qin Yan has always been thinking about this matter. "We asked but it didn't answer, there's nothing we can do." Xiao Yuelan is also very helpless and said, "Xiao Yun, there must be some reason between you and Ancestor God Sun, so you can't communicate with him for now." Qin Yan helped Xiao Yuelan tie up her beautiful ponytail and then kissed her beautiful and moving face. While flying, the heaven-leaping shuttle suddenly sensed a very strong spatial fluctuation. Qin Yan thought that it was Space God at first, but then he sensed that it wasn't Space God's spatial fluctuation. The heaven-leaping shuttle immediately stopped. After the spatial fluctuation passed, a voice came through. "I am Jiang Jiuchuan, Nine Heavens Divine Races Clan King. Palace King Nine Yang, can you come out and talk with me?" Jiang Jiuchuan is also very polite, his tone is very gentle. Qin Yan remembers this voice, it is the middle-aged man who came down from the ship with Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. "There is nothing to talk about between us." Qin Yan replied in cold voice. "We are now both enemies and friends. I am not afraid of becoming enemies with you. There is no need to become friends with you. There is indeed a misunderstanding between us, I am willing to do my best to make it up to you." Jiang Jiuchuan said again, "In this kind of situation, it is very beneficial for us to cooperate. Let's talk about it later, I am still angry." Qin Yan has not left the heaven-leaping shuttle, he is still in combat mode. Jiang Zhouchuan sighed and said, Palace King Nine Yang, if you want to talk with me, you can contact me through the Myriad Realms Divine Palace. I will take my leave first. Along with a burst of spatial fluctuation, Jiang Zhouchuan suddenly left. Xiao Yuelan's cold expression also gradually relaxed. She put away the blood-colored saber and said in low voice, Xiao Yun, Jiang Zhouchuan must have something to ask of you. This guy wanted me to let those bastards off and still wants to obstruct me. He still wants to stop me. No matter what, I can't give him a good attitude now. Qin Yun knows that Jiang Zhouchuan is very strong, so he was very cautious earlier. The heaven-leaping shuttle continued flying towards the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Just as it left the Divine Sun Heavenly Sea, it sensed a burst of spatial fluctuation. The heaven-leaping shuttle immediately stopped. This time it is truly the power of the space god. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan arrived outside the heaven-leaping shuttle and saw two old men outside. It is the space god who brought the nameless old man here. You two know each other, right? Qin Yun asked in surprise. We know each other, but we haven't seen each other for a long time. The space god said with smile, I heard that something big happened in the Divine Sun Heavenly Island, so I rushed over. I didn't expect that after I arrived, I would run into an old friend. Palace King, let's go inside and talk, the nameless old man very solemnly said. Clearly he has something important to tell Qin Yun. Qin Yun nodded and then led them into the heaven-leaping shuttle. The nameless old man directly told Qin Yun that those few powerful races have already joined the Nine Heavens Divine Race and will join hands to fight for the Third Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. Jiang Zhouchuan came to find me before to seek cooperation and help him fight for the Third Myriad Realms Divine Sun. Qin Yun's eyes flickered as he said with smile, truly interesting, this guy actually wants to find the Divine Moon Emperor. The Divine Moon Emperor will definitely drive him away, right? The space god said. He also learned about the situation from the nameless old man. Palace King, you were right not to agree to Jiang Zhouchuan's request, the nameless old man said. Old man, you are telling me this, do you have any ideas? Qin Yun said with smile, quickly say it. The nameless old man faintly smiled and said, I have a plan. Although it is dangerous, it is feasible. Palace King, you and the Divine Moon Race's strength is pretty good. I think you can discuss and fight for the Third Myriad Realms Divine Sunday feasible. Xiao Yuelan immediately became excited when she heard this. She said with smile, Xiao Yun, I will talk about Sister Shang Yun's side. Qin Yun feels that it is somewhat difficult because Yu Shang Yun doesn't want to be simple with him and might refuse to cooperate with him. The space god chuckled and said, if I can enter the Third Myriad Realms Divine Sun and control it, I will also be interested in participating. Brother Space, you have never liked to participate in this kind of dispute. Why do you want to participate now? The Nine Heavens Divine Race is very strong. You are so afraid of death, do you really want to participate? Qin Yun said with smile. I'm afraid of death? What a joke. Although my battle strength is not high, if I want to escape, absolutely no one can catch me. I'm not bragging. In the entire deity desolate, my ability to escape is unparalleled. Why would I be afraid of death? The space god's face was filled with arrogance as he stroked his long silver hair. Beard. I'm afraid of death, that's why I ran so fast. Qin Yun laughed and said. Then, do you want me to participate? The god of space smiled. Of course, with you participating, we will be much more relaxed. Qin Yun said with smile. As for the specific operation plan, we still have to discuss it with the Divine Moon Clan. Alright, then. I'll return to the Myriad World's Divine Court to look for little Xia. The space god smiled. Remember to contact me when you're about to act. This is my message talisman. After Qin Yun used the transmission talisman, the spatial god left with the nameless old man. This guy, why is he running so fast? I still want him to send us back to the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Qin Yun curled his lips and said. Xiao Yun, foster father also came to participate in the battle but he left very quickly. He left together with shopkeeper Yun Long. Xiao Yuelan said, it seems like something happened to the Heavenly Dao pawn shop. Yun Long and foster father left in a hurry. Qin Yun has always been very curious about the mysterious Heavenly Law pawn shop. Because many of the things inside his Nine Sun Divine Spirit came from the Heavenly Law pawn shop. And his parents in this life, as well as his first life, all had a close relationship with the Heavenly Law pawnshop. Xianxia faintly sensed that the mysterious Heavenly Law pawnshop will be of great help to him. However, he still doesn't understand the situation. He took out Qin Long's soul-chasing talisman and looked at it, but there is no reaction at all. Dad's soul-chasing talisman is not reacting. Either he is very far away from me or he is not in this god realm. Xianxia muttered to himself. He doesn't believe that Qin Long is dead. Xiaoyun, let's quickly return to the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Xiao Yuelan said, after we return, I will contact the Guanhan Palace and ask Sister Shangyun if she is willing to cooperate and fight for the Third Myriad Realm's Divine Sun. It doesn't matter if she is unwilling. Xianxia controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle and quickly flew. The Third Myriad Realm's Divine Sun is very important. She will definitely be willing to cooperate with you. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, don't worry, I will convince her. Yu Shangyun wants to keep her distance from Xianxia. Xianxia can feel her strong resistance, so he doesn't want to force her. As for how to capture the Third Myriad Realm's Divine Sun, Xianxia still doesn't have a comprehensive plan. As for the specifics, he will have to wait for the nameless old man's news. The nameless old man is now a spy. He can enter the ancestral Divine Sun and investigate the situation. When the time comes, Xianxia will have a direction. Xianxia also understands the nameless old man very well. He knows that the nameless old man will definitely ask for benefits. The nameless old man needs the Divine Universe Golden Stone very much. Xianxia also knows how to make the nameless old man do things diligently. A few days later, Xianxia and Xiao Yuelan can see the Nine-Yang Divine Palace inside the heaven-leaping shuttle. Under the illumination of the Three Myriad Realms' Divine Suns, the majestic palace floating in the sky is even more imposing than before. When the three divine suns shone on the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, they were transformed into energy and absorbed by the palace's formation. Then transformed into divine power that can be easily absorbed and pervaded every corner of the palace. From afar, the palace is even stronger than before. This seems to be related to the appearance of the Third Myriad Realm's Divine Sun. As Xianxia approached the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, he could sense that it was very different from before. Didn't the guys from Heaven Divine Race say that Myriad Realm's Divine Sun won't support Nine-Yang Divine Palace anymore? Xiao Yuelan lightly snorted and said, those guys are really talking nonsense. It was obvious that the appearance of the Third Myriad Realm's Divine Sun had greatly improved the Nine-Yang Temple. As for what kind of improvement it would bring, Xianxia was still unsure. Just as Xiao Yuelan said, the words of the Nine Heavens Divine Race Group are unreliable. The Myriad Realm's Divine Sun is still supporting the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Xianxia felt rather gratified. The Nine Heavens Divine Race was only inside the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun, but it did not have complete control over it. Therefore, the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun still took special care of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. After approaching the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, Xianxia could sense the radiance emitted by the hall. It was a very strong defensive barrier. That barrier was much stronger than before. With the addition of the members of the Inscription Gate, the barrier was further strengthened. The Little Black Donkey's Black Tortoise Great Formation is still very strong, and the Inscription Masters of the Inscription Gate led by Xiao Hua are very proficient in setting up defensive barriers. In addition to the Nine-Yang Divine Palace's original foundation, it is greatly improved in an instant. The Nine-Yang Divine Palace does not need his special care now and can also quickly grow up. This made Xianxia feel a lot more at ease. This means that the upper echelons of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace are cooperating extremely well, their ability and level are extremely high. Little Palace Spirit, I'm back, bring me into the Heavenly Palace. Xianxia arrived outside the Nine-Yang Divine Palace's barrier and discovered that the heaven-leaping shuttle could not easily pass through. The Little Palace Spirit immediately teleported the heaven-leaping shuttle to the Heavenly Palace. What happened? Why did the defense increase so much? Xianxia was outside earlier and did not discover any enemy attack. Is someone trying to attack the Nine-Yang Divine Palace? Xiao Yuelan asked. Big Sister Yuelan, Big Brother Palace King, it's good that you're back. I was very worried about you. When the Little Palace Spirit saw that Xiao Yuelan and Xiao Yuelan are fine, he felt a lot more at ease and even hugged Xiao Yuelan. The matter of the Divine Sun Heavenly Island has not been spread back yet, so many people here do not know what has happened. Where's White Commander? Qinyan asked. I'll teleport her over right now. She's been very tired recently because she went out to fight a few times, the little palace spirit said. The Divine Star Race has attacked a few times. Divine Star Race? Qinyan snorted. These guys, even though their emperor is gone, they are still jumping around so happily. Ah? What happened to their emperor? The little palace spirit asked. Dead, killed by your big brother Palace King. Xiao Yuan giggled and said, Little palace spirit, don't be afraid, Xiaoyun is very strong now. Really? The little palace spirit's charming face was originally filled with worry, but now it is filled with pleasant surprise. Of course it's true. Qinyan said with a smile. At this time, Baici was also teleported over. She looks somewhat tired. Her petite figure is wearing close-fitting armor, she looks majestic and has the aura of a divine general. Palace King, when Baici saw Qinyan return, she revealed a relieved smile. I'm back, you should rest well. Qinyan patted her shoulder and said with a faint smile, Your father's enmity has been avenged. Baici is startled, she thought that she misheard. She looked at Xiao Yuan and the little palace spirit in a daze and said in disbelief, How is this possible? The Divine Star Race's emperor is dead? Qinyan spread out his palm and a blue hexagonal mirror appeared in his palm. This mirror looks very small, but it is a rare heavenly divine tool. It is the Star Dome Divine Mirror. This is the Star Dome Divine Mirror. It is a heavenly divine tool. The reason why the Divine Star Race's emperor and a few of their kings attacked your father was to snatch this thing. Now, those bastards are all dead. Qinyan was handed over to Baici by the Star Dome Divine Mirror. When Baici saw the mirror, tears uncontrollably flowed down from her beautiful eyes. This is father's thing, I often see him take it out. Baici sobbed in a low voice. The little palace spirit hugged Baici from behind and comforted her. She said in a low voice, Don't cry, everything is over. Baici quickly stabilized her emotions and wiped away her tears. She handed the Star Dome Divine Mirror to Qinyan and said, Palace King, I'll give this to you. I can't control this thing at all. This is your father's thing, you keep it. Even if you don't use it, it can still protect you. Qinyan smiled slightly. Although it is a heavenly divine tool, he feels that he died in vain. He can't take it. Baici's beautiful oval face suddenly revealed a smile and said, Palace King, isn't it better if you use the Star Dome Divine Mirror to protect me? Xiao Yuan smiled and poked Qinyan's waist. She said with a smile, Xiaoyun, quickly accept it. Don't tell me you don't want to protect this pretty big sister? Baici is somewhat embarrassed by Xiao Yuan's words, her face is red. She also knows that Xiao Yuan is Qinyan's wife. She suddenly felt that her previous words were somewhat inappropriate. White Commander, now that I'm in the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, I won't let you get hurt again. Qinyan accepted the Star Dome Divine Mirror. This is also a heavy responsibility. Xiao Yuan touched Baici's face and said with a smile, You're very tired, quickly go rest. Although Baici knows that Qinyan killed the Divine Star Emperor, she is still somewhat worried. She said, Palace King, the Divine Star Race and the Fire God have joined forces. They will soon launch another attack. Are you going out to fight? Qinyan said, Just stay in the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, they won't be able to break in. The Divine Star Race has a great formation that can form a barrier that can block the Nine-Yang Divine Palace from absorbing the divine power of the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. After a long time, our Divine Palace's barrier will definitely be broken. So when necessary, I will bring people to fight. Baici said. Big Brother Palace King, right now the Sword Hall, Dragon Hall, Beast Hall and Thunder Hall are all very strong. With the Inscription Hall and Pill Hall providing us with weapons, divine talismans and pills, we can go out and fight pretty well. We've beaten them back several times, causing them to suffer heavy casualties. Little Palace Spirit said. Alright, you can all go rest now. If they come again, I want to let them experience this Palace King's peak strength. Qinyan smiled proudly. The current him is the strongest he has ever been in his 9 lives. Then I won't go rest. I want to see Palace King's strongest appearance. Baici said with a smile. Very handsome, I've seen it before. Xiao Yuan smiled and pulled Bai Si's hand. She said, Big sister White Tiger, take off your armor. It's so uncomfortable to wear it. Qinyan knows that Xiao Yuan wants to be touchy again, so he immediately glared at her. I'll go find the ice dragon. Qinyan previously agreed with Xinyu Tianlong to let him lead the team to follow the Dragon Hall to exterminate the Nine Heavens divine demons. Just as he was about to set off, he suddenly felt the vigorous divine power flowing within the Nine Yang divine palace weaken. They're here. Bai Si said in a deep voice, the divine star race's great formation is covering the Nine Yang divine palace. The fire god is also participating? Qin Yan is somewhat surprised. The fire god is one of the few powerful gods of the myriad realms divine court. This guy, I wonder how he managed to get together with the divine star race. Bai Si nodded. That's great. I'll take back the fire god's divine position. My fire palace lacks a heavenly fire palace master with the fire god's divine position. Qin Yan said. The experts of the various palaces have already gathered in the Nine Yang divine palace's main hall. Among them, the sword palace's aura is the strongest. The sword aura of that group of sword cultivators is extremely terrifying. The dragon palace is also not to be outdone. Many dragons are restless, wishing that they could immediately transform into giant dragons and kill their way out. Shen Changhao and Shen Ruoming of the divine heaven race were indeed very strong before, but now they can only stand to the side. The growth speed of the Nine Yang divine palace's people is so fast that Shen Changhao and the others find it hard to understand. The self-improvement race's people have suffered a heavy blow. Why hasn't White Commander come to preside over the overall situation? If she doesn't come, we'll leave. Jian Nanhu is already brimming with killing intent. Qin Yan was teleported outside the Nine Yang divine palace. He stood on a platform at the top of the palace and looked at Star God outside the barrier. Star God is inside a very large star. She did not show her face and she is very safe inside the star. Qin Yan has not seen Star God for a long time. He only knows that Star God obtained the heavenly law inheritance and then entered the heavenly divine moon to cultivate. Star God must have appeared here because she sensed the divine star race's star great formation, so she came to take a look. Fire God, you dare to call Sister Star God a slut, watch how I'll take care of you. Qin Yan is thinking about what weapon to use to deal with Fire God. 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda transformed into Floating Cloud Rod, 9 Sun Divine Hammer, Myriad Heaven Divine Saber, Divine King Spear. These weapons are all very strong, but Qin Yan feels that even if he doesn't use weapons, he can still kill Fire God with his bare hands. No matter how strong Fire God is, he can't be stronger than those race emperors. At most, he is on the same level as Wang Ju. Wang Ju might not even be able to last 3 moves against Qin Yan. Many huge stars are floating above the Nine Yang divine palace. They are used to form a great formation to block the sunlight from shining on the Nine Yang divine palace. The god of fire was outside the barrier, clad in flaming armor and holding a long staff that was burning with raging flames. He floated in the air with an extraordinary bearing, his entire body brimming with battle intent as he looked at the distant star where the god of fire was. There are several hundred people in the Divine Star Imperial Palace. The few old men leading them should only be marquis. There are no dukes. Because most of those dukes have already been killed by Qin Yan. There are not many dukes and kings left in the Divine Star race. Even if there are, they will stay at home and won't run around. Not to mention marquis, even if dukes and kings lead an army, facing Qin Yan would only lead to death. Divine Judge once said that no god of the divine court is allowed to become enemies with the Nine Yang divine palace. Star God said coldly, Fire God, you are violating the divine court's heavenly rules. Although she is charming and flirtatious in front of Qin Yan, now facing a strong enemy, she is displaying a cold and arrogant aura. Slut, who doesn't know your relationship with that bastard Qin Yan? Previously, he helped you snatch the sun altar, causing you to be hunted down. I still remember this matter. Fire God sneered, you are definitely here to protect his shrine. At this time, a large group of people rushed out of the Nine Yang divine palace. The Dragon Palace Hall charged the fastest, directly rushing out of the barrier. The dragons roared in unison, covering the sky in the blink of an eye. Although the Sword Hall did not make a big scene, the moment they summoned their destiny swords together, the threatening and sharp sword force formed a gale that was like a storm formed by sharp blades blowing out. The imposing manner was sharp and majestic. The Sword Hall and Dragon Hall are showing off. Our Beast Hall will take a break. The ancient Ox Devil also wanted to rush out, but he felt that they wouldn't be able to create a big scene, so he gave up. The group of people from the Thunder Hall were like walking, berserk lightning bolts. After flying out of the barrier, the scene was not small at all, and was rather frightening. The beasts of the Beast Hall were all in human form. If all of them were to revert to their true forms, it would definitely be a huge scene. Our Beast Hall will make a move when they are no match for them. The little black donkey said in a very proud tone, "Our Beast Hall is invincible. With us holding the fort, they can go all out and fight." The 9 Divine Palace's formation is very big. When Qin Yin saw it from the top of the 9 Divine Palace, he felt secretly happy. The 9 Divine Palace's growth is indeed very fast. Other than not having enough king-rank nobles, they are almost the same as those strong races in all aspects. Fire God and Divine Star race people seem to be rather calm, but they are also very shocked in their hearts. They never expected that the 9 Divine Palace would turn out in full force this time. No matter how strong you guys are, how strong can you be? You will never be able to reach the level of a strong race's king, let alone the clan emperor. Fire God said with sneer, "You have never seen a clan emperor of a strong race, right? When you see those clan emperors, you will know how desperate you are. Fire God, you are just a guy who only knows how to lick the butts of strong races. Of course you will despair. We are different from you." The one who spoke is the Dragon Emperor of the immortal desolate Dragon Emperor. "Io, Dragon Lord, you dragons are just pets in the eyes of the strong races, all food. Let's not talk about you guys, let's talk about the Divine Universe Sky Dragon that you are so proud of. He was beaten away by the 9 Heavens Demon Emperor and is still hiding, not daring to come out." Fire God laughed loudly. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon is also here. When he heard someone talk about his big brother Heavenly Dragon, he immediately roared in anger and was about to rush out. Qin Yan's body flashed and suddenly appeared in front of the Ice Dragon. He said, "Ice Dragon, don't be anxious." Xiao Yuan and Bai Si did not go out. Instead, they watched from the top of the palace. The sudden appearance of Qin Yun, the palace king, also surprised Fire God and the others. His appearance greatly encouraged the experts of the 9 Divine Palace. Many of the elders spoke out one after another, telling Qin Yun to return to the 9 Divine Palace and leave this place to them. They all knew about Qin Yun's 10-devil curse, but they never despised him. They still treated Qin Yun as the core of the 9 Divine Palace. "Uncle, to deal with this kind of trash, just let Pippi Pig do it. You should go back." Shiman Dazhuang carried a little pig and flew to Qin Yun's side. The star where the star god is also flickered with intense golden light. He is ready to take action at any time to prevent Qin Yun from being attacked. Qin Yun felt that he was being cared for by so many people and felt very touched. "Qin Yun, you finally came out. When we attacked a few times before, you always hid like a turtle. We all thought that you had been chased out of the 9 Divine Palace." Fire God laughed loudly and said, "You have 10 devil curse on your body. A weak chicken like you as the 9 Palace king, who would submit to you?" Fire God, "I went to the Divine Sun Heavenly Island these past few days. It seems like you bunch of idiots don't even know what happened in the Divine Sun Heavenly Island." Qin Yun faintly smiled. "How could we not know? The Divine Sun Heavenly Island has gathered all the great race emperors." An old man from the Divine Star race said coldly, "Qin Yun, someone like you is qualified to participate in such an event. What are you bragging about? In the Divine Sun Heavenly Island, 3 race emperors and a large group of kings and dukes died. And the 9 Heavens Demon Emperor and those demon lords and demon generals also died." Qin Yun said calmly, "They were all killed by me. Among them were your Divine Star race's race emperor, as well as kings and dukes." Qin Yun's words caused the hundreds of people from the Divine Star race and Fire God to laugh loudly, not to mention them. Even the people from the 9 Divine Palace can't believe this is true. The 9 Heavens Demon Emperor and those race emperors were existences that were difficult to shake to them. Qin Yun killed all of them. This is truly unbelievable. she believed it in vain because she saw Qin Yun take back the Star Vault Divine Mirror. Qin Yun, I don't believe a single word you said just now. Fire God laughed loudly and said, I know you are troubled by the 10 devil curse, but if you lie to your 9 Yang divine palaces people like this, it will only make them feel that you are very weak. My divine star race's race emperor was killed by you? This is too funny. Forget about the race emperor, you can't even kill our kings and dukes, your bragging is too much. The Marquis of the Divine Star Race laughed incessantly. Qin Yun, I have another goal in coming here, I want to take back the Divine King Heavenly Seal. A guy like you is not worthy of having the Divine King Heavenly Seal, hand it over. Fire God shouted, the flame on the flaming rod in his hand suddenly became even more intense. Fire God, I really didn't expect a dog like you to actually dare to covet the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Star God sneered. Star God, I will capture you and offer you to the Divine Star Race's Emperor as a slave. Fire God laughed sinisterly. Qin Yun is immediately infuriated, he fiercely took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal. The Divine King Heavenly Seal suddenly became very large, like a huge mountain, it mightily pressed down on Fire God. I'll give you the Divine King Heavenly Seal, but can you accept it? Qin Yun's ice-cold voice came out, it brought along an extremely strong heavenly might vibration. The surface of the Divine King Heavenly Seal is like a four-sided huge mountain, and the huge statue erected on top of the seal is in Qin Yun's form, it is several thousand feet tall. That incomparably huge statue is filled with shocking heavenly might, it has a Divine King aura that can captivate people's heart and soul. It pressed down on the space, causing the earth to shake up and down. Fire God was originally laughing, but when the Divine King Heavenly Seal pressed down, he couldn't laugh anymore. You are not worthy of a god position. Qin Yun solemnly shouted, the Divine King Heavenly Seal shot out intense light in all directions, only to hear Fire God suddenly scream miserably. Fire God's god position was stripped from his soul. This kind of incomparably intense pain, Fire God let out a miserable scream, it penetrated everyone's heart, they can't help but feel their scalp go numb. After screaming miserably for a while, Fire God's entire body seems to have been sucked dry, his body floated down from the sky, everything he had was stripped away. Fire God participated in the attack on the Nine-Yang Divine Palace several times before, he was always at the forefront, his battle strength was extremely strong. But now, he was killed in an instant. Come here. Qin Yun released a gravitational force and wrapped around Fire God's falling body, then controlled it to fly over. The Divine King Heavenly Seal also returned to Qin Yun's hand. This scene caused the Divine Star Race's side to feel incomparable fear, but they are not very worried because they have already set up a star great formation in the sky. After Fire God floated over, his face is filled with pain and fear, he screamed miserably, You broke the 10-image devil curse? Yes. Since you are kneeling and licking the Divine Star Race's Emperor, I will now send you to be his slave next time. Oh, that's not right, the Divine Star Race's Emperor's soul has already dissipated, so you can only follow him in soul dissipation. As Qin Yun spoke, his eyes shot out two intense light beams that entered Fire God's body. Hoo! Fire God's body transformed into blue mist, his soul and body instantly vaporized. Fire God is a very strong sacred god, yet he didn't die just like that. Those people who did not believe that Qin Yun killed a few race emperors earlier now somewhat believe it. And the hundreds of Divine Star Race people still do not believe it. Nine-Yang Palace King, so what if you broke the 10-image devil curse? With your strength, it is impossible to kill our race emperor. You are just bluffing. Today, we will use the most powerful star formation to kill you, Devil Cultivator, here. The Divine Star Marquis's voice came from the sky, his tone seems to be able to easily exterminate Qin Yun. Boom, at this moment, a few stars in the sky suddenly shattered. Who destroyed our great formation stars? Who wants to become enemies with our Divine Star Race? The Marquis shouted angrily. Me, the person who spoke is a golden-robed old man with a dignified expression. And beside the old man, there is a middle-aged man with extremely strong sword power. The old man is the Divine Sky Race's Emperor and the middle-aged man is the Heavenly Sword Marquis. Qin Yun was not surprised by the arrival of the Divine Sky Race's Emperor and the Heaven Sword Marquis. Shen Changhao and the others were still in the Nine-Yang Sacred Palace. The Divine Sky Race's Emperor would definitely come to redeem them. If they continued to stay in the Nanyang Sacred Palace and the Nanyang Sacred Palace was besieged, Xianxia and the others would have to go out and repel the enemies. The Divine Sky Race's people were very happy and surprised that their emperor would come. What they did not expect the most was that the Divine Sky Race's emperor had destroyed a few of their stars. The Divine Star Race's people were also angry because the Divine Sky Race's emperor did not give them any face and directly destroyed their stars. Those stars were very important to the Divine Star Race. Not only would it affect the formation's power, it would also take a lot of time and energy to create a few similar stars in the future. The Divine Star Marquis shouted with a trace of anger, "Divine Sky Race's emperor, what is the meaning of this? Our Divine Star Race has no grudges with you. We attacked the Nanyang Sacred Palace several times and never fought with Marquis Xianxia. Who do you think you are? You dare to speak to our emperor like this?" The Heaven Sword Marquis's voice was accompanied by a sharp sword aura. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, causing the Divine Star Marquis to tremble in fear. "Divine Sky Race, do you want to stop us from attacking the Nanyang Sacred Palace? You should know the hatred between us and the Nanyang Sacred Palace. Do you want to shed all pretense of cordiality by doing this?" The Divine Star Marquis felt that their Divine Star Race was not bad. With the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor, they were very strong. "Then you should also know that our Marquis Xianxia wants to protect the Nanyang Sacred Palace." The Heaven Sword Marquis sneered, "If you attack the Nanyang Sacred Palace, you will become enemies with our Divine Sky Race." In the past, the Divine Sky Race's Marquis had always avoided this question. His attitude was ambiguous and he did not clearly state that he would help Marquis Xianxia protect the Nanyang Sacred Palace. Now, the Heaven Sword Marquis's attitude explained everything. Qin Yin despised the Divine Sky Race in his heart. The reason why the Celestial Sword Wanjue dared to say such a thing was because the Divine Star Race's the Arch had already been destroyed. He also knew that Qin Yin had broken the 10-image demon curse and had become very strong. The Divine Sky Race wanted to curry favor with him. "Looks like your Celestial Race is tough enough. You're not afraid of the Celestial Star Race? Or the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor?" The Marquis of the God Star Race laughed coldly. Although he was a Marquis, he was facing a King Ju and a king. He was still very strong. This was mainly because he felt that the Celestial Star Race was not weak, and they had the support of the Nine Heavens Demon Race. Now, he even brought out the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor. Sky Sword Wanjue burst out laughing. "Nine Heavens Demon Emperor? Your Divine Star Race is a powerful race, but you're lowering your head to the Nine Heavens Demon Race. Celestial Sword Wanjue, don't you know how powerful the Nine Heavens Demon Race is? As a king, you should know the strength of the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor better than me." The Marquis of the Divine Star Race laughed heartily. "Look at how strong you are. If the Nine Heavens Demon Emperor were to make a move, he would beat you to your knees in less than 3 moves. Not just you, but you. The Arch of the Divine Sky Race won't last more than a few moves. The dignified Divine Star Race is now a lackey of someone else, yet you still feel superior." Sky Sword Wanjue sneered a few times, then said sternly, "Divine Star Race, quickly withdraw your stars and scram from this place." The Marquis of the Divine Star Race said mockingly, "Are you serious? You want to become enemies with the Divine Star Race for the Nanyang Temple trash?" "That's right, your Marquis Xianxia has to protect the Nanyang Temple trash, so it's normal that you want to protect them. But then again, Marquis Xianxia and the others lost to these small fries. That's why they're protecting the Temple of Nanyang. But you kings and clan emperors want to help the Temple of Nanyang? What a bunch of fools." Being called trash, the Nanyang Temple side immediately became unhappy. Qin Yin gently raised his hand, indicating for Dragon Hall and Sword Hall to calm down. Qin Yin watched quietly. He wanted to see how far the Divine Sky Race could go. "I will count to 10, if you don't withdraw your stars, we will attack." Sky Sword Wanjue said very seriously. You are serious? You are not afraid of our Divine Star Race joining hands with the Nine Heaven Demon Race for revenge?" The Divine Star Race Marquis suddenly panicked. Sky Sword Wanjue ignored him and started counting. The Divine Star Race still thinks that the Divine Sky Race does not dare to attack. Very soon, Sky Sword Wanjue finished counting to 10. Just as he finished counting, the Divine Sky Race Emperor struck the sky with his palm. Golden divine power surged in the sky. The huge stars above the Nine-Yang temple were instantly enveloped by the golden divine power. The current in the sky is very tyrannical, emitting a burst of intense whistling sound. After the golden divine power disappeared, the stars also disappeared. The hundreds of huge stars seemed to have melted, turned into energy and disappeared in the sky. The divine sky race really destroyed the divine star race's stars. Even Xianxia and the others did not dare to believe that their race emperor actually wanted to protect the Nine-Yang temple. In their eyes, it was not worth it at all. Your divine sky race, just wait for the divine star race, the divine sword race, the primal chaos race, and the nine heavens demon race to join hands for revenge, the Marquis of the divine star race shouted with a cold expression. Ha ha ha. Sky Sword Wangjue laughed loudly. It seems that you do not know what happened in the divine sun heavenly island. What? What happened? The divine star race Marquis's expression suddenly sank. He recalled what Qin Yun said before. The three race emperors and the nine heavens demon emperor are already dead and they were killed by Qin Yun. No one believed it at the scene, but now, seeing the divine sky race's actions, they somewhat believed it. No, impossible, the three race emperors and the nine heavens demon emperor are so powerful. Even if the Nine-Yang palace king broke the curse of the 10 images, he would not be able to kill them. The divine star race Marquis shouted, let's go. In 3 days, our divine star race will move out and flatten the Nine-Yang temple. Wait. Sky Sword Wangjue shouted. What are you doing? You destroyed our star and now you want us to stay? The divine star race Marquis still did not believe that the divine star race's emperor would be killed by Qin Yun. Let me do it. The divine sky race's emperor's calm voice came, but his aura was majestic as it pressed down on the divine star race Marquis. Suddenly, the divine sky race's emperor flew out and charged towards the hundreds of divine star race people. Sky Sword Wangjue followed closely behind. The divine star race and the Nine-Yang temple people were shocked. The divine sky race's emperor and Sky Sword Wangjue actually attacked together to kill the divine star race people. The divine star race people were also very strong, but in front of the divine sky race's emperor and Sky Sword Wangjue, they could not withstand a single blow. At this moment, the divine star race people only felt fear. Just as the divine sky race's emperor and Sky Sword Wangjue were about to attack, Qin Yun suddenly appeared in front of them. Qin Yun raised his arm to block the divine sky race's emperor and Sky Sword Wangjue. His arm felt a hoo sound. A very strong divine power surged out and sent the divine sky race's emperor and Sky Sword Wangjue flying back. Nine-Yang Temple King, you, the divine sky race's emperor asked doubtfully. He was secretly shocked. He could feel that Qin Yun's divine power was very strong and his strength was unfathomable. Seeing the powerful divine sky race's emperor and Sky Sword Wangjue being sent flying by Qin Yun, everyone present was extremely shocked. That was the divine sky race's emperor, and he was flying with all his strength, but he was easily sent flying by someone. Shen Changhao and Shen Ruoming could not believe their eyes, especially Shen Ruoming. He began to doubt his life. Not long ago, his strength was above Qin Yun's. But now, Qin Yun's strength was actually the same as the race emperor's. The race emperor was the strongest person in a strong race. When the divine star people saw the divine sky race's emperor rushing over, they were already scared out of their wits, but when they saw what Qin Yun did just now, they were scared out of their wits. Qin Yun's strength was already the same as the race emperor's. This meant that he had the power to kill the race emperor. This meant that what he had said about the divine Yang Celestial Island was true. After Morong Darren recovered from his shock, he chuckled and said, we can't let the Heavenly Sword Duke and the Divine Sky Race's imperial capital act like this. Brother Yun is a palace king. He has to be the one to get rid of the Divine Star. Race is trash. Marquis Changhao came to the Celestial Sword Marquis and asked, Marquis, is the Nine Heavens Demon Monarch really dead? They're all dead. Their heads were cut off by the Nine-Yang Palace King as a sacrifice to the heavens. Sky Sword Wangjue was still shocked when he spoke of this. The head of the mighty Nine Heavens Demon Emperor was actually twisted off his body. Just imagining such a scene was enough to shock everyone. The Divine Star Race took advantage of my absence to attack the Nine-Yang Divine Palace time and time again. I must do it myself, so I won't trouble the two of you. Also, I don't want to owe you anything. Qin Yun said calmly as he glanced at the Divine Sky Arch. It could be said that he didn't even look at the divine sky the arch. The divine star race was in a complete panic. The Nine Heavens Demon Emperor was dead. The Nine Heavens Demon race was nothing. The divine star race, divine sword race and primal chaos race's race emperors, kings, and dukes are all dead. It can be said that these three powerful races have been uprooted. The divine star race people floated in the air and looked at the calm Qin Yun. Their hearts were filled with extreme fear. Qin Yun's calm and endless killing intent caused them to feel the most oppressive. The divine sky the arch and the celestial sword Wan Jue also knew that Qin Yun was keeping his distance from them. They could only sigh in their hearts. No one dared to breathe. They all looked at Qin Yun, wanting to know how the palace king was going to kill the divine star race people. A black whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sky above the divine star race people. The black whirlpool descended, enveloped the hundreds of people and began to spin. The extremely strong gravity and berserk suction force sucked the hundreds of people into the center of the whirlpool and squeezed them. Noisy screams rang out one after another, as if hundreds of people were being tortured at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of people were squeezed into a black ball the size of a fist. This scene caused everyone's scalp to go numb. Qin Yun held two of his fingers together and tapped lightly. He struck out with his finger force and landed on the black ball. The heavenly explosion finger power hit the black ball and shattered it, causing a violent gale to surge out. The divine star race had besieged the Nine-Yang divine palace several times before, but their losses were not too great. Moreover, their strength was still very strong compared to the Nine-Yang divine palace. But now, Qin Yun, with just a few moves, turned those several hundred people into a ball and then blew them up. This is the strength of a peak expert with outstanding strength. Everyone present, including the divine sky race emperor, gasped in admiration. This kind of strength has already surpassed those race emperors. Even if many race emperors joined hands to besiege him, they would not necessarily be able to defeat Qin Yun. The divine star race has lost a large group of people with good strength. The entire divine star race is almost finished. Among the strong races, the kings and dukes are the most powerful group of people after the race emperor. It can be said that they are the backbone of the strong races. Divine star race, divine sword race and primal chaos race, their kings, dukes and race emperors have all been exterminated. It can be said that it is almost the same as extermination of their race. Even if these three races still have resources, they will soon be squeezed dry by the other races. Now it is an environment where the weak are prey to the strong. The other races will not be lenient to a declining race like the divine star race. Even if Qin Yun is the only one in the Nine-Yang divine palace who can fight, they are now completely on par with those strong races. They are a superpower that cannot be underestimated. Even the divine sky race's the arch was very polite to Qin Yun. "Palace king, let's step aside and talk," the divine sky race emperor said in a very calm tone. The race emperor of a strong race is actually very humble in front of Qin Yun. Everyone can see that the divine sky race's strongest old man is trembling with fear in front of the Nine-Yang palace king. "Let's talk here," Qin Yun said. Everyone can feel from Qin Yun's tone that he is not giving any face to the divine sky race emperor. Clearly, there has been some conflict between them before. The divine sky race youngsters are all very unhappy, but they do not dare to say a word. Previously, they thought that Qin Yun was trapped by the 10 images and could not become stronger, so they were full of disdain towards the Nine-Yang palace king. But now, not only has the Nine-Yang palace king broken the curse of the 10 images, he has also become extremely powerful. 3 race emperors have been killed and even the powerful Nine Heavens demon emperor has had his head twisted off by Qin Yun. With this kind of valiant strength, he can easily exterminate a strong race. Therefore, even the divine sky race's the arch didn't dare speak loudly to Qin Yun. Previously, the celestial sword Xianxia of the divine sky clan came to discuss the termination of the contract with the Hall King. The divine sky race's emperor could only talk with Qin Yun here. He had a gentle smile on his face as he said, "Palace King, you said that you wanted 100 divine universe goldstones before you were willing to dissolve the contract, right?" He needed 100 divine universe goldstones to dissolve that contract. This made Shen Chenghao and Shen Ruoming want to curse, but they didn't dare to speak. They could only wink at Sky Sword Wanjue, indicating that he shouldn't agree to it. Even they themselves believed that they weren't worth 100 divine universe metal stones. That was a long time ago. Anyone who had done business knew that prices could change at any time. Back then, we were talking about 100 divine universe goldstones. Now that so much time has passed, I feel that 150 divine universe goldstones is more suitable. Qin Yan had previously given the nameless old man 100 divine universe goldstones. He felt that now was the best time to recover his blood. Shen Chonghao almost shouted out loud, but he forced himself to swallow it back. The Qin Yan before them is incomparably powerful. If he is not happy, he can twist off their emperor's head and make them cry heartbroken. 9 Yang Divine Palace's people giggled as they watched. They loved to see their palace king take advantage of others the most. Qin Yan's strength is so formidable that he once again brought the 9 Yang Divine Palace to a new peak. 150, alright, the Divine Sky Race's emperor said with frown, deal. Emperor, we. Shen Chonghao wanted to say something, but the Divine Sky Race's emperor waved his hand, indicating that he doesn't need to say anything. The Divine Sky Race's emperor wants to redeem these young geniuses mainly to bring them to the ancestral god sun to cultivate. Now talents are the most important. The Divine Sky Race's emperor wants to nurture more experts as soon as possible so that their Divine Sky Race can establish a foothold in the Divine Desolate. The Divine Sky Race's emperor understands the situation in the Divine Desolate more than anyone else. At the beginning of the Divine World, they need to have enough strength to seize the initiative. Otherwise, if they fall behind, they will be beaten up and even their entire race will be exterminated. Qin Yan and the Divine Sky Race's emperor traded and cancelled the contract. He also obtained 150 Divine Universe Golden Stones. Shen Chonghao and the others can finally leave the 9 Yang Divine Palace, but they feel very uncomfortable because their losses are too great. Everyone has worked hard to protect the 9 Yang Divine Palace during this period of time. Go back and rest well. Qin Yan's loud and clear voice reverberated all around the 9 Yang Divine Palace. The people of the 9 Yang Divine Palace exclaimed in admiration at Qin Yan's strength and returned to the 9 Yang Divine Palace. Along the way, they cheered and laughed. After Qin Yan returned to the 9 Yang Divine Palace, he found the elders and told them to call over the disciples with outstanding performance during this period of time. Then he carved runes suitable for those disciples, strengthened their martial spirits and souls, and even gave them a few pointers. There are more than 100 selected disciples. With Qin Yan's help, their strength has increased by a lot. As long as their cultivation breaks through in the future, they will definitely become experts of a region. After Qin Yan finished busying himself, several days passed. And in these few days, the matter of the Divine Sun Heavenly Island gradually spread. Before the third myriad realm's Divine Sun came out, such a big matter actually happened in the Divine Sun Heavenly Island. When they heard this news, many people couldn't believe it was true. The 9 Heavens Demon Emperor who caused the Divine Desolate to panic a while ago was actually beheaded by the 9 Yang Palace King. One of the 3 race emperors was killed, 2 were sacrificed to the heavens, and the kings and dukes of the strong races were defeated by Qin Yan alone. The 9 Heavens Demon Races Demon Noble and Demon General were also crushed to death, suffering the pain of their souls scattering. This one person's strength can shake 4 super strong races. It can be said that in the Divine Desolate region, Qin Yan is an overlord. The matter of the 9 Heavens Divine Race inside the Myriad Realms Divine Sun is also known by many people. The mysterious veil of the Myriad Realms Divine Sun has finally been lifted a bit. Many details of what happened in the Divine Sun Heavenly Island have been spread. For example, the Heavenly Universe Divine Sun and Primal Chaos Divine Sun were taken away by Qin Yan. The strong races joined forces with the 9 Heavens Demon Race and the 9 Heavens Divine Race to set up a trap to capture the Divine Moon Race's heavenly sacrifice, and so on. In these few days, the people in the 9 Yang Palace also know the reason why Qin Yan did not give the Divine Sky Race Emperor a good look. Through various details, everyone knows that the Divine Desolate, this new powerful divine world, is probably the best and largest divine world in the 9 heavens with the richest resources. This means that it might attract experts from other powerful divine worlds to come and fight for supremacy. If this is true, then it won't be long before other powerful forces from the divine world appear. Many people were curious as to whether or not there were any other super powerful beings in the ever expanding God's desolate world. In addition, for the Divine Desolate to grow into a powerful divine world, it is obvious that there is something hidden in the Great Desolate, and it must be related to the 9 suns. There are 9 myriad realms divine suns, and now that the third one has appeared, many major events have already happened. what will happen if all 9 divine sons appear? No one knows. After the beings in the divine desolate received all kinds of news, they only know that the great desolate is at the beginning of a great era. There will be great waves everywhere, and waves of bloodshed will definitely come. Only by becoming stronger would one be able to stand firm amidst the turbulent waves and survive in the chaotic battles. Before the third myriad realm's divine sun appeared, it triggered a great war, causing the decline of 3 powerful races and the death of the 9 heavens demon race's demon emperor. And the storm is not over, it is only the beginning, because the 9 heavens divine race inside the myriad realm's divine sun is preparing to fight for the right to occupy the third myriad realm's divine sun. This will definitely be a great war. Xianxia learned of this matter and is also planning. After Xiao Yuelan returned to the Ninyang Palace, she began to contact the Guanghan Palace. She also successfully passed on a message to Yu Shangyun. Xianxia wants to discuss with Yu Shangyun about joining forces to fight for the third myriad realm's divine Sunday. As for whether or not it will succeed, it will depend on whether or not Yu Shangyun is willing. Yu Shangyun has not responded yet. Xiao Yuelan only contacted the Guanghan Palace's little phoenix and asked her to pass on the message. Xianxia patiently waited in the Ninyang Palace. Without waiting for Yu Shangyun's reply, the 3-Eye King arrived. The 3-Eye King from the 3-Eye Divine World, the people of his 3-Eye Heavenly City all have 3 eyes. Their overall strength is also quite strong. Other than those powerful races, there are the people from 3-Eye Heavenly City, White Sun Heavenly City and Golden Wing Divine World. The 9 Sun Royal family's overall strength is also increasing. Perhaps when the 4th Myriad Realm's Divine Sun appears, the 9 Sun Royal family's strength will be comparable to the powerful races. As for the Heaven Creation Divine Palace's strength, Xianxia is still unclear. He has to find Palace Master Yu Tian and ask. Although the 3-Eye King has many eyes, his mouth is also very powerful, especially when it comes to bragging. In addition, he is the 3-Eye King, so everyone thinks that he is very strong. Now, many people believe that he is on the same level as those race emperors, or even a bit stronger than those powerful races. The 3-Eye King's strength is not weak, just a bit weaker than the race emperor. To be able to make many people mistakenly think that he is stronger than the race emperor, this shows his ability to brag. Furthermore, his relationship with Xianxia is not bad. This can let him brag a bit and raise himself up. Xianxia called the 3-Eye King to the Heavenly Palace Pavilion. The 3-Eye King is wearing a scholarly white robe, his face is filled with a modest smile and said, "Big brother Qin, I haven't seen you for that long and you already ripped off the head of the 9 heavens demon emperor. You are faster than I expected. Speak, why did you come to find me? Don't tell me that you came to find me to brag?" Xianxia said with mischievous smile. No, I really have important matters. The 3-Eye King took out 2 very large blue crystal pearls and said with smile, "Big brother Qin, these are the heavenly law inheritance pearls I obtained. These 2 are very big. I will give one to you." Back then, the 3-Eye King felt extremely pained when he swindled the heavenly law inheritance pearls that he obtained after so many years. But now, he actually obtained 2 big ones so quickly. This made Xianxia very surprised. Back then, Xianxia obtained the heavenly universe fire curse from the 3-Eye King's inheritance pearls, which allowed him to pass through many difficulties. And the heavenly universe fire curse will also be very useful in the future. How did you get it? Xianxia asked curiously. End of chapter 2335. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.